Yi Wuchen, upon his arrival in the fantastical realm, discovers he has been betrayed. His fiancée is not only pregnant before their marriage, but has also sold off his family assets. However, he has traversed into this world and awakened a system that grants him the cultivation of 10,000 years each day. On the first day, relying on the martial arts of a mere mortal, he ascends to the Golden Core stage. After entering a sect to acquire cultivation methods, he reaches the Great Ascension stage in a mere 3 months. Chapter 1. 10,000 Years of Cultivation. Yongchang City. Qingfeng Martial Arts School. Yi Wuchen, if you truly love me, you won't mind whose child is in my womb. I merely agreed to marry you. It does not mean I must wed you. My true love is with Xiao Yi. Yi Wuchen, don't die, you cannot die. You still haven't told me where the 1,000-year ginseng is. Lu Ruyan clutches the bleeding Yi Wuchen, exerting all her strength as she roars. Yi Wuchen feels a sudden jolt and struggles to open his eyes. He gazes at the anxious woman before him, a torrent of questions surging within him. Just then, countless memories flood into his mind. 1,000-year ginseng. Could it be? I have crossed over. For Yi Wuchen, who has read countless novels, the acceptance of this new reality is instantaneous. He takes a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, and begins to swiftly sort through the memories in his mind. It turns out that the original owner of this body is also named Yi Wuchen. 3 years prior, he inherited the ancestral Qingfeng Martial Arts School and now serves as its master. The two grew up together, childhood sweethearts, living in harmony. Unfortunately, their bliss was short-lived when his father, Yi Yun, suffered a recurrence of an old injury 3 years ago. Not long after, this once great hero passed away, leaving behind a legacy of regret. Since then, the Yi family's martial arts school has seen a decline, gradually falling into distress. Lu Ruyan, meanwhile, had shifted her affections to Xiao Yi, a fellow martial artist. She exploited her status as Yi Wuchen's fiancée to begin liquidating the Yi family's assets. The original owner regarded Lu Ruyan as his fiancée and did not intervene. Half a month prior, he ventured into the Qilin mountain range and unexpectedly obtained a 1,000-year ginseng. In a severely injured state, he consumed the ginseng. Upon returning to the school and discovering that his fiancée, Lu Ruyan, was pregnant with Xiao Yi's child, he lost his composure, unable to contain the overwhelming potency of the ginseng, which ultimately led to his demise. System binding in progress. A system. Yi Wuchen, upon hearing the voice in his mind, is momentarily taken aback. The system is indeed a standard feature for time travelers. Daily 10,000 years system binding successful. The host will receive a fixed 10,000 years of cultivation daily, which can be added to their practice techniques. Would you like to activate? Activate. Yi Wuchen decisively chooses to proceed. Congratulations. Host has obtained 10,000 years of cultivation. Name, Yi Wuchen. Age, 19. Cultivation. Body refinement stage, 6. Qingfeng technique. Minor success. Qingfeng sword technique. Minor success. Available cultivation. 10,000 years. Yi Wuchen gazes at the virtual panel that appears before him, quickly familiarizing himself with it after years of gaming. Only 3 plus signs are illuminated on the panel. Yi Wuchen focuses his thoughts on the plus sign of Qingfeng technique, minor success. With 10,000 years of available cultivation, he decides to invest it directly. After 1 year of practicing the Qingfeng technique, your cultivation has slightly increased. After 5 years, your cultivation elevates to body refinement stage 7. After 18 years, your cultivation reaches body refinement stage 8, achieving great success in the Qingfeng technique. After 46 years, your cultivation advances to body refinement stage 9. After 98 years, your cultivation has slightly increased. Upon seeing Yi Wuchen open his eyes, Lu Ruyan immediately shakes his body. Yi Wuchen, you're awake. Quickly tell me where the ginseng is. Xiao Yi is a genius in cultivation. If he consumes the 1,000-year ginseng, he will surely break through to the Qi refinement stage. You worthless fool. Even if you gain a century of cultivation, it would only amount to body refinement stage 8 at most. Lu Ruyan's excited voice continues. Yi Wuchen's fate is of no concern to her, but the 1,000-year ginseng in his possession is of utmost importance. Once she presents the ginseng to Xiao Yi, he will undoubtedly be elated and might even propose to her immediately. At that point, she could follow Xiao Yi into the immortal sect. Yi Wuchen sets aside his thoughts and turns his gaze to Lu Ruyan. Observing the disdainful expression on her face, he lets out a cold laugh. This pair of adulterers, engaged yet bearing a child with another man. What are you? I, Yi Wuchen, raised you, and this is how you repay the Yi family. Yi Wucheng said coldly. Upon encountering Yi Wucheng's icy gaze, Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. In the past, he had never refused her anything, regardless of her requests. Although she had followed Xiao Yi, it was not her fault that Yi Wucheng lacked ambition. Had he reached the 9th level of body refinement, how could she ever have developed feelings for Xiao Yi? Yi Wucheng, if you truly love me, you should consider my future. Once brother Xiao Yi marries me, I too can enter the immortal gate. Lu Ruyan said gently, sensing that her hard approach was ineffective. Slap! Yi Wucheng was not the original owner. He delivered a resounding blow to Lu Ruyan's left cheek. The immense force immediately left a distinct mark on her delicate face. Yi Wucheng, how dare you strike me? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. It is you who I struck. Yi Wucheng replied with a cold smile. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his hand again, aiming for Lu Ruyan. Enraged by this, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of fury. Both she and Yi Wucheng were at the 6th level of body refinement, and she believed herself to be his equal in strength. Moreover, Yi Wucheng was currently injured. Had she not been careless, he would never have been able to hit her. With this thought in mind, Lu Ruyan gathered her strength and launched a palm strike at Yi Wucheng's hand. Yi Wucheng, seeing Lu Ruyan retaliate, sneered. His strike bore the weight of over a century's worth of cultivation. How could Lu Ruyan, with her mere 6th level of body refinement, possibly withstand it? As expected, the terrifying force of Yi Wucheng's palm sent Lu Ruyan flying. Crashing to the ground, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. She sensed the terrifying power behind Yi Wucheng's strike and could not help but scream. Your cultivation. Have you consumed the Millennium Ginseng? Lu Ruyan gasped, clutching her chest in horror. Only moments ago, Yi Wucheng had been gravely injured, yet in such a brief span, he had recovered. The transformation in his cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Surely, only the Millennium Ginseng could yield such terrifying results. With this thought, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Ruyan's gaze as she looked at Yi Wucheng. Even if you have consumed the Millennium Ginseng, what of it? A waste is still a waste. Brother Xiao Yi, even without the ginseng, can surpass others at the 9th level of body refinement to enter the immortal gate. Yi Wucheng, from now on, do not expect me to acknowledge you again. After finishing her words, Lu Ruyan limped away from the Yi family martial arts hall. Yi Wucheng watched Lu Ruyan leave, rummaging through his memories regarding the immortal gate. In his recollections, there existed a celestial mountain above the East Sea, within which lay the immortal gate. Those within the immortal gate would occasionally recruit disciples from the mortal realm. A sect named Taishu Palace dispatched representatives to Yongchang City every 3 years. Anyone who reached the Qi refinement stage before the age of 20 could enter Taishu Palace directly, and might even secure 1 or 2 spots. For those who had not reached the Qi refinement stage, there remained the opportunity to seize their chance at immortality if they achieved the 9th level of body refinement. All that was required was to demonstrate extraordinary potential, earning the recognition of those from the immortal gate, thereby gaining entrance to Taishu Palace. Chapter 2. The Immortal on Land. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wucheng decided to temporarily set aside the matters concerning the immortal gate. Currently, he still possessed over 9,000 years of untapped cultivation potential. Should he continue to practice for another 9,000 years, he could only imagine the heights his power might reach. Seating himself cross-legged, Yi Wucheng summoned a virtual panel and devoted his entire focus to the changes occurring within his body. After 99 years of cultivating the Qing Feng technique, your cultivation has slightly improved. After 100 years of cultivating the Qing Feng technique, your cultivation has slightly improved. After 123 years of cultivating the Qing Feng technique, you have finally broken through to the Qi refinement stage, and your mastery of the Qing Feng technique has reached perfection, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed. Yi Wucheng felt his power steadily increasing, bit by bit, and his understanding of the Qing Feng technique grew increasingly profound. It was as if he had undergone years of cultivation himself. In a brief span, his entire demeanor transformed remarkably. Were others to behold Yi Wucheng at this moment, they would undoubtedly sense an imposing aura emanating from him. Moreover, as time progressed, this aura intensified. After 156 years of cultivating the Qing Feng technique, your cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the Qi refinement stage. After 202 years of cultivating the Qing Feng technique, your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage. After 290 years of cultivating the Qing Feng technique, Your cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, and your mastery of the Qigong technique has attained great perfection, greatly accelerating your cultivation speed. After 777 years of cultivating the Qigong technique, your cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. After 778 years of cultivating the Qigong technique, your cultivation has slightly improved. After 859 years of cultivating the Qigong technique, your cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the foundation establishment stage. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, Wuchen noticed that further cultivation of the Qigong technique resulted in a markedly slow increase in his power. After a year of practice, he could only gain a slight enhancement. It took nearly a century of persistent effort for him to ascend to the next level. Observing this, Wuchen remained undeterred and continued his cultivation, as he still had over 9,000 years of potential to explore. After 28 years of cultivating the Qigong technique, your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. After 62 years of cultivating the Qigong technique, your cultivation has reached the golden core stage. As Wuchen ascended to the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, he sensed himself entering a bottleneck. Yet, he could feel that his power was still capable of further growth, so he continued to pour his energy into the Qigong technique. Finally, after a span of over 2,000 years, he broke through, achieving the golden core. Boom! The moment Wuchen's power transitioned into the golden core stage, he felt a transformation within. His inner strength seemed to morph into magical energy. Is this the golden core stage? Wuchen murmured to himself. In a mundane world, the golden core stage is but a legend. It is also known as the immortal on land. With a golden core consumed, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Once one reaches the golden core stage, not only does their strength surge dramatically, but their lifespan also increases significantly. Moreover, Wuchen, at the golden core stage, possesses a strand of spiritual consciousness. He can perceive the changes around him with this consciousness, far surpassing the utility of the 6 senses. With his eyes closed, Wuchen indulges in the marvels of his spiritual awareness. He first extends this consciousness beyond his body, traversing through the martial arts hall. The scenes outside the hall vividly materialize in his mind, and the passers-by remain oblivious to his presence. After a brief moment, Wuchen feels a wave of fatigue wash over him, his spiritual awareness diminishing considerably. He retracts his consciousness back into his body, witnessing its swift recovery within. It appears that this awareness cannot remain detached for long. It requires the body for sustenance, Wuchen murmurs. Gazing at the remaining 438 years of cultivation, he yearns to continue augmenting his skills in the Qigong technique. However, the number on the panel has vanished, prompting him to inquire, System, why can I no longer enhance my cultivation? Master, the Qigong technique is merely a mediocre method, originally capable of reaching only the Qi refinement stage. Your ability to cultivate it to the golden core realm is truly unparalleled, the system responds. Wuchen pauses, taken aback by the system's bluntness. It is true. The Qigong sword technique is rather subpar. To his knowledge, only one formidable practitioner has emerged from this technique, having achieved the Qi refinement stage. Yet, this technique is the very foundation upon which his family relied for survival. Is the system's criticism not too direct? Realizing that enhancing his cultivation further is futile, he shifts his focus to the Qigong sword technique. This is the swordsmanship that complements the Qigong technique and serves as the hallmark of the Yi family's martial arts hall. Given his current cultivation level, augmenting the sword technique's power should be effortless. After 1 year of practicing the Qigong sword technique, utilizing your golden core strength, you will reach mastery in half a day, perfection in 3 days, and complete mastery in 6 months, the system informs him. Wuchen is taken aback, as he had intended to invest several hundred years of cultivation into the sword technique. Yet, it achieves great mastery in just 1 year. Master, this Qigong sword technique is exceedingly weak, merely a technique of the Qi refinement stage. With your strength, a casual strike from you would surpass even the perfected form of this technique, the system adds. Indeed, the Qigong sword technique is undeniably feeble. System, do you possess any superior sword techniques? Master, this system is merely the most rudimentary of systems, with overly simplistic functions, only capable of bestowing you with 10,000 years of cultivation each day, it replies. Upon hearing this, Wuchen scratches his nose. Although the system's capabilities are limited, How can it be deemed the worst? Just a single day's worth of cultivation has enabled him to ascend to the golden core stage, becoming an almost ethereal being. In due time, once he infiltrates the cultivation sect, acquires genuine cultivation methods, he shall soar to unprecedented heights. It will not be long before he truly becomes an immortal. He plans to retreat into seclusion after entering the celestial gate, only to emerge once he has secured the proper techniques, until he ascends to immortality. Regardless, he possesses a system that negates the need for resource contention, unlike other protagonists who tirelessly grind through dungeons. System, your capabilities are truly formidable. It won't be long before I lead you to invincibility, Yi Wuchen reassured the system. At that moment, Lu Ruyan entered the Qingfeng martial arts hall once more, accompanied by a young man. This young man was none other than Xiao Yi, Yi Yun's direct disciple. Xiao Yi hailed from humble beginnings, merely a child of the mountains. He joined the Qingfeng martial arts hall at the tender age of 8, becoming the cherished disciple of Yi Wuchen's father. Within a mere decade, Xiao Yi had ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, just a step away from entering the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing that Yi Wuchen had miraculously recovered from a grave injury, he mistakenly believed that Yi Wuchen had consumed a millennium-old ginseng. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi Wuchen had yet to fully absorb the ginseng's effects, he thought that by consuming Yi Wuchen's blood, he might still attain a fraction of the ginseng's potency. At that point, he would undoubtedly break through to the Qi refinement stage. Yi Wuchen, come out. Lu Ruyan's voice echoed throughout the Yi family martial hall. Chapter 3. The Protagonist Template. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's call, a subtle smile crept onto Yi Wuchen's lips. She had indeed gone to seek her lover, Xiao Yi. Memories of Xiao Yi surfaced in Yi Wuchen's mind. It must be said, Xiao Yi bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonists of the novels he had previously read, those who defied fate. Born in a remote mountain village, Xiao Yi recounted how his biological mother had callously abandoned him in his early years, leaving him without a trace. Yet, in the face of such a tragic fate, Xiao Yi did not succumb to despair. On the contrary, he exhibited an extraordinary tenacity. While others remained oblivious in their youth, Xiao Yi commenced arduous training. And with his exceptional talent, he surged ahead. Now, at the age of 18, he had successfully reached the 9th level of body refinement, merely a step away from becoming a formidable Qi refinement expert. After digesting the memories in his mind, Yi Wuchen noticed that Lu Ruyan had entered with Xiao Yi. Upon seeing Yi Wuchen, Xiao Yi was struck by the profound transformation in his aura. Yi Wuchen appeared not only more handsome, but also more composed than before. In his mind, Xiao Yi struggled to find words adequate to describe the current Yi Wuchen. It seemed he had indeed discovered the fabled millennium ginseng. Xiao Yi muset silently. Growing up in the mountains, he understood the rarity of such a treasure. Finding a millennium ginseng was a near impossibility. Even a century-old ginseng could alter the fate of an ordinary family. Brother Xiao Yi, you must avenge me. Yi Wuchen, having consumed such celestial treasures, disregarded our brotherly bond and injured me. I'm not overly concerned for myself, but what if he harms our child? Lu Ruyan clung to Xiao Yi's arm, playfully pouting. After a moment, she turned her gaze towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen, if you kneel and apologize to me, I shall persuade Brother Xiao Yi to spare you. A laugh escaped Yi Wuchen's lips, unable to contain himself any longer. How audacious they were. Lu Ruyan, who had once been betrothed to him, dared to conspire with her lover to bully him? Now, a cultivator of the Golden Core realm, he was akin to a celestial being amongst mortals. Not even a mere 9th-layer body refining cultivator, let alone someone in the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages, could compel him to kneel. She foolishly believed she could still manipulate him as before. Ha ha ha, forgive me, I seldom lose my composure, but this is simply too amusing. Xiao Yi watched as Yi Wuchen laughed heartily, and the killing intent in his eyes deepened. Yi Wuchen, having recently consumed a millennium-old ginseng, was undoubtedly in a heightened state. Xiao Yi's murderous glare could not escape the notice of Yi Wuchen, who was attuned to such energies. Junior brother Xiao, I see your cultivation has significantly improved. Are you here to congratulate me? Yi Wuchen remarked with a playful smile directed at Xiao Yi. Senior brother, while your advancement is indeed commendable, you should not have harmed your junior sister. Are you not aware that she carries my child? What if you injure my offspring? Xiao Yi tihitin it. Listen to your junior sister and kneel to apologize. We can consider this matter resolved. What do you say? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Lu Ruyan's heart soared with delight. Yi Wuchen, did you hear that? Brother Xiao Yi has said that if you obediently kneel and admit your fault, I shall graciously overlook the incident where you injured me. With her hands on her hips, she shouted at Wuchen, exuding an air of arrogance, as if everything was within her control. Junior sister, why don't you come over here? Wuchen said with a gentle laugh. Observing Lu Rian's unbridled confidence, a slight smirk graced his lips, revealing an imperceptible curve. Lu Rian, hearing this, felt a surge of triumph within. Oof. It seems Wuchen is indeed intimidated by me and brother Xiao Yi. Soon, he will bow his head and plead for mercy. With that thought, she strutted toward Wuchen, her steps light and her slender waist swaying gracefully, embodying a haughty demeanor as she approached. As she drew near, she deliberately raised her chin, casting a condescending glance at Wuchen, fully displaying her arrogance. However, at that moment, Wuchen's cold laugh pierced the air. You expect me to kneel and apologize? Huh, you truly overestimate yourself. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Wuchen swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap across Lu Rian's delicate face. A crisp yet piercing sound erupted instantaneously. Caught completely off guard, Lu Rian had no time to react, her body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Witnessing this, Xiao Yi's expression changed dramatically. With a swift motion, he caught Lu Rian in his embrace. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, though he maintained an outward demeanor of profound sorrow and unbridled fury. He bellowed at Wuchen, "How dare you strike my junior sister in my presence? This is utterly outrageous." After placing Lu Rian gently on the ground, Xiao Yi secretly summoned all his strength, channeling it into his right fist. A faint luminescence enveloped his knuckles, signifying he was utilizing his full might, intent on delivering a single fatal blow to Wuchen. Every movement of Xiao Yi was laid bare before Wuchen, who remained still as a tranquil pond, showing no sign of evasion as Xiao Yi's fist descended toward him. Observing Wuchen's calm demeanor, Xiao Yi felt a surge of elation. Despite Wuchen's significant elevation in cultivation, his combat experience paled in comparison to Xiao Yi's. You shall die. As victory seemed imminent, a wild gleam appeared in Xiao Yi's eyes. In the next moment, boom, crack, Xiao Yi's right hand unexpectedly shattered. His punch, which had nearly reached Wuchen, struck an invisible barrier as if it had collided with an iron wall. A transparent wall of energy rippled outward like disturbances on a tranquil water surface. An unseen force enveloped Xiao Yi, propelling him backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, landing beside Lu Rian. The abrupt rise and subsequent downfall of Xiao Yi left Lu Rian in a state of bewilderment. Though merely 18, Xiao Yi's cultivation surpassed that of their master, placing him among the most formidable practitioners within the 9th layer of body refinement. To her, he was an invincible presence beneath the qi refinement stage. Although Wuchen had consumed a millennium-old ginseng, he could only aspire to reach the 9th layer of body refinement at best. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yi managed to speak with difficulty. Qi Shield. You have reached the qi refinement stage. Chapter 4. Bloodline of the Fire Phoenix. As Xiao Yi's words echoed, Lu Rian turned to Wuchen in disbelief, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Qi Shield. Only those who have attained the qi refinement stage can possess a qi shield. In the entirety of Yongchang City and its surrounding 100-mile radius, among the several 100,000 inhabitants and numerous sects, only 8 sects, aside from the Wanjian Villa, boasted practitioners of the qi refinement stage. Just moments before, Wuchen had clearly been at the 6th layer of body refinement. Lu Rian found it impossible to believe that Wuchen had ascended to the qi refinement stage, yet Xiao Yi's proclamation compelled her to accept this startling reality. Brother Xiao Yi, surely you must be mistaken. How could this useless person possibly be at the qi refinement stage? Lu Rian stammered. Mistaken? Xiao Yi murmured to himself. Moments later, he erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Wuchen, you nearly deceived me. You are merely under the influence of a millennium-old ginseng, not yet fully refined. That so-called protective aura is nothing but the medicinal potency of the ginseng. With that, Xiao Yi rose with a menacing demeanor. Wuchen, upon hearing this, replied with a cold smirk, when did I ever claim to be at the qi refinement stage? Although I did not strike you earlier, the rebound force from a golden core cultivator could easily annihilate someone at the qi refinement stage. Yet, you appear to have only sustained minor injuries, and now you seem fully recovered. This intrigued him greatly. Wuchen employed his spiritual sense to scan Xiao Yi's body. Through his perception, he discerned an exceedingly formidable force emanating from Xiao Yi, rooted in his bloodline heritage. This power, a legacy from his ancestors, if fully harnessed, could indeed rival that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be that Xiao Yi truly is the protagonist of this world? Ye Yuchen pondered silently. As far as he knew, Xiao Yi hailed from a remote mountain village, a place steeped in poverty, where starvation was not uncommon. If they possessed such a powerful bloodline, how could they struggle for basic sustenance? Observing Xiao Yi, ye Kachan's curiosity deepened. Born into hardship, blessed with extraordinary talent, and endowed with a potent bloodline, this was the quintessential protagonist template. While Yi Wuchen contemplated, Xiao Yi unsheathed his treasured sword. Clear wind, absolute shadow, he bellowed, and a multitude of sword shadows surged forth, encircling Yi Wuchen entirely. This was the lethal technique of the clear wind swordsmanship from the Yi family. With a single thrust, countless sword images would emerge. Xiao Yi had diligently practiced this for a decade, mastering it to perfection. The average person could not discern the real from the illusory and could only evade the onslaught. Even many Qi refinement experts would struggle to distinguish between the two. However, to Yi Wuchen, this attack was riddled with flaws. He had spent merely a year honing his skills in the system and had elevated this sword technique to its utmost pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was eager to witness the power within Xiao Yi. With a mere gesture, Yi Wuchen directed a surge of qi towards Xiao Yi. In the next instant, clang, thud, the sword in Xiao Yi's grasp shattered. The force of the qi did not wane. It instantly left a gaping wound in Xiao Yi's chest. How is this possible? Xiao Yi gasped, his face contorted in rage. No, I must enter the immortal sect and become an immortal. I refuse to perish at the hands of a waste like you. Clutching his chest, he roared defiantly, as his words echoed in the air. The vitality coursing through him surged violently. Simultaneously, the essence of the world began to tumultuously stir. One could witness the aura surrounding Xiao Yi ascend steadily, while the wounds upon his body swiftly healed. Ding! The curse of Feng Qingyu has been detected. The system issues a quest. Please eliminate Xiao Yi, who harbors a fragment of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, and incinerate the sins of Xiao family village with raging flames. Upon completion, the reward will be the true fire of the sun and the divine concealment technique. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Yi Wuchen's mind. System, did you not claim that you could only grant a millennium of cultivation each day? Yi Wuchen inwarded, astonished. Master, I am uncertain. It appears this task has manifested abruptly. The system responded, sounding as if it had made an error. Yi Wuchen, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. It seemed he was indeed the inaugural master of this system. He disregarded the system and curiously examined the task. Task, the curse of Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu, a prodigy of the Fire Phoenix clan, entered the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 18. 26 years ago, while traversing the world, Feng Qingyu was pursued by the forces of darkness. She sacrificed her life to vanquish her pursuers, entering a state of nirvana, leaving herself in a most vulnerable condition. In her weakest moment, she was discovered by the inhabitants of Xiao family village. Simultaneously, Feng Qingyu faced the most harrowing days of her life. Those who found her not only shackled her with iron chains, but also subjected her to unspeakable indignities. 18 years ago, after giving birth to her son Xiao Yi, she cursed him and the entirety of Xiao family village with the remnants of her life. Upon concluding the account of Feng Qingyu's curse, a torrent of rage surged within Yi Wuchen. He suddenly recalled how every mention of Xiao Yi's mother had been met with a countenance rife with hatred. According to Xiao Yi, his mother could not endure the poverty of their family and abandoned her husband and child. Initially, it seemed as though a phoenix had graced the mountains, yet it appeared that a phoenix had indeed fallen from grace in those very hills. Yi Wuchen's gaze towards Xiao Yi grew increasingly disdainful. Were it not for his possession of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, how could he possibly possess such formidable talents for cultivation? At that instant, Xiao Yi's aura finally reached its zenith. Qi refinement stage. Haha, I have finally broken through to the Qi refinement stage. Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully, feeling his injuries completely healed and his cultivation significantly enhanced. Lu Rian, having initially been taken aback by the sight of the wound on Xiao Yi's chest, was now restored to her senses upon witnessing not only his recovery, but also his breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage. Brother Xiao Yi, are you all right? Lu Ruyan grasped Xiao Yi's arm, her voice brimming with delight. Indeed, I feel an abundance of strength within me now. Xiao Yi replied excitedly as he gazed at Lu Ruyan. With those words, Xiao Yi turned his attention towards Yi Wuchen. Brother, did you not expect this? Not only am I alive, but I have also ascended to the Qi refinement stage. A murderous glint flickered in Xiao Yi's eyes as he cast a glance at Yi Wuchen. The bloodline of the Fire Phoenix, indeed, is extraordinary. Yi Wuchen regarded Xiao Yi with a hint of mockery. He was deeply intrigued by this Fire Phoenix bloodline, surmising it to be a potent lineage within the realm of cultivation. Those who inherit such a bloodline undoubtedly belong to formidable families of cultivators. At this moment, he found himself yearning to immerse himself in the world of cultivation. With the aid of his system, acquiring a single cultivation technique would enable him to attain immortality in a remarkably brief period. What are you saying? What Fire Phoenix bloodline? Xiao Yi inwarded, gazing at Yi Wuchen with confusion. Unfortunately, you possess only a fraction of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, which is impure. Otherwise, you would have already stepped into the Qi refinement stage. Yi Wuchen regretfully shook his head. Feigning mystery, prepare to meet your end. With that, Xiao Yi transformed his finger into a sword and lunged towards Yi Wuchen. Now, in the Qi refinement stage, he could also unleash his inner strength externally. Initially, his motive was the Millennium Ginseng possessed by Yi Wuchen, but at this moment he sought vengeance for the previous strike. Yi Wuchen's vital energy had indeed left a gaping wound on his chest. Were it not for his exceptional constitution, he might have perished in agony. Now that he had also attained the Qi refinement stage, he no longer feared Yi Wuchen's vital energy. Clear wind, absolute shadow. Xiao Yi executed the Yi family's ultimate technique once more. The power of this strike was magnified tenfold compared to the previous one. The originally intangible sword shadows coalesced into a solid form under this blow. Chapter 5, Xiao Family Village. Yi Wuchen observed the assault of Xiao Yi's sword energy with an unwavering demeanor. In this mundane world, the Qi refinement stage indeed marked one as a top-tier powerhouse. However, compared to the divine golden core realm, it was but akin to an ant. With Yi Wuchen's current strength, even standing still, the innate vital energy surrounding him would not be so easily breached by Xiao Yi. At that moment, Yi Wuchen softly uttered, "The Yi family sword technique is not meant to be wielded in such a manner." Before his words fully resonated, he continued with a gentle murmur, "Clear wind, absolute shadow." In an instant, as he casually waved his arm, what seemed like a simple gesture unleashed an astonishing spectacle. Thousands of sharp sword energies erupted forth. Yi Wuchen's rendition of the clear wind sword technique surpassed Xiao Yi's by far. While Xiao Yi had merely perfected the technique, Yi Wuchen had refined it to the pinnacle of mastery. In the blink of an eye, these myriad sword energies collided with the sword energy previously released by Xiao Yi. Upon their contact, no earth-shattering explosion ensued. Instead, the sword energy unleashed by Xiao Yi was utterly extinguished in an instant, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. In contrast, the myriad sword energies emitted by Yi Wuchen did not cease. They surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to lightning, and swiftly penetrated Xiao Yi's body. Countless streams of sword energy rampaged within Xiao Yi, shattering his meridians and dantian. Even a fiery phoenix bloodline struggled to restore what had been broken. Xiao Yi felt the devastation of his dantian and the severance of his meridians. Years of cultivation dissipated in an instant, leaving him in a state of disbelief. He had just ascended to the status of a Qi refinement expert, poised to enter the Taishu Palace as an inner disciple. Yet, in mere moments, he plummeted from heaven to hell, transforming from a prodigious talent into a mere waste. My cultivation, my dantian, ha ha ha, Xiao Yi roared incessantly. Now, he had become a cripple, unable to cultivate, and even struggling with the most basic of daily tasks. Seeing Xiao Yi, who had just broken through to the Qi refinement stage, reduced to such a state by Yi Wuchen's casual strike, Lu Rian's countenance drained of color, her face turning pale. She could hardly fathom that Yi Wuchen, whose talents were inferior to hers, could transform so terrifyingly after a mere trip to the Qilin Mountains. He was a Qi refinement expert, a potential leader of a sect, reduced to a cripple by Yi Wuchen's effortless move. A heavy weight settled in Lu Rian's heart as she slumped to the ground. Senior brother, I was forced into this. It was all Xiao Yi, after you left. He compelled me. She sobbed, grasping Yi Wuchen's leg. She shifted all the blame onto Xiao Yi, convinced that the bond she and Yi Wuchen had nurtured over the years would lead him to forgive her. In due time, she would bear a child for Yi Wuchen, and all would be well. Huh, who do you think you are? Were it not for our previous engagement, who would even glance your way? Yi Wuchen replied. his anger almost drawing laughter from him at Lu Ruyan's shamelessness. This pair of ill-fated lovers should be irrevocably bound together. With that, Yi Wuchen grasped Xiao Yi with one hand and Lu Ruyan with the other, departing from the Yi family's martial arts hall. He sought to uncover the heinous deeds of a Xiao family village that could invoke such wrath, even from one possessing the Fire Phoenix bloodline. Employing his lightness skill, Yi Wuchen traversed the void, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Xiao family village outside the city with both individuals in tow. The prowess of the Golden Core realm was indeed astounding, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Those so-called Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages were but marginally more destructive compared to ordinary individuals. However, once one stepped into the Golden Core stage, their inner strength would gradually transform into magical power, yielding effects beyond comprehension. Standing at the village entrance, Yi Wuchen released the two and gazed out at Xiao family village. Nestled amid the foothills, the village boasts over 30 quaint abodes. Surrounding this settlement are undulating mountains, their peaks piercing the clouds, shrouded in a veil of mist. For the villagers, embarking on a journey to the town for errands or provisions necessitates traversing treacherous terrains, enduring myriad hardships. Witnessing this, Yi Wuchen couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Subsequently, he extended his consciousness into Xiao family village. As expected, within the entire village, there was no one possessing the Phoenix bloodline like Xiao Yi. Yi Wuchen also discovered that within the 30-odd houses, more than 10 women were being held captive. Faced with this grim reality, he resolutely accepted the system's task. Xiao family village no longer deserved to exist in this world. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi came to his senses. Observing the familiar surroundings, his expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't I in a martial arts school? How did I return to Xiao family village? Panic seized his heart as he exclaimed. His relentless training was aimed at escaping the mountains, where resources were scarce and hunger was a constant companion. Yet, having circled back, he found himself ensnared in the mountains once more. As Xiao Yi shouted in alarm, the villagers of Xiao family village took notice. Isn't that the child of Xiao Laosan? Aren't those his fellow disciples by his side? Exclaimed Xiao Erniu, his large, round eyes filled with disbelief. Without hesitation, he raised his voice, calling out to the village, "Hey, Xiao Laosan, your child has returned." His thunderous proclamation shattered the tranquility of Xiao family village. This village, though modest in size with merely a few dozen households, meant that Xiao Erniu's shout echoed clearly throughout. In the blink of an eye, men, women, and children flocked to the village entrance. Among the crowd, an elderly man with graying hair stood out prominently. He was Xiao Yi's father, Xiao Laosan, now 56 years of age. The passage of time had etched deep wrinkles upon his face. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, who lay crumpled on the ground like a helpless form, a jolt of alarm surged through Xiao Laosan. With urgency, he rushed to his son's side. His face was etched with worry as he cautiously lifted Xiao Yi to his feet. "My child, what has happened to you?" Xiao Laosan's voice quivered, his eyes moistening with evident concern. He grasped Xiao Yi's hand tightly, as if attempting to convey strength through that connection. However, Xiao Laosan could sense that his son was in a dire state. Struggling to part his lips, Xiao Yi found himself at a loss for words. Instead, he gazed at his father with helpless, despairing eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yi Wuchen, observing the condition of Xiao Yi, spoke calmly. His dantian has been ruined, and all his meridians have been severed. He has now become a mere shell of a man. His words struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. The villagers of Xiao family village gasped in shock upon hearing this. It was well known throughout the village that Xiao Yi possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Although the specifics of his cultivation level were unclear, many speculated that he had reached the 7th or 8th level of body refinement. After all, Xiao Yi had always been the beacon of hope for Xiao family village. Everyone had longed for the day when he would venture into the city and carve out a place for himself, ultimately leading the entire village out of poverty and into the urban landscape. Who could have imagined that this prodigy, who bore the weight of the village's future, would suffer such a crushing blow and become incapacitated overnight? This sudden turn of events left everyone in utter disbelief. "Who did this?" roared Xiao Laosan. As his voice fell, the gaze of every villager turned towards Yi Wuchen, all eager to uncover the identity of the one who had shattered their hopes. After centuries, they had finally given birth to a cultivation genius, and it was he who had reduced their beloved Xiao Yi to this state. Lu Ruyan approached Xiao Yi, assisting him as she pointed an accusing finger at Yi Wuchen. "Indeed, it was I, Yi Wuchen replied, nodding calmly at her words. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, their eyes fixed on Yi Wuchen in astonishment. 2 years prior, he had accompanied Lu Ruyan and Xiao Yi to Xiao family village. Thus the villagers recognized him as the master of the Qingfeng martial arts school and the son of Xiao Yi's mentor. In the midst of the crowd, Xiao Laosan's expression darkened, his countenance as grim as a stormy sky. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yi Wuchen, his eyes shimmering with unmasked malice. Taking a step forward, he confronted Yi Wuchen with a frigid tone. Young Master Yi, do you think our Xiao family village is easy prey? As his words echoed, the onlookers rallied in agreement, their eyes brimming with hostility directed at Yi Wuchen. Although Xiao family village was not large, comprising only 2 or 3 dozen households, it boasted a substantial labor force of 70 to 80 able-bodied men. The collective presence of these individuals was indeed formidable. Yet Yi Wuchen remained unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of concern. Overestimating yourselves, how amusing, he scoffed softly. Then a powerful aura emanated from him, enveloping the villagers of Xiao family village in an oppressive weight. It felt as if Xiao Laosan bore the burden of 1,000 pounds, the immense pressure forcing him to his knees. The other villagers, too, succumbed to fear and knelt down. This terrifying method was utterly unprecedented for the residents of Xiao family village. Young Master Yi, you are magnanimous. Please spare us, pleaded Xiao Laosan, bowing his head in supplication upon witnessing Yi Wuchen's terrifying prowess. Xiao Laosan, my fiancée is already with child by your son, and you dare to ask for mercy? Yi Wuchen retorted with a cold smirk. At these words, Xiao Laosan felt a jolt of fear. 2 years prior, when Xiao Yi had returned to Xiao family village with Yi Wuchen and Lu Ruyan, Xiao Laosan had become aware of the series of upheavals the Yi family had endured. After hearing of this matter, a nefarious plot had begun to stir within him. He had urged Xiao Yi to devise a way to claim Lu Ruyan, then to scheme to seize the Yi family's assets as well. If successful, the Xiao family would secure their foothold in Yongchang City. However, he had not anticipated the turn of events. His plan had only succeeded halfway. After Lu Ruyan conceived Xiao Yi's child, Yi Wuchen discovered the truth. Even Xiao Yi had been rendered incapacitated. At this moment, observing the sudden pallor on Xiao Laosan's face, Yi Wuchen understood all too well. The responsibility for this affair likely lay with him, covertly instigating the chaos. As for Xiao Yi, he had an exceptional talent for cultivation, wholly dedicated to ascending to the realm of immortals, showing little interest in the mundane conflicts of the mortal world. Young Master Yi, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please show us mercy. Xiao Laosan continued to bow and plead. Yi Wuchen regarded the honest Xiao Laosan and, recalling the words of the system, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Xiao Yi, do you know your mother's name? She is Feng Qingyu. She did not disdain this place for its poverty. She was brutally killed by her father, Yi Wuchen stated calmly, directing his gaze at Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Laosan, confusion etched in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Wuchen's words struck Xiao Laosan like a thunderclap, shattering his composure. His face turned ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily. Who are you? How do you know such secrets? He stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Wuchen, his voice hoarse from sheer terror. The name Feng Qingyu was unknown even to the other villagers. In their community, many women were bought. These women were initially confined to their homes. If they complied and integrated into the village, they could quickly regain their freedom. However, if they resisted, they would be beaten into submission. Xiao Laosan, impoverished and unmarried at over 30, had stumbled upon the ethereal Feng Qingyu over 2 decades ago. Yet to his dismay, for a full 6 years, she had never bestowed upon him even a glimmer of kindness. Thus, the inhabitants of Xiao family village were merely aware that he had acquired a wife, yet they remained oblivious to the name of Feng Qingyu. In response to the inquiries of Xiao Laosan, Yi Wuchen merely offered a cold smile and retorted, Feng Qingyu is down below, yearning for you immensely. She has entrusted me with the task of escorting you to the underworld for your reunion. No, absolutely not. This is utterly impossible. Xiao Laosan suddenly appeared to recall certain horrifying scenes, shrieking in terror. He was acutely aware of Feng Qingyu's extraordinary nature. In the past, he had forcibly imprisoned her in this place, cruelly breaking her limbs every few days to prevent her escape. Yet, despite enduring such inhumane torment, Feng Qingyu had nearly succeeded in fleeing on several occasions. For many years, Xiao Laosan's greatest fear had been that Feng Qingyu's family would come to demand accountability. Witnessing Xiao Laosan's panicked demeanor, Xiao Yi found himself increasingly convinced by Yi Wuchen's words. Surely, you haven't forgotten what she said before her demise. Yi Wuchen fixed his gaze on Xiao Laosan, questioning him with a face full of wrath. As he spoke, an aura of chilling murderous intent began to emanate from him. According to the system, those possessing the pure bloodline of the Fire Phoenix, when trained with the appropriate techniques, could attain the strength of the Golden Core stage by the time they reached adulthood. It is worth noting that in this mundane world, a formidable Golden Core cultivator is akin to a celestial being. It was utterly unfathomable that someone as old and grotesque as Xiao Laosan could have a celestial maiden bear his children. This was indeed more terrifying than the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Father, what did my mother truly say? Xiao Yi anxiously inquired, turning his gaze toward Xiao Laosan. Xiao Laosan opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Allow me to convey your mother's words. Yi Wuchen interjected upon seeing Xiao Laosan's silence. Your mother declared, you wretched spawn shall not die a good death. Furthermore, the flames of justice will purge the sins of Xiao family village. Chapter 7. The Challenge. No, that cannot be. Xiao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Having grown up here, do you not know where the women of your village come from? Aside from deceit and abduction, who would marry into your village? Your father is old and ugly. What could your mother possibly see in him that would lead her to marry him? Your mother's curse is about to manifest. As Yi Wuchen's words resonated, a great fire ignited throughout Xiao family village. The villagers, witnessing the flames, attempted to flee. Yet an invisible force seemed to keep them bound to the village. The inferno raged throughout the night, gradually extinguishing only as dawn approached. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. Rewards, True Sun Fire, Divine Concealment Technique. The crisp sound of the system's notification rang in Yi Wuchen's ears. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, releasing a long breath of stale air. Dealing with the denizens of Xiao family village was, for him, merely a matter of raising a hand. In his heart, a profound sense of psychological fatigue prevailed. Reflecting on his former self, he was merely a recent university graduate embarking on the grueling 996 work schedule. Such abhorrent acts of imprisoning women and treating them as livestock he had only encountered in news reports. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the shocking reality that even in this strange new world, such egregious crimes existed, even within a humble mountain village. Here, dozens of women were shackled by iron chains, their faces gaunt and their eyes hollow, stripped of all hope for life. Even more heartbreaking was the fact that many women chose to succumb, becoming complicit in their own victimization. In this world, it seemed that the concepts of rules and order were non-existent. The strong could ruthlessly bully the weak, while the weak were relegated to mere prey, helplessly at the mercy of others. Even Feng Qingyu, who once possessed strength beyond the Golden Core stage, suffered humiliation at the hands of the aging and disheveled Xiao Laosan after her rebirth. Contemplating this, a wave of desolation surged within Yi Wuchen. He silently vowed to become stronger amidst the chaos of this world. Fear not, Yi Wuchen, he murmured, as if conversing with another version of himself. I've already dealt with Lu Ruyan and that scoundrel Xiao Yi. I will fulfill your remaining wishes. Regrettably, the original Yi Wuchen only recognized Lu Ruyan's duplicitous nature at the very end of his life. However, it was precisely this realization that afforded him the opportunity to traverse into this world. After an entire night, Yi Wuchen finally amalgamated the memories that belonged to him. He recalled the duel 3 years ago between his father, Yi Yun, and the master of the blade fighting school, Lu Changyuan. Yi Yun narrowly lost by half a move, sustaining hidden injuries. Ever since Yi Yun's passing, Yi Wuchen had vowed to one day defeat Lu Changyuan openly, avenging past disgrace. System, open the panel, Yi Wuchen softly commanded. As his words fell, a translucent virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Yi Wuchen. Age, 19. Cultivation, first level of Golden Core Realm. Qing Feng Technique, Great Perfection. Qing Feng Sword Art, Great Perfection. Shinin Technique, can conceal one's aura or cultivation. Ineffective against beings 3 major realms stronger. Solar True Fire, inactive. Available cultivation, 12 for 137 years. Yi Wuchen gazed at the Shinin Technique, a smile gracing his face. With this ability, he could navigate his existence more securely until he emerged invincible. Beneath the golden core realm, one lacks spiritual awareness and can only rely on experience to speculate on the cultivation of others. However, upon reaching the golden core stage and acquiring spiritual awareness, a mere sweep of one's mind can reveal the realms of others. Moreover, the divine concealment technique significantly enhances one's ability to preserve life. Should one encounter a foe slightly stronger, this technique can facilitate a timely escape. Yet, as he gazed upon the sun true fire, a frown creased his brow. System, what does it mean that the sun true fire is not activated? Master, the power of the sun true fire is exceedingly formidable. If your fire control abilities are inadequate, you risk immolating yourself. How powerful is the sun true fire? He questioned. I have already attained the golden core realm. Contact with the sun true fire at the golden core stage is fatal. Very well. It seems I have no immediate need for it. He hoped that the Void Palace would possess a fire control technique. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Wuchen composed himself and made his way to the Blade Mastery Dojo. Since 3 years ago, when Liu Changyuan had bested Yi Yun in a mere exchange of moves, the Blade Mastery Dojo had supplanted the Qingfeng Dojo, becoming the largest martial arts establishment in the eastern part of Yongchang City. Presently, the dojo enrolls hundreds of disciples each year. Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the dojo's rear courtyard. After arranging for the disciples to practice, Liu Shaoan walked into the courtyard with a furrowed brow. There a robust figure was diligently training with a blade. This man was Liu Changyuan, the dojo's master. In his 40s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, the pronounced temples indicated a mastery of external martial arts. Father, I have heard that Yi Yun's disciple, Xiao Yi, has already cultivated to the 9th level of body refinement, the son said, concerned for Liu Shaoan. At this, Liu Changyuan slightly lifted his head, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Though he was a mere martial artist, decades in the martial world had endowed him with profound insight. What is there to fear? He has merely just stepped into the 9th level of body refinement. I, too, reached that level over a decade ago. Why should I be intimidated by a mere fledgling? Rest easy. The celestial beings from the Void Palace will arrive the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yi will undoubtedly strive to seize the celestial fortune. Should he be fortunate enough to attain it, he will have no need to concern himself with entering the celestial gates. If he fails to secure the fortune, he will surely suffer a disastrous defeat, resulting in a loss of his former vigor. A genius who has lost their edge will undoubtedly experience a significant decline in strength. Dealing with a 9th level body refiner devoid of spirit will be as simple as child's play. Liu Changyuan's soul son held a special place in his heart, and he exercised considerable patience with him. Liu Shaoan nodded, the majority of his worries alleviated. Just as he was about to speak further, a commotion erupted from the front courtyard. A disciple rushed into the rear courtyard, breathless and shouting, "Master, trouble is afoot. The people from the Qingfeng Dojo have come to challenge us." At these words, Liu Changyuan's expression darkened significantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a sharp rebuttal. What has to hurry? Come along with my great sword. Liu Changyuan tossed the 9-ringed broadsword to his son. Chapter 8. Remote Manipulation. With an imposing demeanor, Liu Changyuan strode into the training arena of the martial arts school. Upon seeing Wuchen, his brow furrowed in perplexity. The two martial arts schools were not far apart, and he was quite familiar with Wuchen. "Cousin Yi, where is Xiao Yi?" Liu Changyuan inquired, a hint of confusion on his face. He had initially assumed that it was the 9th level body refinement practitioner, Xiao Yi, who had come to challenge them. To his surprise, it was Wuchen who stood before him. Wuchen, possessing merely the 6th level of body refinement, likely had not mastered the Qingfeng sword technique to its fullest. "Uncle Liu, Xiao Yi is not present," Wuchen replied with a respectful bow. Not long after Yi Yun's duel with Liu Changyuan, he had succumbed to an internal injury and passed away at a young age. However, the original Wuchen bore no ill will towards Liu Changyuan. The martial world was one where strength dictated respect. As long as the duel was conducted fairly, there was nothing to reproach. "I, Wuchen of the Qingfeng Martial School, have come to challenge your esteemed establishment," Wuchen declared, his voice resonating like a bell. With his capabilities, a mere glimpse of his prowess would compel the master of the Bidao Martial School to concede. Yet, Wuchen had no intention of bullying anyone. He sought only to fulfill the unfulfilled dreams of his predecessor by defeating the Bidao sword technique with the Qingfeng sword technique. Deep within, he harbored no desire for a deadly confrontation, nor did he wish to unleash a massacre. After all, the original owner of his body had never harbored murderous intent towards a master of the Bidao Martial School. How much less so did he, the one who had traversed into this body. In Yi Wuchen's eyes, the denizens of the martial world were merely fleeting figures in the tapestry of his life. At that moment, a burly man with a rugged appearance stepped forward from the crowd. This was Wang Fan, the direct disciple of Lu Changyuan. As soon as he entered the martial school, he noticed Yi Wuchen's provocation, and an inexplicable rage surged within him. What an arrogant Yi Wuchen, seeking to challenge my master. You must first pass through me. Wang Fan bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. He exuded a powerful aura, akin to an enraged lion. Although Wang Fan's innate talent for cultivation paled in comparison to the prodigious Xiao Yi, he had diligently trained under Lu Changyuan for a full 16 years. Through years of hard work, he had now risen to the status of a 7th-level body refinement expert. Seeing his beloved disciple Wang Fan step forward, Lu Changyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Cousin Yi, my disciple Wang Fan is indeed a few years your senior. However, he currently possesses only the 7th level of body refinement. Since fate has brought you both together today, why not engage in a friendly sparring match? It would allow this old man to ascertain how much of your father's prowess you have inherited. What do you think? After speaking, Lu Changyuan pondered to himself. If one were to take matters into their own hands, even a victory would be deemed unworthy, as it would merely signify the triumph of the mighty over the weak, ultimately tarnishing one's dignity. Nowadays, having a disciple to act on one's behalf is most advantageous. A loss bears little consequence, while a victory brings renown. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen, who stood discreetly to the side, refrained from excessive dialogue. It seemed that without exhibiting a modicum of prowess, he risked being underestimated by them. Yi Wuchen subtly nodded, and then softly uttered 2 words, "Sword come." In that instant, a long sword, which had been quietly resting on the weapon rack, soared directly towards Yi Wuchen. In the blink of an eye, he had firmly grasped the sword in his hand. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The ability to summon objects from afar. This was a technique of the Qi refinement stage. Lu Changyuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, feeling his breath catch, his heartbeat almost ceasing. At that moment, Lu Changyuan's face was painted with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Yi Wuchen had actually ascended to the Qi refinement stage. Wang Fan, who had initially planned to give Yi Wuchen a beating, was now so startled that he nearly dropped his blade to the ground. This was the Qi refinement stage. In the vast city of Yongchang, there were scarcely a few practitioners of this caliber. Each Qi refinement expert could establish their own sect and form a formidable faction. The numerous disciples of the Blade Mastery Dojo were initially oblivious to the unfolding events. But upon hearing Lu Changyuan's words, they realized that Yi Wuchen was indeed a Qi refinement expert. Everyone turned to Yi Wuchen, their faces a mixture of disbelief. Yet, the act of summoning an object from the air had transpired right before their eyes, compelling them to accept its veracity. Even Lu Changyuan, a practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement, could not achieve such a feat. Wang Fan, is it? Make your move, Yi Wuchen said, sword in hand, his left hand resting behind him. He had exercised considerable restraint, yet he was astounded by the magnitude of their reaction to such a slight display of his cultivation. However, he found himself in a quandary. Without revealing some capability, he would be regarded with disdain, yet by showcasing his prowess, he instilled fear. Chapter 9. A single strike to victory. Clang! The long knife in Wang Fan's grasp clattered to the ground, producing a resounding noise. How could he, an ordinary man, dare to contend with a Qi refinement expert? Cough, cough. Lu Changyuan, witnessing his disciple struggling to maintain his grip, felt a change in his expression and promptly cleared his throat. This action instantly jolted Wang Fan awake. He quickly bent down, somewhat clumsily retrieving the long knife. Subsequently, he respectfully clasped his hands towards Yi Wuchen and said, "Master Yi, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. I hope you can forgive me." In that moment, the once furious lion that was Wang Fan transformed into a meek and docile kitten upon witnessing Yi Wuchen's extraordinary ability to summon objects from afar. Yi Wuchen observed the situation and merely nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of the other party's apology. He then directed his gaze towards Lu Changyuan. Yi Wuchen had come to this place with a very clear purpose, to demonstrate that the Qing Feng sword technique created by the Yi family surpassed the Lu family's ancestral Ba Dao in skill and prowess. Therefore, he spoke again, "Uncle Lu, do you dare to engage in a duel with your junior here?" His words, though seemingly unremarkable, carried an invisible pressure. "Master Yi, I accept this challenge." Lu Changyuan replied gravely. 3 years prior, he had fought against Yi Yun. While he had not directly slain Yi Yun, the latter's demise was indeed a consequence of their encounter. Now, with Yi Wuchen seeking a duel, it was likely a matter of life and death for him. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his own inadequacies in martial arts. Noticing Lu Changyuan's expression, which resembled one preparing for death, Yi Wuchen furrowed his brow. He merely wished to compare the Qing Feng sword technique with the Ba Dao, yet Lu Changyuan seemed reluctant to engage. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Wuchen grasped the crux of the matter. Although Lu Changyuan was formidable among ordinary individuals, he paled in comparison to those of the Qi refining stage. Uncle Lu, what if I do not employ my cultivation and simply rely on the Qing Feng sword technique to compete with you? Yi Wuchen proposed once more. Then, I shall refrain from using my cultivation as well and will engage in battle with you. Lu Changyuan responded upon hearing this. Yi Wuchen smiled lightly. Please, bring forth my great sword. At this, Lu Changyuan spoke. Very well. Immediately, Lu Shouan presented a 9-loop great sword to Lu Changyuan. Upon receiving the sword, Lu Changyuan pointed the blade towards Yi Wuchen. Instantly, a formidable and domineering aura enveloped Yi Wuchen. Yet, he stood as still as a mountain, seemingly unaffected. Lu Changyuan felt as though, with the sword's edge directed at Yi Wuchen, the very heavens and earth were casting a furious gaze upon him. This terrifying sensation was unprecedented. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to harness his cultivation. Otherwise, he feared he would not even dare to strike. Batian Yi Zhao, Lu Changyuan shouted, channeling his entire cultivation as he soared into the air. A sword strike of unparalleled might surged towards Yi Wuchen. This blow represented Lu Changyuan's most powerful strike in his lifetime. The terrifying 9-loop great sword seemed poised to cleave the very fabric of the world before him. The pressure from Yi Wuchen was overwhelming. Merely aiming his sword at Yi Wuchen made him feel as though he had been forsaken by the universe. If Lu Changyuan refrained from action, he feared he would never again be able to wield a sword. Did Master not instruct us to refrain from using our cultivation? This strike may very well be his utmost effort. Lu Qi remarked with a serious expression. Master's strike seems even stronger than before. Wang Fan pondered anxiously. The disciples within the martial arts hall were transfixed, their eyes glued to the two figures upon the arena. At this moment, Lu Shouan felt a pang of anxiety beside him. Although Yi Wuchen had just stated that he would refrain from using his cultivation, his father had also declared the same. At the very beginning, his father's words were dismissed as mere nonsense. Should Yi Wuchen resort to his Qi refinement stage powers, it was likely that his father would either be gravely injured or face death. If his father could engage Yi Wuchen in a contest of techniques without the use of their respective powers, he might stand a chance of victory. However, if both were to unleash their cultivation, his father would be no match for Yi Wuchen, who was far beyond the Qi refinement stage. 3 years prior, after his father had triumphed over Yi Yun, the latter had soon passed away. Was it now his father's turn to meet a similar fate? At that moment, Yi Wuchen faced Lu Changyuan's full-force strike with an unperturbed demeanor. As the imposing 9-ringed blade bore down upon him, he effortlessly evaded the lethal blow like a gentle breeze. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand found its place upon Lu Changyuan's shoulder. Lu Changyuan suddenly felt a chill at his neck. With but a slight exertion from Yi Wuchen, his head could easily roll. In an instant, the entire arena was astounded. They had witnessed Yi Wuchen deftly evade Lu Changyuan's strike, and with ease, place his sword at the latter's throat. Though their own cultivation levels were not particularly high, as individuals of the Jianghu in Yongchang City, they possessed considerable insight. They could clearly see that Yi Wuchen had not drawn upon his powers. He had vanquished the fully committed Lu Changyuan with a single move. Such swordplay was extraordinarily impressive. Even Lu Changyuan's direct disciple, Wang Fan, found Yi Wuchen's technique to be remarkably graceful and stylish. After a lengthy pause, Lu Changyuan regained his senses. Senior Yi, I concede, he said bitterly. He had not anticipated that even at full strength, he could not withstand a single attack from Yi Wuchen. And this was without the latter utilizing his cultivation. Just how formidable was Yi Wuchen's prowess? Lu Changyuan dared not imagine. Thank you for your graciousness. Yi Wuchen sheathed his sword and offered a respectful gesture. The original owner's wish had finally been fulfilled. It was time for him to embark on a new chapter in his life. I appreciate your mercy, Senior Yi, Lu Changyuan said with reverence. In the world of Jianghu, the worthy were always respected. Although Yi Wuchen was his junior, His current strength far surpassed Lu Changyuan's, and referring to him as a senior was entirely fitting. Yi Wucheng merely nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the Ba Dao martial arts school. With worldly matters concluded, it was time for him to visit the Sword Inquiry Manor. Every 3 years, on the 9th day of the 9th month, the Taisu Palace would send emissaries to the Sword Inquiry Manor as a host to celestial beings. The Sword Inquiry Manor possessed a profound heritage. It was said that the old master of the manor, Jian Wuchen, was a formidable foundation-building expert. Not only was his cultivation profound, but he also possessed techniques akin to those of the immortals. The celestial masters from Tai Su Palace selected disciples from the Sword Inquiry Manor every 3 years. The One Sword Villa has long been a sanctuary for celestial masters, and it is hardly surprising that it possesses otherworldly abilities. Yi Wuchen intends to visit the One Sword Villa to gain insight into the affairs of the celestial sections. Chapter 10. One Sword Villa. Since the emergence of the Sword Pool over 3 centuries ago, One Sword Villa has ascended to become the most formidable power within Yongchang City. It is said that the villa's venerable master, Jian Wuchen, is a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, capable of wielding his sword through the air to sever heads from 1,000 miles away. However, this remains a legend, as no one has witnessed Jian Wuchen's prowess in action. Within 1,000 miles of Yongchang City, there exists no adversary worthy of his attention. As the most powerful figure in Yongchang City, Jian Wuchen now finds himself in a state of vexation. Sword Servant, are there any promising candidates this year? He inquired softly. Although named as servant, the Sword Servant has attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, making him the second most powerful individual in the villa after the master himself. My lord, there are only 18 young talents in the villa this year, similar to previous years, the Sword Servant replied. 18? I hope a few of them possess greater strength, Jian Wuchen sighed. My lord, it is rumored that a genius has emerged from Qingshi City, who reached the 9th level of body refinement at the tender age of 16 and can even contend with seasoned experts, the Sword Servant continued. Qingshi City? That small town with a mere population of 160,000? Jian Wuchen cast a scrutinizing glance at the Sword Servant. A month ago, the entire 128 members of the Tianlang gang in Qingshi City were annihilated by youth, who is said to be only 16, the Sword Servant responded. Is the background of this youth ascertainable? Jian Wuchen inquired. It has been thoroughly investigated, the Sword Servant explained, recounting the origins of the young man named Chu Feng. He had lived a modest life with his sister, but a year ago, members of the Tianlang gang sought to seize his family's fortune and brutally murdered his sister. Chu Feng narrowly escaped and took refuge in the Qilin mountain range. In the ensuing year, his power surged, and just a month ago, he obliterated the Tianlang gang before retreating back into the mountains. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuchen directed his gaze towards the Qilin mountain range, a land abundant with treasures where many have encountered fortuitous events. Where is this individual now? He continued to inquire. The master has dispatched someone to locate him. I am confident they will find him before the arrival of the celestial envoy, the Sword Servant assured. Unbeknownst to the venerable master of One Sword Villa, Chu Feng had already arrived at the villa. Is that not the person I encountered in the Qilin mountain range? Could it be he who unearthed the Millennium Ginseng? Chu Feng murmured to himself as he recognized a familiar figure. Not far from Chu Feng stood Yi Wuchen, who had come to the One Sword Villa. After avenging his sister, Chu Feng had ventured into the Qilin mountain range, where he stumbled upon a Millennium Ginseng. However, upon defeating the guardian spirit of the Ginseng, he discovered that it had already been excavated by someone else. At present, he is but 16 years old, yet he has already attained the 9th level of body refinement. Had the Millennium Ginseng not been pilfered, it is conceivable that he might have already emerged as a formidable cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Yi Wuchen sensed the gaze of an observer and frowned slightly. With his level of mastery, there was no need to turn around. He could clearly discern Chu Feng, who was peering at him. The figure seemed somewhat familiar. Yi Wuchen pondered silently. However, after rifling through his memories, he could not place this individual. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to disregard it. Although this person had reached the 9th level of body refinement, he appeared insignificant in Yi Wuchen's eyes. The allure of Jian Wuchen's swordsmanship captivated him far more. The celestial envoy from the Taishu Palace was set to arrive the day after tomorrow. The gates of the Questioning Sword Manor were already thronged with people. After all, the opportunity to seize celestial fortunes, occurring once every 3 years, was exceedingly rare. If one were fortunate enough to be favored by an immortal and accepted as a disciple, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens. Even if one ultimately failed to enter the celestial realm, those who participated would nonetheless be regarded as individuals standing at the pinnacle of society in this mundane world. The master of the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall, Yi Wuchen, sought an audience with the elder of the questioning sword manor. Yi Wuchen cupped his hands in respect to the guards of the manor. The Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall? A mere hall master dares to request an audience with the elder? The guards of the questioning sword manor regarded Yi Wuchen with incredulity. It is well known that the stature of the questioning sword manor is unparalleled, not only in Yongchang City, but also within 1,000 miles. Even seasoned cultivators in the Qi refinement stage must first present a letter of respect before they could hope to meet with the elder. Yet, here stood a person boldly proclaiming his desire to meet the elder. Was this not a jest? Amidst the crowd, Chu Feng could not suppress a smile upon hearing Yi Wuchen's words. What business does a humble martial arts hall have in this gathering? Who among them was not a prodigy from a prestigious lineage? Chu Feng shouted to the crowd, intending to humiliate Yi Wuchen before seizing back the Millennium Ginseng at an opportune moment. As his words echoed, a ripple of commotion surged through the crowd. People began to murmur in disbelief. A mere martial arts hall master wishes to meet the elder? Shouldn't he take a look in the mirror? Causing a ruckus at the questioning sword manor was akin to inviting death. With the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall on the brink of collapse, Yi Wuchen should hasten home. Yi Wuchen, unfazed by the jeers surrounding him, maintained a countenance as tranquil as water. Oof. He turned to regard those who mocked him, letting out a cold snort. Instantly, a terrifying surge of true energy manifested, sending the 1,000-strong assembly reeling back several paces. In an instant, the crowd resembled fallen leaves, swept away by this overwhelming force. Silence. The once clamorous scene fell abruptly into a profound stillness, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary Yi Wuchen. They could scarcely fathom how a mere cold snort could unleash such formidable power. After a considerable pause, someone in the crowd finally regained their senses and involuntarily drew a sharp breath. The sound, though faint, rang particularly clear and jarring at that instant. What terrifying prowess! Someone murmured, their voice trembling with disbelief. Thousands had been effortlessly repelled. Another exclaimed in awe. This was undoubtedly the strength of the Qi refinement stage. Others began to shout, their tones quaking with emotion. At that moment, the crowd awakened from their stupor. How could this person possess such unfathomable depth in their cultivation, so fearsome? Behind Yi Wuchen, Chu Feng's expression darkened with rage. This should have been his fortuitous encounter, now seized by this individual. Had he not drawn away the guardian spirit beast? How could he have possibly stolen the Millennium Ginseng? That guardian spirit beast possessed the strength of the Qi refinement stage. In his efforts to divert it, he had nearly lost his life to that creature. Reflecting on this, Chu Feng cast a glance toward Yi Wuchen, infused with a hint of malice. Chapter 11. The Old Patriarch's Test. The guards of the Sword Inquiry Manor finally regained their composure and cautiously addressed Yi Wuchen. Esteemed young hero, please enter. I shall promptly report to the Patriarch. The guard's tone was respectful as he hastened to summon someone. He personally led Yi Wuchen into the manor. To step into the Qi refinement stage before the age of 20 is a remarkable feat. It has been 36 years since such a talent emerged from the Sword Inquiry Manor. Such qualifications would surely grant access to the immortal sect upon the arrival of the celestial envoy. Little did they know, the Yi Wuchen before them was a formidable golden core cultivator, far beyond the Qi refinement stage. Soon, news of Yi Wuchen's arrival at the Sword Inquiry Manor spread throughout the estate. Upon hearing, the Patriarch Jian Shiqi, disregarding the guests present, erupted in laughter. Our Yongchang City shall finally see the rise of another young talent. Ha ha ha. Those honored to be personally received by the Patriarch were either representatives of significant powers or young prodigies. The crowd offered their congratulations to Jian Shiqi. If Yongchang City could produce another genius, it would reflect well upon them. More importantly, the city's quota for entering the immortal sect would increase, thereby enhancing the prospects for their own descendants. Jian Wuchen sat in the back courtyard of the Sword Inquiry Manor, and upon hearing his subordinate's report, his eyes lit up. The master of the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall? Yi Wuchen? Could he be a descendant of the Qingfeng sect from over a century ago? The inheritor of the Qingfeng sect had established the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall in the eastern part of the city, and Yi Wuchen was the current master. The sword servant beside him added, I am well acquainted with the major forces of Yongchang City. However, it is said that Yi Wuchen possesses only mediocre talent. while Xiao Yi of the Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy exhibits exceptional gifts. 3 years ago, at the tender age of 15, he mastered the Qingfeng sword technique to perfection. And now, he has ascended to the 9th level of body refinement. Who cares about all that? Let us proceed with haste. Jian Wuchen laughed heartily. Soon, Yi Wuchen was escorted to the back mountain of the Sword Inquiry Manor. This was Jian Wuchen's training ground, as well as a forbidden area of the manor. Greetings, esteemed elder. Yi Wuchen saluted respectfully. Jian Wuchen fixed his gaze upon Yi Wuchen, but did not speak immediately. Instead, he suddenly unleashed a formidable sword intent that surged toward Yi Wuchen. This overwhelming force would undoubtedly disconcert an ordinary individual. Clearly, he intended to assess Yi Wuchen's capabilities. After all, to obtain the celestial fortune of the Taishu Palace, one's true strength, rather than mere cultivation level, is of paramount importance. In the face of this torrential wave of sword pressure, Yi Wuchen remained composed, a gentle smile upon his lips. Such a trial held no significance for him. Jian Wuchen, witnessing Yi Wuchen's calm demeanor under the oppressive sword intent, was momentarily taken aback. With a cold snort, he exerted himself once more, amplifying the sword pressure by 30%. In an instant, the entire back mountain was enveloped in a terrifying sword aura, the surrounding atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, Yi Wuchen stood firm as a mountain, not even the hem of his garment fluttering. Seeing this, Jian Wuchen furrowed his brow. This terrifying sword intent was not something a novice in the Qi refinement stage could withstand. The fact that Yi Wuchen could endure it left him astonished. He then retracted the sword intent, realizing that he could not discern the true depth of the young man's abilities through mere pressure alone, unless Yi Wuchen chose to reveal his cultivation level. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Young friend Yi, your celestial fortune is abundant. Jian Wuchen exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The elder is still as vigorous as ever. I humbly bow to your prowess, Yi Wuchen replied with a smile. However, he was somewhat puzzled by the elder's mention of abundant celestial fortune and subsequently inquired, might I ask what you mean by abundant celestial fortune, esteemed elder? Young friend, ye may not be aware, but new disciples entering the Taishu Palace participate in a small competition every 3 months for 3 years, culminating in a grand competition each year, Jian Wuchen explained. Achieving a good ranking in these contests grants access to more cultivation resources, including divine elixirs and stronger techniques. With your strength, you are certain to place among the top 3 of the new entrants. With 3 years of support for newcomers, you will advance further toward the Golden Core stage, and perhaps even become a true celestial being in the future. The Taishu Palace possesses profound depth and offers substantial support to new disciples. Those who excel in the grand competitions during their first 3 years can receive precious rewards, including special resources, teachings from elders, and powerful techniques. However, once the novice period concludes and one becomes an elder, such support ceases, and acquiring cultivation resources requires significantly more effort. Thus, these 3 years represent a golden opportunity for new disciples. Talented individuals who seize this chance can indeed leap forward, surpassing their more experienced seniors. Given the strength Yi Wuchen has displayed, he is not inferior to a 5th-level Qi refinement expert. If he can maintain a stable performance over the next 3 years and secure a position among the top 3, the resources for cultivation will be exceedingly abundant. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen gained a preliminary understanding of the Taishu Palace, and a sense of joy blossomed within him. He was able to accumulate 10,000 years of cultivation every day, showing little interest in elixirs. Even the rewards for being first place paled in comparison to the cultivation he could acquire in just a day or 2. However, with sufficiently powerful martial arts manuals, he could elevate his realm through the system. Chapter 12. Sword Control Mastery. Yet, the strength he displayed was already at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. The old master actually only claimed he could enter the top 3, which confirmed that Taishu Palace was indeed a place for immortals. It seemed that even at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, he was still not able to dominate everyone. Surely, Taishu Palace must recruit many extraordinary talents each time. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed master, Yi Wuchen respectfully said after listening intently. There is no need for excessive courtesy. You will understand all this after entering Taishu Palace. I wonder, what brings you here today? Jian Wuchen inquired. I have heard that the esteemed master excels in sword control techniques, and I have come to seek your counsel. Yi Wuchen promptly clarified his purpose. Sword control techniques? I see. Jian Wuchen nodded in understanding. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on Yi Wuchen, lost in contemplation. I do possess some knowledge of sword control. To master it, one must have exceptionally strong internal power. I fear your internal strength may be insufficient, Jian Wuchen spoke softly. To be honest, Venerable Elder, I recently experienced some fortuitous encounters in the Qilin Mountain Range, and my internal power is somewhat higher than that of the average person. Yi Wuchen responded. He certainly would not divulge details about the system, attributing everything to the Qilin Mountain Range, where anything could happen. I understand. For the celestial sects, fortuitous encounters can be even more crucial than innate talent, Jian Wuchen acknowledged with a nod. Sword Servant. Fetch the sword techniques for sword control and the Qinglian sword for me. The old master commanded his attendant. The sword control technique was merely a foundational skill within Taishu Palace. Anyone who could step into the palace and become a disciple was qualified to practice this technique. Therefore, it was not a significant matter for him to present the sword control manual to Yi Wuchen ahead of time. Before long, the sword servant hurriedly returned, bearing an ancient tome and a precious sword. Young hero Yi, in practicing sword control, mastering the exquisite sword techniques is essential. But the sword in your hand is equally critical. This Qinglian sword, while it may not be a rare celestial treasure, is more than capable of withstanding the internal power of cultivators below the Golden Core realm. Given your current level of cultivation, wielding this sword should be more than sufficient, Jian Wuchen stated as he presented the sword control manual and the Qinglian sword to Yi Wuchen. Seeing this, Yi Wuchen quickly extended his hands, carefully accepting the manual. Thank you, esteemed master. I'm truly grateful, he expressed with heartfelt appreciation. He pondered quietly to himself, initially intending to visit the Sword Mountain Manor merely to seek guidance. He never anticipated that the old manor master would be so generous, bestowing upon him not only the secrets of swordsmanship, but also a matching treasured sword. Young hero, there is no need for formality. This sword technique is merely a fundamental skill from the Taishu Palace. You may take this opportunity to cultivate here in peace, as the serene surroundings provide an excellent environment for sword practice. When the celestial beings arrive the day after tomorrow, I shall notify you. Then I shall humbly comply. Yi Wuchen nodded in agreement. Soon after, his spirit became engrossed in the secrets of swordsmanship. Observing this, the old manor master revealed a smile before slowly departing. As Yi Wuchen perused the sword technique, the moonlight bathed the courtyard in a silvery glow. Name, Yi Wuchen. Age, 19. Cultivation, first level of Golden Core Realm. Qingfeng Technique, Great Perfection. Qingfeng Sword Technique, Great Perfection. Sword Control Technique, Beginner. Solar True Fire, Inactive. Available Cultivation, 12 for 137 years. Yi Wuchen gazed at the sword control technique on the panel, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then began to practice the technique. In the first year of cultivating the sword control technique, you, with your extraordinary cultivation, have brought the technique to great success. In the second year of cultivating the sword control technique, your mastery over the technique has significantly improved. In the 108th year of cultivating the sword control technique, you have achieved the realm of great perfection. The sword control technique within the celestial sect is distinct from ordinary swordsmanship. Although the Qingfeng sword technique possesses its own profundities, it merely took him a year of cultivation to elevate it to its pinnacle. In contrast, the sword control technique demanded over a century of arduous practice to reach the realm of great perfection. It is essential to note that he currently possesses the cultivation of the Golden Core realm. Were it not for the profound nature of the sword control technique, how could it have necessitated a century of hard work? Yet, despite this, the technique offers him limited enhancement. Even during the foundation establishment stage, he could unleash its utmost power. For him, it merely adds another means to his arsenal. Yi Wuchen refocused his thoughts, directing his gaze towards the Qinglian treasure sword. As his eyes fell upon it, the sword seemed to respond, trembling slightly. Draw, Yi Wuchen softly commanded the Qinglian treasure sword. His voice, though quiet, carried an intangible allure. With his utterance, a dazzling beam of sword light suddenly erupted forth. In an instant, the Qinglian treasure sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly spiraling and dancing around the courtyard. As it passed, the wind howled and the sword's aura surged, causing the surrounding air to ripple and swell. The old master, Jian Wuchen, felt an inexplicable connection and turned his gaze toward the location of Yi Wuchen. Astonished, he realized that Yi was able to wield the sword so swiftly. A look of disbelief adorned Jian Wuchen's face. After cultivating swordsmanship for 60 years, he had only achieved modest success. It took him half a year to learn to control a sword. What he did not know was that at this moment, Wuchen had transformed swordsmanship into a divine art, its potency exceeding that of ordinary swordplay by 100-fold. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was delighted to finally meet the master of the Wenjian Villa, Jian Shiqi. I am the junior, Chu Mu, and I pay my respects to the master. Chu Feng said respectfully to Jian Shiqi. Mu, you seek to seize the celestial opportunity? Jian Shiqi glanced at Chu Feng, immediately discerning his disguise. Although he could not perceive Chu Feng's true appearance, the facade on his face could hardly deceive this seasoned veteran. It is said that one may compete for the celestial opportunity if one cultivates to the 9th layer of the body refinement before the age of 20. Chu Feng replied with neither servility nor arrogance. To enter the celestial gate, it is not only one's cultivation that matters, but also a clean lineage. You must clarify your background, and when the celestial master arrives, I will make the necessary arrangements, Jian Shiqi stated. Chu Feng, hailing from Baishui City, quickly fabricated a lineage to present. Jian Shiqi listened, nodding and shaking his head intermittently. Nephew, do you have anything to add? He inquired. No, came the reply. Very well, you have one more day. Should you recall anything, have someone inform me. As long as your background checks out, I shall make the arrangements. Jian Shiqi emphasized with a weighty tone. Observing this, Chu Feng believed he had successfully concealed his true identity and felt a surge of joy. Thank you, master, he said respectfully. Yet, he remained oblivious to Jian Shiqi's repeated reminders that to join the celestial gate, one must possess a pristine lineage free of concealments. He mistakenly thought his disguise was flawless, considering that Baishui City lay 1,000 miles away, making it impossible for Wenjian Villa to verify his claims in time. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Immortal My Lord. Here are all the details regarding Wuchen, the sword servant said, respectfully handing over a stack of papers to Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen accepted it and meticulously perused the contents. The documents contained a comprehensive account of matters concerning the Qingfeng sect and the Qingfeng martial arts hall, as well as all information about Wuchen from birth to the present. When the Celestial Gate recruits disciples, it not only evaluates their cultivation, but also thoroughly investigates their lineage. If one's origins are ambiguous, entering the Celestial Gate is nearly impossible. Is it true that just a few days ago, he was only at the 6th layer of body refinement? Jian Wuchen inquired. Wuchen's innate talent is merely slightly above average. He cannot be regarded as a genius. However, since entering the Qilin mountain range, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, the sword servant responded. It seems he must have been furious upon learning that his fiancée was pregnant with Xiao Yi's child. Jian Wuchen murmured to himself as he examined the documents. Yet, he soon came across the chilling account of the Xiao family village, where over 300 souls were reduced to ashes. How cruel! Did he truly commit such an atrocity, extinguishing over 300 lives? Jian Wuchen asked in astonishment. The old servant remained oblivious. The sword servant shook his head. He had only received the news that the village of the Xiao family, where Xiao Yi resided, had been set ablaze, but the identity of the perpetrator was utterly unfathomable. It appeared that he had encountered an extraordinary fortune in the Qilin mountain range. After perusing the documents, Jian Wuchen sighed contemplatively. In the following 2 days, Wuchen engaged in profound discussions on immortality and philosophy with the old master Jian Wuchen, their rapport blossoming into a bond that transcended generations. Although the old master had yet to step into the realm of immortality, he possessed an extensive understanding of the intricacies within the celestial realm. From his lips, Wuchen learned that the Tai Su Palace comprised 1 palace, 2 halls, and 3 peaks. The palace was Tai Su Palace itself. The 2 halls were Wuji Hall and Daoxian Hall, and the 3 peaks were Cangjian Peak, Tiangong Peak, and Xianyao Peak. The elder Jian Shi from the Jian Mountain Manor was an elder residing on Cangjian Peak. Even those who entered Tai Su Palace initially began as outer disciples of Cangjian Peak. Only by breaking through to the Golden Core stage could one officially become an inner disciple of Tai Su Palace. While Wuchen was engaged in delightful conversation with the old master, he suddenly gazed skyward. A dark speck, several miles away, was rapidly approaching. Could that be the celestial vessel of Tai Su Palace? Wuchen inquired, pointing at the diminutive black dot in the sky. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuchen followed Wuchen's gesture. It seems so. The inhabitants of Tai Su Palace always arrive from this direction. Young friendy, let's go forth to greet the celestial beings, Jian Wuchen proposed. Certainly, esteemed old master, Yi Wuchen replied, as the celestial vessel drew nearer. Thousands of onlookers raised their heads in eager anticipation, though they understood their lack of eligibility to vie for celestial fortunes. Each heart yearned to witness the unparalleled grace of the immortals. Within a radius of 1,000 miles from Yongchang City, only a mere 30 individuals had attained the qualification to contend for celestial fortunes, having reached the 9th level of body refinement. Among the crowd, Chu Feng fixated intently on the celestial vessel, his heart racing uncontrollably. The vessel's ability to soar through the air was truly awe-inspiring. Chu Feng in Wali Matvao, realizing that only deities could wield such celestial prowess. One day, I, Chu Feng, shall undoubtedly step into the legendary Golden Core realm and become one among the immortals. In the eyes of the spectators, the Golden Core ancestors were akin to celestial beings. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly erupted in Chu Feng's eyes, as if he could already envision his future, dominating the world with unmatched prowess. This celestial vessel seems to be slightly slower than an airplane, Yi Wuchen mused quietly, observing the vessel above. You speak of an airplane? Jian Wuhan inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, just a nonsensical remark, Yi Wuchen responded, shaking his head. The celestial vessel could traverse thousands of miles in a day, considered a divine artifact by mortals, yet its speed was inferior even to that of an ordinary passenger plane. Upon the celestial vessel, 3 immortals from Tai Su Palace regarded the 13 young individuals, all under 20, with beaming smiles. They had not anticipated that after traversing merely 2 cities, they would encounter a promising talent in the Qi refinement stage. At last, Songjin Peak would no longer lack a newcomer among its top 10. In previous years, the top 10 newcomers were predominantly disciples from the first palace and second hall, while the third peak has not seen any of its newcomers break into the top 10 for several sessions. This time, however, there is a newcomer in the Qi refinement stage who, should fortune favor them, might just secure a place among the top 10 in the sect's grand competition. Below lies Yongchang City. Listen closely, everyone. Once we arrive, no one is to cause any disturbances, or you shall face the consequences. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow for Fengling City. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford any delays. A woman stood at the forefront of the group, calling out to the new disciples behind her. This woman is none other than Zhang Zixuan, the senior sister responsible for this journey. Zhang Zixuan is indeed remarkable. Though she is only 48 years old this year, she entered the Tai Su Palace 30 years ago. After 3 decades of diligent cultivation, she has reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Even amidst the talented disciples of Tai Su Palace, she is undeniably a prodigy. Her exuberance for this journey stems from the unexpected acquisition of a Qi refinement disciple during the recent recruitment. It is a rare feat to reach the Qi refinement stage at such a young age, undoubtedly adding significant merit to her endeavor. Upon hearing their senior sister's admonition, the disciples promptly responded in unison, "Yes, senior sister, we shall certainly heed your advice and avoid causing trouble." Noticing their respectful demeanor, Zhang Zixuan's face revealed a look of satisfaction. She then turned her gaze to her 2 junior brothers. Mu Yang, you will remain behind to guard the celestial ship. Wu Shuang, take the storage bag and be responsible for tallying the offerings from each city, Zhang Zixuan instructed. Yes, senior sister, they replied in unison. As soon as her words fell, the celestial ship arrived above the Wanjian villa. Zhao Wushuang maneuvered the celestial ship to descend slowly, soon coming to a halt on the prepared ground of the villa. Upon seeing Zhang Zixuan and her group disembark, Jian Shiqi hurriedly approached, respectfully saying, "Welcome, esteemed immortals." "You are too kind, Villa Master," Zhang Zixuan promptly replied. The ancestral figure of Wanjian Villa, Jian Shi, is an elder of the sword-concealing peak. She, merely an outer sect disciple, would not dare to presume. At that moment, Jian Shiqi's gaze shifted past Zhang Zixuan and settled upon the 13 vibrant young figures who had just stepped off the celestial ship. In that instant, his heart sank. According to past customs, this celestial ship typically recruited no more than 20 disciples across 4 cities. Yongchang City, being the 3rd stop on this journey, would normally see a maximum of 8 or 9 disciples recruited. However, there were already 13 disciples aboard the celestial ship. This, in all likelihood, meant that Yongchang City's opportunities for celestial affinity would be significantly diminished this year. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Jian Shiqi recalled a particular individual. The thought of this person eased his previously anxious heart, for according to the old villa master, Yi Wuchen possessed at least the strength of the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. As long as Yi Wuchen makes an appearance, he is certain to grant Yongchang City a significant advantage in this contest for celestial opportunities. Chapter 14. Competing for Quotas. Senior sister, your journey has yielded remarkable rewards, Jian Shiqi remarked, gazing at the youthful faces before him, addressing Zhang Zishuan. The relationship between Wanjian Mountain Manor and Taishu Palace is one of shared allegiance. Hence Jian Shiqi refers to Zhang Zishuan as senior sister. It's not bad. I encountered a promising talent, and, in my delight, accepted a few more disciples. Zhang Zishuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jian Shiqi's face also broke into a grin. Coincidentally, Yongchang City has uncovered a promising talent this year as well. Perhaps the Celestial Master might consider recruiting additional disciples from our city, Jian Shiqi said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhang Zishuan's face gradually stiffened. She had not anticipated that someone from Wanjian Mountain Manor would suggest she recruit more disciples. If that were the case, would she not have to forego her trip to Fengling City? Junior brother, you know I only have 20 quotas. I have already utilized 13. If I were to grant them all to you, what would become of Fengling City? Zhang Zishuan said with a wry smile. Senior sister, why not meet the young talents of Yongchang City first? Jian Shiqi suggested. Very well, I shall see what kind of genius has emerged from Yongchang City, Zhang Zishuan responded. At that moment, Yi Wuchen approached Zhang Zishuan directly. Upon observing the individuals from Taishu Palace, Yi Wuchen felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that their highest cultivation level merely reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He had expected that anyone from Taishu Palace would possess strength beyond the golden core stage. To his surprise, all three were at the foundation establishment level. However, he quickly reconciled this notion. The task of recruiting disciples could be adequately handled by some outer disciples. There was no necessity for a golden core expert to intervene. Observing the rest of the individuals aboard the celestial vessel, he noticed a man surrounded by admirers, akin to a moon encircled by stars. Yi Wuchen discerned at a glance that this individual had attained the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, the treatment afforded to those at the Qi refinement stage was distinctly superior. Yi Wuchen mused inwardly, noting that among the dozens vying for celestial opportunities from Wanjian Mountain Manor, their treatment paled in comparison to his own. They were merely ordinary guests. While he not only received a warm welcome from the old manor master, but was also presented with precious scriptures and swords. I am Yi Wuchen. Honored to meet the celestial master, Yi Wuchen said, bowing slightly toward Zhang Zishuan. Observing this, Zhang Zishuan furrowed her brow. She could sense no trace of cultivation from Yi Wuchen. However, as she had not yet reached the golden core stage and lacked the ability to cultivate spiritual consciousness, she could only rely on her experience to assess others' realms. Immediately, a formidable sword aura emanated from her, targeting Yi Wuchen alone, imperceptible to others. Yet, this sword aura fell upon Yi Wuchen like a stone cast into the sea. Zhang Zishuan's heart surged with excitement. She had not expected to encounter another promising talent at the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, this individual appeared to be far stronger than Han Qi from Qingyang City. Noticing Yi Wuchen's unperturbed demeanor, she intensified her sword aura by an additional third. Indeed, beneath the terrifying aura of the sword, Yi Wuchen's countenance flushed a deep crimson. At present, he was merely at the first level of the golden core realm, reluctant to reveal his true strength prematurely. Just then, Zhang Zishuan retracted her sword's might, a smile gracing her features. The ability to withstand 70% of her sword intent indicated that his cultivation had reached the 6th or 7th level of the Qi refining stage. While such prowess was not particularly remarkable within the Taisu Palace, it certainly positioned him among the top 3 among new disciples. It seemed that this year, a genius ranking within the top 3 would emerge from the Cangjin Peak. Are you Yi Wuchen? What is your current realm? Zhang Zishuan inquired. The 6th level of Qi refining, Yi Wuchen replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Excellent. Would you be willing to join the Cangjin Peak of Taisu Palace? I would. Yi Wuchen responded without hesitation. Very well. Then follow me to observe these talented youths, Zhang Zishuan stated, her intention clear as she bestowed 2 recommendation slots upon him. This had nearly become customary. Geniuses at the Qi refining stage were entitled to 2 recommendation slots, and those entering the Taisu Palace alongside them would surely remember his merit. After briefing Yi Wuchen, they entered the grand hall of the Wanjian Mountain Manor. Junior brother Jian, please summon the talented youths from Yongchang City for my inspection, she commanded. As you wish, Jian Shiqi replied, handing a list to Zhang Zishuan. The list contained 37 names, with Yi Wuchen's information prominently displayed at the top. After perusing the list, Zhang Zishuan passed it to Yi Wuchen. He quickly spotted his own details, which were more comprehensive than his own recollections, revealing many facts he was unaware of. To his astonishment, it appeared that the Wanjian Mountain Manor had even investigated his ancestors thoroughly. Yi Wuchen musit inyarti. Subsequently, he examined the profiles of the remaining 36 individuals. Their backgrounds had also been thoroughly scrutinized. Fortunately, as a sole transmigrate, he bore no identity issues. Otherwise, entering the immortal sect might have been beyond his reach. Yi Wuchen swiftly reviewed the information of these individuals before returning the list to Zhang Zishuan. Junior brother Yi, do any of these individuals exhibit exceptional potential? She inquired upon receiving the list back. Sister, those who have reached the 9th level of body refining before the age of 20 likely possess commendable talent. Indeed, if you have someone in mind, do not hesitate to inform me, Zhang Zishuan implied, and Yi Wuchen understood her meaning. However, he was unfamiliar with these individuals, possessing only vague impressions in his memory. In that case, let's observe their abilities. Junior brother Jian, have them all enter, she commanded. Understood, sister. Soon, 36 masters at the 9th level of body refining entered the Grand Hall in succession, in a radius of 1,000 miles. Those who could attain the 9th level of body refining before the age of 20 were indeed represented by this group. We pay our respects to the immortal teacher. The crowd spoke in unison toward Zhang Zishuan, their gazes filled with envy as they beheld Yi Wuchen seated beside her. They had all heard tales of Yi Wuchen from Qingfeng martial arts. Just 2 days prior, he had single-handedly repelled over 1,000 masters at the entrance of Wanjian Mountain Villa, clearly a formidable presence in the Qi refinement stage. Let us dispense with formalities. Initially, I intended to recruit only 2 or 3 disciples in Yongchang City. However, upon meeting junior brother Yi Wuchen, I have decided to invite a few more, Zhang Zishuan proclaimed. Raising her hand, the crowd, upon hearing her words, cast grateful looks towards Yi Wuchen, as his presence significantly enhanced their chances of entering the immortal sect. Most of them hailed from prestigious backgrounds, well acquainted with the ways of the immortal sect. I shall now unleash my sword intent. The 3 individuals who can endure the longest will be granted direct admission to the Taishu Palace. The remaining candidates will be chosen from those who can best the rest. Is this understood? Zhang Zishuan addressed the assembly loudly. Understood. They responded in unison, and immediately, a formidable sword aura enveloped the 36 individuals present. Bang! Bang bang! As Zhang Zishuan's sword intent manifested, the sound of bodies hitting the ground reverberated through the hall. Nearly half of the participants collapsed instantly under the pressure of her sword intent. Observing that half of the individuals still stood firm, Zhang Zishuan gradually intensified the sword pressure. Moments later, only 3 remained upright. Chapter 15. The Taishu Palace does not accept those of unknown origin. What are your names? Zhang Zishuan inquired as she retracted her sword intent, directing her question towards the 3 who still stood. Chen Tianhu, Lu Pingyan, Zhao Xuani. They responded in turn. Excellent. Zhang Zishuan was about to continue when suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall, his expression fraught with urgency. Before he could steady himself, he exclaimed, Master. Trouble is brewing outside. The assembly within the hall gasped in astonishment. Jian Shiqi slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and sprang to his feet. What a disarray. Do you not realize that the immortal master is present? Speak slowly and explain the situation to me. The guard, compelled by Jian Shiqi's reprimand, quickly steadied himself. Master, it is Chu Mu outside, claiming he is certain to enter the Taishu Palace. Upon hearing this, those from Qingyang City began to mock him, saying the immortal master is already selecting disciples while he loiters outside. Unable to bear the ridicule, Chu Mu engaged in a brawl with the Qingyang City folks. How brazen of him to cause such a ruckus at Wanjian Mountain Villa, with merely the cultivation of the 9th level of body refinement. Jian Shiqi's expression darkened ominously. Who possesses such audacity to declare with certainty that they will enter the Taishu Palace? Zhang Zishuan remarked with a cold smile. That individual is disguised, and his origins are unknown. I had instructed someone to keep watch over him, yet it seems he has provoked trouble nonetheless, Jian Shiqi replied. As Yi Wuchen, who had been engrossed in the performance, heard these words, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. When he first arrived at the Wanjian Villa, there was indeed someone who, shrouded in disguise, harbored animosity towards him from behind. Master, I'm also willing to accompany you to take a look, Yi Wuchen spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zishuan responded, in that case, let us go together and observe. Thus, the group departed from the Grand Hall. Such a scoundrel! How dare he enter the Taishu Palace? After defeating a practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement from Qingyang City, Chu Feng sneered. His words ignited the fury of the people from Qingyang City. For they were all proud sons of heaven, and could not tolerate such humiliation. I shall confront you. With a furious shout, a towering figure emerged from the crowd. This individual, named Tai Xinyan, stood over 8 feet tall, resembling an iron tower. His muscular physique was well-defined, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. You're no match for me. Come me all at once. In response to Tai Xinyan's challenge, Chu Feng merely shook his head lightly. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of his lips as he mockingly declared that, with his current prowess, even those who had entered the Qi refinement stage were worthy opponents. To him, these 9th level body refinement experts were as fragile as chickens and dogs. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly dispatched one such expert with a mere 3 moves. You seek death. Upon hearing Chu Feng's audacious words, Tai Xinyan's fury ignited. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he roared and swung his right arm, launching a powerful punch towards Chu Feng. This strike surged forward with the might of a tempest, devoid of any embellishments, relying solely on sheer strength. Tai Xinyan's power was unmatched among those at the 9th level of body refinement. However, facing Tai Xinyan's ferocious blow, Chu Feng exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes. Compare strength with me? You are far from my equal. Chu Feng scoffed, before his words had fully escaped his lips. He did not hesitate to throw his right fist directly at Tai Xinyan's iron fist. The spectators believed Chu Feng would surely meet his demise, for the disparity in size and strength between the two was glaringly evident. Yet, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of disaster, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. At the moment their fists collided, Tai Xinyan suddenly felt an overwhelming force surging through his own arm and into his body. Boom! Tai Xinyan's 200-plus pound frame was sent flying backward. The abrupt twist of fate left the onlookers in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that Tai Xinyan, who was evidently taller than Chu Feng, would not even stand as a worthy opponent against him. Is the populace of Qingyang City truly so feeble? Have they merely grown flesh without the accompanying strength? Who is this individual? I have no recollection of him whatsoever. I hear he is named Chu Mu, which certainly sounds like a pseudonym. Moments later, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Just as the crowd in Qingyang City prepared to make another move, Jian Shiqi, accompanied by Yi Wuchen and others, made their entrance. Who dares to cause a disturbance? Jian Shiqi bellowed, his formidable presence silencing the scene in an instant. The crowd parted, allowing Jian Shiqi and his companions to pass. Upon seeing their arrival, a smile crept across Chu Feng's face. His ruckus outside was merely an attempt to draw out the immortal master. Once the master beheld his innate talent, he would surely be granted entry into the Taishu Palace. He held a profound confidence in his abilities. Even against a formidable Qi refinement expert, he believed he could stand his ground. Should the Taishu Palace refuse to accept him, it would indeed be a loss for them. Master, it was not my intention. I merely found the people of Qingyang City to be exceedingly weak. If I were to enter the Taishu Palace, it may tarnish their reputation. Chu Feng respectfully addressed Jian Shiqi, though his gaze lingered on Yi Wuchen and Zhang Zishuan behind him. The Immortal Master has his own criteria for selection. It is beyond your purview to question. Jian Shiqi retorted with a dismissive snort. Immortal Master, I wonder if I possess any celestial affinity, for I too wish to enter the Immortal Gate. Chu Feng directed his words towards Zhang Zishuan. Begone. The Taishu Palace does not accept individuals of uncertain origins. Zhang Zishuan firmly rejected him. At this pronouncement, Chu Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated that the Immortal Master, upon witnessing his prowess, would eagerly seek to admit him into the Taishu Palace. To his astonishment, the Master outright refused him, not even affording him the opportunity to demonstrate his strength. At merely 16 years of age, he had previously been an ordinary youth from small town. His understanding of the immortal realm was limited to hearsay regarding the selection of the most formidable individuals. He was entirely unaware that one must present their true name to claim celestial opportunities. Did you hear that? The Immortal Master states you lack celestial affinity. Jian Shiqi seized the moment to emphasize. Before the words had fully left his lips, a contingent of over a dozen individuals surged forth, encircling Chu Feng. These were all formidable warriors at the 9th level of body refinement. Just then, a robust voice rang out, "Hold on, master. This individual has injured 2 of our people in Qingyang City. Allow us to handle him." The speaker was none other than Han Qi, the youthful prodigy of Qingyang City. Born into one of the 4 prominent families of Qingyang, the Han family, he had displayed remarkable talent for cultivation from a young age. Regardless of the martial arts he encountered, he could memorize and execute them after a single observation. Now, at just 18 years of age, he had already reached the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing this, Jian Shiqi turned his gaze towards Han Qi. Though Qingyang City was over 3,000 miles from Yongchang City, he had heard of Han Qi's reputation and was curious to witness his prowess firsthand. "Since my esteemed nephew wishes to take matters into his own hands, please proceed," Jian Shiqi stated. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Zhang," Han Qi replied, clasping his fists in respect. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brows. The situation diverged significantly from his expectations. In his vision, the immortal master would recognize his overwhelming prowess, capable of crushing those at the 9th level of body refinement, and would thus graciously invite him into the celestial sect. However, observing their demeanor, he realized they regarded him, this prodigy, as merely dispensable. Nonetheless, when he saw the powerful Qi refinement cultivator step forward from Qingyang City, a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Should he defeat this Qi refinement expert? Perhaps the immortal master from Taisu Palace would regard him with newfound respect. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the arena, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a clear space. "You 2 who have harmed my Qingshi city, I, Han Qi, demand justice from you." Han Qi addressed Chu Feng, his tall figure clad in green attire. A smirk played on Chu Feng's lips, exuding an air of defiance. "Merely a Qi refinement cultivator, I, Chu Feng of Haishi City, have come to test my skills," he boldly declared, revealing his name without hesitation. As he spoke, he secretly circulated his inner energy, elevating his state to its peak. After all, this marked his first direct confrontation with a Qi refinement expert, and he dared not be complacent. "You insufferable brat, seeking your own demise." Han Qi snorted coldly. With a swift motion of his right hand, a formidable force burst forth, transforming into a colossal transparent fist that surged towards Chu Feng with alarming speed. For a Qi refinement expert, attacking from a distance was merely routine. Han Qi aimed to conclude this swiftly, shattering the pride of this arrogant youth, to uphold the reputation of Qingyang City. A thunderous sound erupted, deafening all present. Unfazed, Chu Feng tightened the muscles in his right arm, exerting his strength as he retaliated with a punch to meet the oncoming fist. In that instant, 2 terrifying forces collided in midair, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent dust swirling around them. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng effortlessly neutralized Han Qi's assault, maintaining his stance with a hint of disdain in his gaze. Is this all the might a Qi refinement expert from Qingyang City possesses? Indeed, upon hearing this mockery, Han Qi's expression darkened considerably. Following this, he let out a furious roar, unleashing a relentless barrage of fist strikes towards his opponent. Seeing Han Qi enraged, a triumphant smile emerged on Chu Feng's face. He deftly evaded Han Qi's attacks with an agile movement, akin to a ghost, and closed the distance between them, launching a flurry of punches like a tempest. In an instant, shadows of fists filled the air, whistling fiercely, leaving the onlookers dizzy with awe. Realizing the sudden proximity of his opponent, Han Qi was taken aback and immediately activated his protective energy. The thunderous sound of dozens of fists striking Han Qi's protective aura reverberated through the air. Han Qi, a master of his craft and a distinguished prodigy of the Taisu Palace, could have retreated, but how could he? Thus, he harnessed his inner strength, refusing to yield even an inch. Amidst the crowd, Jian Shiqi murmured upon hearing Chu Feng utter his name. "So it is he. Does the Lord know this individual?" Yi Wuchen inquired from aside. He searched his memory, but found no recollection of Chu Feng. Moreover, this person seemed to harbor a strong animosity towards him. Yet he could not place him. This individual hailed from a small town 800 miles to the southwest, previously from an ordinary family. Jian Shiqi recounted everything he knew about Chu Feng. So this is the truth behind the Qilin mountain range. Yi Wuchen nodded slightly after listening, indicating his understanding of the situation. He recalled a memory from his past, and soon remembered having encountered this person in the Qilin mountain range. At that time, his original self had been deceived by Lu Ruyin into seeking medicinal herbs in the Qilin mountain range. Had his original self perished there, The Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy would have fallen into Lu Rian's hands. Conversely, if he returned with the herbs, they too would belong to her. Shortly after meeting Chu Feng, he discovered a millennium-old ginseng. What Yi Wuqing did not anticipate was the tragic background of Chu Feng. His sister, who had been his only companion, had suffered unspeakable indignities. Empowered by newfound strength, Chu Feng exacted vengeance upon those who had tormented them. Although his methods were somewhat brutal, they were understandable given the circumstances. After all, who would not lose their composure in such dire situations? Even Yi Wuqing himself had once succumbed to rage, setting the entire Xiao family village ablaze. At that moment, Zhang Zixuan suddenly turned to Yi Wuqing. "Junior brother Yi, who do you think will emerge victorious in this duel between the two?" Her gaze was fixed on the two figures locked in combat, a look of curiosity adorning her face. "Han Qi is destined to lose," Yi Wuqing replied softly, yet with unwavering certainty. "Oh, why is that?" "One must remember that Han Qi is in the Qi refining stage. Is it so easy for him to lose?" Zhang Zixuan pressed further. "The Qi refining stage offers merely a few additional techniques compared to the 9th layer of body refinement. Han Qi has only recently entered the Qi refining stage and is unfamiliar with its techniques, unable to unleash his full potential. If he were to abandon his unrefined methods and engage Chu Feng in an authentic contest, the outcome remains uncertain," Yi Wuqing analyzed meticulously. The Qi refining stage equates to enhanced offense and defense, along with ranged attacks, easily overpowering the body refinement stage. However, Han Qi was now in close quarters, diminishing his advantage significantly. Coupled with his current rage, he had lost all semblance of reason, further reducing his edge. He was already at a disadvantage, employing clumsy tactics against his adversary. As expected, before long, Han Qi's protective energy was shattered by Chu Feng. Witnessing the collapse of Han Qi's defenses, Chu Feng was filled with elation. Without his protective energy, what difference was there between a Qi refinement stage practitioner and one in the body refinement stage? He merely needed to vanquish this opponent, and surely the celestial masters of Tai Su Palace would recognize his prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng struck toward Han Qi's Tanzhong acupoint with a decisive palm. With a resounding clap, Han Qi, bereft of his protective energy, was sent flying. Zhu Feng, sensing his moment, intended to capitalize on this advantage, yet was abruptly halted by a commanding voice. "Stop!" Zhang Zixuan's authoritative shout interrupted his advance. The instant the voice resonated, Chu Feng felt as though a sharp blade hovered ominously behind him. Any further action would spell his doom. Chapter 17, A Casual Gesture. Confronted with the specter of death, Chu Feng had no choice but to relent. Nevertheless, he had already bested Han Qi of the Qi refinement stage. The onlookers were astounded, their faces etched with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Who could have anticipated that a mere practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement, Chu Feng, could triumph over Han Qi of the Qi refinement realm? The disparity between the two was nothing short of monumental. Their gazes involuntarily shifted towards the group from Qingyang City, laced with unabashed disdain. Meanwhile, the individuals from Qingyang City lowered their heads in shame, resembling frostbitten eggplants. Their once proud genius had fallen to a practitioner of the body refinement stage, a humiliation that stripped them of their dignity. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a celestial master, the pride of Qingyang City would have met its demise here. Why had Yongchang City grown so formidable? Tai Xinyan murmured, his tone imbued with perplexity. Even a practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement now wielded such terrifying combat prowess, effortlessly defeating a Qi refinement expert, which indeed commanded newfound respect for Yongchang City. Celestial Master, the individual you selected seems rather unremarkable. Chu Feng turned to Zhang Zixuan, contemplating his triumph over Han Qi with his body refinement stage cultivation. Such strength should surely warrant the Celestial Master's esteem, he mused, envisioning the moment when the Celestial Master would invite him into Tai Su Palace. However, to his surprise, the Celestial Master's expression bore no hint of astonishment. Even Yi Wuchen and the Zhangzhu beside her remained unfazed, as if all that he had accomplished was of little consequence. Tai Su Palace recruits over 1,000 disciples every 3 years. Perhaps you might rank among the top 100, Zhang Zixuan remarked to Chu Feng. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. He actually triumphed over a Qi refinement stage opponent while still in the body refinement stage. And the Immortal Master's assessment of him is so simplistic? Given his potential, Could it not warrant a more discerning view from the Immortal Master? The top 100 of the Taishu Palace? The disciples they recruit are merely a bunch of incompetent fools. How could he possibly rank among the top 100? He ought to be within the top 10, or even the top 3. Immortal Master, surely you jest. I refuse to believe that any new disciple of the Taishu Palace is stronger than I. Chu Feng's face was filled with disbelief. There are indeed many who surpass you, such as my esteemed junior brother Yi behind me, replied Zhang Zishuan. Yi Yuchen, he is stronger than I? I cannot accept that. Chu Feng's gulp dit daifun. Just half a month ago, in the Chila Mountain Range, Yi Wuchen was only at the 6th level of body refinement. If not for his theft of my Millennium Ginseng, he would have already become a powerful Qi refinement stage cultivator. Even though Yi Wuchen had demonstrated formidable strength previously, after defeating a Qi refinement stage expert, his confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. He believed that if he could defeat one Qi refinement cultivator, he could certainly defeat another. Yi Wuchen would also serve as a stepping stone for him. Yi Wuchen, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? A glimmer of malice flashed across Chu Feng's face as he addressed Yi Wuchen. You are no match for me, Yi Wuchen replied softly. He felt no concern regarding Chu Feng's challenge. The latter was simply too weak. Even if Yi Wuchen exerted merely a fraction of his strength, Chu Feng would be incapable of withstanding it. His earlier display of strength at the Blade Master Academy had merely been a reflection of his original self-s obsession. Now, Chu Feng's challenge failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Are you frightened because you witnessed me defeat a Qi refinement stage expert? A mere body refinement cultivator has instilled fear in a dignified Qi refinement stage master? Chu Feng assumed that Yi Wuchen was hesitant to accept his challenge, thus attempting to provoke him. Junior brother Yi, you should showcase your abilities. Otherwise, others may not regard our Taishu Palace with any respect, Zhang Zishuan urged. Very well. Let him understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people, Yi Wuchen replied with a slight smile, his voice calm. He then turned his gaze towards the distant Chu Feng, his eyes as tranquil as still water. You are Chu Feng, are you not? If you can withstand the touch of my finger today, it shall be deemed your victory, Yi Wuchen stated calmly to Chu Feng. As Yi Wuchen's words resonated, the surroundings fell into an immediate silence. Surprised expressions adorned the faces of all present. It was well known that Yi Wuchen's name had been echoing throughout Yongchang City in recent days. Everyone was aware that he had entered the Qi refinement stage, but the true extent of his strength remained a mystery. Just moments ago, those present had witnessed Chu Feng defeat a formidable opponent of the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing Yi Wuchen's statement, a surge of fury ignited within Chu Feng. He could hardly believe that this seemingly arrogant individual dared to look down upon him so brazenly. What does a mere finger signify? Let come. Chu Feng glared fiercely, responding with a cold laugh. With a subtle nod, Yi Wuchen leisurely extended his right hand. His index finger pointed directly at Chu Feng. In an instant, a flash of cold light surged forth as an extraordinarily sharp, long sword hurtled towards Chu Feng. The air seemed to be rent asunder in the wake of the sword's trajectory, emitting a piercing, shrill whistle. Chu Feng gazed in terror at the oncoming blade, an unprecedented chill coursing through his spine, swiftly engulfing his entire being. In that moment, he felt as though an ancient behemoth from primordial times was fixating its gaze upon him. The ferocity of its stare was akin to the arrival of death itself, sending shivers down his spine. The shadow of demise loomed over him like a dense, oppressive cloud, threatening to engulf him entirely. Time appeared to stand still, rendering everything around him indistinct, save for the lethal sword light, which grew increasingly vivid, glinting with an icy aura that instilled dread. This terrifying sensation was a novel experience for Chu Feng. Even during his encounters with ferocious beasts in the Chilan Mountains, he had never felt such utter despair. Instinctively, he sought to evade the oncoming attack, but to his horror, the razor-sharp sword light seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, locking onto him with unwavering precision. No matter how he attempted to dodge, the sword light relentlessly pursued him, offering no chance of escape. As he realized there was no way to evade the impending doom, Chu Feng steeled himself, deciding to fight back. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he summoned every ounce of his inner strength. Blazing palm, he bellowed, as a fiery inferno erupted from his palm. However, this technique could only be executed with mastery upon reaching the Qi refinement stage. Forcing it now would result in severe backlash, endangering himself. Yet at this moment, with life and death hanging in the balance, he could afford no hesitation. The sword energy unleashed by Yi Wuchen was far beyond what his blazing palm could withstand. The fierce sword energy instantly tore through the flames he conjured. And in the next heartbeat, the sharp sword plunged into Chu Feng's brow. With a muffled thud, his body collapsed to the ground, consciousness lost. Chapter 18. Ascending the Celestial Vessel. Although the sword energy emitted by Yi Wuchen was extraordinarily fierce, it bore no intent to kill. Chu Feng, Anbetit Somewat Adogang, was a prodigy. With time and refinement, he might elevate himself to greater heights. The moment the sword energy entered Chu Feng's body, it transformed into myriad fine strands, swiftly annihilating his dantian and meridians. Simultaneously, all of Chu Feng's inner strength dissipated, leaving him utterly powerless. The onlookers were astonished to witness Yi Wuchen's casual gesture effortlessly bring the Qi refinement stage, Chu Feng, to his knees. With incredulous gazes, they all looked towards Yi Wuchen, collectively gasping in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that Yi Wuchen possessed such formidable strength. This terrifying power was far beyond what one might expect from a novice in the Qi refinement stage. Upon witnessing Chu Feng being effortlessly defeated by Yi Wuchen's single strike, Han Qi's expression darkened considerably. As a fellow practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, he knew he would also be unable to withstand such an attack. The might of Yi Wuchen's finger was evident. Han Qi hailed from one of the 4 prominent families in Qingyang City and was well aware of the Taishu Palace. It was rumored that those who reached the Qi refinement stage before the age of 20 had a chance to enter the top 10 of the Taishu Palace. Initially, he had thought this was an exaggeration, considering it had taken decades for a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage to emerge in Qingyang City. However, upon witnessing Yi Wuchen, he realized the vast chasm that separated their capabilities. It seemed he needed to devote himself to rigorous training. One day, he vowed he would surpass him. The master of the sword question manner, Jian Shiqi, also felt a twinge of astonishment. He could sense the exquisite artistry imbued in Yi Wuchen's strike, which encapsulated the essence of the sword control technique. No matter how Chu Feng attempted to evade, he could not escape the binding nature of the sword control. Having practiced the technique for 3 years, he recognized its sophistication. Junior brother Yi, did you merge the Qing Feng sword technique with the sword control? Jian Shiqi inquired with curiosity, bowing respectfully to Yi Wuchen. Indeed, the form of the Qing Feng sword technique and the intent of the sword control, Yi Wuchen replied. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. What do you intend to do with this person, junior brother Yi? Jian Shiqi asked, gesturing towards the unconscious Chu Feng. Let us send him to the Qing Feng Martial Arts Academy, allowing him some time to reflect. I hope to see him in the Taishu Palace 3 years hence. Yi Wuchen stated. Although Chu Feng currently possessed no cultivation, if he could calm his mind and devote 3 years to training anew, entering the Taishu Palace would be well within his reach. Leave this matter to me. Please continue selecting your disciples, senior master, Jian Shiqi remarked. Having experienced the intensity of battles between the 9th layer of body refinement and the Qi refinement stage, observing the skirmishes within the body refinement realm seemed rather lackluster. Soon, they chose the top 3 contenders. Rest well tonight. When the sun rises tomorrow, we shall set forth to Fengling City. After selecting the candidates there, we will return to the Taishu Palace by afternoon. Is that understood? Zhang Zishuan addressed the crowd. Understood, they replied in unison. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the entire sword question manor. The 3 immortal masters donned flowing robes as they led 20 spirited new disciples aboard the celestial vessel. As a gentle breeze caressed the scene, the vessel ascended gracefully, soaring towards the horizon, gradually fading from view. Yi Wuchen surveyed the individuals aboard the celestial vessel. The 3 immortal masters from the Taishu Palace, 5 men from Qingkuei City, 7 men and 1 woman from Qingyang City, and 6 men and 1 woman from Yongchang City. The 6 from Yongchang City gathered closely around Yi Wuchen. Apart from Chen Tianhu, Lu Pingyan, and Zhao Shuani, the other 3 are Yu Yuanzheng, Sheng Mingsheng, and Lu Sini. Senior Yi, I have heard you have mastered the art of sword control. Is it true? Lu Sini inquired, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Wuchen. Lu Sini is the daughter of the leader of the Divine Fist sect in Yongchang City, and she possesses a fair degree of beauty. As her words echoed, the surrounding crowd turned their attention towards him. The formidable prowess displayed at the Sword Inquiry Manor was still fresh in their memories. They had also heard of the illustrious reputation of the sword control technique, which demands profound mastery to wield a sword effectively. Even Han Chi cast his gaze upon Yi Wucheng. His family also practiced sword control, and he had attempted to cultivate it after reaching the Qi refinement stage. However, his abilities were insufficient even to lift a sword. According to his elders, mastery of sword control requires reaching the 5th or 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, with the full potential of the technique only realizable at the foundation establishment stage. I suppose it's manageable, Yi Wucheng replied with a gentle smile. Senior Yi is exceedingly modest. I cannot fathom how long it will take me to reach the Qi refinement stage, Lu Xinyi sighed. At this moment, Zhang Zixuan approached, adding, it shouldn't take long. The speed of cultivation at the Taishu Palace surpasses that of individual training by several folds. In the best case, one could reach the Qi refinement stage in 6 months, or at most, 3 to 5 years. The sooner one breaks through to the Qi refinement stage, the greater the advantage in the sect competition, and the more resources one can acquire. Zhang Zixuan encouraged the crowd. Meanwhile, in an unfamiliar room, a figure was slowly awakening. Chu Feng, who had thought he was doomed, gradually opened his eyes, his gaze wandering in confusion around the surroundings. Am I still alive? Chu Feng muttered in disbelief. He struggled to recollect everything that had transpired. He had gone to the Sword Inquiry Manor with the intention of becoming a disciple of the Taishu Palace. To his surprise, the manor had not informed him during the selection process conducted by the Immortal Master. In a bid to catch the Immortal Master's attention, he had no choice but to escalate matters, defeating the disciple selected in Qingyang City before challenging Yi Wucheng. Recalling Yi Wucheng's terrifying strike sent a shiver down Chu Feng's spine. He couldn't withstand even a fraction of that sword energy. At that moment, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. He could hardly fathom how Yi Wucheng, who had only recently entered the Qi refinement stage, had become so formidable. Just a casual finger gesture had rendered him utterly defenseless. Reflecting on this, Chu Feng couldn't help but mock himself. How foolish I was, daring to challenge such a powerful opponent. Just as Chu Feng attempted to rise, a sharp pain coursed through him. Young Master Chu, you have awakened? A voice resonated beside him. As Chu Feng glanced over, he noticed the individual clad in a tight-fitting outfit, reminiscent of those from the Sword Inquiry Manor. Who are you? Where's this place? Chu Feng silently gathered his energy, only to discover that he was utterly depleted, his cultivation rendered completely ineffective. I am from the Sword Inquiry Manor, and this place is the Qin Feng Martial Academy. Senior Yi has a message for you. You are still young. Take the time to cultivate and refine yourself. And I hope to see you in the Taishu Palace in 3 years. Chapter 19. The Blood Demon Ancestor. Fengling City. Ha ha ha. That woman from the Taishu Palace has been pursuing me for 3 whole years. At last, I have managed to shake her off, accompanied by this chilling laughter. A shadow appeared like a specter outside Fengling City. Sensing no threats within the city, the figure exuded a potent stench of blood. From a distance, one could see him adorned in a flowing black robe. The sleeves danced in the wind, amplifying an aura of dread and terror. He was originally a disciple of the Blood Demon Palace, known as Blood Slaughter. 3 years prior, he had successfully ascended to the Golden Core realm, becoming the ancestor of the Blood Demon Palace. His departure from the palace was to hunt for living beings to solidify his cultivation. However, while hunting as usual, he fortuitously encountered a formidable being from the Taishu Palace. Without hesitation, that powerful figure initiated a relentless pursuit that lasted 3 entire years, during which he narrowly avoided death on several occasions. Yet, utilizing the secret technique of blood escape, he ultimately evaded capture. What a rich feast of blood and flesh. I can indulge myself now, he thought. Once I stabilize my realm, I shall exact my vengeance. Blood Slaughter licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. What on earth is that? An elder in the Qi refinement stage gazed in horror at the shadow in the void. Just as his words fell, more and more individuals turned their gazes skyward. They beheld a figure enveloped in thick, dark mist, as if a demonic god had descended upon them. Blood Devour. Blood Slaughter waved his wide sleeves, and in an instant, countless tendrils of black mist surged forth. These dark wisps raced towards the crowd of Fengling City with incredible speed. These eerie black tendrils slithered like agile serpents. Upon nearing the throng, they unhesitatingly burrowed into the bodies of the unfortunate souls they struck. Those who were caught by the dark mist scarcely had time to emit a cry of despair before their life essence was entirely drained, leaving behind desiccated corpses. After departing from the lifeless bodies, the black mist expanded several-fold, then swiftly returned to Blood Slaughter, merging continuously with his form. Now even more terrifying. Blood Slaughter's aura intensified as he absorbed the abundant dark energy. Run! Quickly summoned the city lord for help. The onlookers, witnessing such a horrific scene, finally emerged from their initial shock and fear. The instinct for survival compelled them to flee in all directions, plunging the entire Windling city into chaos and panic. Sister, come quickly, there is something ahead. Zhao Wuchuang, steering the celestial vessel, suddenly spotted a strange mass of black mist emerging not far ahead and shouted urgently. Simultaneously, he brought the celestial ship to a halt. Upon hearing Zhao Wuchuang's exclamation, Zhang Zishuan and the others hurried to the front of the ship. When Zhang Zishuan saw the black mist hovering over Windling City, her expression instantly grew grave. That is Windling City, given the circumstances. It is undoubtedly under siege by malevolent forces. Zhang Zishuan said sternly, her gaze fixed on the distant city. At this moment, the celestial vessel was still over 100 miles away from Windling City. Nevertheless, the pervasive aura of evil was palpable. Furrowing her delicate brows, Zhang Zishuan contemplated silently. If the celestial ship had only the three of them as foundational cultivators, they might have been able to sail directly to Windling City. However, the reality was that besides the three of them, there were over 20 disciples aboard. The vast majority of these disciples were merely at the 9th level of body refinement, making it exceedingly difficult for them to safeguard themselves against formidable malevolence. The consequences of an unforeseen encounter would be dire. After a brief period of contemplation, Zhang Zishuan made a resolute decision. Zhao Wuchuang, you must immediately steer the celestial ship and lead the younger disciples back to the Taishu Palace. Mu Yang, you will accompany me to Windling City to investigate further. Remember to exercise utmost caution, she commanded. Upon hearing her words, the others nodded in agreement, fully aware that, under the current circumstances, this was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, these new disciples were still inexperienced and of low cultivation. Their involvement would not only fail to provide effective assistance, but could potentially become a liability, hindering the group's progress. Thus, having Zhao Wuchuang lead the new disciples back to the Taishu Palace to report the situation to the elder members of the sect was undoubtedly the best choice. Just then, Yi Wuchen, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Sister, I wish to accompany you, he declared resolutely. He had consulted the system in his mind, and the malevolent entity within Windling City was merely a fledgling in the Golden Core realm, still severely injured. That Golden Core malevolence had lost nearly all of its strength. If his senior brothers and sisters ventured forth, there was an overwhelming likelihood they would perish. After several days of acclimatization, he was no longer the naive novice who had just entered the Golden Core realm. With his current strength, facing a malevolent entity at the Golden Core stage would be a formidable challenge. However, this particular malevolence, with only a fraction of its power remaining, posed no real threat to him. Zhang Zishuan was momentarily taken aback by Yi Wuchen's proactive offer. She had not anticipated that he would possess such audacity. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Zishuan resolutely shook her head in refusal. Junior brother Yi, you are merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. While this malevolent being is at least at the foundation establishment stage, if not the Golden Core stage. Even I, your senior sister, cannot guarantee a safe escape. Thus, you should return to the Taishu sect with senior brother Zhao. In the face of Zhang Zishuan's firm rejection, Yi Wuchen did not falter. Rest assured, senior sister. I will exercise utmost caution. Should I sense the situation spiraling beyond control, I will decisively retreat to preserve my life. I earnestly request your permission to accompany you, Yi Wuchen declared with conviction. Upon finishing his plea, he summoned the Qinglian sword gifted by Jian Wuan. The Qinglian sword, responding to its master's call, emitted a melodious hum and soared from its sheath. It traced an arc in the air, circling the celestial vessel several times before coming to a halt before Yi Wuchen. With a swift movement, he landed firmly on the broad blade of the Qinglian sword, his feet planted securely as he rested his hands behind him. The onlookers were taken aback to witness Yi Wuchen's ability to fly with the sword. Such a feat was no simple matter. To achieve sword flight required mastery of the technique and a formidable level of cultivation. Chapter 20. Summoning Reinforcements. Zhang Zishuan, witnessing Yi Wuchen's sword flight, was equally astonished. Just days had passed since the last sect competition at Taishu Palace, and even among disciples who had been initiated for 3 years, only around 100 could achieve sword flight. This indicated that his display was sufficient to place him among the top 100 of the sect. Clearly, Yekachan's projes ikjidit had expectations. Senior sister, we must not delay. Let us depart at once. Yi Wuchen urged, turning to Zhang Zishuan. Seeing Yi Wuchen leave the celestial vessel unimpeded, Zhang Zishuan ceased her objections, trusting that he was not foolish enough to court death. Consequently, she summoned her own sword and took to the skies. Zhao Wushuang, ensure they return swiftly to Taisu Palace. Mu Yang, accompany me to vanquish the demons. Zhang Zishuan called out to the two. At once, replied Zhao Wushuang and Mu Yang in unison. Mu Yang also summoned his sword and followed Zhang Zishuan as they departed the celestial vessel. Zhao Wushuang, witnessing the three leave, turned his attention to the others aboard the celestial vessel. Everyone, hold tight to the vessel. Should you be thrown out, certain death awaits. He shouted. Understood, the group acknowledged. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Chi watched the trio departing on their swords, a bitter smile gracing his face. As a fellow newcomer, he saw Yi Wuchen now joining the seniors in their quest to vanquish evil, while he himself was left only with the prospect of fleeing. The gap between him and Yi Wuchen continued to widen, rendering any chance of surpassing him in the near future virtually impossible. In the city of Qingyang, a prodigious talent in the qi refining stage had emerged, a rarity not seen in decades. Yet he was now the subject of ridicule after being defeated by a practitioner of the body refining stage. When confronted with the malevolent forces enveloping the city in ominous black mist, he recognized that he was utterly outmatched. Even if he wished to assist, the distance of over 100 miles rendered him incapable. He had yet to master the art of sword flight. Zhao Wushuang, upon seeing that everyone was prepared, promptly steered the celestial vessel. The ship soared swiftly towards the direction of Taishu Palace. As the vessel's speed approached 10,000 miles per hour, Zhao Wushuang's expression grew gravely serious. Hold on tight. We are about to reach storm speed, he declared. Hearing this, everyone else also adopted a serious demeanor. Following his words, the vessel's velocity surged once more, leading to violent tremors within. The sound of explosions echoed in their ears. Once the speed exceeded 10,000 miles per hour, stability became precarious, causing intense turbulence for those aboard. Fortunately, protective wards shielded them from the raging winds outside. Otherwise, the ferocious gales could have obliterated even those in the qi refining stage, and even Foundation establishment cultivators would find such winds unbearable. Only those above the Golden Core realm, having transcended mortal limitations, could withstand such velocities. However, Zhao Wushuang had no time to ponder these matters. His seniors and juniors awaited rescue in Windling City. He yearned to return to the sect swiftly, confident that once the inner disciples intervened, the malevolent forces in Windling City would be easily subdued. At his current pace, he estimated that they could reach Taishu Palace in half an hour, hoping it would be in time. Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen and two others flew on their swords, racing towards Windling City. I did not anticipate your mastery of sword flight had progressed so remarkably. Junior brother Yi, stay close behind us and exercise caution, Zhang Zishuan advised. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I understand, Yi Wuchen replied with a respectful gesture. In Windling City, the city lord, Yang Dingtian, had gathered the talents from within and beyond the city in anticipation of the Celestial Master's arrival. Yet, no one foresaw that before the Celestial Masters could arrive, a dense, dark cloud would shroud the entire city. Instantly, the atmosphere turned somber, suffocating dread permeated the air. Yang Dingtian's heart sank as he witnessed chaos erupting in the city. Panic-stricken citizens fled in all directions, their screams and shouts echoing in disarray. Fear spread like a plague, transforming orderly streets into a hellish nightmare. Drawing upon his years of experience, Yang Dingtian immediately recognized that this was the harbinger of an evil invasion. Despite the perpetual protection of the Void Palace over Windling City, the manifestation of malevolent entities was exceedingly rare. Yet, as the adage goes, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Even the most improbable events can transpire. The occurrence of demons ravaging a city, though extraordinarily uncommon within a 1,000-mile radius, would yield catastrophic consequences if one were to encounter such a fate. Aware of the dire situation, Yang Dingtian realized that time was of the essence. He decisively called out, "Do not panic, everyone. The Celestial Master shall arrive shortly. We need only to hold our ground for a moment. Once the Celestial Master arrives, these vile demons will surely be vanquished." His voice resonated like a resounding bell, instilling a semblance of calm among some of the crowd. However, his proclamation also caught the attention of the blood fiend ancestor. Ha ha ha, the celestial master of the Void Palace? Just in time, I have a belly full of ire to unleash. After retracting the dark energy he had released, the blood fiend ancestor sneered. He was well acquainted with the affairs of the Void Palace. The so-called celestial masters were merely a group of fledgling cultivators at the foundational stage. Nevertheless, this realization served as a warning. Should the celestial master from the Void Palace confront him, it was possible they would retreat to summon reinforcements. He needed to hasten the restoration of his own strength. When the inner disciples of the Void Palace intervened, he would be forced to flee for his life. His gaze fixated on Yang Ding Tian and the crowd behind him. These individuals were brimming with vitality. The blood of a single one equated to that of dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary mortals. Subsequently, countless tendrils of dark energy re-emerged, enveloping the throngs of people. This dark essence swiftly infiltrated the bodies of over 10,000 individuals. Those afflicted by this invasion found their lives rapidly ebbing away, soon transforming into lifeless husks. A golden core realm powerhouse. Yang Ding Tian exclaimed in shock as he sensed the terrifying capabilities of the blood fiend ancestor. As a mere 5th-level foundational cultivator, he felt utterly inadequate in the presence of such a formidable foe. Had the approaching demons merely been at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, he might have had a chance to delay their advance. Yet, for the sake of the countless citizens, he had no choice but to act and buy time. Yang Ding Tian invoked a secret technique, temporarily elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of the foundational stage. He then unleashed his most potent move, intending to strike while the demon was occupied with siphoning vitality. All swords return as one. Yang Ding Tian Beloed, as countless treasured swords unsheathed and converged into a colossal blade, accompanied by a dazzling flash of sword light. This immense sword bore the might to obliterate the heavens and earth, hurtling towards the blood fiend ancestor with the force of a thunderous tempest. Chapter 21. The Revelation of Power? The power encapsulated in this strike was nothing short of terrifying, embodying the culmination of Yang Ding Tian's lifelong cultivation. Even a full-force attack of a pinnacle foundational expert would pale in comparison. However, the adversary Yang Ding Tian faced was far from ordinary. He was a superlative being who had already ascended to the Golden Core realm. The blood slaughter ancestor gazed at the colossal sword hurtling towards him, a faint smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A mere trifle, he scoffed contemptuously. In an instant, his figure transformed into an ethereal wraith, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When the onlookers regained their sight, they were astonished to find the blood slaughter ancestor unscathed, standing several hundred feet away, effortlessly evading what seemed to be a formidable strike. In truth, were it not for his grievous injuries and the considerable depletion of his vitality due to the usage of secret techniques, he would not have needed to evade at all. He could have withstood the blow directly without a scratch. After all, the prowess of a golden core cultivator is immensely powerful, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. Infuriated by the interruption from what he deemed as insignificant insects during his recovery, the blood slaughter ancestor seethed. I had intended to save you for last, but if you seek death, I shall oblige, he declared with a chilling laugh. As his words echoed, a massive blood-red hand, towering 3 meters high, loomed towards Yang Ding Tian. Seeing this, Yang Ding Tian attempted to flee, only to realize that his speed was no match for the approaching hand. Just as the blood-red hand was about to engulf him, a terrifying blade of energy surged forth, shattering the hand into fragments. The assailants were none other than Wuchen and his companions, who had arrived in Fengling City. Audacious fiend, how dare you slaughter the innocent? Surrender at once. Zhang Zixian appeared just in time to rescue Yang Ding Tian. The arrival of Wuchen and his companions instilled a glimmer of hope among the crowd of Fengling City. The blood slaughter ancestor had been in the city for barely a moment, yet had already claimed the lives of over 100,000 citizens. If the Celestial Masters did not arrive soon, the annihilation of Fengling City would be imminent. As Yang Ding Tian noticed the arrival of Zhang Zixian and the others, his joy was quickly overshadowed by the memory of the blood slaughter ancestor's formidable strength. Celestial Master, this demon is a golden core cultivator, self-styled as the blood slaughter ancestor. He urgently warned Zhang Zixian. At his words, many who were familiar with the Celestial Masters grew tense. The distinction between the Golden Core stage and the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage may appear to be a mere step. Yet the chasm between them is akin to that between heaven and earth. Below the Golden Core, all are but ants. This divide irreversibly separates cultivators from mortals. Without attaining the Golden Core, one's lifespan is limited to a little over a century. Conversely, upon achieving the Golden Core, one is granted a lifespan exceeding 500 years, which further increases with the elevation of one's cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Wuchen directed his gaze towards the blood slaughter ancestor and utilized his spiritual sense to probe deeper. In that instant, all of the blood slaughter ancestor's condition was laid bare to him. Indeed, he was a Golden Core cultivator, yet his internal injuries were severe, and his core was on the verge of collapse. Observing this, Wuchen felt a sense of relief wash over him. A severely wounded Golden Core cultivator, operating at less than 30% of his capacity, posed little danger. Zhang Zixuan and Mu Yang, faced with this Golden Core realm adversary, should find the challenge quite manageable. He merely needed to bide his time for half an hour until the people from Tai Su Palace arrived to resolve the matter. However, unbeknownst to him, the instant he unleashed his spiritual sense, the expression on the blood fiend ancestor's face turned ashen. As a fellow Golden Core cultivator, he sensed the presence of Wuchen's spiritual awareness the moment it manifested. Only a formidable Golden Core practitioner possesses such spiritual insight. At this moment, his fate was sealed. The blood fiend ancestor cast a grave glance at the trio of Wuchen. He understood that among them, one must certainly be a Golden Core expert. The blood fiend ancestor's spiritual sense enveloped the three of them in an instant, seeking to discern the identity of the Golden Core practitioner. To his utter astonishment, two among the trio were at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, while one was merely at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. Ultimately, he focused all his attention on Wuchen. The two at the peak of Foundation establishment were undoubtedly disciples of Tai Su Palace. If they were to cultivate their spiritual sense and break through to the Golden Core realm, there would be no need for them to conceal their cultivation. Thus, the remaining individual must be the Golden Core expert. If that were the case, he might yet have a glimmer of hope. Fellow cultivator, grant me a path to survival, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. The blood fiend ancestor implored Wuchen. Yet Wuchen stood behind Zhang Zixuan, who mistook the blood fiend ancestor's words as a plea for mercy directed at her. Consequently, she interjected, "Those of the demonic sect deserve to be eradicated. There is no chance I will spare you." This was Zhang Zixuan's first encounter with a true Golden Core expert. Although the blood fiend ancestor was gravely injured, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. If the blood fiend ancestor fought with all his might, the outcome was still uncertain. The ancestor did not address you. Why do you interject? The blood fiend ancestor retorted coldly upon hearing Zhang Zixuan's words. Zhang Zixuan and Mu Yang exchanged glances, after which Mu Yang spoke up. Sister is correct. Those of a demonic path must be eliminated. This time, the blood fiend ancestor fell silent, instead fixing his gaze intently on Wuchen and employing his spiritual sense to probe further. Upon sensing the blood fiend ancestor's scrutiny, Wuchen could not help but smile wryly. Attempting to investigate others with spiritual awareness is futile against someone who possesses it. Although this spiritual insight may be invisible to the naked eye, it appears as the most radiant object to those who wield it. It seems that spiritual insight should not be recklessly employed. As the blood fiend ancestor's spiritual sense continued to sweep over the three of them, Wuchen could no longer contain himself. In the eyes of the blood fiend ancestor, they were as exposed as if they wore nothing, devoid of any secrets. Wuchen resolved to no longer conceal himself and unleashed his own spiritual sense once more. After all, those below the Golden Core realm would not perceive this invisible awareness. As long as he could slay the blood fiend ancestor, he would not be considered exposed. The Golden Core's spiritual sense, imbued with boundless sword intent, surged forth towards the blood fiend ancestor's probing awareness. The consciousness of the blood slaughter ancestor dimmed unexpectedly. He had never anticipated that just moments ago. He had been trying to conceal his strength as a Golden Core cultivator, only to be caught off guard and suffer a minor setback. Chapter 22. He is a Golden Core cultivator. At that moment, Zhang Zixuan summoned the 10 renowned swords and began to execute the sword formation, the demon extermination sword formation. With a mighty shout, Zhang Zixuan directed the 10 famous swords to encircle the blood slaughter ancestor. Mu Yang was not idle either. He produced a divine talisman and summoned lightning fire. The lightning fire in Mu Yang's hands surged with energy, resembling the descent of a thunder god. Although neither of them had yet stepped into the Golden Core realm and lacked spiritual power, they could leverage their treasures to unleash techniques far exceeding those of foundational cultivators. If they were to encounter a true Golden Core cultivator, their abilities might fall short. However, given the significantly weakened state of the Bloodslaughter ancestor, he could only exert a fraction of his strength. Seeing the formidable techniques displayed by senior brother and sister, Yi Wuchan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, those from a celestial sect could showcase such terrifying prowess even before reaching the Golden Core stage. If he lacked the sword control technique, he might find himself flustered or even suffer a mishap against the two. Mayor Yang, junior brother Yi, ensure the safety of the civilians. Zhang Zishuan shouted. Understood, senior sister. Yes, celestial master. Both Yi Wuchan and Yang Dingtian replied in unison. Simultaneously, Yi Wuchan intensified his spiritual consciousness, launching more frequent assaults on the Bloodslaughter ancestor's awareness, compelling the ancestor to take the situation seriously. Preoccupied with battling Yi Wuchan, the Bloodslaughter ancestor's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the techniques of the two. Damn it! You, a Golden Core cultivator, dare to face me directly, he bellowed angrily, pointing at Yi Wuchan. At this declaration, the surrounding crowd frowned in unison, their gazes following the direction of the ancestor's finger towards Yi Wuchan. The people of Windling City, hearing that Yi Wuchan was a Golden Core cultivator, displayed expressions of joy. If a Golden Core cultivator were present, could they not hope for salvation? Even Yang Dingtian smiled broadly at Yi Wuchan. How could junior brother Yi be a Golden Core cultivator? Mu Yang pondered in confusion. However, before he could contemplate further, he was interrupted by Zhang Zishuan's words. Do not let the evil spirits distract you. They are masters of manipulation. Quickly slay him. Zhang Zishuan commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang inwardly acknowledged the cunning of the evil spirits, realizing he had almost been distracted. Thus, he intensified his efforts, unleashing the lightning fire once more towards the Bloodslaughter ancestor. In his prime, the Bloodslaughter ancestor would have dismissed these two with disdain. Yet now, with his injuries still not healed and a Golden Core cultivator watching him closely, he felt cornered. He had intended to expose Yi Wuchan's Golden Core cultivation to deter him from targeting him directly. However, that old woman from the Taisu Palace did not believe him. This left him in a state of deep frustration. In the life of the Blood Fiend ancestor, few truths have been spoken, yet this utterance is undoubtedly genuine. The sword energy from Zhang Zishuan's formation and the thunder fire in Mu Yang's hands relentlessly assail the Blood Fiend ancestor. Despite his attempts to evade, numerous sword energies and bursts of thunder fire strike him. Soon, the Blood Fiend ancestor's body is left mangled and marred, bearing many scorched marks. As the fierce battle rages against the Blood Fiend ancestor, Zhao Wushuang's celestial vessel finally returns to the sword-hidden peak of the Taishi Palace. Chun Xiaoyao, an inner disciple of the sword-hidden peak, has been tasked with welcoming the new generation of disciples. Observing the continuous return of disciples, Chun Xiaoyao cannot help but sigh. Although his sword-hidden peak stands as the foremost among the three peaks, it pales in comparison to the two palaces. Nearly 100 disciples have returned, yet only 2 are at the Qi refinement stage, not to mention the Taishu Palace. Even the other 2 palaces recruit numerous disciples at the Qi refinement stage each year, and some even possess unique bloodlines. The disparity between them and the 2 palaces grows increasingly apparent. Previously, the elders of the 2 palaces were all at the peak of the Golden Core stage, but now they have ascended to the nascent soul stage. In stark contrast, at the sword-hidden peak, one merely needs to reach the 7th level of the Golden Core realm to attain the status of an elder. Faced with such a glaring difference, Chun Xiaoyao shakes his head in resignation. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light suddenly cuts across the sky, hurtling towards the sword-hidden peak at an astonishing speed. Chun Xiaoyao focuses intently and realizes it is a celestial vessel flying at full speed. His heart tightens. A vessel in full flight? Could there be an unexpected emergency? As the vessel races towards the sword-hidden peak, Chun Xiaoyao murmurs to himself. Just as the vessel seems poised to collide with the peak, the situation becomes dire. Chun Xiaoyao's expression grows exceedingly grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he flashes forward, treading the void, and with great magical prowess, he halts the celestial vessel. Brother Xiaoyao, please save us. Demons have appeared in Fengling City. Sister Zhang and Brother Mu Yang have gone to rescue the citizens. We implore you to take action. Zhao Wuchuang urgently speaks as the celestial vessel steadies. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyao's demeanor turns serious. Indeed, demons have surfaced in Fengling City? He inquires gravely. Yes, the city is engulfed in dark demonic energy, and the strength of these demons likely reaches the Golden Core realm. Zhao Wuchuang replies. Chen Xiaoyao frowns slightly. You all wait here. I shall first eliminate the demons, he declares before turning and departing the sword-hidden peak. With a single step into the void, he vanishes into the sky in the blink of an eye. The onlookers aboard the celestial vessel are left in awe, astonished that a person can traverse the void, moving faster than the vessel itself. Brother Zhao, who was that person just now? Han Qi asked in astonishment as he rubbed his eyes. That was Brother Chen Xiaoyao from our Sangjin Peak. He is an inner disciple and is responsible for the new disciples of your cohort, Zhao Wuchuang replied. Inner disciple? That means Brother Chen must be a formidable Golden Core expert. Could you share some insights about his past? Han Qi inquired. Indeed, Brother Chen was once a prominent figure at Sangjin Peak. During the grand competition 3 years ago, he comprehended the essence of sword intent and achieved 7th place within the sect. 80 years ago, he attained enlightenment, stepping into the Golden Core realm. And now his cultivation is unfathomable. Meanwhile, a woman held a withered human skin in her hand. Another deception. The Blood Demon Palace's minions resort to such despicable tactics. The woman muttered to herself, frowning. She was Su Qianqian, an inner disciple of the Taishu Palace. 3 years ago, after entering the Golden Core realm, she descended the mountain to hone her skills. Coincidentally, she encountered the Blood Demon Ancestor, who was rampaging with violence, and sought to eliminate him. However, she did not anticipate that although the Blood Demon Ancestor was not particularly powerful, he was full of cunning. He had narrowly escaped death at her hands multiple times through various tricks. Dream on if you think you can escape my grasp, Su Qianqian declared fiercely. Before she could finish her words, she unleashed her tracking technique. In Fengling City, Yi Wuchen, upon hearing the Blood Demon Ancestor reveal his secrets, remained unfazed. If he could not enter the Taishu Palace, he could always join a minor sect in search of techniques. After all, he possessed a system that would eventually lead him to invincibility. It would be challenging to find advanced techniques in a small sect, necessitating frequent changes of sects, which would be quite troublesome. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to find a powerful sect and bide his time until he became invincible. However, he did not expect that his senior sister would take the Blood Demon Ancestor's words as a means of manipulation. You two fools, he is a Golden Core expert, and his hidden cultivation must have ulterior motives. The Blood Demon Ancestor roared in fury. Preoccupied with countering Yi Wuchen's mental attacks, he could not exert his full strength. Coupled with his serious injuries, he was quickly battered by Zhang Zishuan and Mu Yang. Yet, the formidable recovery abilities of the Golden Core stage ensured he would not perish easily. Enough of your nonsense. This is an internal matter of our Taishu Palace. Today, we shall eliminate this demon, Zhang Zishuan declared coldly, unfazed. In contrast, Mu Yang's resolve wavered, occasionally casting glances at Yi Wuchen, lost in thought. Zhang Zishuan said nothing further about this. Although Mu Yang's cultivation was on par with hers, his combat prowess was considerably lacking. During a life-and-death battle, daring to be distracted was no wonder he ranked so low at Sangjin Peak. Noticing her junior brother's distraction, Zhang Zishuan intensified the sword energy of the demon slaying sword formation. At that moment, Yi Wuchen sensed someone approaching rapidly. He immediately retracted his spiritual awareness. It had been nearly half an hour since he parted ways with Zhao Wuchuang. The people from the Taishu Palace should be arriving soon. Upon noticing the sudden disappearance of the spiritual awareness directed at him, the Blood Fiend Ancestor felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. At this juncture, his sole desire was to flee Windling City as expeditiously as possible. With the Taishu Palace's arrival imminent, he knew he risked perishing here. Blood-red sky. The Blood Fiend Ancestor bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. A deluge of blood rain descended, instantly shattering Zhang Zishuan's sword formation. Simultaneously, the crimson rain extinguished the thunderous flames enveloping Mu Yang. As the blood rain threatened to engulf the entire Windling City, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. This rain possessed lethal toxicity. Mere contact with it would spell death for ordinary individuals. Should it be allowed to fall unimpeded, it would likely result in catastrophic casualties among the city's populace. Initially, the blood fiend ancestor regarded the city's inhabitants merely as fodder, having no intention of destroying it. However, after the appearance of Wuchen and his companions, his spiritual awareness was targeted, preventing him from executing this devastating move. Now, free from Wuchen's interference, he could unleash his most formidable technique. I shall avenge today's grievances in the future, the blood fiend ancestor declared loudly to the crowd. Before he could finish his words, he attempted to flee Windling City, but to his utter astonishment, two beams of sword light appeared simultaneously. One struck from the front, the other from behind, instantly piercing his body. Weakened and at the end of his strength, he was unable to withstand the onslaught. In the moment the sword light passed through him, he was utterly obliterated. The newcomers were none other than Chen Xiaoyao, who had come to rescue, and Su Qianqian, who was pursuing the blood fiend ancestor. Exchanging a glance, they were about to speak when a voice interrupted them. "Quick, save them!" Wuchen shouted. Having seen that the blood fiend ancestor was dealt with, yet the torrential blood rain continued to pour down, and the situation remained dire. Although he possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage, he wished to conceal his power and could only hoarsely shout for help. Upon hearing the call, Chen Xiaoyao and Su Qianqian simultaneously turned their gazes toward Windling City. Their expressions were grave, and in their shared glance, a silent understanding seemed to form. Purification spell, thunderous exorcism. They invoked their formidable techniques in unison, swiftly dispelling the blood fiend ancestor's blood-red sky. As the ominous shroud dissipated, the once darkened Windling City, enveloped in malevolent energy, finally basked in light once more. Warm sunlight poured back into the city, prompting the people to lift their heads and revel in the long-awaited illumination. "Mother, has the evil been vanquished?" "Indeed, dear, the wicked fiend has been defeated by our valiant celestial masters. We are safe now. Thank heavens. The divine has finally opened its eyes. We are eternally grateful to the heroes who saved the lives of our entire city. Father, please awaken." In the city of Fengling, a mix of joy from newfound life and sorrow for the tragic loss of loved ones permeated the air. Wuchen gazed upon the devastated landscape of Fengling City, quietly sighing within. The destructive power of a golden core cultivator was truly immense. Although a severely injured golden core warrior could not reduce an entire city to ruins, the wholesale slaughter of its inhabitants was all too effortless. Had it not been for their timely intervention, it was likely that the city would have been transformed into a graveyard of lifeless corpses. After vanquishing the bloodthirsty ancestor, Chen Xiaoyao and Su Qianqian simultaneously unleashed their formidable spiritual senses, swiftly scanning every corner of Fengling City. Wherever their consciousness reached, all concealed entities were rendered exposed. Wuchen also sensed the probing of two distinct spiritual energies sweeping over him repeatedly. Chapter 24. Arrival at Sanjian Peak. Feeling the two spiritual presences brush against him, Wuchen refrained from making any rash movements. He discreetly activated the hidden spirit technique, controlling his cultivation level to the 6th stage of qi refinement. Indeed, the hidden spirit technique, a product of the system, proved its worth as the two cultivators examined him numerous times without detecting any anomalies. Wuchen silently stepped behind his senior brothers and sisters. "Sister, are those two above from our Taishu Palace?" Wuchen inquired softly towards Zhang Zishuan. "Indeed, that is senior brother Chen Xiaoyao from Sanjian Peak, and that is senior sister Su Qianqian from Taishu Palace," Zhang Zishuan introduced. It turned out that Chen Xiaoyao was an inner disciple of Sanjian Peak, while Su Qianqian held the same status in Taishu Palace. After confirming the demise of the bloodthirsty ancestor and finding no abnormalities in Fengling City, they descended before Wuchen and his companions. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Zhang Zishuan and Mu Yang spoke in unison. Wuchen, standing behind them, followed suit, offering a respectful salute. "Junior brothers and sisters, you have thwarted the demonic slaughter, and I shall report to the elders to commend your efforts," Chen Xiaoyao declared. "Thank you, senior brother. It is our duty as practitioners to eradicate evil and protect the way," Zhang Zishuan replied respectfully. "Junior sister, who might this person be?" Su Qianqian Guayith, pointing at Wuchen. "Sister, this is our new disciple recruited from Wenjian Villa." Wuchen, Zhang Zishuan answered promptly, not daring to be negligent. "A new disciple?" Su Qianqian nodded softly. She then turned her gaze toward Wuchen. "Junior brother Yi, would you be willing to join our Taishu Palace?" she asked. Having scanned Wuchen's cultivation level, she knew he had reached the 6th stage of qi refinement. Such a level of proficiency in a new disciple was certainly sufficient for entry into Taishu Palace. However, as soon as her words fell, Chen Xiaoyao expressed his discontent. Sister Su, this individual is a disciple of Songjin Peak. It seems rather inappropriate to poach him. Chen Xiaoyao voiced his dissatisfaction. Being able to discern Yi Wuchen's level of cultivation, he was naturally aware of the potential talent before him. If such a promising prospect were to be taken away, it would mean yet another loss of brilliance for Songjin Peak. Brother Chun, the resources possessed by the Tai Su Palace far surpass those of Songjin Peak. Junior Brother Yi is a prodigious talent. Would it not be a pity for him to remain at Songjin Peak? Su Qianqian remarked with a smile. Brothers and sisters, I harbor suspicions regarding Junior Brother Yi, Mu Yang interjected. Just now, the Blood Fiend ancestor claimed that he is concealing his true cultivation level in order to infiltrate our sect. At this pronouncement, Chen Xiaoyao cast a murderous glare toward Mu Yang, unable to fathom why he would voice such accusations at that moment. Yi Wuchen's cultivation was at the 6th level of qi refinement, acknowledged as the finest talent recruited by Songjin Peak this year, without exception. In fact, even 3 years hence, during the sect's grand competition, a significant number of disciples would still not have reached the qi refinement stage. The prestige of being at the 6th level of qi refinement is thus evident. As for the Blood Fiend ancestor's assertion that Yi Wuchen harbored ulterior motives in entering Taisu Palace, in 3 months, during the sect competition, elders from the 1 Palace, 2 Halls, and 3 Peaks would make their presence known. Although the elders from the 3 Peaks were merely at the Golden Core stage, those from the 1 Palace and 2 Halls were formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Should Yi Wuchen indeed conceal his abilities, he would not escape the discerning eyes of the nascent soul experts. Conversely, Su Qianqian smiled gently. Junior Brother Yi, seeing as the people from Songjin Peak harbor doubts about you, why not join me in Taisu Palace? Our palace is replete with countless rare techniques and an abundance of cultivation resources. With your prowess, you are bound to shine brilliantly in the sect competition. Yi Yuchen, upon hearing this, felt quite tempted. However, he soon dismissed the thought of entering Taisu Palace, realizing that with his current cultivation, he would likely expose himself the moment he stepped inside. It would be wiser to first elevate his abilities before seeking entry into Taisu Palace. Survival often requires patience. Sister, I have heard that all disciples accepted by Taisu Palace possess extraordinary talents. I have merely encountered some fortunate opportunities and fear that I may not keep pace with the other disciples upon entering. It is far better for me to take steady steps at Songjin Peak, gradually advancing in my cultivation. Yi Wuchen politely declined. Ha ha ha, susiste. Since Junior Brother Yi is unwilling to join Taisu Palace, there is no need for further persuasion. Chen Xiaoyao laughed heartily. Su Qianqian cast a disappointed glance at Yi Wuchen, initially hopeful of securing a gifted disciple. In that case, I must return to Taisu Palace. I trust you, Brother Chun, to handle the aftermath here. Rest assured, sister, this is a matter of our 3 peaks, Chen Xiaoyao replied. Taisu Palace, primarily composed of the 1 Palace and 2 Halls, entrusted the 3 peaks with various mundane affairs, akin to errand work. Responsibilities such as cultivating spirit herbs, refining elixirs, and maintaining order across regions fell to the 3 peaks. Once Su Qianqian departed, Chen Xiaoyao's expression darkened considerably. Mu Yang, you will remain here to manage the aftermath. Once the area is restored, return to Songjin Peak, Chen Xiaoyao instructed. Yes, brother, Mu Yang replied. Upon hearing the words, Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback and responded. Is senior brother Chen assigning me here? He was well aware that he had spoken out of turn earlier. Yet his words were rooted in truth and aimed at the greater good of the Taishu Palace. If Yi Wuchen were to commit any act detrimental to the Songjin Peak, they would all be complicit. Junior Sister Zhang, Junior Brother Yi, please accompany me back to Songjin Peak, Chen Xiaoyao addressed the 2. Yes, Senior Brother. Both Yi Wuchen and Zhang Zixuan replied in unison. Subsequently, Yi Wuchen felt an enveloping force surround him, swiftly whisking him away. The distance from Windling City to Songjin Peak was a mere 7,000 li. Under Chen Xiaoyao's guidance, the trio arrived at Songjin Peak in just a quarter of an hour. Is this truly the legendary Songjin Peak? Yi Wuchen marveled at its grandeur, gasping in disbelief. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a magnificent mountain. The Songjin Peak rose majestically into the clouds, seemingly aspiring to pierce the heavens. Its height an astonishing several tens of thousands of zhang. At that moment, Yi Wuchen and his companions stood merely at the mountainside, a mere 1,000 zhang high. Yet even from his vantage point, they could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. What was even more astonishing was that several hundred li away, two other equally magnificent peaks stood, their shapes and sizes nearly indistinguishable from Songjin Peak. Towering at similar heights, they loomed like colossal pillars against the sky. These three peaks echoed one another, arranged in a triangular formation. At the center, quietly suspended among them, was a grand and resplendent palace. Yi Wuchen surmised that it must be the core of Taishu Palace. Senior brother Chun has returned. Where is senior brother Muyang? Is he? Zhao Wushuang inquired anxiously, having not seen Muyang. There is no need for concern. He is merely attending to matters in Windling City, Qin Xiaoyao reassured her. Chapter 25. The Celestial Wind Spirit Technique. Junior brother Yi, come, this is your identity badge. With a smile, Chun Xiaoyao extended his right hand, presenting a translucent jade talisman to Yi Wuchen. Hastily, Yi Wuchen stepped forward, receiving the talisman with both hands. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. As soon as the talisman fell into his grasp, a warm sensation spread throughout his body. The front of the talisman bore the characters Songjin Peak, while the back inscribed Yi Wuchen. Chun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, Junior brother Yi, you have achieved great merit in resisting the demonic cultivators. Speak. What kind of reward do you desire? Be it spiritual elixirs or martial arts scriptures, all is within reach. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen's heart stirred. He knew well that what he urgently needed was a high-level cultivation technique. Little did he expect to have the opportunity to choose a technique upon his arrival at Songjin Peak. If one could truly acquire a superior cultivation technique, it is conceivable that today he might transcend to the next grand realm. With nearly 30,000 years of cultivation under his belt, even at a sluggish pace, a breakthrough to a higher realm should be within reach. Contemplating this, he took a deep breath, striving to stabilize the tumultuous emotions within him. Senior brother, I humbly beseech you to grant me a technique as a reward. Excellent. Since junior brother has a keen interest in cultivation techniques, why not? Upon finishing his words, he turned to the side, looking at Zhang Zishuan, and produced a jade pendant from his robe. Junior sister Zhang, please take this token and escort junior brother Yi to the 3rd floor of the library, where brother you can assist him in selecting an appropriate technique. Certainly, senior brother, replied Zhang Zishuan, gently accepting the jade pendant from Qin Xiaoyao. She then turned to Yi Wuchen, offering a gentle smile and gesturing for him to follow her to the library. Before long, Zhang Zishuan led Yi Wuchen to a 3-story pavilion. The words library were inscribed prominently above the entrance. Yi Wuchen's heart leapt with joy. It was apparent that this was the repository of cultivation manuals. He had come to Tai Su Palace precisely for high-level techniques to advance his cultivation. As anticipated, Zhang Zishuan halted at the entrance of the pavilion. Junior brother, this is our Jianfeng's library, Zhang Zishuan indicated. Thank you, senior sister, Yi Wuchen responded. Follow me, she instructed. The library was bustling with activity, and Zhang Zishuan led Yi Wuchen directly to the 3rd floor. Greetings, brother Yu, Zhang Zishuan said, approaching an elderly man who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. This is brother Yu Xinghe from the library, she introduced to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen followed suit, clasping his hands in respect. Greetings, brother Yu. You seem unfamiliar. What brings you here? Yu Xinghe scrutinized Yi Wuchen with curiosity. Senior brother, Brother Chun instructed you to help junior brother Yi select a suitable cultivation technique, Zhang Zishuan replied, presenting the jade pendant. She then recounted Yi Wuchen's accomplishments in Fengling City. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghe squinted and examined Yi Wuchen again, simultaneously unleashing his spiritual sense to probe him. Yi Wuchen felt as though countless spiritual threads were sweeping over him, exposing his entire being. However, he dared not move, diligently employing his concealment technique to hide his cultivation level. Despite Yu Xinghe's mastery at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, he could not discern anything amiss. Your cultivation level is at the 6th stage of the Qi refinement period, and previously you practiced the Qingfeng technique? Yu Xinghe inquired. Indeed, senior brother. I previously practiced the Qingfeng technique, Yi Wuchen replied with poise. On this floor, there exists a technique known as the Xianfeng Yuling Ju, which shares the same lineage as the Qingfeng technique. Should you choose to practice it, you may find it easier to grasp. Yu Xinghe contemplated for a moment before speaking. Everything is left to the discretion of the senior brother. Yi Wuchen did not decline and readily agreed. After all, He possessed a system that would enable him to swiftly elevate his cultivation regardless of the technique. Very well, let your senior sister take you inside, Wuchen has said, as he opened the grand door to the third floor. Come, senior sister will guide you in. Upon seeing the door ajar, Zhang Zixuan led Yi Wuchen into the library while simultaneously explaining its significance. The techniques of the Taishu Palace are divided into 9 tiers. The first and second floors house the first and second tier techniques, corresponding to the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. The third floor contains the third tier techniques, which pertain to the Golden Core stage. Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, one may acquire even more profound techniques from the Taishu Palace. Junior brother Yi, this is the Immortal Breeze Spirit Control Technique. Zhang Zixuan indicated towards a jade slip. Thank you, senior sister, Yi Wuchen replied with a respectful gesture. The Immortal Breeze Spirit Control Technique, being of the third tier, grants the practitioner the ability to traverse the world like the wind, commanding the spirits of immortals. Techniques beyond the Golden Core stage embody the power of laws and can only be contained within jade slips, imparted through spiritual consciousness. Simply place your hand upon the jade slip, Zhang Zixuan instructed. Following her guidance, Yi Wuchen placed his hand on the jade slip. In an instant, a gentle radiance emanated from the slip, and countless profound characters flowed into his mind through his touch. These characters were unfamiliar, yet inexplicably comprehensible to him. Once the light dissipated, Yi Wuchen discovered a new entry on his system panel dedicated to the technique, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. He chose not to rush into cultivation, but decided to leave and practice alone later. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister, Yi Wuchen expressed as he addressed the two. Just remember it well, and allow your senior sister to show you to your lodging. Wuchen had nodded in response. Subsequently, Zhang Zixuan led Yi Wuchen to his small courtyard. The new disciples of the Sword Concealing Peak resided here, situated high on the mountainside. With the technique now in hand, he anticipated that when night fell and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, it would be the perfect moment for him to break through his cultivation. With over 30,000 years of cultivation experience at his disposal, Yi Wuchen pondered the heights to which he could elevate his realm by practicing the third-tier Immortal Breeze Spirit Control Technique. The thought of his imminent breakthrough filled him with exhilaration. I shall revel in my triumph and rejoice in my success. Chapter 26, A Nocturnal Exploration of the Library. During the first year of cultivating the Immortal Breeze Spirit Control Technique, due to your inadequate aptitude, progress was slow and fraught with difficulties, yielding minimal growth in your cultivation. In the second year of practicing the Immortal Breeze Spirit Control Technique, though armed with a year's experience, you still could not grasp the fundamentals of the technique. In the 16th year of cultivating the Immortal Breeze Spirit Control Technique, a sudden epiphany dawned upon you, leading to a unique understanding of the technique, and you finally made your initial breakthrough. After 28 years of cultivating the Immortal Wind Spirit Control Technique, progress has been made, resulting in a notable increase in the pace of cultivation. By the 685th year, you have finally mastered this technique to perfection, experiencing a significant enhancement in your cultivation speed, culminating in your elevation to the second level of the Golden Core stage. After 9,856 years, you have achieved complete mastery of your technique, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In the 21,639th year, you have pierced through the essence of life, gaining a new lease on existence from the Golden Core and attaining the nascent soul stage. By the 27,329th year, your cultivation has ascended to the second level of the nascent soul stage. In his secluded courtyard on Sword Concealment Peak, Yi Wuchen devoted all his cultivation efforts to the Immortal Wind Spirit Control Technique. In mere moments, he felt as if he had practiced for several millennia. Regrettably, his innate talent for cultivation was merely average, compounded by the fact that the technique he practiced was also rather ordinary. Even after nearly 30,000 years of effort, he had only reached the second level of the nascent soul stage. It is worth noting that those who have just entered the nascent soul stage typically possess lifespans of just over 2,000 years. With each ascension in realm, an additional 200 years of lifespan is granted. Given his lackluster talent, it is likely that he would only manage to achieve the second level of the Golden Core stage at the very end of his life. In contrast, the prodigious geniuses of Taishu Palace cultivate at speeds 100-fold or even 1,000-fold greater than his own. However, Yi Wuchen possesses a unique advantage. Despite his inferior aptitude, he is determined. In 3 months, when the sect competition arrives, he will harness the experience of 1,000,000 years in cultivation. By then, it is likely that even the ancestors of Taisu Palace will be eclipsed by his realm. All that remains is for him to endure for a few more months and patiently await his cultivation to mature. Name: Wuchen. Age: 19. Cultivation: second level of the nascent soul stage. Qing Feng technique: perfected. Immortal wind spirit control technique: perfected. Qing Feng sword technique: perfected. Sword control divine ability. God concealment technique: allows the user to conceal their aura or cultivation level. Ineffective against those 3 realms above. True Sun Fire: inactive. Available cultivation experience: 0 years. Wuchen gazed upon his realm and closed his eyes, reflecting on nearly 30,000 years of cultivation. As he channeled his energy, the golden core within him gradually reached perfection, ultimately breaking through to give birth to the nascent soul. Rebirth through the dissolution of the golden core. How enlightening! Wuchen murmured to himself. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, as if awakening from millennia-long slumber. In an instant, a mysterious aura emanated from him. A small figure, identical to Wuchen, emerged from his body, the nascent soul born from the golden core. It is essential to recognize that, despite the extraordinary nature of the golden core stage, the physical body has been augmented countless times, allowing one to merge with the natural world and wield supernatural powers in harmony with the laws of the cosmos. However, the soul at the golden core stage remains relatively fragile. Yet, once one transcends to the nascent soul stage, the circumstances shift dramatically. In this realm, the practitioner's soul is safeguarded by the nascent soul itself. As long as the nascent soul endures, the soul remains immortal. The possibility of seizing another's body and being reborn is also within reach. At this juncture, Wuchen merely occupies the second level of the nascent soul stage, allowing his nascent soul to depart freely. He cast a glance out of the window, where a luminous crescent moon still graced the sky. In the next moment, Wuchen's nascent soul transformed into a gentle breeze, heading towards the library. He felt a pang of desire for the esoteric texts within the library, particularly since he possessed the true Sun Fire, which could only be activated through the fire control technique. The rewards offered by this system were unfathomably extraordinary. While Yuxing was seated in meditation, he suddenly sensed a light breeze caressing his face. His brow furrowed in confusion. It was peculiar for such a wind to arise in the usually sealed and windless library. Subsequently, he expanded his spiritual awareness, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the library. Soon, he was reassured to find no anomalies on the first and second floors. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he detected an eerie atmosphere permeating the third floor of the library. The jade slips on the shelves shimmered, as if imbued with life, radiating a brilliant glow. At that moment, Wuchen, multitasking with intent, forcefully dismantled the restrictions on the jade slips. The third floor of the library housed a relatively modest collection of esoteric texts, with only a dozen or so techniques and similarly limited manuals. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from below. "Bold demon, how dare you trespass upon my sword peak?" It turned out that Yuxing had sensed the disturbance above and rushed to investigate. Having cultivated for over 8 centuries and spent 3 centuries in the library, this was the first time he encountered such a bizarre occurrence, leaving him both astonished and enraged. Witnessing the strange wind breaking the restrictions beneath his very eyes, Yuxing immediately unleashed his sword technique. Yet, upon contact with the peculiar breeze, his technique sank as if swallowed by the sea. Wuchen, observing Yuxing's actions, remained unfazed and continued to etch the techniques from the jade slips into his memory. Yuxing's cultivation, being merely at the third level of the golden core stage, posed no threat to him. Soon, all the text from the library appeared on the system's interface. He returned all the manuals to their rightful places and departed with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yuxing, witnessing the once dazzling jade slips revert to normal, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He actually left just like that? No, this matter must be reported to the elders immediately. As Yuxing muttered to himself, he swiftly set about his tasks. He securely locked the door of the library and then swiftly made his way towards the summit of the sword-concealing peak. The master and elders of the peak typically engage in their cultivation at the towering heights. Thus Xinghe understood that to find them, he must ascend to the pinnacle of this mountain. To mere mortals, the towering peak appeared insurmountable. However, for Xinghe, who had attained the golden core realm, it was but a few steps to reach the summit. Enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, the place resembled a celestial paradise. Soon, Yu Xinghe arrived at the entrance of a tranquil courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his somewhat disheveled attire. Disciple Yu Xinghe, seeking an audience with Elder Jianqi. He respectfully called out towards the courtyard. Chapter 27. Activating the True Fire of the Sun. Although Yu Xinghe had entered the sword-concealing peak 2 centuries prior to Elder Jianqi, their realms, cultivation levels, and statuses were worlds apart. Elder Jianqi, having cultivated for 300 years, had already ascended to the rank of Elder at sword-concealing peak. As Yu Xinghe's voice faded, a deep and resonant voice emerged from within the courtyard. Guoming. The speaker was none other than Elder Jianqi of sword-concealing peak. Despite having surpassed 3 centuries in age, his countenance resembled that of a vigorous 30-something, showing no signs of aging. With a lifespan nearing a millennium, he was in the prime of his life, exuding an unparalleled grace and vitality. Upon cautiously stepping into the courtyard, Yu Xinghe immediately bowed deeply in reverence upon seeing Elder Jianqi. Greetings, Elder. Elder Jianqi's expression was as still as water, emanating an unyielding authority without a trace of anger. What brings you to seek me at such a late hour? He inquired calmly. Yu Xinghe dared not exhibit any negligence and hastily responded, Esteemed Elder, a most peculiar incident has just transpired at the library. Hearing this, the previously tranquil Elder Jianqi's demeanor shifted slightly. His keen, sword-like brows arched with intrigue. Oh, what strange occurrence has unfolded? Speak swiftly. It is thus. Yu Xinghe promptly recounted the events that had transpired at the library. As Elder Jianqi listened, he nodded occasionally. A strange wind capable of breaching the prohibitions on the jade slips? Let us investigate, he declared, proceeding towards the library. Before long, he appeared on the 3rd floor of the library. Indeed, the jade slips had dimmed considerably. Could it be the presence of a nascent soul elder? Elder Jianqi pondered, sensing the residual aura within the library, his brow furrowing slightly. The publicly accessible tomes at sword-concealing peak were of little significance. The true core techniques resided within the Tai Su Palace. One only needed to reach the golden core stage to enter the Tai Su Palace and select the primary cultivation methods. For inner disciples, the techniques here merely served as supplementary means for further cultivation. As one reaches the golden core stage, their lifespan significantly extends. With merely a few decades, one can master a minor divine ability. Jianqi hesitated, uncertain if the lingering aura belonged to a Yuaning elder. For his own cultivation had only recently ascended to the 8th level of the golden core stage. He immediately addressed Yu Xinghe, saying, I am aware of this matter. Please refrain from disseminating it. Yes, Elder, Yu Xinghe respectfully replied. Yi Wuchen was oblivious to the events transpiring behind the library and had no desire to intervene. He lay on his bed, contentedly observing the system panel, which now displayed over 20 new techniques. Regrettably, his cultivation was depleted, and he would have to wait until dawn to regain a millennium of cultivation. The night passed without incident. The following day, Yi Wuchen awoke leisurely as the sun reached its zenith. Although he had become a formidable Yuaning expert, his penchant for sleeping remained unchanged. With a long exhale, he stretched his limbs and murmured to himself, another splendid day. Upon glancing at his status panel, he discovered that his available cultivation had replenished by another millennium. He commenced his training in the fire control technique, allocating his cultivation to it. In the first year of practicing the fire control technique with your Yuan-ing cultivation, you achieved minor success in less than half a day. After 3 days, you attained great success, and within a year, you perfected it. In the second year of practicing the fire control technique, your ability to control flames significantly improved. In the 3rd year, you reached the pinnacle of mastery. Indeed, it seems that the higher 1S realm, the simpler it becomes to cultivate these spells, Yu Wuchen mused. This fire control technique, being merely a rudimentary divine ability, was extraordinarily easy for him to refine at his current level. Now that he had perfected it, it was time to activate the true sunfire. System, activate the true sunfire. True sunfire has been activated. Please handle it with caution. As the system's voice echoed, Yi Wuchen felt a fiery presence gradually manifest within him. The intensity of this flame was so profound that it sent shivers down his spine. Is this the true sunfire? How terrifying! He contemplated. This force seemed capable of annihilating everything. Even at the 2nd level of the Yuan-ing stage, he felt like an insignificant insect before the true sunfire. A mere wisp of it could incinerate a golden core expert. Even a Yuan-ing cultivator could not withstand a ball of true sun fire the size of a fist. I shall test its might tonight after leaving the sword-hiding peak, Yi Wuchen resolved. Atop the sword-hiding peak, a booming and resonant voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the mountaintop. Brother Jiang, what brings you here? An elderly man in his 60s stood at the summit. The speaker being Meng Jiuqian, the peak master of sword-hiding peak. As Meng Jiuqian's voice faded, ripples emerged in the void, and three figures gradually took shape. At the forefront stood an elderly man in his 50s, clad in a flowing black Taoist robe that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding mist. His gaunt face was framed by white hair and beard, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He exuded an ethereal aura reminiscent of legendary immortals. This venerable figure was none other than Jiang Moyu, the renowned elder of the Taishu Palace. His profound cultivation had already reached the nascent soul stage, where every gesture emanated boundless power, rivaling that of true celestial beings. To Jiang Moyu's left stood a young woman, radiant as snow, with a countenance like a painting and a graceful figure reminiscent of a blooming flower. This enchanting lady was Su Qianqian, her bright, inquisitive eyes surveying the surroundings. On Jiang Moyu's right was a seemingly youthful boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, who radiated a celestial aura, as if he were the favored child of this realm. Meng Shidi, I hope I have not intruded, Jiang Moyu said with a warm smile. The two companions beside him bowed respectfully in greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Meng Shixiang. Meng Jiuqian scrutinized the two young individuals, awakens Suqianqian, who had been a disciple of the inner sect for several decades. However, the other youth was unfamiliar to him, appearing youthful and lacking in cultivation. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed the Taoist essence surrounding the boy, with countless spiritual energies gathering around him, leaving him profoundly astonished. Is this the innate Tao body? Congratulations, Brother Jiang, on acquiring an exceptional disciple, Meng Jiuqian exclaimed in shock. Chapter 28, The Innate Tao Body. The innate Tao body is a miraculous existence. Those with such a constitution are sheltered by the Tao from birth, favored by the heavens. Whether in daily life or on the path of cultivation, they navigate their journey as if aided by divine forces, yielding results that far exceed their efforts. Should they commit themselves to the path of cultivation, they can achieve extraordinary progress without encountering any bottlenecks. Even the most esoteric and profound martial arts manuals can be comprehended at a glance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Moyu smiled faintly. You jest, Meng Shidi. Your Songjin Peak has done remarkably this year as well, he replied with a chuckle. At this remark, Meng Jiuqian was momentarily taken aback. The recruitment of disciples at Songjin Peak was typically managed by the inner sect, and even during the grand competition, it was overseen by the elders. He had yet to meet the disciples recruited this year. What do you mean by that, Brother Jiang? Meng Jiuqian inquired, puzzled. Qianqian, you should explain to Meng Shixiang, Jiang Moyu directed towards Su Qianqian. Hearing this, she first bowed respectfully. Master Meng, yesterday I found myself in Fengling City, where I fortuitously encountered a disciple from Songjin Peak. Immediately, Su Qianqian recounted everything she had witnessed in Fengling City the previous day. Despite probing endlessly into Yi Wuchen's essence with her spiritual awareness, she could glean nothing of significance. However, upon returning to the Taishu Palace, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Yi Wuchen exhibited an unsettlingly normal demeanor, so normal it bordered on the bizarre. A mere 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator, he faced the formidable blood fiend ancestor of the Golden Core realm without an ounce of trepidation. Even when confronted by her and Chen Xiaoyao, two Golden Core powerhouses, he maintained an air of remarkable composure. It is worth noting that even the other two Peak Foundation establishment experts would approach a Golden Core cultivator with utmost caution. Such behavior was not characteristic of a mere Qi refinement practitioner. Thus, she shared her suspicions with her master. Subsequently, her master brought the two of them to Songjin Peak. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiuqian recognized that Songjin Peak harbored a talent. Yet rather than feeling exhilarated, he frowned. A 6th-level Qi refinement genius hardly warranted the personal attention of a nascent soul expert. Clearly, there were facets of the situation that eluded his understanding. What intentions does your senior brother have in coming here? Meng Jiuqian inquired cautiously. My disciple, also a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator, felt somewhat indignant upon hearing the senior sister's remarks and wishes to challenge Yi Wuchen, Jiang Moyu stated. Very well, I shall have someone summon him. Meng Jiuqian replied with a nod. In the training grounds, over a dozen senior disciples from the foundation establishment stage led nearly 300 new disciples in their practice. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. Who is Wuchen? The practitioners, previously engrossed in their training, were abruptly roused from their meditative states. In unison, they raised their heads, casting bewildered glances toward the source of the voice. There, suspended in the air, stood a figure poised gracefully in the void. Clad in white, he exuded an aura as steadfast as a pine tree. The senior disciples were instantly taken aback. This individual had long served by the peak master's side and was a trusted confidant. Zhao Wuchuang stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Reporting to you, senior brother. Wuchen is not present in the training grounds. Where is he? Notify him that the peak master summons him, and he is to come to the summit at once." The newcomer commanded. "Yes, senior brother. I shall inform him immediately." Zhao Wuchuang responded with utmost respect. Chapter 29. Reunion with Su Qianqian. "Junior brother Yi, come quickly with me." Zhao Wuchuang urged as he arrived at Yi Wuchen's modest courtyard, pulling him along with haste. "What is happening, senior brother?" Yi Wuchen inmuted, noting Zhao Wuchuang's ansios de manor. "Something auspicious. The peak master requests your presence," Zhao Wuchuang briefly explained, leaving no room for further discussion. Yi Wuchen followed closely in Zhao Wuchuang's footsteps, his mind racing with speculation. Why would the peak master seek him out? Had the incident of his clandestine entry into the library been discovered? The collection of tomes housed within the library should scarcely warrant the attention of the peak master. Leaf Wuchen found himself devoid of thoughts and ceased to ponder further. He would ascertain the truth upon meeting the peak master. No longer was he the ordinary cultivator who had just embarked upon the Golden Core stage. Recently, he had devoted the remainder of his cultivation to the immortal wind spirit control technique, and he had ascended to the formidable third level of the nascent soul stage. With such prowess, he was now able to stand on equal footing with the master of the sword storage peak. Before long, Zhao Wuchuang escorted him to the martial training ground. "Brother Bai, this is Leaf Wuchen," Zhao Wuchuang announced to the figure suspended in the air. "Ah, Leaf Wuchen, follow me." Brother Bai nodded and led Leaf Wuchen to the summit of the peak. As the inner sect brother departed with Leaf Wuchen, the martial training ground erupted into a cacophony of whispers and speculation. Is this not the illustrious inner sect brother of the Golden Core stage? Just look at his skills. He appears as if a celestial being has descended. Indeed, who is this newcomer? To receive a personal summons from the peak master on his very first day here is utterly enviable. Sigh. I have spent nearly 50 years at this sword storage peak and have only encountered the peak master thrice. Comparing others to oneself can be quite disheartening. At that moment, whether they were newly initiated disciples or those who had been at the sword storage peak for decades, all gazed with envy towards the towering summit, a place accessible only to inner sect disciples, symbolizing unparalleled honor and status, an aspiration cherished in the hearts of every outer sect disciple. The scenery around him blurred as Leaf Wuchen swiftly ascended to the peak. "Brother Leaf, I did not anticipate our reunion would come so soon." Just as Leaf Wuchen was admiring the vistas at the peak, a familiar voice wafted through the air. He focused his gaze and beheld a familiar figure. It was none other than Su Qianqian, whom he had encountered the previous day in Fengling City. Beside her stood 3 others, 2 elderly gentlemen with hair as white as snow, yet faces youthful, exuding an ethereal aura, and a young man of striking demeanor and upright posture. "Ah, it is senior sister Su." Leaf Wuchen smiled warmly and politely cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior sister Su. Come, brother Leaf, allow me to introduce you. Su Qianqian Yishchith. This is my esteemed mentor, Elder Mou. This is my junior brother, Mo Fan. And this individual is the master of your sword storage peak, Meng Jiutian." As Su Qianqian introduced each person in turn, Leaf Wuchen felt a sense of urgency and respect. He promptly bowed to both Peak Master Meng and Elder Jiang Mou. The junior disciple Leaf Wuchen pays his respects to the Peak Master and the Elder, he stated, maintaining a posture of neither subservience nor arrogance. Upon witnessing the scene, the Peak Master, Meng Jiutian, nodded slightly, stroking the long strands of his beard with a contemplative air. Indeed, he mused, this is truly an exceptional talent, rare to behold. A look of satisfaction graced his countenance as he spoke. Elder Jiang Mou similarly scrutinized Yi Wuchen from head to toe, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded in approval, signaling his acknowledgement. Chapter 30. The Test of Combat. Jiang Mou exchanged a glance with Meng Jiutian, both sensing the mutual astonishment they shared. These two cultivators at the nascent soul stage found themselves unable to discern the depths of the individual before them. No, it was more accurate to say that Yi Wuchen appeared so remarkably ordinary that it was almost unbelievable. In the grand scheme of Taisu Palace, Yi Wuchen's aptitude ranked at the very bottom. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly unremarkable individual had attained the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. While it would be reasonable to expect some hidden secret, neither of them could uncover even the faintest trace of one. Could it be that he truly harbored no secrets? Both were engulfed in profound perplexity. As Yi Wuchen noticed the probing gazes of their spiritual senses sweeping over him, a frown creased his brow. He sensed that the peak master's spiritual sense was slightly weaker than his own, likely at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. In contrast, Elder Zhang's spiritual sense seemed marginally stronger, perhaps at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Pondering the reason for the peak master's summons, Yi Wuchen bowed slightly and inquired of Meng Jiutian. Meng Jiutian's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to glean some insight from Yi Wuchen, but found himself bereft of any leads, prompting him to retract his spiritual sense. Your senior sister, Su, claims that your prowess surpasses that of your brother Mo. Thus, I thought to invite you for a friendly contest. Meng Jiutian chuckled. The status of the two palaces was indeed a notch above that of the 3 peaks. As outer sect disciples, they were expected to address the disciples of the two palaces as senior brothers. Mo Fan, endowed with a natural Tao body and possessing strength that far exceeded his peers, would undoubtedly reveal the true extent of Yi Wuchen's abilities. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan stepped forward with determination. Junior brother Yi, I implore you to bestow your guidance upon me, he declared, cupping his hands in respect. However, Mo Fan remained unaware of the true intentions of the elders and the peak master. His master had merely instructed him to engage in a contest to the best of his abilities, and he regarded the prospect of facing Yi Wuchen, who was at the 6th level of Qi refining, with great anticipation. Yi Wuchen surveyed the 4 individuals present, then resignedly spread his hands. Brother Mo, I sincerely apologize, but my greatest expertise lies in swordsmanship, and regrettably, I did not bring my sword with me today. Ha, fear not. I have here a wind thunder sword, which I shall present to you as a token of our meeting. Jiang Mo Yu laughed heartily. Before his words had fully settled, he produced a sword from his spatial ring and tossed it to Yi Wuchen. Thank you, Elder, Yi Wuchen replied, receiving the sword with a respectful gesture. The moment the wind thunder sword graced his hands, he felt an overwhelming surge of wind and thunder energy. Even without unsheathing it, he could sense its extraordinary nature. Junior brother Yi, Su Qianqian remarked, this wind thunder sword was forged by the elder of Tiangong Peak and is capable of withstanding the power of the Golden Core stage. Thank you for the information, senior sister. Yi Yuchen replied. This sword may hold great value for others, yet for me, it is merely a trifle. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, rendering any equipment unnecessary. Even if he were to be bestowed with treasures suited for the nascent soul stage, they would soon become obsolete. Thus, he placed little importance on such external possessions. It would only be when his cultivation began to stagnate that he would consider acquiring equipment. Although the cultivation method he practiced was of a low tier, requiring a grueling 10,000 years to barely elevate a single level, for him, that duration felt akin to a mere day. In a few days, he would reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, at which point he would assess his cultivation speed. As long as his power continued to grow, he would persevere. Should his progress cease, he would seek out higher-level cultivation techniques. Junior brother Yi, please. Mo Fan beckoned from a nearby arena. At his invitation, Yi Wuchen leaped onto the platform. Senior brother Mo, please. Yi Wuchen slowly drew the sword, pointing it toward Mo Fan, softly uttering the word, please. With that, Mo Fan unleashed a powerful punch directed at Yi Wuchen, crackling with arcs of lightning. Observing from the sidelines, Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is the 5 Thunder Divine Fist. Junior brother Mo has mastered it to perfection, she exclaimed in astonishment. This technique was imparted to him just yesterday. I did not expect the innate Tao body to possess such remarkable talent. Jiang Moyu nodded slightly. While the innate Tao body was indeed formidable, Su Qianqian's own talent was not inferior to Mo Fan's. Although their Taishu Palace only recruited 2 or 3 disciples every 3 years, those chosen were the finest in a 100,000-mile radius. Each of them could secure a position within the top 10 during the sect's grand competition. Meng Jiutian observed the two with anticipation. Hoping that Yi Wuchen could bring honor to Songjin Peak, even if this was merely a private duel. As Mo Fan charged toward him, Wuchen gripped his sword tightly. Clear wind, fluttering willow. With this soft exclamation, Wuchen's form became ethereal and elusive, akin to willow leaves dancing in a breeze, striking at Mo Fan from various unexpected angles. Despite deliberately suppressing his cultivation to the 6th level of chi refinement, he did not regard Mo Fan as a serious opponent, for their disparity in realms was too great. Furthermore, his clear wind swordplay had reached a state of consummate mastery. Faced with Wuchen's ghostly strikes, Mo Fan felt a jolt of alarm. He dared not slacken his efforts, hastily retracting his fist and swiftly channeling his inner energy, surrounding himself with a transparent protective barrier. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as Wuchen's sword struck fiercely against Mo Fan's protective aura. In an instant, sparks flew, and the clang of metal echoed throughout the surroundings. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged along the blade. Mo Fan exerted all his strength to maintain his stance, yet he was still pushed back a full 3 steps. This marked his first defeat since beginning his cultivation journey. In the past, he had effortlessly defeated seniors who were a level or 2 above him. Now, he found himself bested by Wuchen, who was of the same realm. Although he had lost a half move, Mo Fan displayed no sign of discouragement. On the contrary, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his bright eyes. Jiang Moyu and Meng Jiutian exchanged incredulous glances. They not only observed the battle with their naked eyes, but also scrutinized it with their spiritual senses, gaining a clearer perspective. Wuchen had effortlessly defeated a naturally gifted Dao body of the same realm. While Mo Fan's carelessness played a part, it also attested to Wuchen's formidable strength. Meng Jiutian felt a surge of delight. Their Sangjian peak was finally about to produce a genius. Through his earlier probing with spiritual senses, he could ascertain that Wuchen had no hidden secrets. It seemed that in the upcoming sect competition, Sangjian Peak would surely secure a top 3 ranking. Once more, flame, thunder, burning heart fist, Mo Fan shouted, charging towards Wuchen. Suddenly, Mo Fan's right fist turned a fiery red, flames erupting from his entire fist. This was the Fire Thunder Fist of the 5 Thunder Divine Fist. Chapter 31, Defeating the Innate Dao Body. At this moment, 2 Yuanying stage cultivators were present, observing him with their spiritual senses. Wuchen found it inconvenient to utilize his own spiritual sense. After all, revealing his strength in front of them would not be a wise choice. Lacking the aid of spiritual insight, he could not accurately discern Mo Fan's capabilities. All judgments had to rely solely on his intuition and experience. Realizing that the Qing Feng sword technique might not match Mo Fan, Wuchen decisively abandoned it in favor of the sword control technique. He hurled his wind thunder sword while swiftly forming hand seals. With his cultivation level, he could have freely controlled the sword, but with someone watching him with spiritual senses, he could only feign the display. In an instant, a clear and melodious sword cry rang out. The wind thunder sword seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into a razor-sharp beam of light. Just as Mo Fan's fist was about to land on Wuchen's face, the wind thunder sword deftly circled around and surged towards Mo Fan's side. Sensing the impending threat, Mo Fan realized the danger and had no choice but to turn and evade. However, as he made the evasive move, the wind thunder sword swiftly turned back to assault him again. With Wuchen right in front of him and the wind thunder sword blocking his path, Mo Fan immediately abandoned his approach. Compassionate finger, Mo Fan bellowed, directing a sword-like gesture towards Wuchen. In an instant, a fierce sword energy surged towards Wuchen. The might of this gesture rivaled that of the flame, thunder, burning heart fist. Amusingly, under my assault, he still possesses the capacity to counterattack. Wuchen mused with a faint smile. It is worth noting that his sword mastery had also reached the pinnacle of perfection. The fact that Mo Fan could still muster a counterattack against his full-force assault was noteworthy. If he were to wield his cultivation at the 6th level of chi refinement to execute the sword mastery, even an ordinary practitioner at the 8th level of chi refinement would find themselves flustered, possibly succumbing easily to defeat. Clear wind, absolute shadow. Wuchen Sikofut. Simultaneously invoking his sword mastery and executing the final move of the clear wind sword technique. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of sword energy enveloped Mo Fan. Trapped by the wind thunder sword and surrounded by the myriad sword energies, Mo Fan found no avenue for escape. As the sword energy approached, he ceased evading. Black tortoise body protection. Mo Fan shouted, a surge of profound spiritual power emanating from him. The spiritual essence of the heavens and earth seemed summoned, swirling frantically around him. Within moments, a robust, earthen-colored shield encased Mo Fan. Clang, clang, clang. The tempest of sword energy had already arrived, crashing violently against the earthen shield. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds akin to a torrential downpour of collisions filled the air. Sparks flew, raising clouds of dust as each strand of sword energy collided with the shield, sending ripples radiating outward. Standing a short distance away, Su Qianqian and her companions, all possessing spiritual awareness, could clearly perceive the unfolding events. Although Mo Fan's shield remained mostly intact, it was riddled with cracks, indicating he was nearing his limits. Should Yi Wuchen unleash a few more sword energies, Mo Fan would either be gravely wounded or meet his demise. How could a gifted innate Tao body be so thoroughly defeated in this realm? Witnessing the scene, Su Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting incredulity. It was important to remember that the innate Tao body was not inferior to her own constitution. In fact, prior to the nascent soul stage, the innate Tao body had exhibited strength surpassing her own. Yet now, this genius, Mo Fan, endowed with an innate Tao body, found himself bested by the mere mortal body of Yi Wuchen, a development that utterly astonished her. Jiang Moyu and Meng Jiuqian exchanged glances, equally taken aback, their minds reeling from the shock. The potential exhibited by Mo Fan was comparable to that of the champions from previous sect competitions. Yet despite this, he still fell to Yi Wuchen. Although Yi Wuchen's demeanor struck them as peculiar, they could discern no apparent flaw in him. Mo Fan had exhausted all his cultivation to barely withstand the sword energies released by Yi Wuchen. Nonetheless, he was far from unscathed. Each strike of the sword energy resembled a formidable blow unleashed by a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The immense force disrupted his aura, even through the protective shield. Once the sword energy ceased, he could no longer maintain the shield and had to withdraw it. Senior Brother Mo's prowess is truly remarkable, Yi Fan remarked upon witnessing Mo Fan retract his shield. His words were imbued with sincerity. Although Mo Fan's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his strength was comparable to that of the 9th level. In fact, his defensive technique could withstand attacks from those at the Foundation establishment stage. Given his current prowess, he must be exceedingly rare in the Tai Su Palace. No wonder the old master and Zhang Zixuan merely suggested that with his 6th level of Qi refinement, he might place in the top 3. If his strength were solely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, with more disciples like him in Tai Su Palace, his ranking would rely solely on fortune. Mo Fan, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile. Junior Brother Yi, you jest. Your strength is no less than mine, he said somewhat feebly. At that moment, Meng Jiuqian, standing nearby, could not contain his laughter at the humility displayed by the two. Ha ha, Yi Wuchen, is it? You are quite impressive. Our Zhongjian peak will depend on you in the upcoming sect competition over the next 3 years. With a broad smile and admiration in his eyes, Meng Jiuqian proclaimed. Thank you for your kind words, Peak Master. You shall do me utmost. Yi Wuchen replied, cupping his hands in respect. Meng Jiuqian nodded in satisfaction and then generously inquired. Do you have any needs regarding cultivation or other matters? While Zhongjian Peak may not rival the first palace and second hall, we possess a fair share of valuable resources. Whatever you require, feel free to speak, and I shall ensure your needs are met. Yi Wuchen's heart stirred at this. Although he had obtained the Xianfeng Yuling Ju yesterday, the technique was woefully inadequate. It would take a millennium of cultivation to advance a single minor realm. One must consider that even peak-stage nascent soul cultivators do not possess a lifespan of 1,000 years. If he could acquire a superior technique, his advancement would be expedited. Peak Master, may I request a more proficient cultivation technique? Yi Wuchen asked tentatively. Meng Jiuqian nodded in response. He had sensed the inadequacy of Yi Wuchen's current technique through his spiritual awareness. Without hesitation, Meng Jiuqian agreed. A cultivation technique is a trivial matter. A superior technique? The Tai Su Palace's methods cannot be shared indiscriminately. However, I happen to have a 4th-tier technique created by a loose cultivator. Upon finishing his words, a jade slip appeared in his hand, inscribed with the character Xinglian Huaxianju. Thank you, Peak Master, Yi Wuchen exclaimed with excitement upon hearing this. He then carefully accepted the jade slip from Meng Jiuqian's hand. Chapter 32. I accept your challenge. After receiving the jade slip, Yi Wuchen was escorted back to the mountainside. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian had also returned to the Tai Su Palace with Mo Fan. Only Meng Jiutian and Jiang Moyu remained present. Senior brother, have you discerned anything? Meng Jiutian inquired. Initially, I suspected he might have been possessed by a powerful entity, but it does not appear so, Jiang Moyu replied, shaking his head softly. Meng Jiutian reflected on the Yuqing he had perceived with his spiritual sense and nodded in agreement. Since he is unscathed, we must diligently cultivate him at Songjin Peak. Who knows, in a few hundred years, he might ascend to the rank of elder. Indeed, congratulations are in order, junior brother, Jiang Moyu said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Though he sensed a mystery surrounding Yi Wuqing, he pondered, what of it? In the grand expanse of the Tai Su Palace, could they truly fear the secrets of a mere disciple? His visit today to investigate Yi Wuqing was merely a preemptive measure. If he were an ordinary disciple, his presence would be unnecessary. Yet, a genius capable of rivaling the innate Dao body warranted attention. The origins of Mo Fan and Su Qianqian, while not personally verified by him, were confirmed by inner disciples of the Golden Core stage. After all, many aspired to infiltrate the Tai Su Palace. Returning to the Tai Su Palace, Missouri Fan felt despondent. Sister, I have brought shame upon the Tai Su Palace, he confessed to Su Qianqian. Although he had not been defeated in his encounter with Yi Wuqing, he had been persistently pressured throughout the battle. If they continued to spar, defeat was undoubtedly imminent. Had Yi Wuqing possessed a special constitution or received the legacy of a powerful being, he could have understood. However, from his sister, he learned that Yi Wuqing's physique was unremarkable. His innate Dao body had rendered him invincible among his peers since he began his cultivation. It was merely a private match. In 3 months' time, you shall best him in the grand competition, Su Qianqian reassured him. Yi Wuqing's victory over Mo Fan had been both unexpected and anticipated by her. With 3 months remaining, I can break through 2 minor realms and learn several new techniques. I shall surely defeat him. Mo Fan responded, his confidence rekindled. Then I wish you success, junior brother. Su Qianqian engaged. Yet, in her heart, an inexplicable feeling lingered, that even with a 2-realm improvement, Mo Fan would still not be Yi Wuqing's match. Having met Yi Wuqing only twice, she felt an unusual level of confidence in him. Recalling their encounters, she noted how Yi Wuqing had maintained an air of calmness, whether facing the blood fiend ancestor in Fengling City or a nascent soul powerhouse at Songjin Peak. Only upon seeing the techniques bestowed by the Peak's master did he exhibit signs of excitement. Junior brother, focus on your cultivation and strive to defeat Yi Wuqing in 3 months. I must take my leave, Su Qianqian said before soaring towards Songjin Peak. After Meng Haoshuan brought Yi Wuqing back to the mountainside, he was quickly surrounded by onlookers. Particularly, those from the same celestial vessel rushed to his side. Yi Xibyong, what business does the Peak Master have with you? Zhao Wushuang asked eagerly. As these words were spoken, all eyes turned towards Yi Wuqing. To be summoned by the Peak Master was an immense honor. Even the senior disciples cast their gazes in his direction. It's nothing. The Peak Master merely offered a few words of encouragement. Yi Wuqing chuckled, reluctant to elaborate further. The crowd, upon witnessing this, expressed their disappointment. They had been eager to hear Yi Wuqing recount his experiences at the summit. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with discontent, a sinister voice emerged from the throng. It's merely luck. What is there to boast about? Yi Wuqing frowned at the remark. When had he ever boasted? Having just ascended, he had uttered a single phrase, and yet it was construed as arrogance. Before he could respond, he heard Han Chi's voice beside him. Who the hell is that? When did senior brother Yi boast? Han Chi exclaimed, directing his words at the source of the taunt. As soon as he spoke, the crowd exchanged glances, aware that trouble was brewing. Sure enough, the voice returned. What do you think you are, to speak to me? The moment those words were uttered, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively recoiled. Soon, a young man emerged from the gathering, his demeanor dark and exuding an unsettling chill. Upon seeing this individual, Han Chi's expression also darkened significantly. Having been a celebrated prodigy since childhood, he found this person utterly disrespectful. Just as he was about to confront him, Zhao Wushuang grasped his arm firmly. Are you Qin Shou? Zhao Wushuang inquired, astonished by the sight before him. Among the nearly 300 disciples recruited by the Songjin Peak this year, only 12 were in the Qi refining stage, and Qin Shou was one of them, the strongest aside from Yi Wuqing. According to intel Zhao Wushuang had gathered the previous day, Qin Shou possessed the rare eye spirit body and had already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. I have met Brother Zhao, Qin Shou said, offering a perfunctory salute, devoid of any respect. From a young age, Qin Shou had been identified by a minor cultivation sect for his rare spiritual root and was subsequently groomed for greatness. When the Taisu Palace recruited disciples this year, his original sect intended for him to join, but the elders of Taisu Palace deemed his qualifications insufficient and suggested he try his luck at the Three Peaks instead. Reluctantly, he found himself at the mightiest of the Three Peaks, Sangjian Peak. Though his abilities did not merit entrance to Taisu Palace, he was nonetheless a top contender within Sangjian Peak. Having witnessed Wuchen summoned by the Peak Master, he devised a plan to attract attention by defeating Wuchen. If the Yuan Ing stage Peak Master were to take him as a disciple, it would catapult him into greatness, paving the way for his own future cultivation to the Yuan Ing stage. Zhao Wushuang regarded Qin Shou with a hint of irritation. This newcomer showed blatant disregard for him, a fellow disciple in the Foundation establishment stage. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wushuang demanded. I wish to challenge him, Qin Shou declared, pointing a finger at Wuchen. Huh. Hearing this, Wuchen could not help but let out a cold laugh. He merely sought to pass a few tranquil months, honing his skills and elevating his cultivation. Yet, one after another, they came to challenge him. Were they all so idle? It was one thing for the elder at the nascent soul stage to bring disciples to confront him, but even a mere new disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement dared to issue a challenge. Did they perceive him as a soft persimmon, easily squeezed? Instead of utilizing their time to cultivate diligently, they insisted on seeking discomfort for him. If they wished to use him as a stepping stone, they must be prepared to bear the consequences of being trampled underfoot. If you desire to challenge me, I accept your challenge, Wuchen stated coldly. He intended to use this individual to establish his authority, dissuading others from causing him trouble. Chapter 33. A single slap to cripple. Qin Shou hailed from a sect known as the Qingyun sect. Although the Qingyun sect comprised merely over 100 disciples, it was a small yet complete entity. Within the sect, there existed various ranks: servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples. Their sect leader possessed the pinnacle of Foundation establishment cultivation, commanding respect within a 1,000-mile radius. Qin Shou, as a direct disciple of the sect leader, held a status not inferior to that of the elders. At merely 20 years of age, he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, making him a rare genius of the Qingyun sect in a century. In his eyes, the Taishu Palace displayed a lack of discernment. The sword-hidden peak also exhibited poor management. Those disciples not yet at the Qi refinement stage ought to be classified as servant disciples. Once he ascended to the ranks of the nascent soul stage, he would undoubtedly reform the rules. Seeing Wuchen agree to his challenge brought him one step closer to becoming a nascent soul powerhouse. Junior brother Yi, you may make the first move, Qin Shou said, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Wuchen. Are you certain you wish for me to strike first? Yi Yuchen repeated, amusement flickering across his face. Certainly. If I were to strike first, you would hardly have the chance to retaliate. Qin Shou smirked coldly. As Qin Shou's words fell, the crowd began to murmur. Ever since Wuchen had acquired the cultivation techniques from the library the day prior, he had not engaged with them further. Zhang Zixuan and Zhao Wushuang had advised those aboard the celestial vessel to maintain a low profile. Thus, many were uncertain about Wuchen's circumstances. Conversely, Qin Shou, since arriving at Sword-Hidden Peak, had been boasting everywhere. Consequently, many present were aware that not only did Qin Shou possess a unique physique, but he also had attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. This placed him in a league far above the rest. Even those who had reached the Qi refinement stage did not dare to provoke him. Seeing the crowd's response, Qin Shou wore a broad smile. The onlookers were astute. Qin Shou was the strongest disciple of this generation at Sword-Hidden Peak. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Wuchen chose not to speak further and acted directly. Slap! Wuchen, with a flick of his wrist, struck an invisible slap towards Qin Shou. In an instant, a transparent hand rushed toward Qin Shou's face. Observing this, Qin Shou let out a cold laugh. Such a feeble tactic, daring to be employed. This was nothing short of seeking death. Channeling his spiritual energy, an aura of extreme cold began to envelop him, a manifestation of his unique physique. Xianbing Divine Palm. Qin Shou bellowed, conjuring a massive, icy hand. An overwhelming chill swept over the onlookers. Boom! The ice palm he unleashed collided with the transparent slap produced by Wuchen, shattering upon impact. Yet the force of that slap remained undiminished, continuing its relentless advance toward Qin Shou. A wave of unease washed over him, he wished to evade. But the speed of the slap was blindingly swift, closing the distance in an instant. Qin Shou's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Yi Wuchen's strength to be so formidable. A casual strike had effortlessly broken through his Xianbing divine palm, honed over years of practice. Without a moment's hesitation, his protective aura enveloped him. Crack! The transparent slap tore through his protective barrier upon contact. Before Qin Shou could react further, Yi Wuchen's palm struck him squarely on the face with tremendous force, sending him flying several dozen feet. He was rendered unconscious before he could even utter a scream, collapsing in defeat. One slap was all it took to incapacitate him, utterly helpless. The surrounding spectators fell into a stunned silence at this spectacle. When their gazes turned toward Yi Wuchen, their expressions shifted entirely. They were well aware of Qin Shou's terrifying prowess, a fifth-level qi refinement cultivator, enhanced further by his special physique. Just achieving that level within 3 years would be a remarkable feat for them. Yet, Yi Wuchen had effortlessly defeated Qin Shou with a mere casual slap. What was the true extent of his terrifying capabilities? Even some of his senior disciples regarded Yi Wuchen with newfound respect. Having spent decades within the sect, their own cultivation levels were mostly at the foundation establishment stage, leaving them unperturbed by Yi Wuchen's qi refinement status. One senior disciple, his expression hurried, darted toward Qin Shou's fallen form. As he approached, his eyes widened in shock. Qin Shou's face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. The once handsome features were now unrecognizable, distorted beyond belief. Moreover, the internal injuries Qin Shou sustained were severe, with his meridians nearly shattered. The senior disciple's fury ignited within him. After all, Qin Shou was a student he had personally brought to the Zhangjian Peak. Had Qin Shou performed well in the sect's grand competition, it would have reflected favorably upon him as well. Yet now, Qin Shou's injuries would require months of recovery. Yi Yuchen, Zhangjian Peak prohibits disciples from engaging in private duels. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? Lin Chang'an thundered at Yi Wuchen. Just as Yi Wuchen was about to respond, Zhao Wushuang swiftly stepped forward, interposing himself between them. Lin Chang'an, it is evident that Qin Shou lacks skill. Do you truly wish to defame junior brother Yi? Zhao Wushuang retorted indignantly. Lin Chang'an was clearly attempting to drag Yi Wuchen into trouble, and Zhao Wushuang would not stand for it. The sect had never outright banned private duels. It merely prohibited lethal force during competitions. Yet, injuries were an inevitable consequence of such contests. Nevertheless, in response to Zhao Wushuang's accusations, Lin Chang'an cast him a cold glance. Zhao Wushuang, this matter does not concern you in the slightest. I advise you to refrain from meddling, lest you provoke my ire, Lin Chang'an warned with a venomous tone. He fixed his sharp gaze on Zhao Wushuang, as if ready to strike should his opponent make even the slightest move. Though Zhao Wushuang was merely at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, Lin Chang'an was at the 9th. Yi Yuchen, bypassing Zhao Wushuang, addressed Lin Chang'an directly. What do you desire? Lin Chang'an scrutinized Yi Wuchen, noting the exquisite sword in his grasp. He recalled that Yi Wuchen had departed empty-handed, yet returned with this remarkable weapon. It was undoubtedly extraordinary. Possessing it would greatly benefit him. After all, whether the sword was in Qin Shou's hands or his own, it would yield the same advantage. Return the sword you hold as compensation to Qin Shou, and this matter will be settled. What say you? Lin Chang'an proposed, his eyes fixed on Yi Wuchen. You desire this sword? Yi Wuchen raised the sword to his chest, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Surely, my senior brother does not covet my possessions. This sword is merely compensation for Qin Shou, Lin Chang'an replied, shaking his head. However, just as he completed his statement, an ethereal voice resonated from afar. Is there truly one who dares to covet what my master has bestowed? Chapter 34. Surviving to the Great Ascension Stage. Upon arriving at Zhangjian Peak, Su Qianqian witnessed someone challenging Yi Wuchen. Employing her spiritual sense, she swiftly gleaned the details of Qin Shou, a mere ice soul body, with the cultivation of the 5th level of the qi refinement stage, dared to challenge Yi Wuchen. His cultivation was notably unstable, clearly a result of excessive reliance on spirit medicines, yet to be fully refined. Such a contender was merely a novice who had started earlier than others. In terms of potential, he scarcely compared to those who had just embarked on the qi refinement stage. As expected, Yi Wuchen dispatched him with a single slap, leaving him gravely injured. Had Yi Wuchen harbored any murderous intent, that blow could have claimed his life. Initially, she had no desire to involve herself in the affairs of the new disciples. However, Lin Chang'an's covetousness for the sword bestowed by her master compelled her to intervene. The crowd lifted their gazes towards Su Qianqian, who hovered in the void. While the new disciples may not have recognized her, the seasoned disciples were taken aback. 9 years prior, Su Qianqian had secured the title of champion in the sect's grand competition, and 3 years ago, she attained the Golden Core realm. Her future was boundless. Lin Chang'an had previously encountered Su Qianqian, and his complexion instantly turned ashen. He had initially believed that the sword in Yi Wuchen's possession was a gift from the Peak Master. Little did he expect it to be bestowed by Su Qianqian's master. Senior sister, I was unaware that this was granted by the elder, Lin Chang'an explained. I shall inquire with the elders of Yurtsanjin Peak about how they manage their disciples, Su Qianqian remarked to Lin Chang'an. Although she was an inner disciple of the Taishu Palace, holding a higher status than the disciples at Sanjin Peak, she felt it inappropriate to say much more given Lin Chang'an's affiliation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chang'an's face changed dramatically. If this matter were to reach the elders through Su Qianqian, he might face expulsion from the sect, being merely an outer disciple. He was vulnerable to immediate dismissal by the sect at any time. In contrast, inner disciples enjoyed a certain level of protection unless they committed grave offenses. Senior sister, Lin Chang'an intended to plead for leniency, but a single glance from Su Qianqian caused him to be swiftly pulled away by his fellow disciples. Ye Yuchen, upon seeing Su Qianqian reappear, was somewhat taken aback. Thank you for your assistance, senior sister, he said with a respectful gesture. Although he bore no fear of Lin Chang'an, he appreciated Su Qianqian's goodwill. Junior brother Yi, why not consider joining the Taishu Palace? Su Qianqian invited once more. As her words fell, a collective gasp echoed around them. Even the senior disciples could not help but feel envious. It was well known that the Taishu Palace, though few in number, comprised predominantly inner disciples, including a significant contingent of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage and beyond. To enter the Taishu Palace was akin to stepping 1 foot into the Golden Core realm. Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister, but I believed Sanjin Peak is more suited for me. Yi Wuchen replied once again, declining her invitation. He found it perplexing why Su Qianqian was so insistent on having him enter the Taishu Palace, especially now that he had acquired new cultivation techniques, making him even less inclined to join. Very well, since junior brother is determined, I shall not press further, she acquiesced. Thank you for your understanding, senior sister. With the support of his system, he only required access to cultivation methods. After declining Su Qianqian's repeated invitation, Yi Wuchen began to keep a low profile. Having knocked out Qin Shou, a 5th-level Qi refinement disciple, with a single slap, coupled with Su Qianqian's appearance, new disciples dared not provoke him again, and senior disciples could not freely enter their area. Yi Wuchen spent the ensuing days in leisure, awakening naturally each day and awaiting system refreshes of his cultivation. He did not attend the lectures held by inner disciple Chan Xiaoyao every 3 days, nor the elders' monthly teachings. These were privileges for new disciples, providing opportunities to seek clarification during the lectures. Both inner disciples and elders would strive to offer explanations. After 3 months, Yi Wuchen's cultivation finally ascended 3 major realms, advancing from the nascent soul stage to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. He gazed at the daunting 5,000 years of cultivation required, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Having arrived at the sword concealing peak 3 months prior, he had come to understand many aspects of the realm of cultivation. The location of the Taishu Palace lies within the eastern wilderness of this continent, which hosts 10 major sects, with Taishu Palace ranking 3rd. The cultivation world is divided into 9 realms: body refinement, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. It is said that within the Taishu Palace, there are over 10 venerable elders at the divine transformation stage. Furthermore, the sect leader has already reached the integration stage. Currently, Yi Wuchen had attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Should his cultivation continue to grow, he would soon enter the perilous tribulation crossing stage, a treacherous path where countless prodigies have perished beneath the heavenly tribulations. Although Yi Wuchen had reached the peak of the Great Ascension stage, he lacked mastery over its profound techniques. Moreover, he had yet to possess a single artifact for protection. If tribulations were to descend upon him now, given his current strength, his demise would be nearly assured. Without absolute certainty, Yi Wuchen would undoubtedly refrain from attempting to cross the tribulation. It seemed he must devise a means to acquire some arcane artifacts to prepare for this impending trial. He mused quietly while observing the Taishu Palace. He had once contemplated stealthily infiltrating the palace. But the formidable protective array surrounding Taishu Palace not only repelled powerful foes, but also severed spiritual perception. While he could forcibly breach the array with his cultivation level, he bore no grievances against Taishu Palace and had even received teachings from them. How could he repay kindness with enmity by dismantling their protective formation? Once the sect competition commenced tomorrow and he entered the Taishu Palace, he would inquire of the esteemed figures there regarding the preparations needed for crossing the tribulation. Junior Brother Yi, tomorrow is the sect competition. Remember to rise early, came the voice of Zhang Zishuan from outside as he pondered. Yi Wuchen opened the courtyard door to find her waiting. Sister Zhang, I understand. Zhang Zishuan was aware of Yi Wuchen's preference for solitude and seldom disturbed him. However, tomorrow was a significant day for the sect, and she felt it necessary to remind him. Otherwise, given Yi Wuchen's nature, he might very well forget. After all, he was the face of the sword-concealing peak this year, and even the peak master had taken notice of him. If he were to be delayed tomorrow, it would lead to serious repercussions. Very well, I shall return to wake you in the morning, Zhang Zishuan replied. After bidding farewell to her, Yi Wuchen once again turned his gaze toward the Taishu Palace. Indeed, why had he not considered this before? Could he perhaps cultivate formations and forge artifacts himself? An epiphany struck him. Might his system be applicable to the comprehension of formations, artifact crafting, and pill refining? System, can my cultivation be utilized in alchemy and crafting? Yi Wuchen inquired within his mind. Master, all skills are applicable. Once I master a few more arcane arts and forge some exquisite magical artifacts, I shall surely transcend the tribulation period. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen's heart swelled with joy. Initially, he had been troubled by the tribulation phase, but now, having discovered a solution, he believed he would soon ascend to immortality. Chapter 35, Foundation Establishment Stage, 7th Level. At Taishu Palace, Su Qianqian gazed at the self-assured Mo Fan in astonishment. Have you truly broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? In just 3 months, Mo Fan had advanced from the 6th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Observing his sister's surprise, Mo Fan smiled lightly. To ensure his victory over Yi Wuchen today, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, neglecting all else. Now, having surpassed 3 minor realms in succession, he anticipated that Yi Wuchen would be quite astonished upon seeing him. In response to my sister, I achieved the breakthrough last night, Mo Fan replied, cupping his hands in respect. It seems you have put in considerable effort over these past 3 months, Su Qianqian acknowledged with a nod. At the Wuji Hall, Elder Lingyu addressed a 17-year-old girl. Chi, do you have confidence in claiming first place in today's sect competition? Master, you overestimate me. I have heard that Mo Fan from Taishu Palace possesses an innate Dao body. How could I possibly compete with him? The girl, named Tang Chi, possessed an exceptional water spirit root and was the strongest among this generation of 7 disciples in Wuji Hall. Currently, her cultivation had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet even so, she saw no hope of victory against an innate Dao body. Alas, who knows where Jiangmiyu discovered such an innate Dao body? Otherwise, you would undoubtedly secure first place, Elder Lingyu sighed. Fong Tianyi of Daoxian Hall is not to be underestimated either. He boasts the legacy of a powerful being in the God transformation stage, Tang Chi remarked. Shaking her head, at Daoxian Hall, Elder Xian looked gravely at the spirited youth before him. Tianyi, do you truly have the confidence to defeat Mo Fan and seize the top position? Fong Tianyi, clad in white and standing tall like a pine tree, exuded remarkable confidence and composure through his sharp brows and bright eyes. Upon hearing Elder Xian's inquiry, he smiled slightly. Though Mo Fan possesses an innate Dao body and exceptional talent, he is still inexperienced in combat. In my estimation, I have at least a 70% chance of overwhelming him. Fong Tianyi's words radiated unwavering confidence, stemming from the ancestral legacy he bore. The Fong family was a renowned immortal cultivation clan, with 3 ancestors in the God transformation stage. One of these ancestors, nearing the end of their lifespan, divided their insights among the clan's disciples. Fong Tianyi, owing to his extraordinary talent, received a portion of this wisdom and subsequently became a disciple of Elder Xian at Daoxian Hall. At Jianfeng Peak, early in the morning, Yi Wuchen was awakened and summoned aboard the celestial vessel. He cast a glance around, noticing that the familiar faces from Qingyang City and Yongchang City were still present. Initially, there was only Han Qi among them who was at the Qi refining stage, but now 2 others had joined him. Today marked the grand competition of the sect, with the 12 celestial vessels from Tsangjian Peak soaring in formation towards the Taishu Palace. Zhang Zixuan skillfully navigated the celestial vessel, turning her gaze towards Yi Wuchen. Junior brother Yi, the sect competition is about to commence. May I inquire about your current cultivation level? She asked, as her words echoed. The others aboard the vessel turned their attention towards him. Although they resided in close proximity and hailed from the same origin, their rigorous training schedules left them little time to mingle. Yi Wuchen, in contrast, seemed to have dedicated little time to cultivation. The question lingered. Had he perhaps regressed in his abilities? 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, Yi Wuchen replied casually. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage and felt little interest in the competition. Were it not for the kindness shown to him by Zhang Zixuan and Zhao Wushuang, he would have preferred to abstain. By revealing his Foundation Establishment stage cultivation, he was confident he could easily surpass the new disciples this year, avoiding the need to conceal his power and engage in fierce battles like those atop Tsangjian Peak. When the time came, merely showcasing his Foundation Establishment aura would secure him victory without the need for combat. 7th level of the Qi refining stage? Am I mistaken? Zhang Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if she had misheard. The remaining dozen individuals aboard the celestial vessel also turned to him in astonishment. Indeed, I am at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, Yi Wuchen affirmed with a nod. As his words settled, a surge of Foundation Establishment energy emanated from him. The others aboard gradually accepted this revelation. In just 3 months, Yi Wuchen had ascended from the 6th level of the Qi refining stage to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. There was no doubt that he would claim the title of first among the new disciples this year. With their astonishment still palpable, the celestial vessel smoothly docked at the Taishu Palace. Chun Xiaoyao stood in a clearing, methodically directing the 12 celestial vessels of Tsangjian Peak to moor. Not far from him were the inner disciples of Tiangong Peak and Xianyao Peak. Tsangjian Peak specialized in martial prowess, with disciples charged to patrol the world and fend off evil. Tiangong Peak excelled in crafting spiritual artifacts and drawing talismans, providing the sect with essential tools. Meanwhile, Xianyao Peak focused on cultivating rare spiritual herbs and refining them into the elixirs required by the sect as disciples. Among the 3 peaks, Tsangjian Peak boasted the greatest strength, Tiangong Peak the most wealth, and Xianyao Peak the most fertile resources. As the 12 celestial vessels of Tsangjian Peak came to a steady halt, 12 disciples, accompanied by the new initiates, disembarked onto the grounds of Taishu Palace. All present gazed in awe at the palace suspended in the boundless void, their faces etched with astonishment. The structure loomed like a city. One could only wonder what formidable power was necessary to sustain it aloft in the air. Surely, only an immortal could wield such mastery. Greetings, senior brother. Zhang Zixuan and the other 12 senior disciples approached Chun Xiaoyao respectfully, bowing in unison. Thank you, dear fellow disciples, for your hard work, Chun Xiaoyao said, bowing towards the crowd. He surveyed the disciples of the Tsangjian Peak and, upon noticing Yi Wuchen, nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, Chun Xiaoyao focused his thoughts. Wishing to assess Yi Wuchen's current cultivation level, a surge of spiritual awareness emanated from him and swiftly approached Yi Wuchen. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiaoyao discerned Yi Wuchen's cultivation, the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. A wave of astonishment washed over Chun Xiaoyao, who murmured to himself. Just 3 months prior, Yi Wuchen was merely at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. Such a remarkable leap in such a short span of time was indeed hard to fathom. Could it be that this fellow has indulged excessively in elixirs? Chun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Within a mere 3 months, advancing from the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage was no trivial feat, however. Most methods to achieve such rapid progress were akin to hastening the growth of seedlings, providing immediate gains but leaving behind dire consequences. A single misstep could result in a lifetime of stagnation in cultivation. Resolutely, he approached Yi Wuchen. Junior brother Yi, what is the meaning of this sudden enhancement in your cultivation? Chun Xiaoyao inquired with gravity. He was well aware that Yi Wuchen had spent the last 3 months waking naturally, with no one witnessing his training. In response to Chen Xiaoyao's inquiry, Ye Yuchen made it similite lightly. Brother, my cultivation has only improved slightly. It is nothing of consequence. Yi Wuchen replied nonchalantly. Chen Xiaoyao wished to say more, but upon observing Yi Wuchen's indifferent demeanor, he refrained from further questioning. Today marked the day of the sect's grand competition. They could consult the elders upon returning to Cangjin Peak. Follow me, Chen Xiaoyao instructed the crowd, leading them to a vast martial arena. Yi Wuchen trailed among the throng, and with a surge of spiritual awareness, enveloped the entirety of the Tai Su Palace. Under his perceptive scrutiny, the secrets of the Tai Su Palace could not hide. However, with his strength, practitioners below the integration stage were scarcely aware of his spiritual awareness. His awareness swiftly located the scripture repository. The Cangjin Peak's library comprised merely 3 levels, with the highest tier containing only 3rd-grade martial arts manuals. In contrast, the scripture repository boasted 12 levels, with all recorded techniques being of at least 3rd grade. Yet, Yi Wuchen's awareness could penetrate only up to the 11th level. Upon attempting to access the 12th, he encountered a formidable barrier. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for him. The manuals within the 11 levels numbered over 100,000, encompassing a vast array of topics. Just as Yi Wuchen triggered the barrier of the 12th level, all formidable beings within the Tai Su Palace, those of the God transformation stage and above, sensed the disturbance. When the sect leader, Tianji Daorun, divided his spiritual awareness to gaze towards the scripture repository, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is the spiritual awareness of a Great Ascension stage elder. Tianji Zhuren exclaimed in terror. As his words fell, the surrounding elders, more than 10 in number, gazed at the sect leader with expressions of astonishment. They were all esteemed elders of the Tai Su Palace, formidable beings of the transformation realm. They convened to discuss who would be dispatched to participate in the siege against the ghostly underworld sect. 7 days prior, the foremost immortal sect of the Eastern Wilderness, the Wuchen sect, had sent representatives to deliberate on the offensive against the ghostly underworld sect. The ghostly underworld sect served as the foothold of the ghost realm on the Eastern Wilderness continent. With the backing of the ghost realm, it had gradually grown stronger, recently giving rise to a ghost cultivator of the first tribulation. Had it not been for the impending heavenly tribulation faced by that ghost cultivator 6 months ago, the immortal sect would have remained oblivious to such a threat. Should this menace continue to expand unchecked, the Eastern Wilderness might very well descend into utter chaos, becoming a realm of ghosts. The Wuchen sect now planned to join forces with the 10 major immortal sects of the Eastern Wilderness to completely eradicate the ghostly underworld sect. Follow me to the scripture pavilion, said the celestial master Tianji to the esteemed elders. As his words echoed, everyone suddenly found themselves on the 11th floor of the scripture pavilion. I humbly request the esteemed predecessor who has arrived to reveal themselves. The celestial master Tianji respectfully addressed the void. Though he only possessed the cultivation of the harmonization stage, still a distance from the ascendant stage, he felt no fear of a master at the ascendant stage within the Tai Su Palace. After all, the ancestral protective array laid down by their forebear and the presence of a celestial artifact provided formidable defense. Should the celestial artifact awaken and the array operate at full strength, it could withstand even a tribulation stage expert. In this world, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation would trigger a heavenly tribulation. With each successive tribulation, the power would exponentially increase. Those who successfully traversed 3 tribulations were deemed tribulation stage experts. If one could endure through 9 tribulations, they could transcend and ascend to immortality. Failure to overcome the tribulations would result in either immediate obliteration or the abandonment of their physical form to become a scattered immortal. Yi Wuchen's spiritual awareness detected the sudden appearance of 13 individuals, causing him some astonishment. His spiritual sense swept across them and discerned that the speaker had attained the 7th level of the harmonization stage, while among the remaining 12 elders, 3 were also at the harmonization stage, and the other 9 were all in the transformation realm. The congregation of so many individuals raised concerns within Yi Wuchen, as they might be deliberating on how to deal with him. After all, he was clandestinely learning and had been caught in the act. In response, Yi Wuchen's spiritual awareness transformed into the guise of an elderly Taoist. Do you believe I am merely passing by? The illusionary elder inquired. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the old Taoist, the individuals in the scripture pavilion braced themselves for confrontation. with some even preparing to activate the protective array with full force. The celestial master, Tianji, maintained his composure. He sensed that this was merely the spiritual awareness of a predecessor at the ascendant stage, not their true form. Concurrently, he began to circulate the great shifting star technique within his mind, hoping to deduce the origins of this ascendant stage predecessor. Yet, to his astonishment, his calculations indicated that this ascendant stage figure was, in fact, also a member of the Taishu Palace, leaving him utterly perplexed. The esteemed Taishu Palace, where only a handful have managed to attain the transcendent stage of transformation, has witnessed merely a dozen individuals reaching the Great Ascension stage in its over 100,000 years of existence. Yet, among these illustrious figures, none is present here today. Honored Elder, we regret our inadequate welcome upon your arrival. May I inquire about your name? Inquired Taoist Tianji. A name? You may simply refer to me as Nameless. Yi Wuchen pondered for a moment before responding. Ah, so, it is the venerable Nameless. Are you here in relation to the underworld ghost sect? Taoist Tianji spoke with utmost respect. Underworld ghost sect? What on earth is that? Yi Wuchen was taken aback, having merely intended to seek knowledge in alchemy and artifact crafting. Upon hearing this, Taoist Tianji promptly elaborated on the affairs concerning the underworld ghost sect. Yi Wuchen grew increasingly anxious upon learning of the existence of a calamity ghost cultivator within their ranks. With his current strength, he would be utterly no match for such a formidable opponent. If this ghost cultivator were to seize control of the eastern wilderness, how could he possibly go about his own endeavors? Determined, he resolved to prepare for his tribulation promptly, but first he needed to dismiss the individuals before him. I understand. Should circumstances necessitate, I shall intervene. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Yi Wuchen declared with righteous conviction. Before his words faded, his spiritual sense transformed into a streak of light and vanished before the crowd. That startled me. I never imagined the people of Taishu Palace would possess such keen senses. I had only just entered the scripture repository when I was discovered, Yi Wuchen thought to himself, patting his chest in relief. Fortunately, he had managed to memorize all the tomes from the first 11 levels of the repository. Thanks to his current Great Ascension stage, his spiritual sense had increased 1,000-fold, allowing him to swiftly absorb so many texts. Casting a glance at the system panel, he was immediately overwhelmed. With over 100,000 cultivation manuals, the entire interface had become a chaotic mess. Noticing Yi Wuchen's troubled expression, Zhang Zixuan softly inquired, Brother Yi, what troubles you? I am well. Thank you for your concern, sister, Yi Wuchen replied as he stowed away the system panel. At this moment, they had arrived at the foot of the competition platform. He directed his gaze upward, where over a dozen individuals stood upon the platform, all elders from the first palace, second hall, and third peak. Among them, he recognized a familiar face, Jiang Moyu, standing at the center of the assembly. Once all disciples had taken their positions, Jiang Moyu stepped forward, surveying the crowd with a discerning gaze. Chapter 37. Substantial Rewards. First, I shall outline the rewards for the competition. The first place will receive 3,000 Spirit Stones, a Foundation Establishment Pill, a 4th-tier technique, and a superior spirit weapon. The second place will receive 2,000 Spirit Stones, a Foundation Establishment Pill, a 4th-tier technique, and a medium spirit weapon. The third place will receive 1,000 Spirit Stones, a Foundation Establishment Pill, a 4th-tier divine ability, and a medium spirit weapon. The top 10 will receive 500 Spirit Stones, a Foundation Establishment Pill, a 4th-tier divine ability, and an inferior spirit weapon. The top 50 will receive 300 Spirit Stones, a Foundation Establishment Pill, and an inferior spirit weapon. In the competition, the top 100 will be rewarded with 200 Spirit Stones and a Foundation Establishment Pill. The top 200 will receive 100 Spirit Stones and a low-grade spirit weapon. As Jiang Moyu's words resonated, the new disciples revealed fervent gazes. Although they were already aware of the rewards for the sect competition, hearing them again ignited their passions. It is worth noting that in some lesser cultivation sects, a single Foundation Establishment Pill can incite countless bloodshed. Yet within the Taishu Palace, merely ranking in the top 100 guarantees the coveted pill. Even those who do not make the top 100 but succeed in the top 200 will still be awarded 100 Spirit Stones, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. Beside Yi Wuchen, Han Qi, despite lacking confidence in securing a place among the top 10, believed that with his current cultivation at the second level of Qi refinement, he had a substantial chance of entering the top 50, provided fortune favored him. The top 50 would not only yield a foundation establishment pill, but also 300 spirit stones and a low-grade spirit weapon. This year, the number of new disciples at Tai Su Palace was exceedingly few, comprising only 2 individuals. One was named Mo Fan, and the other, Long Outyin. Long Outyin, a prodigy, had successfully entered the Qi refinement stage at the tender age of 17. By 19, he had further advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. His rapid cultivation fostered a sense of arrogance, leading him to believe himself a rare genius, unparalleled in the world. However, upon encountering Mo Fan, he awakened to the realization that the term genius merely represented a threshold for entering Tai Su Palace. His talent, while formidable, paled in comparison to Mo Fan's, rendering him akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. In Long Outyin's eyes, Mo Fan's gifts were indeed extraordinary. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Mo Fan was defeated by another peer during the competition. This revelation struck Long Outyin like a thunderbolt, leaving him in utter disbelief. "Brother, is that person Yi Wuchen?" Long Outyin inquired, pointing at Yi Wuchen, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Indeed, he is Yi Wuchen," Mo Fan confirmed, his eyes ignited with combat fervor. Having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was determined to redeem his previous disgrace. Sensing the tension, Yi Wuchen glanced at Mo Fan and smiled, acknowledging him with a nod. At that moment, Yi Wuchen discerned, without the use of spiritual awareness, that Mo Fan had indeed attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, while he himself was exhibiting the prowess of the 7th level of foundation establishment. He hoped that Mo Fan would not succumb to despair. Next, the drawing of lots to determine opponents commenced. After concluding his statement, Jiang Moyu waved his sleeve, and nearly 1,000 black jade tokens soared towards the crowd. Yi Wuchen casually snatched one, which indicated the 3rd arena, 8th match. Upon distributing the tokens, Jiang Moyu announced, "The sect competition officially begins. Those with the first match should swiftly proceed to the arena." As his voice echoed, the 10 arenas present erupted into fierce contests. Yi Wuchen approached the vicinity of the 3rd arena, watching the battles unfold with keen interest. The 2 individuals in the arena exhibited comparable cultivation levels, yet their strengths diverged significantly, leading to a swift resolution of the contest. Following several bouts, each concluded with equal expediency, it was Yuqing's turn to engage. And without a shadow of a doubt, he dispatched his opponent with a single strike, sending them tumbling from the platform. The rankings unfolded, the top 200, the top 100, the top 50. After 5 rounds of combat, Yuqing, unsurprisingly, secured a place among the top 50 in the sect's grand competition. In addition to Yuqing, 9 others from the Concealed Sword Peak also made it into the top 50. All 9 were at the Qi refining stage, some of whom had attained this level before joining the Concealed Sword Peak, while others had made breakthroughs during the past 3 months. As the disciples commenced their martial contests, several elders of the nascent soul stage appeared beside Jiang Mou. "Brother Jiang, it seems your disciples from the Tai Su Palace are once again poised to claim the top position," Elder Lingyu of the Wuji Hall remarked. "Sister Lingyu, I must insist that Feng Tianyi from my Dao Xian Palace possesses strength that is no less than that of Mo Fan from your Tai Su Palace." Elder Ziyan of the Dao Xian Hall retorted with a hint of hostility. Though Feng Tianyi has inherited the legacy of a transformation stage elder, his innate talent is rather mediocre. While he may enjoy some advantages at a lower cultivation level, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of Mo Fan. Elder Lingyu scoffed. "Junior brothers and sisters, I fear that the top spot may belong to the Concealed Sword Peak," Jiang Mou interjected, observing that the 2 were on the verge of an argument. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders of the nascent soul stage turned their gazes toward Elder Jianqi. Although Yuqing's battle with Mo Fan had taken place in private, knowledge of it was scarce. However, the Peak Master had instructed him to diligently nurture Yuqing's talents. Yet, every time he imparted his swordsmanship, he found Yuqing absent. Elder Jianqi had also sought to meet with Yuqing privately to offer guidance in sword techniques, only to discover that Yuqing's swordsmanship was already masterful and required no instruction. He simply left behind a compilation of sword techniques for Yuqing to study independently, advising him to approach him with any questions. "Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I believe that Yuqing from the Concealed Sword Peak may indeed have the opportunity to seize the top position," Elder Jianqi proclaimed, bowing respectfully to the assembly. Although he held the title of elder, he was of the same generation as those present. and his cultivation level was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, placing him at the lower end of the hierarchy. Elder Janki, you concealed sword peak certainly harbors deep secrets. Which among you is Wuchen? Do reveal him for our admiration. Elder Lingyu chuckled. I am eager to see who can possibly rival the disciples of my Dao Xian Palace. Elder Zi Yin huffed disdainfully. Dear senior brothers and sisters, he is the Wuchen I mentioned to you, Elder Jianshi said, gesturing towards Wuchen amidst the crowd. As his words echoed, several nascent soul elders directed their attention toward Wuchen, simultaneously employing their spiritual senses to probe into his cultivation level. 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Even Elder Jianshi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wuchen's cultivation would reach such heights. This is outrageous, Jianshi. How has your concealed sword peak been training its disciples? Jiang Moyu's expression suddenly darkened as he admonished the elder of the sword pool. The foundation of cultivation, particularly in the Foundation Establishment stage, is crucial for a practitioner's growth. This stage is characterized by a profound aversion to haste. A shaky foundation will hinder progress in future cultivation endeavors. Only by establishing a solid groundwork can one advance further along the path of cultivation. As members of a prestigious sect, they possess ample time to solidify their foundations. Chapter 38. You lack martial ethics and resort to ambushes. Blood Demon Palace. Over 800 years ago, the Blood Demon ancestor fortuitously acquired a tome titled Blood Demon Scriptures, which led him to commence a brutal campaign against his kin, slaying countless lives to absorb their blood for the mastery of dark arts. After mercilessly exterminating tens of thousands, he finally ascended to the Golden Core realm. However, his heinous acts drew the wrath of heaven and the ire of humanity, resulting in a bounty placed upon his head by the righteous path. Consequently, the Blood Demon ancestor was forced into a life of concealment. Due to the demands of the Blood Demon Scriptures, which required vast quantities of fresh blood, he established the Blood Demon Palace. He commanded his disciples to raise an abundance of blood livestock across various regions for his unending sustenance. I have finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. An ominous laugh echoed from a blood-soaked cavern, one of the Blood Demon Palace's livestock pens. The Blood Demon ancestor, with boundless power and unparalleled abilities, was hailed by his disciples, who chanted praises. Listening to their flattery, he reveled in satisfaction. For 800 years, he had been relentlessly pursued by the righteous sects. He then turned his gaze toward a man clad in white. Yinji, come here, the Blood Demon ancestor said with a benevolent visage. Yes, ancestor, the young man replied, his heart brimming with joy. He was a direct descendant of the Blood Demon ancestor, cherished since childhood. The pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment stage. Excellent. I am quite pleased, the Blood Demon ancestor remarked, caressing the young man as if he were a rare treasure. Thank you for your kind words, ancestor. The young man responded, his face alight with delight. Upon witnessing his expression, the Blood Demon ancestor revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, the ancestor's nascent soul emerged from his brow and swiftly entered the young man's forehead. Indeed, an 18-year-old physique is truly exceptional. With this proclamation, the Blood Demon ancestor's mighty essence collapsed, transforming into a putrid corpse. The disciples of the Blood Demon Palace gasped in horror. This white-clad youth, a descendant of the Blood Demon ancestor, had been possessed in such a gruesome manner. Although they practiced dark arts and committed numerous vile deeds, they were still human at heart. Such a ghastly occurrence instilled fear even in them. The righteous sects have hunted me for 800 years. Now, it is time for vengeance. The Blood Demon ancestor bellowed to his disciples. The Blood Demon ancestor, with boundless power and unparalleled abilities. The Blood Demon ancestor, unparalleled in the world, transcending the ages. For millennia, the Blood Demon ancestor has unified the demonic path. On the sword-concealing peak, Yi Wuchen faces Feng Tianyi from the Daoxian Hall. The grand competition of the Taishu Palace has commenced, with the first battle featuring none other than Yi Wuchen. As the words of the intersect disciple Su Qianqian echoed, the surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs. How unfortunate for Yi Wuchen to encounter a disciple from the Daoxian Palace in his opening match. It is said that Feng Tianyi hails from a prestigious cultivation family, having reached the 6th level of qi refinement upon entering the Daoxian Hall, and possesses the legacy of a god transformation ancestor. I have also heard that Yi Wuchen's strength is formidable. He once struck down a 5th-level Qi refinement disciple with a single blow, leaving them in a state of oblivion. Under the arena, the spectators speculated fervently about who would emerge victorious. Wuchen was taken aback to see Su Qianqian officiating the match. Since she had assisted him 3 months prior, they had not crossed paths again. Yet upon this reunion, it seemed that her cultivation had significantly advanced. At the 2nd level of Golden Core, she truly deserved her title as the champion of the sect competition 9 years ago, Wuchen mused. He nodded at Su Qianqian and leisurely ascended the stage. Standing upon the platform, Wuchen and Feng Tianyi exchanged glances, silently conveying a challenge. I, Feng Tianyi of the Daoxian Palace, have come today to learn the esteemed techniques of the sword concealing peak, Feng Tianyi proclaimed first. Wuchen of the sword concealing peak, Wuchen replied with a faint smile. I have heard of your commendable strength, but alas, your luck appears to have abandoned you by crossing paths with me. Feng Tianyi, unfazed, retorted, your strength is commendable, capable of reaching the top 10 among this generation of disciples. But unfortunately for you, I stand before you. Ha ha! Feng Tianyi laughed heartily, as if he had heard a jest. Only someone like Mo Fan from the Taishu Palace could utter such words. Were you really? Before he could finish, an aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement erupted from Feng Tianyi. What a terrifying presence. This indeed is the strength of an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner. The Daoxian Palace is truly formidable. Even a novice disciple who has been training for merely 3 months possesses such prowess. Our Xian Yao Peak's strongest disciple seems to have only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. As Feng Tianyi's aura filled the arena, the disciples from the 3 peaks were left astounded. Such cultivation would likely require them another decade of diligent training. Wuchen, however, remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back. An 8th level Qi refinement practitioner is nothing to him. With his current display of strength, he could easily resolve the matter with a single strike. Make your move, he urged Feng Tianyi loudly. Slap. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Wuchen had already sent him flying off the stage with a single palm strike. Such needless chatter, Wuchen remarked, exasperated. He then turned his attention to Su Qianqian. Sister, does this count as a victory for me? Wuchen inwitted. Oh, in the first battle, Wuchen of the sword concealing peak emerges victorious. Su Qianqian regained her composure and announced promptly. Thank you, sister. Upon hearing this, Wuchen promptly descended from the arena. The crowd fell into an astonished silence as they witnessed Feng Tianyi, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, being effortlessly sent flying by a single strike from Wuchen. Initially, they had thought Wuchen was merely unfortunate. Little did they anticipate that his prowess was truly formidable. With just one blow, he had dispatched Feng Tianyi, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, from the stage. Feng Tianyi, having been struck, was momentarily dazed. Wuchen had moderated his strength, merely displacing him from the arena without inflicting any harm. Wuchen, you lack martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack. Feng Tianyi shouted indignantly. Tianyi, cease your foolishness. As soon as he uttered these words, Elder Xian's voice resonated from afar. However, Feng Tianyi remained defiant. Master, he ambushed me. I demand a rematch. He directed his gaze towards Elder Xian, who was not far off. Enough of this nonsense. A loss is a loss. Come here at once and stop embarrassing yourself. Elder Xian's expression was one of exasperation. Considering the disparity between a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement and one at the 7th level of foundation establishment, a defeat was inevitable. Yet, Feng Tianyi seemed to be incensed. He had aspired to claim the top position in the sect's grand competition. Yet now he had failed to even secure a place in the top 10. How could he face anyone in the Daoxian Palace without defeating Wuchen? Chapter 39. The gates of hell swing wide open. Wuchen, do you dare to face me openly? Feng Tianyi shouted defiantly. However, before he could finish his words, Elder Xian appeared beside him. Enough. You are making a fool of yourself. Elder Xian scolded, his disappointment palpable. Before he could finish his admonition, he seized Feng Tianyi and hurled him back toward the Daoxian Hall, which was a considerable distance of over 10 miles from the Taishu Palace. Let the competition continue. Elder Xian instructed Su Qianqian. Understood, Elder, Su Qianqian replied, resuming her duties as the host of the competition according to the roster. The second match commenced, featuring Zhang Dahu from the Tiangong Peak against Luneng from the same peak. With Feng Tianyi's departure, the competition progressed. Upon returning to the Daoxian Hall, Fong Tianyi finally regained his composure. Not only had he failed to enter the top 10 in the sect's grand competition, but he had also made a complete spectacle of himself. Damn you, Wuchen. If I encounter you again, you will pay. Fong Tianyi seethed through gritted teeth, unaware that his master, Elder Zian, had overheard his every word. What do you intend to do? Elder Zian's voice suddenly echoed in Fong Tianyi's ear. Master, I have brought shame upon you. Fong Tianyi knelt before Elder Zian, remorseful. You understand the concept of shame now? A loss is merely a loss. It's not such a grave matter. What are you trying to stir up? Elder Zian replied, his disappointment evident. He recognized Fong Tianyi's arrogance and pride, which he had inadvertently nurtured. However, he had not anticipated that Fong Tianyi was someone who could not accept defeat. It was merely a single loss. It was not a significant issue. Yet, Fong Tianyi had become so agitated that he was unable to control himself. It was time to temper his temperament, lest he stray too far down a misguided path. Master, if it weren't for Yi Wuchen's surprise attack, he surely would not have been a match for the disciple. Fong Tianyi explained. Elder Zian chuckled in anger, astonished that Fong Tianyi still believed Yi Wuchen had resorted to an ambush. Do you really think you can contend with Yi Wuchen? Elder Zian retorted with a cold smile. Of course, apart from ambushing, what else can he do? Fong Tianyi replied with an air of certainty. Can you defeat someone at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment? Elder Zian fixed his gaze on Fong Tianyi, asking sternly. Upon hearing this, Fong Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. 7th level of Foundation Establishment? Are you saying Yi Wuchen has reached that level? He questioned, perplexed. Do you still believe he relied on a sneak attack? Elder Zian inquired once more. Fong Tianyi found himself at a loss for words. Now, you should enter closed-door training and emerge only for the final grand competition 3 years hence, Elder Zian sighed. While Elder Zian was guiding his disciples, the sect competition continued with fervor. The list of the top 10 was swiftly established. Mo Fan from Taishu Palace and Long Outyan unsurprisingly made it into the top 10. Tang Chi and Shui Lingwei from the Wuzhigong also secured their places in the top 10. Unfortunately, the Daoxian Palace had less fortune, with only Zhao Zheng making it into the top 10. Apart from Yi Wuchen, Qin Shou also entered the top 10 from the Sword Concealment Peak. Additionally, Xiao Dali and Niu Tieta from the Tiangong Peak, along with Yen Ruyu from the Immortal Medicine Peak, also claimed spots in the top 10. Time passed quietly, the moonlight casting its glow upon the martial arena of Taishu Palace. The competition persisted, with 10 participants lined up, awaiting instructions. Next, we will witness the contest for the top 3 positions. I wish you all the best. Jiang Moyu addressed the 10. He would personally oversee the final competition. After the elder departed, Long Outyan hurried to Yi Wuchen's side. Yi Wuchen, what level have you attained in your cultivation? Long Outyan asked in a low voice. At this question, the others turned their gazes toward Yi Wuchen, intrigued after witnessing him defeat Fong Tianyi from Daoxian Palace with a single strike. 7th level of Foundation Establishment, Yi Wuchen replied with a calm smile, revealing his cultivation level. At this revelation, everyone gasped in astonishment. It seemed that this time, the top position in the sect competition was beyond their reach. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He had offended Yi Wuchen upon entering the sect and was injured by his palm, remaining incapacitated for 2 months. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and he was participating in the competition while still wounded. While his fellow disciples had all broken through, he remained stagnant. Had it not been for his originally profound cultivation, he might not have even made it in the top 10. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect he previously belonged to had merely reached the golden core stage. Now, with Yi Wuchen's cultivation having reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, he could only wonder how he had trained to achieve such prowess. Such rapid advancement must surely be the result of consuming elixirs. Overindulgence in such potions will inevitably hinder one's path to achieving the golden core. Once I attain the golden core myself, I shall return to settle the score. Qin Shou thought to himself with ill intentions. Upon hearing Yi Wuchen's words, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. As a mere 9th level of Qi refinement, he was just a step away from the Foundation Establishment stage. However, to solidify his foundation, he was determined not to accelerate his progress too rapidly. He planned to devote 10 years to establishing his foundation, aiming to reach the golden core stage by the age of 28 or 29. Entering the golden core stage would grant him a lifespan of 500 years. And with each advancement in cultivation, he could add nearly a century to his life. He was unwilling to risk future troubles for the sake of momentary victories. Meanwhile, Amidst the fervent competition of the grand sect tournament at the Taisu Palace, demonic creatures began to emerge throughout the eastern wilderness continent. Hiv. Once I sacrifice all the inhabitants of this city, I shall surely achieve the golden core, exclaimed a man, exuding an eerie aura. He formed seals with his hands and began to chant ancient incantations. Soon, he established a connection with a mysterious realm. Great Witch God, your devoted followers offer this sacrifice to you. All these souls are yours. As the man's voice echoed, a strange black light appeared, gradually engulfing the city. The gates of the ghost realm are finally set to open, while my myriad souls banner collects countless departed souls. Even those in the nascent soul stage will not stand a chance against me. A ghostly cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement as he activated the myriad souls banner. It enveloped the entire city. The air thickened with a chilling aura, and the citizens were gripped by terror. Cries and wails intertwined, as many were instantly drawn into the banner, their souls torn from their bodies. The Qingyun sect pursued me relentlessly for 30 years. Now, it is time to wash them in blood. The blood demon ancestor declared with a cold smile, accompanied by 3,000 disciples. Children, follow the ancestor to annihilate the Qingyun sect. All the spirit stones and elixirs within are yours. Kill, kill, kill. The disciples erupted in fervent cries as the blood demon ancestor's words resonated. Chapter 40, the first of the sect. The grand sect tournament at the Taisu Palace was in full swing. Wuchen stood on the stage, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Upon drawing his opponent for the first round, he was surprised to find that the individual was named Long Outyen. Long Outyen had emerged. Could it be true? Wuchen had read numerous novels featuring a character by that name before his transmigration. He never expected to encounter someone with that name in Taisu Palace. Scanning the individual before him with his spiritual sense, he discovered that Long Outyen had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Not only that, but he was also surrounded by an inexplicable aura that even Wuchen could not decipher. Upon learning that his opponent was Wuchen, Long Outyen wore a wry smile and conceded on the spot. This action caused an uproar among the audience, yet Wuchen remained unfazed. He calmly accepted the outcome and smoothly advanced to the next round of the competition. At this moment, only 5 contestants remained on the arena. According to the rules, one individual would be granted a bye, allowing them to effortlessly secure a place among the top 3. Everyone silently hoped for a stroke of good fortune, and ultimately, Lady Luck seemed particularly favorably inclined towards Mo Fan. Possessing an innate Dao body, Mo Fan astonishingly drew the coveted bye. Zhao Zheng from Dao Xin Palace was pitted against Wuchen, but upon realizing that Wuchen had attained the 7th level of foundation establishment, he could only resign and surrender. Thus, only 3 contestants remained on the field: Wuchen from Tsang Jian Peak, Mo Fan from Taisu Palace, and Tang Chichi from Wuji Hall. Next, I shall draw lots once more. Those who receive a bye will advance directly to the next round, Jiang Moyu announced. Douyinya Jadpondo. Mo Fan from Taisu Palace received the bye, while Wuchen faced Tang Chichi from Wuji Hall. As Jiang Moyu's word settled, Tang Chichi promptly conceded. Following her withdrawal, Mo Fan also chose to forfeit. The disparity in cultivation was simply too great for a contest to be necessary. Thus, this year's sect competition concluded rather anticlimactically. The 2nd and 3rd places were determined solely by luck. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the sect competition drew to a close, an unexpected peal of bells shattered the once tranquil atmosphere. The resounding chimes echoed throughout Taisu Palace, reminiscent of the heartbeat of an ancient beast. Each toll seemingly capable of penetrating the souls of those present, leaving them in awe. When the ringing finally ceased at 36 tolls, an eerie silence enveloped Taisu Palace. It is worth noting that the Taisu heavenly bell had not resonated so continuously for several millennia. In that moment, a wave of unease filled the hearts of all, as they pondered what could possibly have transpired. At that juncture, a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. As the radiance dissipated, an immense figure gradually emerged. The master of Taisu Palace invoked the technique of manifesting the Dharma body. Upon witnessing this scene, the elders of Taisu Palace were rendered incredulous. The master, known for their reclusiveness and prolonged seclusion, rarely appeared before the world. Even for the elders of Taisu Palace, it was exceedingly difficult to catch a glimpse of the master. Now, with the Taisu heavenly bell tolling 36 times, followed by the master personally manifesting their presence, This series of extraordinary actions undoubtedly heralded the occurrence of something profoundly significant. Esteemed elders and disciples, at present, a multitude of prodigies has emerged in the eastern wilderness, wreaking havoc and causing untold suffering. I, in consultation with the esteemed elders, shall lead 3,000 golden elixir disciples down the mountain to eradicate these malevolent beings. For those willing, I shall bestow corresponding treasures and elixirs to aid you. Those unwilling may remain to guard the mountain gate. As the voice of the esteemed Master Tianji fell, the countenances of countless individuals turned gravely serious. To speak of 3,000 golden core disciples, indeed, the foundation of the Taishu Palace is remarkably profound. It is well known that within any sect, the mere presence of a single golden core cultivator grants it the title of an immortal gate. The Taishu Palace effortlessly boasts 3,000 golden core disciples, truly deserving its reputation as one of the 10 great immortal sects of the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing Master Tianji's words, Wuchen let out a faint sigh. As far as he knew, the eastern wilderness had enjoyed tranquility for several millennia. Should this peace endure for another year or two, ascending to immortality would pose no challenge for him. Yet now, a tribulation phase ghost cultivator has emerged, along with the enigmatic ghost realm. According to Master Tianji, the 10 great immortal sects have united by simply eliminating the tribulation phase ghost cultivator and repairing the boundary. Even the most formidable ghost realm would pose no threat. Junior brother, do not dwell on this. Let us return to the sword concealment peak, came the voice of Chun Xiaoyao, interrupting Wuchen's musings. Yes, senior brother, Wuchen replied, following him aboard the celestial vessel, journeying back to the sword concealment peak. Initially, the peak would have been elated by securing first place in the sect competition. But the words of the sect master cast a pall over the atmosphere. The following day, Su Qianqian arrived to present Wuchen with the reward for his triumph in the sect competition. Junior brother Yi, this is your reward, she declared, extending a spatial pouch towards him. Although Su Qianqian had only met Wuchen a handful of times, she found him utterly inscrutable. He appeared so unremarkable. Yet within 3 months, he had ascended 10 minor realms. Even the elders in the nascent soul stage could not fathom him. To this day, Su Qianqian firmly believed that Wuchen was far from what he seemed. Senior sister, are you descending the mountain? Wuchen inquired, observing the melancholy etched upon Su Qianqian's face. She replied with a slight nod, uttering no further words. A total of 3,000 fellow disciples would descend the mountain together, their fates uncertain, their lives hanging in the balance. No one knew how many would ultimately fall in this catastrophic ordeal. Yet if these cultivators chose to allow the demons and malevolent spirits to run rampant, once their power grew, they would undoubtedly come to threaten the Taishu Palace. Thus, the war against these fiends was fated from the outset, unavoidable. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Wuchen furrowed his brow. Senior sister, please wait a moment. With that, he hurriedly turned and ran off. Soon procuring a peachwood sword, he returned to Su Qianqian's side, solemnly presenting the sword before her. Senior sister, in my homeland, ghosts fear peachwood swords. If you encounter any malevolent spirit that proves too formidable, you might consider wielding this sword, Wuchen declared earnestly. The previous day, he had acquired numerous refining manuals at Taishu Palace, and lacking refining materials, he had practiced by carving the wooden sword. Now that Su Qianqian was to descend the mountain, it was fortuitous to offer it to her, hoping that this peach wood sword can save her life in a critical moment. Su Qianqian expressed her gratitude to Wuchen and softly bid farewell as she accepted the sword from his hand. Chapter 41. Eradicating the traitor, Wuchen watched as the inner sect disciples descended the mountain, letting out a sigh. With his cultivation level, he could have saved countless lives. Yet, fear of death held him back. Embroiled in the conflict between the celestial realm and the ghost realm, he feared for his own safety. For now, he could only bide his time, waiting until he had prepared the treasures necessary to transcend the tribulation. When he became invincible, he would eradicate the Yiming ghost sect and restore peace to the world. Wuchen poured all his cultivation into the Taichu refining treasure classic. After nearly 60,000 years of comprehension, he had become a master craftsman. Now, everything was ready except for the right opportunity. He merely needed to find suitable materials to forge a quasi-immortal artifact. The Taishu Palace housed sufficient materials, but the prohibitions guarding the treasury were formidable, making it difficult for him to retrieve anything without alerting others. Yi Wuchen gazed towards the direction of Taisu Palace, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a figure appeared in his courtyard. A light laugh echoed. Yi Shidi, your days seem quite leisurely. Yi Wuchen raised his eyes and was surprised to see Mu Yang, the one who had once guided him to the sword-concealing peak. However, Mu Yang looked drastically different from his usual sunny disposition. His face was twisted with a sinister expression, instilling a sense of dread. Forgive my lack of proper greeting, senior brother Mu Yang, for your esteemed presence has taken me by surprise. Yi Wuchen steadied himself and bowed respectfully. Mu Yang, however, appeared unfazed and instead revealed an exceedingly wicked grin. Congratulations, Yi Shidi, on your triumph in the sect's grand competition, he declared, a murderous aura emanating from him. As he spoke, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an inscrutable glimmer. Yet, in the face of Mu Yang's peculiar demeanor and actions, Yi Wuchen remained calm and unperturbed, his expression as tranquil as still water. He quickly discerned that something was amiss with Mu Yang, whose body was suffused with ghostly energy. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother, Yi Wuchen replied nonchalantly. Seeing Yi Wuchen's unchanged demeanor, Mu Yang furrowed his brow in frustration. Despite his display of killing intent, Yi Wuchen remained unruffled. A wave of pressure from the golden core stage emanated from Mu Yang, yet Yi Wuchen stood firm, his expression still serene. You are indeed problematic. Were you really? Mu Yang's low voice was laced with malice. Had it not been for Yi Wuchen, he would not have sold his soul to the ghost realm. In response to Mu Yang's accusation, Yi Wuchen merely smiled faintly. Senior brother Mu Yang, have you forgotten? It was you who personally brought me from Wanjian Mountain Manor to sword-concealing peak, he replied, his tone tinged with mockery. Oomph. Don't try to play word games with me. Whoever you may be, you shall not leave this place alive today. Mu Yang, consumet bairage, beloved fierce. The malevolent energy enveloping his body coalesced into his right fist, which he swung violently towards Yi Wuchen. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the space, causing it to tremble. However, what transpired next took Mu Yang by surprise. His fist, yet to reach Yi Wuchen's form, detonated explosively. A piercing scream echoed, as Mu Yang was flung several dozen yards away. He crashed heavily to the ground, his arm mangled and bloodied, a gruesome sight to behold. The agonizing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Who exactly are you? Mu Yang, still unwilling to accept his fate, questioned. Yi Wuchen. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Wuchen summoned Mu Yang before him. Now, it is my turn to inquire. What is the origin of the malevolent energy surrounding you? Yi Wuchen asked. Ha ha, it is because of you. I merely spoke the truth. And Chun Xiaoyao punished me with 3-year salary deduction. Mu Yang replied with a bitter smile. So, you sold your soul for a mere punishment of 3-year salary? You sought power as an excuse, did you not? Yi Wuchen retorted coldly. No, it is all your fault. Mu Yang quickly countered. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that fateful night in Fengling City when he encountered a formidable ghost cultivator's projection that threatened him. If he refused to cooperate, death awaited him. Yet, obedience would grant him immense power. Initially, he had no desire to comply, but Chun Xiaoyao's punishment spurred his resentment. Listening intently to Mu Yang's words, Yi Wuchen unleashed countless strands of spiritual consciousness from within, swiftly scanning Songjin Peak. Apart from Mu Yang, 3 others harbored hidden malevolent energy. He then turned his gaze to Tiangong Peak and Xianyao Peak. If there was a traitor on Songjin Peak, the other 2 peaks likely harbored them as well. Indeed, under his spiritual awareness, he discovered 9 more individuals containing malevolent energy. Comme fort, Yi Wuchen commandit. Grasping the air as 12 individuals found themselves ensnared by an overwhelming force around their throats. Subsequently, their bodies were shattered through the void. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their falls echoed as the 12 ghost cultivator traders materialized before Yi Wuchen. What is this place? How'd I end up here? Fear painted their faces as they gazed around in bewilderment. Witnessing Yi Wuchen's terrifying prowess, Mu Yang was utterly astonished. Such power was beyond even that of a Yuanying stage elder. Only a transcendent elder in the Huashan stage could wield such abilities. Yi Wuchen's strength was indeed formidable. Now speak. What is your purpose in hiding? Yi Wuchen askit Mu Yang. Upon hearing the words, Mu Yang realized he could not escape death. Ha! The protective array of the Taisu Palace has already been destroyed by us. This place will inevitably descend into a realm of ghosts. Mu Yang proclaimed with a hearty laugh. At this declaration, the 12 individuals who had just been captured displayed expressions of astonishment. They had yet to comprehend the situation before the task was unveiled. Oh, is that so? Yi Wuchen's heart stirred at the revelation. If the protective array of the Tai Su Palace was indeed compromised, could he not gain access to the palace's treasury? Having captured so many traitors, he had certainly made a significant contribution. Surely, acquiring a few materials would not be excessive? Seeing the expression on Yi Wuchen's face, Mu Yang could not help but chuckle. Your intentions for infiltrating the Tai Su Palace are indeed not pure. Might you grant me a reprieve? Mu Yang inquired. Who says my purpose for entering the Tai Su Palace is not pure? My intentions are quite straightforward. Thank you very much, Yi Wuchen replied earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger. The ghostly energy emanating from the 13 individuals erupted instantaneously, leaving them devoid of life. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Wuchen cast their lifeless bodies into the air above the Tai Su Palace. Chapter 42. Assembling the materials, the 13 corpses, infused with ghostly energy, suddenly appeared above the Tai Su Palace, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Although the palace's master had led 7 divine transformation elders into battle, 5 elders remained within the Tai Su Palace. In the absence of the master, the 9th-level divine transformation elder, Qing Mu, temporarily assumed command of the palace. As Qing Mu's spiritual sense swept over the 13 corpses, his expression changed drastically. The ghostly energy contained within each body bore the strength of a peak golden core cultivator. Junior brothers and sisters, we are in grave trouble, Elder Qing Mu said solemnly to the other 4. The remaining 4 also caught sight of the 13 corpses. Their hearts shaken. Elder brother, the situation is dire. The foundation of our protective array, situated between the 3 peaks, has been destroyed by nearly 70 to 80%. At this moment, an elder specializing in formations, with a countenance as dark as water, spoke slowly. His words struck like a heavy hammer, resounding painfully in the hearts of the gathered. As his words fell, the faces of the others turned ashen. The destruction of the protective array's foundation signified that their most formidable means of self-preservation had been obliterated. Everyone, do not panic. The foundation must have been compromised by these individuals. We must expedite the repairs. Qing Mu reassured the group. Elder brother is correct. I will lead 300 golden core disciples to mend the foundation at Song Jian Peak. Elder Fanning responded. I shall take my disciples to Tiangong Peak. I will accompany my disciples to Xianyao Peak. The 3 divine transformation elders, accompanied by nearly 1,000 disciples, set forth towards the 3 peaks to restore the foundation of the protective array. Meanwhile, in a cave situated miles away, a shadow suddenly awakened. How is this possible? My 13 ghostly servants have perished. The ghost cultivator Gue Yiming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. After 3 months of meticulous observation of countless disciples from the Tai Su Palace, Gue Yiming finally selected 13 individuals to transform into his spectral servants. He devoted immense effort to endow these specters with the formidable power of the peak golden core stage, intending to dismantle the protective formation of the Tai Su Palace. However, the simultaneous demise of his spectral servants has left him profoundly disheartened. Let them perish. The protective formation should be nearly dismantled by now. Gue Yiming remarked with a cold smile. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the integration stage, he believed that as long as he did not encounter the palace's master, the celestial being Tianji, the rest of Tai Su Palace would not pose a challenge to him. At Songjian Peak, Elder Fan Yin arrived, prompting Meng Jiutian to feel a sudden pang of anxiety upon seeing more than 300 golden core disciples gather. You are the peak master of Songjian Peak. Elder Fan Yin inquired icily. Yes, Elder, I am Meng Jiutian, the peak master at Songjian Peak, he replied, his heart racing. How could you oversee Songjian Peak while the protective formation is on the verge of collapse? Elder Fan Yin questioned sternly. Meng Jiutian found himself at a loss for words. The 3 peaks guard the Tai Su Palace, with the foundation of the protective formation resting upon them. He had held the position of peak master for over 1,000 years without incident, and now, faced with such a calamity, it was an unprecedented crisis. Enough of this. Summon all disciples of Songjian Peak immediately to assist in repairing the protective formation and prepare for the impending threat. Elder Fan Yin interrupted. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once. Meng Jiutian responded hastily. He promptly ordered all disciples of Tsang Jian Peak to heed the directives of the inner disciples. The other two peaks similarly began their efforts to restore the foundation of the protective formation. The protective formation of Tai Su Palace, known as the Zhou Tian Xingdo Formation, was designed to emulate the celestial movements of the cosmos, requiring the three peaks as its foundation. It necessitated the arrangement of 3,600 nodes in specific positions, with each node housing a star tower to place formation flags and spirit stones. These nodes interacted with one another, akin to the gravitational forces between stars, forming a complex web of spiritual energy. Mu Yang and his companions had stealthily tainted the formation flags with spectral energy, disrupting the formation's operation. To restore it, the spectral energy must be eradicated from the flags, or the flags must be replaced entirely. Standing quietly in the courtyard, Yi Wuchen observed the flurry of activity among the inner disciples. The restoration of the protective formation would require a substantial amount of time. At that moment, he decided to visit the treasury of Tai Su Palace to procure materials for crafting a quasi-immortal artifact. With this intention, his spiritual sense soared towards the treasury. Fei Muk Xiangving, Fu Sank Divine Wood, colorful immortal stones. Yi Wuchen's spiritual sense entered the treasury of Tai Su Palace unimpeded. Within lay an abundance of materials for crafting immortal artifacts, rich in resources. The foundation of Tai Su Palace was more than sufficient to forge 2 or 3 quasi-immortal artifacts. With these materials, it would not be long before he could successfully craft a quasi-immortal artifact. Yi Wuchen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. It seemed quite reasonable for him to receive some recompense after eliminating the traitor from the Tai Su Palace. Thus, he gathered the necessary materials into his possession, intending to forge a Zixiao immortal sword to aid him in transcending tribulations. His spirits soared as he collected the materials. However, at that moment, he sensed a formidable spiritual presence manifesting. This aura was chillingly malevolent, surpassing even that of an elder in the transformation stage. Cackling with delight, Gue Yiming observed that most of the formation flags of the three peaks had been tainted. At this juncture, the protective array of the Tai Su Palace was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, posing no threat to him. Should he offer the Tai Su Palace as a sacrifice to the ghost realm, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Great Ascension stage. His laughter was jarring, and it would be best if he refrained from such expressions in the future. While Gue Yiming envisioned his ascendance to the Great Ascension stage, a voice pierced through the air. Upon hearing it, his laughter abruptly ceased. "Who are you?" he demanded, his hairs standing on end at the sudden sound. When he probed the newcomer with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the individual before him was merely at the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage, which brought him a sense of relief. The newcomer was indeed Yi Wuchen, who had concealed his true cultivation level using the concealment technique. Though Gue Yiming was a formidable being at the 3rd level of the integration stage, he was still vastly outmatched by Yi Wuchen, who stood at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Upon detecting the chilling spiritual presence, Yi Wuchen had employed his spiritual sense to investigate. Realizing that this integration stage ghost cultivator was responsible for the actions against Mu Yang and his companions, he asserted, "You are the one who disrupted the protective array of the Tai Su Palace, aren't you?" Gue Yiming's thoughts wandered to the demise of his 13 ghost servants. "Did you kill my ghost servants?" he demanded, fury igniting in his eyes. "Ghost servants? It seems you truly are the one," Yi Wuchen replied, confirming his suspicions about the ghost cultivator's misdeeds. Were it not for the disruption of the Tai Su Palace's protective formation, he would not have been able to access the palace's treasury so easily. Seeking death, Gue Yiming's eyes burned with a murderous intent. Chapter 43. The Zixiao Immortal Sword Seeking Death. Gue Yiming bellowed, unleashing his terrifying power at the integration stage in a frenzy. He discerned that the person before him was undoubtedly concealing their true strength. The most prudent course of action was to strike while his opponent was off guard, aiming to injure or eliminate him in one decisive blow. Biluogi Palm. Gue Yiming unleashed his most potent killing move without reservation. Yi Wuchen regarded the ghost cultivator, filled with murderous intent, with calmness. Prior to his arrival, he had already set his own trap. True Sun Fire. Yi Wuchen did it nonchalantly. As the words left his lips, countless flames erupted in the void. These flames radiated an overwhelming celestial pressure, akin to the blazing sun. The true sun fire enveloped Gue Yiming like a colossal net. In an instant, Gue Yiming felt as though he was engulfed in an endless inferno of hellfire. The moment the true fire of the sun made contact with him, it emitted a hissing sound. The Gui Yi Ming at the integration stage was utterly obliterated within mere breaths before the overwhelming flames. It was only upon reaching the Mahayana stage that Yi Wuchen recognized this true fire of the sun as belonging to the celestial fire tier. After vanquishing Gui Yi Ming, Yi Wuchen returned to Tsangjian Peak, preparing to forge a quasi-immortal artifact. However, just after his departure, Elder Qing Mu appeared at the site of Gui Yi Ming's demise. The aura of that ghostly cultivator had manifested here, yet had vanished so suddenly. Could the sect leader's words hold truth? Is there indeed a Mahayana elder within our Taisu Palace? Qing Mu furrowed his brow in perplexity. Having resided in Taisu Palace for nearly 10 millennia, he believed that all Mahayana elders who needed to transcend tribulations had already done so. Currently, the most talented cultivator was none other than the sect leader, who had merely reached the integration stage and would require another 2,000 to 3,000 years to solidify his power before approaching the Mahayana stage. A ghostly cultivator at the integration stage would not be a match for their 5 elders of the transformation stage combined. Only by relying on the protective formation of the sect could they hope to repel such a foe. Unfortunately, the protective formation had just been damaged and had yet to be repaired. Thankfully, a Mahayana elder had slain the ghost, or the consequences would have been dire. Yi Wuchen inscribed a barrier at Tsangjian Peak to prevent disturbances during the forging of the quasi-immortal artifact. With over 50,000 years of cultivation experience infused into his forging techniques, he felt as though he possessed the wisdom of a master craftsman. He retrieved the primary material, the colorful celestial stone, the essence for crafting the Zishao immortal sword, or perhaps its sword spirit. Only a quasi-immortal artifact imbued with a sword spirit could truly be deemed as such, with the potential to ascend to an immortal artifact in the future. The true fire of the sun manifested, and the colorful celestial stone began to melt gradually. Meanwhile, at Qingyun's sect, Jiang Mou, accompanied by 36 Golden Core disciples, gazed upon the blood-drained corpses with a furrowed brow. This marked the 3rd exterminated cultivation sect he had encountered. The sect leader, along with 3 elders of the transformation stage and 2,000 inner disciples, had embarked on an offensive against the Yu Ming ghost sect. The remaining 4 transformation stage elders were tasked with stabilizing the surroundings, accompanied by 26 Yuanying elders and 1,000 Golden Core disciples. Master, this method of slaughter resembles that of the Blood Demon Palace, Su Qianqian remarked as she surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Having previously pursued the Blood Demon Palace's Blood Fiend ancestor, she was somewhat familiar with their tactics. The Blood Demon scripture of the Blood Demon Palace utilized blood for cultivation. These corpses were the result of being drained by practitioners of the scripture. It appeared that the Blood Demon ancestor had already entered the Yuanying stage. You must exercise utmost caution if you encounter them. Jiang Mou's expression darkened. They had barely departed the mountain gate when they encountered a demon cultivator at the Yuanying stage, a foreboding omen indeed. The trials that awaited them were unknown in number. Qian, you excel at divining the celestial mechanisms. Can you ascertain the whereabouts of the Blood Demon ancestor? Jiang Mou instructed the others before addressing Su Qianqian. Yes, master, she replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian swiftly formed seals with her hands. Soon, a mysterious aura enveloped her, and her gaze became ethereal. Master, the Blood Demon ancestor is situated outside the capital of Zhao, where the demonic energy is thick and nearly 1,000 demonic cultivators are present, Su Qianqian softly stated. To the capital of Zhao, all shall follow me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Moyu led the group towards the capital of Zhao. After the Blood Demon ancestor consumed the blood of the Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect, he refined his body to the peak strength of the Golden Core stage. Coupled with the body he had seized, which was in perfect harmony with him, he felt little discomfort. Now, his power was akin to that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Children, ahead lies the capital of Zhao. Soon we shall feast. The Blood Demon ancestor addressed his disciples. Kill. The disciples of the Blood Demon Palace exclaimed with excitement. The capital of Zhao boasted a population nearing 1 million, including many cultivators. Capturing it would surely elevate their cultivation levels. With a nascent soul ancestor present, conquering a mortal city posed no challenge. Nearly 1,000 disciples of the Blood Demon Palace soared towards the capital of Zhao. Most were merely at the Qi refinement stage. Yet over 100 had reached the foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, the Blood Demon ancestor unleashed a blood dance that enveloped the city. A nascent soul demon cultivator, Those wise within the capital of Zhao exclaimed upon witnessing the crimson sky. Although this was a mortal capital, it housed many Foundation establishment cultivators and even a few Golden Core experts. Heaven is determined to annihilate Zhao. The sovereign of Zhao trembled as he beheld the falling blood rain. Just as despair gripped the hearts of the Zhao populace, Jiang Moyu arrived with his disciples in the nick of time. Jiang Moyu cast a spell, sending a brilliant beam of light towards the Blood Demon Palace's ranks, disrupting their charge. Kill! Jiang Moyu roared as he charged towards the Blood Demon Ancestor. The Blood Demon Ancestor, witnessing this, snorted coldly and personally met Jiang Moyu's advance. The two clashed instantaneously, unleashing powerful waves of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, other disciples engaged in a chaotic battle with the disciples of the Blood Demon Palace. Standing behind the crowd, Su Qianqian gracefully raised her jade hands, murmuring incantations. In an instant, beams of spiritual light, akin to shooting stars, pierced the sky, hurtling towards the ranks of the Blood Demon Palace. These beams contained formidable magical power, inflicting death or injury upon the disciples of the Blood Demon Palace wherever they passed. The disciples of the Taisu Palace were all at least of Golden Core cultivation. Against those mere Qi refinement and Foundation establishment demon cultivators, it was a one-sided massacre. However, the numbers of the Blood Demon Palace were several times greater than those of the Taisu Palace, making it challenging to vanquish them all at once. Noticing his side's offensive faltering, the Blood Demon Ancestor could not help but snort, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from his body, and he vanished from sight like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared before Jiang Muyu without uttering a word, raising his hand to unleash a powerful strike. Before the force of his palm arrived, the terrifying wind pressure had already distorted the surrounding air. Jiang Muyu, undaunted, responded to the fierce assault of the Blood Demon Ancestor with equal fervor, meeting the attack with his own fist. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, erupting into a dazzling burst of light at the point of contact. Subsequently, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth from the two, rapidly expanding in all directions. Meanwhile, other disciples of the Qingyun sect and the Blood Demon Palace were already entangled in a chaotic melee. The air was filled with cries of battle and the clashing of magical artifacts, resonating throughout the sky. Both sides exerted their utmost efforts, exchanging blows without yielding. This fierce conflict plunged the realm into darkness, obscuring the sun and moon. Although the Blood Demon Ancestor had achieved the nascent soul stage, he was no match for Jiang Muyu. After just a few exchanges, the Blood Demon Ancestor was thoroughly defeated, left with no means to retaliate. Upon realizing their ancestor had been bested, the disciples of the Blood Demon Palace turned pale with fear, abandoning all pretense and fleeing in a panic. Previously, they had relied on their nascent soul ancestor for support, believing they could indulge in wanton slaughter without consequence. They were utterly unprepared for the swift response from the Taisu Palace, which rarely dispatched its inner disciples to the mortal realm. As they witnessed the retreat of the demon cultivators, the disciples of the Taisu Palace seized the opportunity to strike down those in disarray. Ultimately, Jiang Muyu executed the Blood Demon Ancestor on the spot. Most of the remaining demon cultivators were subdued. Although the disciples of the Taisu Palace were all formidable Golden Core cultivators, vastly superior to the disorganized throng of the Blood Demon Palace, they had to exercise restraint. This location was the capital of the Zhao Kingdom, the most prosperous area in the realm. If they were not careful, they could easily reduce the city to ruins in mere moments. Despite their efforts to minimize destruction, thousands of houses still suffered severe damage, and the death toll was staggering, exceeding 100,000. When the ruler of the Zhao Kingdom witnessed the threat to the city dissipate, the tension that had gripped his heart instantly relaxed. Overcome by exhaustion, he could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. "Disciples, heed my command," a resounding voice called out, prompting all to turn their attention to Jiang Muyu. "Search the surrounding area within 1,000 miles. Should you encounter any demons or malevolent spirits causing chaos, show no mercy, eliminate them all. Return here to regroup within 4 hours." With the issuance of this command by Jiang Muyu, the disciples of the Taishu Palace responded in unison, dispersing in all directions, some soaring through the skies on their swords, while others traversed the void, initiating their search at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, the sovereign of the Zhao Kingdom, having managed to rise from the ground, despite his pallid complexion resembling that of parchment, mustered what little strength he could, unsteadily making his way to Jiang Moyu. With a sudden thud, he knelt before him, exclaiming, "I am eternally grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed immortal. Had it not been for your arrival, my Zhao kingdom would have surely faced annihilation today. This profound kindness shall forever be etched in my memory." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his gratitude palpable. "You must hasten to arrange for the aftermath," Jiang Moyu gently encouraged, assisting the sovereign to his feet. "The place where the Yuming ghost sect resides is known as the Burial of Immortals Valley. It is said that within this valley, an immortal once met their demise. For countless years, the valley has been suffused with a dense aura of darkness, teeming with malevolent spirits. A millennium ago, a ghost cultivator named Li Qianhun emerged, unifying all the spirits of the Burial of Immortals Valley and founding the Yuming ghost sect. After enduring for 10,000 years, Li Qianhun reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Just 3 days prior, he provoked a celestial tribulation. Under the baptism of lightning, he was reborn through flames, successfully breaking through his bottleneck and entering the tribulation transcending phase. Subsequently, Li Qianhun established a connection to the ghost realm, unveiling the gates to this realm within the Burial of Immortals Valley. With the opening of the ghost realm, the area spanning 1,000 miles transformed into a ghostly territory, allowing countless formidable spirits to infiltrate the Yuming ghost sect. "My lord, members of the 10 great immortal sects have appeared," a red-clad female ghost reported to Li Qianhun. "Huh, they have finally made their entrance. Once the battle commences, they shall realize their home has been invaded, and perhaps they will crumble under the pressure," Li Qianhun sneered. "Indeed, my lord's foresight is unparalleled. Those immortal sects could never have anticipated our stealthy incursion," the red-clad ghost acknowledged. "Ha ha ha, dispatch the orders, prepare for battle." Li Qianhun roared with laughter. Li Qianhun had meticulously planned every detail prior to his tribulation. He understood that the commotion from his breakthrough would undoubtedly reach the ears of the 10 great immortal sects of the Eastern Wilderness. In this world, the path of immortality is the sole orthodoxy, while other paths, such as the demonic, ghostly, shamanic, and monstrous, are suppressed by the immortal teachings. For the ghost realm to secure a foothold in this world, it relied on his ascent to the tribulation transcending phase for support. Now that the gates to the ghost realm have been flung open, and after a period of consolidation of 6 months, the ghostly immortals could cast their shadows upon this realm. At that juncture, the mission assigned to him by the ghost realm would be accomplished. The grand conflict had finally arrived. As Li Qianhun had anticipated, at the onset of the battle, 8 of the 10 great immortal sects received distress signals from their homeland. Only the Wanxian sect and the Taishu Palace managed to eradicate the calamity without receiving any such pleas for help. The war commenced, and several immortal sects fled from the battlefield. The ambition of the 10 great immortal sects to annihilate the Yuming ghost sect swiftly devolved into a protracted struggle. As time flows onward, the realm of the spirits has witnessed an influx of malevolent entities, leading to a gradual decline of the 10 great sects. On Sanjian Peak, a jubilant Yi Wuchen exclaimed, "At last, the Zixiao sword has been perfected." Gazing at the sword radiating celestial light, he reveled in his triumph. This quasi-immortal artifact would enhance his chances of successfully transcending the tribulation by 30%. Once he forged a protective armor and prepared some elixirs, he would be ready to face the trials ahead. The celestial sword possesses spirit, hence, let it take this form. Yi Wuchen envisioned the image of a woman in his mind. As his words resonated, the Zixiao sword transformed into a graceful maiden. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her lips were naturally rosy. Cascading black hair flowed freely, exuding an enchanting charm. She was the spirit of the Zixiao sword. "Master." The sword spirit bowed respectfully to Yi Wuchen. Observing the lively spirit before him filled Yi Wuchen's heart with joy. "From now on, you shall be called Z, and you need not address me as master. Simply call me senior brother." After a moment of contemplation, he bestowed upon the sword spirit her name. Z lifted her gaze, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for the name." Yi Wuchen extended a hand to gently touch Z's hair, but recoiled as if struck by electricity, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. After all, this was a sword. How could such thoughts arise within him? Z tilted her head and inquired, "Why do you act thus, senior brother?" "Ahem, it's nothing." Yi Wuchen replied with a slight cough. Z blinked, her understanding ambiguous yet evident as she nodded. I have been in seclusion for so long. I wonder if they have returned, Wuchen murmured. Subsequently, he dispelled the barriers of his small courtyard and turned his gaze towards Songjin Peak. To his astonishment, the protective formation of the sect had been entirely restored, and the disciples were training with even greater diligence than before. During the 3 months of his solitude, no one had sought him out specifically. Chapter 45, The Banner of 10,000 Souls. You stay here for now. I shall take a stroll, Wuchen softly instructed Z. I wish to accompany you, senior brother, Z replied, tugging at his sleeve. Very well, but you must remain unseen, Wuchen responded. As a sword spirit, she was not a true being, and if concealed, even a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage would not detect her presence. Thank you, senior brother. I will keep hidden, Z exclaimed with excitement. After her agreement, Wuchen opened the courtyard door and stepped outside. Having been confined for so long, he wondered if anyone still remembered him. Not long after he exited, he encountered Zhangzi Xuan, who was imparting teachings to the current batch of disciples. Upon seeing her, Wuchen realized that Zhangzi Xuan had ascended to the Golden Core stage. Reflecting on the past, it was not surprising. Half a year ago, she had already reached the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment stage, merely a step away from achieving the Golden Core. Senior brother, there are so many people. Upon the awakening of her consciousness, Z found herself marveling at the wonders of the world around her. These are my fellow disciples, Wuchen remarked. Oh, they are your senior brothers, thus they are also my senior brothers. Z nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Wuchen's brow furrowed slightly. A strand of spiritual awareness soared back to his being from 1,000,000 miles away. Are Su Qianqian and the others in peril? He murmured to himself. Before Su Qianqian descended the mountain, he had gifted her a peach-wood sword, imbued with a sword chi capable of slaying a peak stage transformation. It also contained a fragment of his spiritual awareness. The return of this awareness signified that Su Qianqian and her companions had encountered an insurmountable foe. Without hesitation, Wuchen dashed toward Su Qianqian's location. She hurriedly followed. Though oblivious to the unfolding events, she sensed the urgency in her senior brother's demeanor, indicating a grave matter at hand. As he raced onward, Wuchen pondered. Su Qianqian was merely at the Golden Core stage. The adversary she faced would typically not exceed the nascent soul stage. It was rare for a transformation stage cultivator to deliberately trouble someone at the Golden Core stage. Even if a transformation stage expert intervened, the peachwood sword would suffice to resolve the situation. Moments later, Wuchen's figure materialized 1,000,000 miles away. Through the information conveyed by his spiritual awareness, he discerned that Su Qianqian was in the vicinity. Below him, a miasma of ghostly energy obscured all, rendering visibility to less than 10 meters. Even the spiritual awareness of a Golden Core cultivator could not extend 100 zhang in this ghostly haze. I must locate her swiftly. She has seized the Wan Hun banner from the Yinsha Ghost King, and she must not escape. Though the Yinsha Ghost King was merely a minor spirit, the Wan Hun banner had allowed it to rival transformation stage beings for 3 months. And finding her meant reclaiming the banner. Hurry! She had been ensnared within the myriad ghost formation for 3 days and nights. Surely, her endurance was waning. Countless vengeful spirits constituted the myriad ghost formation, tightly enclosing Su Qianqian. Hiding within a ghostly cavern, she curled up, one hand clutching the Wan Hun banner and the other grasping the peachwood sword, careful not to make a sound. Had it not been for the Wan Hun banner concealing her celestial aura, she would have been discovered by these vengeful spirits. Among them were not only those of Golden Core cultivation, but also several at the nascent soul stage. Now, the peachwood sword had become of little use. If those vengeful spirits were to find her, the consequences would be dire. As for the Wan Hun banner, it was immensely powerful in the hands of ghost cultivators. Yet in hers, it remained ineffective, unless she too became a ghost cultivator. The myriad ghost formation could obstruct the spiritual awareness of Golden Core cultivators, but could not hinder Wuchen at the ascendant stage. What manner of object is this? How could it be so malevolent? Wuchen gazed at the Wan Hun banner in Su Qianqian's possession, his brow deeply furrowed. Z. Eliminate the vengeful spirits below. Wuchen instructed her. Though the Zixiao sword had not yet undergone the tribulation to become a true celestial artifact, its destructive power was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of an ascendant stage cultivator. He was eager to witness the sword's prowess. Yes, senior brother, Z replied. After agreeing, Z charged towards a grand array of 10,000 ghosts. Upon entering the array, she instantly transformed into the essence of the purple cloud sword. Her figure flickered like lightning, and with each passage through the array, numerous malevolent spirits dissipated into nothingness. The mere presence of Z instilled a profound terror among the spirits within the array, for the aura she exuded was that of an immortal, their true nemesis. Suddenly, Su Qianqian was jolted from her thoughts by the anguished wails of countless spirits, prompting her to lift her gaze. Through the crevices of the ghostly cave, she beheld a purplish glow weaving deftly between the spirits. With each flash of light, swathes of ghostly mist were eradicated. Could it be that someone had come to rescue her? A glimmer of hope ignited within Su Qianqian. At that moment, Yi Wuchen landed before the cave, extending his hand to gently wave, causing Su Qianqian to promptly lose consciousness. Z, once you have dealt with these spirits, return to me, he instructed while cradling her. Understood, senior brother, Z responded, her pace in dispatching the spirits accelerating significantly. Ding, congratulations master for acquiring the soul banner. Just as Yi Wuchen grasped the soul banner from Su Qianqian's hand, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. It had been quite some time since he last heard the system's voice. He had nearly forgotten he possessed one. The soul banner? What purpose could such a sinister object serve? As he carried Su Qianqian back to the Taishu Palace, he pondered in his mind. Upon obtaining the soul banner, he sensed a malevolent energy emanating from it, one capable of influencing human souls. It seemed that, before long, it could drag a person's essence into the abyss. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, coupled with Su Qianqian's unique constitution. Otherwise, had he delayed, she might have been irrevocably altered by the soul banner. Master, despite the soul banner's malevolence, you can expend 300,000 years of cultivation to transform it into the human emperor flag. The human emperor flag? Indeed, master. The human emperor flag is a supreme treasure of the primordial chaos, possessing myriad miraculous effects. Should a being of the immortal path perish, the flag can capture their soul, bestowing them the rank of celestial warrior. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen was overjoyed. To expend 300,000 years of cultivation was merely a month's worth of time for him. Exchanging a month for a primordial treasure was a most advantageous bargain. During the 3 months he spent in seclusion refining the purple cloud sword, he had amassed over 900,000 years of cultivation. A mere 300,000 was no challenge at all. Then what are we waiting for? System, assist me in transforming the soul banner into the human emperor flag. Yi Wuchen urged eagerly. Certainly, master. The system is now processing your request. As the system's voice faded, the malevolent aura of the soul banner gradually dissipated, and the tormented souls within began their journey towards reincarnation. Chapter 46, Bestowing Celestial Warriors. Once the vengeful spirits from the soul banner entered the cycle of reincarnation, a pure and sacred celestial light emerged, as if an immortal had descended upon the realm. Before Yi Wuchen could fully comprehend the situation, the radiant glow of the celestial path vanished into thin air. The imperial flag of humanity slowly unfurled, measuring approximately 10 feet in both length and width, its texture resembling neither gold nor silk. The flag's surface exhibited an ancient, muted yellow hue, adorned with intricate embroidery depicting mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and stars. Beep! The soul banner has been transformed into the imperial flag of humanity by the system. Given the master's insufficient power, only 100 heavenly soldiers can be summoned each day, and these summoned soldiers will possess the strength of scattered immortals. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Wuchen tightened his grip on the imperial flag. The ability to summon 100 heavenly soldiers daily, each possessing the strength of scattered immortals, filled him with a sense of hope. He recalled that cultivators who narrowly escaped the calamity of their tribulation, if fortunate enough to survive, were considered scattered immortals. Those who had successfully navigated one tribulation were referred to as first tribulation scattered immortals, and so on. Even a first tribulation scattered immortal would surpass the strength of most cultivators in the Great Ascension stage. As he pondered these revelations, he swiftly returned to the sect, cradling Su Qianqian in his arms. After gently placing her at the foot of the immortal herb peak and healing her wounds, he made his way back to the sword concealment peak. Moments after his departure, Su Qianqian began to stir on the ground. She first moved her fingers slightly, then gradually opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed, as if she had yet to fully awaken from her slumber, struggling to grasp her surroundings. The scene before her appeared blurred. With great effort, she managed to prop herself up, attempting to sit upright. As her consciousness became clearer, Su Qianqian finally discerned her surroundings. 3 towering peaks, reaching into the sky, stood sentinel around a majestic palace. To her astonishment, she realized she was within the confines of her sect, with the familiar architecture, mountains and flora vividly coming into view. This sense of familiarity momentarily disoriented her, leading her to question her reality. Am I in the heavens? Su Qianqian murmured, her voice trembling and faint. She vividly recalled being ensnared in the terrifying ghost array, where, despite wielding the peach wood sword to vanquish several ghostly cultivators at the nascent soul stage, the sheer number of foes in the array was far beyond the capability of a single wooden sword. In the depths of that endless darkness, surrounded by countless grotesque specters, the horrifying images lingered in her mind. Yet, how was it that she now found herself unharmed within the sect? Moreover, as she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed the absence of any fellow disciples. At that moment, she realized she still clutched the peachwood sword gifted by Wuchen. Could it be that he saved me? Su Qianqian pondered aloud, gazing at the sword in her hand. Initially, she had believed the peachwood sword to be an ordinary weapon, as its material seemed quite mundane and devoid of any celestial essence or spiritual brilliance, until she unwittingly wandered into the ghost array, where her life had hung in the balance. Suddenly, a peachwood sword appeared, cleaving a ghost cultivator at the nascent soul stage with ease. It was then that she realized the sword gifted to her by Wuchen could dispatch such foes as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Never mind. I shall return to the Tai Su Palace first. I shall inquire further at another opportunity. Su Qianqian shook her head and turned, soaring towards the Tai Su Palace. Shortly after Wuchen returned to the sword concealment peak, Zi followed him back. After all, wielding a quasi-immortal sword to vanquish a throng of minor spirits was hardly a daunting task. It was merely that the sheer number of these spirits necessitated a bit more time. You're back. Everything's taken care of, I presume? Wuchen inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards Zi. Senior brother, it was merely a group of minor spirits. All has been resolved, Zi replied cheerfully, settling beside Wuchen. Your timing is impeccable. I am preparing to venture out once more. Would you care to accompany me? Wuchen asked. Although Zi was merely a sword spirit, devoid of independent will and entirely under Wuchen's command, he treated her not as a mere tool, but as a cherished companion. The disciples of Tai Su Palace, while possessing cultivation talents far superior to his own, had their limitations. He, equipped with a system, would soon be ready for the tribulation. In contrast, those disciples would be fortunate to advance 1 or 2 major realms over several years. Once he successfully navigated his tribulation, he would undoubtedly ascend to the immortal realm. His current expedition aimed to gather some celestial souls using the human emperor's banner to command celestial soldiers. With such forces at his disposal, he would become a formidable presence, capable of safeguarding himself and even protecting the sect. In 3 years, with an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, he would find solace even in the immortal realm. Wherever you go, I shall follow, he exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then let us proceed, Wuchen declared, and together, they departed from a sword concealment peak once more. They traversed aimlessly through the vast expanse of the sky. After covering 200,000 miles from the sword concealment peak, remnants of fierce battles lay strewn about. Ruined walls and shattered structures littered the landscape. Numerous sects and cities have been reduced to mere ruins, with bones scattered everywhere. Both ghost cultivators and demonic cultivators were notoriously ruthless in their endeavors. Wuchen and Zi descended upon a devastated sect. The ground was littered with corpses, and the stench of charred earth lingered, a testament to the brutality of the past. On a massive stone beside Wuchen were inscribed the ancient characters of the 5-element sect. Human Emperor's Banner, with a soft exclamation. The banner materialized in Wuchen's grasp. As he activated the banner, it radiated with golden light, and a powerful suction surged forth from within. Shortly thereafter, a soul of the Golden Core stage was drawn into the banner. Alert! Golden Core stage soul, Jean Shurjintian detected. Would you like to enshrine it as a celestial soldier? The system prompted. Without hesitation, Wuchen selected yes. In an instant, the brilliance of the human emperor's banner intensified. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, revealing a man clad in golden armor, wielding a spear, his countenance stern. Who am I? Where am I? In the vast expanse of Shur Jintian's mind, a torrent of memories surged forth. I am Shur Jintian, the leader of the Five Elements sect. Did I not perish at the hands of the tiger demon? He murmured to himself, a chill enveloping his heart as he recalled the harrowing moment before his demise. A formidable tiger demon at the Golden Core stage, accompanied by hundreds of fierce beasts, stormed into the Five Elements sect, mercilessly annihilating everyone within its confines. Despite his valiant efforts to lead his disciples in resistance, they were ultimately outmatched, and the sect was obliterated. Gazing at the golden armor adorning his body and the spear in his hand, confusion filled his mind. Yet, he soon realized that he had been conferred the status of a celestial soldier. He knelt before Wuchen, acknowledging, "I am eternally grateful for this new lease on life." "My lord, rise," Wuchen gestured, bidding him to stand. Chapter 47, The Black Hand. Wuchen regarded his newly appointed celestial soldier with satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy. It is known that celestial soldiers possess strength rivaling that of scattered immortals. Even more remarkable is Shi Jintian's unwavering loyalty to him. In just 3 years, with an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, he could command respect even in the realm of immortals. "Shi Jintian, I am curious to know, do you still recall the events of your past life?" Wuchen inquired with a smile, his interest piqued. Shi Jintian respectfully clasped his fists and replied, "My lord, I naturally remember." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Wuchen's eyes as he pressed, "If that is the case, please share your recollections with me." Shi Jintian lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before looking up and responding, "Since my lord wishes to hear, I shall recount the truth, though I am uncertain where to begin. Focus on the significant aspects." Wuchen waved his hand, encouraging him to proceed. Taking a deep breath after receiving the directive, Shi Jintian began to narrate his tale. "My lord, I have grown up within the Five Elements sect since childhood." As he spoke, a legendary saga began to unfold before Wuchen's eyes. Shi Jintian was revealed to be a descendant of the sect's elders, demonstrating extraordinary talent for cultivation from a young age. Consequently, he swiftly distinguished himself and became the sect's holy son. Time passed, and upon the passing of the old sect master, it was only natural for Shi Jintian to assume the leadership. However, just over 3 months ago, a horde of brutal beasts suddenly emerged. Despite Shi Jintian's desperate resistance alongside his disciples, they were ultimately outnumbered, leading to the tragic annihilation of the sect. He himself met an untimely end in the fierce battle. "Do you know where the lair of those beasts lies?" Wuchen inquired, a hint of anger lacing his tone. "I am aware," Shi Jintian replied, kneeling once more. "Very well, I shall grant you half a day. Go and eradicate them all, then return to me," Wuchen commanded. "Thank you, my lord." 3 months later, the Valley of the Buried Immortals. The 10 great sects had originally intended to eradicate this scourge of the eastern wilderness with overwhelming force. Unexpectedly, the formidable Lianqin Han of the ghostly spirit sect had long been prepared. The fierce battle had reached a stalemate for over 6 months, with a relentless influx of malevolent spirits from the ghost realm pouring into the Valley of the Buried Immortals. Although the majority of these spirits possessed feeble cultivation, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Despite slaying billions of these wretched beings, countless still managed to escape the valley. The Taisu Palace and the other 9 great sects had assembled 15,000 cultivators, yet they found themselves steadily retreating. Master Miaoyin, the number of spirits in the Valley of the Buried Immortals grows ever larger. We are on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the leaders of the 10 great sects convened to discuss grave matters. Master Miaoyin, the foremost among them and the leader of the Wanxian sect, possessed a cultivation that transcended the heavens, standing at the second tier of the tribulation stage. "It seems we have no choice but to activate the Wanxian Great Formation," she declared with a commanding tone. The assembly was seized by fear upon hearing her words. The Wanxian Great Formation was the most potent array of the Wanxian sect, requiring the participation of 10,000 cultivators at the Gold Core stage or above for its setup. Once initiated, it could defy the heavens and slay deities. However, the cost was steep. Those Gold Core cultivators who laid the formation could suffer severe foundational damage or even face death. "Master Miaoyin, should we deploy this array? It may take tens of thousands of years for the eastern wilderness to regain its vitality," cautioned the leader of the Wuchen sect. "If we refrain from using this formation, once the ghost gate stabilizes, the entire eastern wilderness will descend into chaos." Master Miaoyin's expression tightened, her determination unwavering. "My decision is made. We shall activate the Wanxian Great Formation. Master Tianji, you are adept at divining the heavenly secrets. Can you discern a glimmer of hope?" The leader of the Yinqing sect turned his gaze toward Master Tianji of the Taisu Palace. As his words echoed, all eyes were fixed upon Master Tianji. This matter was of utmost importance. The sects of the eastern wilderness were the most powerful, yet many malevolent creatures lurked in the shadows. With their presence, these creatures were deterred from excessive mischief. However, should the cultivators suffer significant losses, those fiends would undoubtedly emerge to wreak havoc. Honored ones, I humbly accept your trust and shall dare to cast an omen, Master Tianji replied. However, before his words could fully resonate, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened. A vast expanse of ominous clouds surged forth like a tide, swiftly shrouding the heavens. Subsequently, brilliant flashes of lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars that shook the very fabric of existence. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Could it be that even the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate Lien Qinan and seeks to smite him with divine retribution? At that moment, Master Miaoyin furrowed her brow, acutely sensing the terrifying aura of the celestial tribulation emanating from above. Suddenly, her body trembled with realization. No, this is the tribulation of a ghostly cultivator, she exclaimed. As her words fell, a crimson figure abruptly appeared in the firmament, the red-clad female ghost under Lien Qinhuan's command. He, once my subordinates have traversed the tribulation, it shall be your demise. Li Qianhun cast a cruel glance at the assembly of the 10 great sects, a sadistic smile curling upon his lips. Dear comrades, it appears we must arrange the grand formation of 10,000 immortals. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us, declared the esteemed Master Miaoyin to the gathered crowd. While that female ghost undergoes her tribulation, we shall first shatter the gateway connecting to the ghost realm. The assembly nodded in unison, in agreement with her directive. Upon hearing this, Master Miaoyin made intricate hand seals, summoning a set of formation flags from a void. With a graceful gesture, the myriad flags soared towards various locations within the burial valley of immortals. The disciples of each sect swiftly took their positions upon receiving the flags. Concurrently, the aura emanating from the golden core cultivators surged 100-fold. Attack! Roared the disciples of the 10 great sects, their voices resounding like thunder. They had also spotted the crimson-clad female ghost traversing the skies. Should she succeed in her tribulation, her power would amplify tremendously. The disciples surged toward the gateway to the ghost realm, unleashing a dazzling array of spells amidst tumultuous cries of battle. In an instant, the malevolent spirits began to retreat under the onslaught. I will hold back Li Qianhun. You all go and break the ghost gate. Master Miaoyin shouted to those behind her, poised to resolve the ghostly threshold. Yet, at that moment, the ground of Burial Valley quaked violently. Immediately, countless tendrils of black mist erupted from the earth, swirling and coalescing to envelop the entire valley. In the blink of an eye, the mist transformed into a colossal dark hand, blotting out the sun and encapsulating a 1,000-mile radius. Faced with this unforeseen onslaught, the crowd was struck with terror. Before they could react, the ominous hand descended from above, crashing down upon the multitude of sect disciples. Boom! The earth trembled, leaving behind an enormous palm print. Countless cultivators suffered shattered meridians, with some even experiencing the destruction of their golden cores. Chapter 48, Divine Armament Descends. This is dire. An immortal entombed within the burial valley has awakened, exclaimed Master Tianji, his complexion ashen, as he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of crimson blood. His eyes were wide with dread, his voice trembling as he cried out. The burial valley had harbored countless demons and specters over the ages. The members of the sect did not wish to eradicate these malevolent beings entirely. Yet a great terror resided within the valley. Not even those who had transcended the 9 heavens tribulations dared to approach lightly. In their quest to breach the gateway to the ghost realm, they had ventured deep into the heart of the burial valley, perhaps inciting the wrath of the entombed immortal. As Master Tianji's words fell, despair enveloped the remaining disciples of the sect. Kekekek. At that moment, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the air. Children, relish this feast to your heart's content. Li Qianhun sneered, his face contorted in a grotesque expression of delight. With a single command from him, a horde of loathsome spirits surged toward the injured disciples of the sect. In an instant, anguished screams erupted, reverberating throughout the valley, as many of the already wounded disciples faced their grim fate. Surrounded by this group of vengeful spirits, there was no hope of resistance. In the blink of an eye, they were mercilessly devoured, leaving not even a trace of bone. Only a pile of white, bleached skeletons lay scattered across the ground, a scene too tragic to behold. Moments later, merely a dozen or so powerful beings in the transformation stage remained, desperately holding on. The red-clad female ghost, having successfully navigated her first celestial tribulation, stood resolute. But what was that? Master Miaoyin pointed to the heavens, where a myriad of radiant beams suddenly appeared. It was the aura of immortals. Each beam emanated the unique essence of celestial beings. The remaining onlookers turned their gazes skyward. Even the most malevolent spirits, upon sensing this pure celestial energy, seemed to diminish in their ferocity. As the myriad beams drew near, thousands of armored heavenly soldiers, wielding long spears, materialized. Their presence was like the blazing sun at its zenith, sacred and inviolable. The gleaming armor of the heavenly soldiers shone with a blinding light, seemingly capable of piercing through all malevolence. The leading soldier waved his grand banner, and the multitude of heavenly soldiers united in a resounding battle cry that reverberated through the firmament. Was that not Elder Moyu of my Taishu Palace? And there, the enchanting fairy Biyu of my Wanjian sect. Look, even our guardian Xianyuan from Yinqing sect is among them. An increasing number of individuals recognized those familiar figures. At that moment, the once despairing crowd was utterly stunned, for they realized that these familiar faces were now radiating celestial energy, as if true immortals had descended upon the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Li Qianhun and the red-clad female ghost gazed at the densely packed heavenly soldiers above, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fear gripped their hearts, making it difficult to comprehend the unfolding reality. It is known that this eastern wasteland has always been desolate and barren, with celestial fortunes exceedingly rare. According to reason, it is a remarkable feat to give birth to even a single immortal in a millennium. Yet now, an overwhelming multitude of immortals had emerged, an unfathomable spectacle. They could hardly fathom the existence of the Emperor's flag, a treasure that defies the heavens, capable of summoning heavenly soldiers. This was the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Attack! With a furious shout from Wuchen, 1,000 heavenly soldiers descended upon the valley of the immortal's grave. The remaining 9,000 heavenly soldiers remained stationed, safeguarding their own safety. Here, only 2 minor ghosts in the tribulation stage could contend with the heavenly soldiers. The rest posed no threat to them. With his command, countless heavenly soldiers surged forth with the force of a thunderbolt towards the gates of the ghost realm. In an instant, the cacophony of battle cries, the clashing of weapons, and the terrified wails of the spirits intertwined. The heavenly soldiers, like a radiant rainbow, dashed towards the gates of the ghost realm in the blink of an eye. Li Qianhun wished to intervene, but dared not approach. Then came a thunderous roar that shook the earth and mountains, as the gates connecting to the ghost realm collapsed in an instant. Ordinary malevolent spirits, upon encountering celestial warriors, harbor no courage to resist, fleeing in sheer terror. Witnessing this scene, the female ghost-clad in red could scarcely believe that over 10,000 celestial beings were present. Assuming herself to possess some strength due to having survived the heavenly tribulation, a flicker of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. Without hesitation, she transformed into a mist of blood and lunged fiercely at one of the celestial warriors. However, with a mere sweep of his spear, the celestial warrior unleashed a beam of golden light, dispersing the sanguine mist. The red-clad specter let out a piercing wail as her form was compelled to reappear. Such wicked entities daring to challenge heavenly might. What utter folly! Observing the pitiful state of the female ghost, the celestial warrior's lips curled into a scornful sneer. Before his words could fade, he brandished his spear once more. The spear, like a dragon, shot forth with a chilling gleam. Seeing the tide turn against him, Li Qianhun attempted to flee. Yet his movements had already been perceived by the other celestial warriors. In the blink of an eye, they encircled him, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Today marks your demise, the leading celestial warrior bellowed, his eyes wide with wrath. Faced with such a dire situation, Li Qianhun understood that survival was futile, yet he refused to succumb passively. His eyes blazed crimson as he unleashed a series of frenzied roars, employing his ultimate techniques in a desperate bid to break free from the net of divine warriors. Alas, despite exerting every ounce of strength, his efforts proved futile before the celestial warriors. Ultimately, he was struck by a spear, disintegrating into nothingness. As the last of the malevolent spirits was vanquished, Tranquility finally descended upon the battlefield. The ominous black mist that had enveloped the skies above the valley of the buried immortals began to dissipate slowly. Sunlight gradually pierced through the clouds, illuminating the land below. The remnants of the 10 great sects, witnessing the swift resolution of countless malevolent spirits, were left in astonishment. This battle had wrought heavy losses, claiming the lives of the core disciples of their sections. Had the celestial warriors not arrived in time, they too would have met their end here. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the relief of having survived the calamity in the other's eyes. Then, they collectively sought out familiar faces. Elder Mou, Master Tianji, a celestial warrior, inquired tentatively. Elder Jiang Mou appeared oblivious to his words, maintaining a stoic expression. Sensing this, Master Tianji felt a weight in his heart. Elder Mou, it is I, Tianji, he reiterated cautiously. You have mistaken your man. Jiang Mou replied coldly, his expression still devoid of emotion. Although he retained memories of his former life and recognized the individual before him as his former sect leader. Since entering the Emperor's banner and becoming a celestial warrior, all ties to his past life had been severed. At that moment, he was Jiang Mou, the celestial warrior, no longer Elder Jiang Mou of the Taishu Palace. Chapter 49. The Encirclement of the Celestial Corpse. The remaining celestial sects sought out familiar heavenly soldiers. Yet like the celestial master Tianji, they were met with cold indifference. Wuchen stood amidst the vast expanse, gazing down at the desolate remnants and skeletal remains scattered throughout the valley of the buried immortals, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Had he arrived a moment earlier, the disciples of the celestial sects would not have suffered such grievous losses. With the imperial sovereign flag in hand, he began to chant incantations, drawing the souls of the fallen celestial warriors into the flag. In truth, from the moment he first acquired the imperial sovereign flag, he had envisioned leading 100 heavenly soldiers to sweep through the valley of the buried immortals. After all, 100 heavenly soldiers would be more than sufficient to overpower the 10 major celestial sections. Confronting a ghostly cultivator in the tribulation stage within the valley would pose no challenge at all. However, when he voiced this intention, a heavenly soldier familiar with the valley's origins shook his head vehemently. The valley of the buried immortals harbored powers that transcended the mortal realm, capable of sheltering the myriad demons and monsters concealed within. While 100 heavenly soldiers could easily handle ordinary malevolent spirits, should the great terror of the valley awaken, the odds of even 100 heavenly soldiers successfully combating it would be less than 30%. After hearing this, Wuchen resolutely opted to bide his time for an additional 3 months. Now, utilizing the system, he had conferred the imperial sovereign flag upon 1,000 heavenly soldiers. With this formidable force at his command, Wuchen felt a surge of confidence. He issued a decree to the 1,000 heavenly soldiers below, retreat at once, all those unrelated. As his words echoed, the heavenly soldiers, upon seeing Celestial Master Tianji and others, coldly proclaimed, all unrelated individuals, retreat immediately. Elder Moyu, I wish to relay something further, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Moyu. Retreat at once. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Jiang Moyu declared ruthlessly. Startled by Jiang Moyu's unyielding demeanor, Tianji felt a tremor of fear. Were he to linger any longer, the individual before him might very well strike him down. Casting his gaze upon the others, he found they were similarly perturbed. Reluctantly, he resolved to depart. Though the members of the 10 celestial sects vacated the valley of the buried immortals, they did not stray far, lingering nearby. Senior brother, the heavenly net array has been set, Z announced, observing the formation of over 1,000 heavenly soldiers. Very well. Let us commence, Wuchen replied, nodding in satisfaction. This ghostly abyss, which had wrought tremendous casualties upon humanity, must be eradicated today, Wuchen remarked with a cold smile. No sooner had his words left his lips than the true fire of the sun began to spread throughout the valley of the buried immortals. The true fire of the sun, a celestial flame, consumed all in its path. Countless peaks within the valley were reduced to nothingness. Ultimately, a towering figure began to emerge before the eyes of the onlookers. This colossal form was the celestial corpse, once perhaps a being of supreme existence, now decayed and putrid. Its skin resembled tattered black cloth, large swathes peeling away to reveal the dark purple wrought beneath. Immortals are not immune to decay. Rather, mortals scarcely live to witness the time when an immortal succumbs to rot. "This is the legendary fallen immortal," murmured the celestial master Tianji. The crowd felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence. "Those who disturb my rest shall perish." Accompanied by a primordial roar, the atmosphere within the valley grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, the lifeless body of the immortal, lying on the ground, opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black miasma. This dark miasma surged forth like a ferocious black dragon, clawing and sprawling in all directions. Wherever the miasma spread, the sunlight was extinguished in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Wuchen displayed no signs of surprise. He understood clearly that had the sun's true fire been capable of incinerating the immortal's body, the 10 great celestial sects would have long since eradicated the valley of the immortals. Now it was time to observe the prowess of these heavenly soldiers. "Kill!" Wuchen bellowed, as 5,000 heavenly soldiers surged forth from behind him. Together, the 6,000 soldiers charged at the immortal's remains, a myriad of colors illuminating the scene as spells and divine abilities were unleashed. Yet, despite its decay, the immortal's body possessed formidable defenses. The attacks of 1 or 2 heavenly soldiers merely created ripples upon impact, causing little harm. However, the combined force of the 6,000 soldiers cleaved the immortal's corpse in half. Countless tendrils of black mist poured forth, attempting to assail the heavenly soldiers. Yet, the pure and vigorous celestial energy emanating from the soldiers swiftly purified the black mist. Just as victory seemed within reach, the severed immortal body began to writhe. The upper half of the corpse abruptly rose upright. With a powerful slap of its enormous palm against the ground, a tremendous shockwave radiated outwards, sending several heavenly soldiers flying. Observing this, the remaining heavenly soldiers converged to form a colossal sword of light, striking fiercely at the immortal body. This time, the immortal's chest was pierced, and a deluge of black liquid gushed forth. Seizing the moment while the immortal's movements were sluggish, the remaining soldiers unleashed their most powerful strikes. Finally, the immortal could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into powder that scattered into the air. "We are eternally grateful to the immortal for vanquishing the Valley of the Immortals." The members of the 10 celestial sects bowed towards Wuchen, expressing their gratitude. Had it not been for the descent of the heavenly soldiers, they too would have perished here. Wuchen glanced at them. If each of the 10 sects contributed some materials, he would soon gather everything needed for the tribulation. "There is no need for such formalities. I have my own request," Wuchen said, clearing his throat and speaking slowly. The members of the 10 celestial sects exchanged glances, and the celestial master Tianji stepped forward to inquire, "Please, speak freely." "Immortal." Wuchen's gaze swept across the assembly as he said, "I have a younger disciple preparing for the tribulation. Could you assist in gathering the necessary materials?" The faces of the sect leaders shifted slightly. The materials required for the tribulation were indeed rare and precious. Yet the individual before him commanded an army of over 10,000 celestial soldiers. Should he choose to act, who could possibly withstand him? The leader of the Cloud Clear sect furrowed his brow and remarked, "Esteemed immortal, these materials are exceedingly precious to us as well." The immortal replied, after a moment of contemplation, "The 10,000 Immortals sect is willing to offer a piece of versatile materials suitable for crafting celestial armor." Following suit, the celestial master of the Heavenly Calculus sect added, "Our Taishu Palace is also prepared to contribute materials for a celestial sword." The leader of the Cloud Clear sect then proposed, "We shall provide a celestial pill that can safeguard one's primordial spirit." Observing this unfolding situation, the other sects felt compelled to refrain from further objections, each expressing their willingness to contribute something of value. Wuchen, pleased with the developments, nodded affirmatively, "Excellent, excellent. I shall send someone to accompany you all back." He then left behind 10 celestial soldiers and took the remainder with him. The 10 great sects gazed at his receding figure, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Their disciples had suffered grievous losses, their vitality severely drained. The next millennium could easily witness a decline in their lineage. Should the younger generation falter and they themselves pass away, the very survival of their sects might be at stake. Meanwhile, Wuchen was filled with joy at the thought of the impending acquisition of tribulation materials. Chapter 50. Return to the Clear Wind Martial Hall. After departing from the burial of Immortals Valley, Wuchen did not return to the Sword Concealment Peak, but instead made his way back to the Clear Wind Martial Hall. For him, the Sword Concealment Peak served merely as a venue to acquire profound techniques. Although he had spent nearly a year there, it did not evoke any deep-seated feelings within him. In the initial 3 months, he frequently ventured out to socialize with his fellow disciples. However, following the conclusion of the sect's grand competition, he secluded himself for 3 full months, dedicating his efforts to the refinement of a quasi-celestial weapon. During that period, he was entirely cut off from the outside world, singularly focused on the creation of the Zixiao celestial sword. In the final 3 months, he often departed from the sword concealment peak. Today, as practice concludes here, return tomorrow. A vibrant voice resonated through the clear wind martial hall. Subsequently, a throng of children poured out of the hall. After healing his own injuries, Chu Feng reopened the clear wind martial hall, welcoming over 10 children eager to learn martial arts. He had come to realize that he had previously been too ostentatious. The path of cultivation required steady and methodical progress. Fleeting achievements held little significance, and it was the journey ahead that truly mattered. Within less than a year, not only had his cultivation returned to its former glory, but he had also entered the Qi refinement stage. Yi Wuchen, what brings you here? Just as Chu Feng was about to close the door, he encountered an unexpected visitor. This is my home. Is it not entirely normal for me to return? Yi Wuchen tisit lightly. Welcome back. Chu Feng replied hurriedly, perplexed by Yi Wuchen's return, yet he opened the door to let him in. It seems you have been faring quite well these days, Yi Wuchen remarked approvingly as he surveyed the courtyard, noting the bustling atmosphere, which was a stark contrast to the near emptiness it had held prior to his departure. In the vast courtyard, only the 3 of them resided. Lacking vitality, were you not cultivating in the Taisu Palace? Chu Feng could not help but inquire. You've reached the Qi refinement stage, quite commendable, he added. Yet, Yi Wuchen offered no response, instead directing his gaze towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Despite being at the Qi refinement stage, he knew he was no match for Yi Wuchen. The finger Yi Wuchen had previously directed at him had left an indelible shock. Yi Wuchen entered the house and took a seat, slowly articulating, "There is comfort in returning home. Those at Taisu Palace are preoccupied with their cultivation. Here, a hint of human warmth lingers." Chu Feng poured a cup of tea for Yi Wuchen, remarking, "But cultivation is essential for becoming stronger. Remaining here will only hinder your progress." Yi Wuchen took a delicate sip from the teacup and replied, "Let us discuss it later." On the journey to Taisu Palace, a voice resonated, "Master, my lord has informed me that he has already acquired the materials from Taisu Palace, so you need not procure them any further." Jiang Moyu bowed respectfully to the celestial master Tianji. "Now that you are at Taisu Palace, will you not step inside and take a look?" The celestial master Tianji furrowed his brow, recognizing that the individual before him was Elder Moyu of Taisu Palace. "Not all," Jiang Moyu replied calmly. After speaking, he turned to leave, and at that moment, the celestial master Tianji moved swiftly to block his path. With intense scrutiny, the celestial master inquired earnestly, "After so many years at Taisu Palace, are you truly willing to depart?" At these words, Jiang Moyu's body trembled slightly, an imperceptible look of astonishment flickering across his face before he regained his composure. He gradually raised his head, casting a complex gaze towards Taisu Palace. After a moment of silence, he softly replied, "The master must have mistaken me for someone else." No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, effortlessly evading the celestial master's obstruction, and he departed without a backward glance. Jiang Moyu sought to leave, and the celestial master could not impede him. Watching Jiang Moyu's receding silhouette, the celestial master murmured, "It cannot be a case of mistaken identity. You must harbor unspoken burdens." With Jiang Moyu having vanished, the celestial master was left to return to Taisu Palace alone. The master has returned. The master has returned. Chapter 51. The warmth of humanity as night fell and silence enveloped the world. Yi Wuchen sat serenely in the center of the Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy courtyard. His gaze was fixed upon the luminous moon, his heart swirling with myriad thoughts. The moon in this world mirrored that of Blue Star. Each time the full moon graced the sky, memories of life on Blue Star would surface. Nearly a year had passed since his arrival in this realm, and he wondered how his family and friends on Blue Star were faring. Z stood quietly beside him, delicately holding a teapot, preparing a fragrant brew. She gently presented a cup of freshly brewed tea to Yi Wuchen. "Brother, why do we not return to the Sanjin Peak?" Z asked softly, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation, as if she held a fondness for that place. Yi Wuchen accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. He savored the fragrant tea as it unfurled in his mouth before gently setting the cup down. "Oh, do you fancy Sanjin Peak?" His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, tinged with curiosity. "Indeed, the spiritual energy there is abundant, making me feel quite at ease," Z softly replied, nodding slightly. After speaking, her brow furrowed lightly, as if she harbored some discontent with her surroundings. Although this place does not possess the same richness of spiritual energy as Sangjin Peak, it is imbued with the warmth of human life. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to a special location." Wuchen smiled faintly. Z looked up in puzzlement. "Senior brother, where might that be?" A glimmer of longing appeared in Wuchen's eyes. "With my imminent ascension, opportunities to experience the mundane world will become scarce. I wish to take you to the mortal market." Z's eyes sparkled. "The mortal market? That sounds incredibly intriguing." The following morning, Wuchen donned a flowing white robe, his stature standing tall like a pine tree. Z, draped in a light purple dress, exuded grace. The two walked side by side, gradually entering the most bustling market in Yongchang City. As they stepped into the market, a cacophony of shouts from various vendors surged around them like a tidal wave, each vying for the attention of passers-by. The streets were lined with an array of goods, dazzling and abundant, overwhelming the senses. Although Z appeared quite mature, she had only awakened her consciousness for a mere 3 months, resembling an innocent child. Her curiosity about the world around her was boundless, eyes darting with excitement. They arrived at a performance area, pushing to the front. Before them, a juggler lay on a bench, a large stone resting upon his chest, while another, wielding a heavy hammer, shouted encouragement. The lively atmosphere was infectious, captivating Z's spirit. Observing her enthusiasm, Wuchen tossed a piece of silver toward the gong. The juggler with the hammer, upon seeing the silver, expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, then swung the hammer with a flourish, striking the stone on the chest of the other performer. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, yet the juggler remained unscathed. Applause erupted from the surrounding crowd, creating a jubilant atmosphere, and Z joined in the clapping. After watching for a time, Wuchen led Z away from the throng, purchasing 2 sugar figurines, one for himself and one for Z, drawing envious glances from the children nearby. With matters concerning the burial of a mortal's valley concluded, the 10 great sects delivered the promised treasures to the celestial soldiers and began assessing the devastation wrought by the calamity. Among the 10 sects, 3 were left with only their respective leaders. The Beastmaster sect, the Crimson Flame sect, and the 100 Flowers sect were utterly annihilated during the siege of the burial of a mortal's valley, attacked directly by combined forces of ghostly cultivators. The 10 great sects of the Eastern Wilderness had undergone a complete reshuffle, with the Wanxian sect and the Taishu Palace sustaining the least impact. The Wanjian sect boasts profound heritage, safeguarded by a divine beast, thwarting the attempts of malevolent spirits. The Taishu Palace, under the clandestine protection of Wuchen, stands resolute against those who dare to stir trouble, extinguishing waves of adversaries. While the 10 major sects have been significantly affected, the impact on the myriad smaller cultivation sects remains minimal. The Eastern Wilderness stretches over 800,000 miles east to west and 300,000 miles north to south, encompassing an expanse equivalent to 10,000 blue stars. Within this vast territory, there exist over 100,000 minor cultivation sects at the Golden Core stage, alongside thousands of mid-sized sects possessing nascent soul practitioners. Although this calamity has unleashed countless fiends and demons, resulting in the obliteration of myriad minor sects, the majority of cultivation sects have weathered the storm with little detriment. In fact, many sects have seized this opportunity to annex the territories of others, rising amidst the chaos. The Taishu Heavenly Bell tolls once more. The last toll summoned 3,000 inner disciples from a mountain, while this time it serves to bid farewell to them. The entire palace, comprising 1 hall, 2 pavilions, and 3 peaks, is enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow and indignation. The revered Tianji Jinren, alongside 5 esteemed elders, convenes to deliberate on the swift restoration of the Taishu Palace's vitality. As spring gives way to autumn, Wuchen once again enlists over 10,000 celestial soldiers, preparing for the tribulation. He selects a desolate expanse devoid of life, where 20,000 celestial soldiers stand guard to prevent any disturbances. Once all arrangements are in place, Wuchen takes a deep breath and fervently enhances his cultivation through the system. As he progresses, the numerical values within the system ascend rapidly. In mere moments, He accumulates the equivalent of 100,000 years of cultivation, his aura surging dramatically. Simultaneously, the heavens seem to respond. The previously clear sky darkens ominously, transforming in an instant as tumultuous clouds gather, obscuring the sun. A fierce wind howls, stirring up a cacophony akin to roaring waves. Lightning flashes and thunder rumbles, crisscrossing the sky and illuminating the world below. The thunderous booms resound like the very collapse of the heavens and earth. Under this terrifying celestial phenomenon, Yi Wuchan's eyes blaze with fervor. He exclaims, "Increase my cultivation by another 100,000 years." No sooner has he spoken than his aura surges once more. Undaunted by the descending thunder, he resolutely chooses to endure it, utilizing the lightning to temper his physique. With a resounding crash, the bolts of thunder, fierce as a dragon, descend with immense power, striking Yi Wuchan. In an instant, brilliant arcs of lightning envelop him, while the ferocious current courses through his body. Following the strike, Yi Wuchan's form becomes shrouded in darkness. Though the cultivation of the Qinglian transformation technique progresses slowly, it possesses an extraordinarily vigorous life force. The charred skin, scorched by heavenly lightning, began to shed, replaced by tender, newly formed flesh. After undergoing the refining process of the celestial thunder, Yi Wuchen sensed a subtle transformation within his body. Previously, he was merely an ordinary mortal, utterly unremarkable and commonplace. Yet now, after just a single strike of celestial thunder, his physical form had enhanced by 30%. Bring it on. Yi Wuchen laughed joyfully, calling out to the thunderous skies above. However, after delivering just one strike of tribulation lightning, the storm clouds began to dissipate. What is happening? Yi Wuchen looked at the retreating thunderclouds, momentarily taken aback. His curiosity had just been piqued, yet the tribulation seemed to be hastily retreating. Once the clouds had cleared, Yi Wuchen gestured for Jiang Moyu to approach. What is the meaning of this tribulation? Why was there only a single strike of lightning? The red-clad female specter faced 7 strikes, did she not? Yi Wuchen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The celestial soldiers possessed memories from their past lives, rich in experience and far more familiar with such matters than he. My lord, as far as I know, tribulations are divided into 9 levels. The greater one's innate talent, the more strikes they must endure. That red-clad female specter possessed a 7-strike qualification, which is exceedingly rare even in the eastern wilderness. Are you saying my qualifications are inferior to hers? Yi Wuchen's lips twitched slightly. My lord, do not underestimate yourself. Each level of celestial tribulation has its advantages. This single strike can be traversed with ease. Jiang Moyu quickly shook his head to offer comfort. A single strike of tribulation has not occurred in the cultivation realm for many years. With your innate talent, if you were to reach the tribulation phase, you would possess a qualification of 5 strikes. Yet, despite cultivating for thousands of years, you remain in the nascent soul stage. Even with the innate Dao body's exceptional talent, one would only qualify for 7 strikes at the tribulation phase. As for the benefits of a single strike, it is the easiest to overcome. It merely requires slight caution and poses virtually no danger. However, those who endure a single strike of tribulation become the weakest cultivators, likely to be bullied by those of lower realms in the future. Yi Wuchen pondered, stroking his chin. With the presence of a system, he need not worry about his cultivation level, yet his combat prowess left much to be desired. It seemed that once he reached the celestial realm, he must adopt a cautious approach, avoiding conflict whenever possible, and if conflict were unavoidable, he must ensure to suppress others by at least 2 major realms. Regardless, since this tribulation was so effortlessly surmountable, he was even more determined to elevate his strength. Thus, he once again entered the system to fervently enhance his cultivation, making a leap of 100,000 years in an instant. As soon as he completed this elevation, the sky transformed dramatically. The thunderclouds that had just retreated gathered ominously once more. This is splendid, Yi Wuchen exclaimed with exhilaration. This time, the thunderclouds were denser, and the oppressive aura was far more formidable. The first strike of heavenly lightning descended, its power multiple times greater than before, and Yi Wuchen allowed the lightning to strike him directly. This feeble tribulation is so weak that I find it unsatisfactory for refining my body. Yet, as the second strike of heavenly lightning fell, the thunderclouds began to slowly disperse once again. As the storm clouds gradually dissipated, Yi Wuchen felt a deep sense of reluctance. He could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting the inadequacy of his system, which failed to bestow upon him any extraordinary physique, such as a divine or chaotic body. Sighing, he resolved to endure and complete the celestial tribulation today. With that, the bolts of lightning struck him one after another, sending waves of pain coursing through his being. He found himself wishing for a more formidable tribulation to truly feel its impact. When the final bolt struck, the storm clouds began to fade away. I might be the weakest immortal in history, he mused. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal. Please proceed to the celestial realm to upgrade your system as soon as possible. Should the Master fail to ascend within a year, the system will be unable to upgrade. Before Wuchen could even savor the power of immortality, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. System, you finally upgraded. Do you have any idea of the hardships I've endured? Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke internally. Chapter 53. Mowing Grass and Raising Eels. System. What new features have been introduced with this update? Wuchen inquired eagerly within his mind. Soon, the system responded with a melodious voice. Master, following this update, the passive acquisition of 10,000 years of cultivation daily remains unchanged. A new daily sign-in feature has been added. Daily sign-in? What treasures might I obtain through this? Wuchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pressed for more details. Indeed, Master, all treasures from the celestial realm can be acquired through the sign-in. Upon hearing this, Wuchen could hardly contain his elation, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! It is worth noting that although I have successfully transcended the tribulation, I am merely the weakest among immortals. If I could truly obtain a special physique through the sign-in, it might just compensate for my deficiencies. Consequently, I needn't worry excessively about the cultivation techniques and artifacts required for future endeavors. Reflecting on his journey over the past year, transforming from an ordinary person to an immortal, Wuchen felt as though he had traversed through time. Regaining his composure, he turned to the celestial soldiers who protected him. As you all know, I have transcended the tribulation and will soon ascend to the celestial realm. If any of you have unfinished business in the mortal world, now is the time to fulfill those wishes. However, be mindful of what is appropriate to say and what is not. Wuchen called out to the crowd. These celestial soldiers, devoid of earthly desires, were entirely loyal to him. Yet, they retained their memories and thoughts from their former lives. Once they ascended to the celestial realm, descending back to the mortal world would be an arduous task. Now, as his subordinates, granting them a moment to settle their affairs would help prevent any lingering regrets. Upon hearing Wuchen's words, the celestial soldiers collectively expressed their gratitude before dispersing. My lord, I have a matter that I am unsure whether to speak of, Jiang Moyu said, lingering beside Wuchen, visibly conflicted. Feel free to speak, Wuchen replied. May I inquire if you possess any knowledge of the celestial realm? Jiang Moyu asked, bowing respectfully. Wuchen shook his head, admitting he knew little beyond the basics. Jiang Moyu's expression grew grave. My lord, the celestial realm is not entirely a paradise. While it is rich in spiritual energy conducive to cultivation, it is rife with sectarian conflicts and undercurrents. Furthermore, the hierarchy is rigidly enforced. Given your current status as a tribulation immortal, your initial foray into the celestial realm may subject you to considerable hardship. If you encounter malevolent individuals, even with our protection, danger looms. Wuchen frowned slightly. What do you suggest? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Moyu proposed. Perhaps you could ascend the immortal bridge of the Taishu Palace to enter the celestial realm. The immortal bridge of the Taishu Palace? Wuchen inuit, perpliet. Indeed, those who transcend tribulations and achieve immortality through the Taishu Palace invariably enter the celestial realm via this bridge, Jiang Moyu affirmed. Oh, and why is that? Wuchen probed further. Crossing the immortal bridge leads directly to the dojo of the disciples under the esteemed Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan, Jiang Moyu explained. Wuchen's eyes brightened. Does this not imply that once I ascend this bridge and enter the celestial realm, I shall receive the protection of Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan? Jiang Moyu nodded in agreement. Wuchen felt a surge of elation. This could indeed serve as a formidable backing. Once he entered the celestial realm, he could bide his time until he was invincible before making his presence known. With a system in place, he need not worry about a lack of cultivation resources. Jiang Moyu might have ulterior motives, wishing to bolster the Taishu Palace's power, yet Wuchen dismissed such concerns, provided it posed no detriment to him. In the celestial realm, On Ice Phoenix Island, Qi Shao Zhanxia Tianzuan was renowned, commanding a cadre of 36 disciples, each possessing the cultivation of Deluo Jingxian. Among them was the formidable Ice Phoenix Empress, whose magical prowess was unfathomable. Ice Phoenix Island spanned 3,000 miles, a rare paradise in the celestial realm. It was home to hundreds of thousands of celestial beings, all venerating the Ice Phoenix Empress. Additionally, she had established 3,000 sects in the lower realms, which were dispersed across various minor worlds, periodically sending ascendants to join her ranks. The Immortal Bridge has lit up. New arrivals are coming, exclaimed an elder with ram's horn-like whiskers, gazing in astonishment at the illuminated bridge. As his words fell, a young man emerged from the Immortal Bridge. Indeed, this individual was Wuchen. Simultaneously, a beam of celestial light descended from afar, illuminating Wuchen. This celestial radiance could reveal one's true form and assess their qualifications. A tribulation immortal? How is this possible? The elder exclaimed in disbelief as the celestial light gradually dissipated. A tribulation immortal? How can this be? He shook his head in disbelief, his expression a blend of shock and confusion. It is important to note that a first-order immortal is an exceedingly rare existence. In contrast, while the number of ninth-order immortals is limited, there are usually a few every millennium. However, a first-order immortal has not been seen for tens of thousands of years. Had a prodigiously gifted ninth-order immortal emerged from the Immortal Ascension Bridge, perhaps the elder would not have been so taken aback. In the presence of the first person he encountered in the immortal realm, Wuchen exhibited remarkable humility and courtesy. Junior Wuchen pays respects to the senior. Stepping forward, he clasped his fists in greeting. Wuchen, come with me. I shall take you to see the steward, the elder with the goat-horned beard remarked, gesturing for Wuchen to follow. Thank you, senior, Wuchen replied with a courteous bow. TSK, a first-order immortal with such aptitude. I fear he may not outlive this old man. The elder could not help but sigh, shaking his head. Following the goat-horned elder, Wuchen felt a twinge of discontent in his heart, yet he refrained from voicing it. After all, his talents were exceedingly ordinary among mortals. In the realm of geniuses, the Taisu Palace, he was undoubtedly the least gifted. Were it not for the system, he would never have progressed beyond the foundation establishment stage, let alone transcend to become an immortal. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a classical and serene courtyard. Steward Kai, this is the first-order immortal who ascended the bridge today. The goat-horned elder enunciated the term first order with particular emphasis. A first-order immortal? Steward Kai exclaimed, looking at Wuchen in disbelief. Few can cultivate to become an immortal, and even fewer reach the fifth order. Most are at the sixth or seventh orders. Sitiv Jai Juklit Wuchen. His gaze akin to that of one appraising a peculiar item. Though your aptitude is somewhat lacking, since you have managed to ascend the bridge, you are indeed a person of destiny, he finally concluded, waving his hand dismissively. However, as you're new here, you must start from the lowest rung as a manual laborer. You will be responsible for mowing grass and feeding the mudfish. As for your lodgings, you may stay in the dilapidated house next to the mudfish pond. Mowing grass? Feeding mudfish? Wuchen was bewildered by Steward Kai's words. I forgot you just arrived in the immortal realm. We refer to that mudfish as a dragon here, Steward Kai explained. Dragon? Junior will obey, Wuchen responded, astonished. Here, this is your immortal token. The specific tasks are detailed on it. Simply follow the instructions. Steward Kai waved his hand, indicating for Wuchen to depart. Following the guidance, Wuchen made his way to the room designated for feeding the dragons. Ding! System update successful. Would you like to sign in? Upon hearing this, Wuchen's lips curved into a slight smile. The system has finally updated successfully. He was about to take off. Sign in. Ding! Host first sign in. 100-fold critical hit acquired. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Book of Creation. Chapter 54. The Book of Creation. The Book of Creation, a treasure of unparalleled significance. In the primordial era, when the heavens and the earth were yet undivided, the Book of Creation came into existence, chronicling the entire process of the universe's birth. By integrating this tome into one's corporeal form, one could gradually transform their physical body into an ethereal embodiment of creation. Shall I merge with the Book of Creation? Yes. Wuchen listened to the voice of the system, his heart brimming with joy. Although he had just arrived in the celestial realm, he understood that the heavenly Tao reigned supreme over all worlds. To possess a physique that could rival the heavenly Tao was to hold the most potent constitution within the celestial realm. As his thoughts settled, a multitude of unfamiliar scenes unfolded in his mind. Is this the process of creation? Wuchen murmured to himself. Concurrently, the book of creation emitted a faint essence of transformation, gradually reshaping his body. After assimilating the book into his being, Wuchen began to examine the celestial token entrusted to him by the steward. One side of the token bore enigmatic celestial script, while the other displayed his name and a task. The task indicated that he must feed the dragons within Longyuan at dawn, noon, and dusk. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door pulled Wuchen back to reality. He opened the courtyard door to find an elderly man in a gray short shirt. Who are you? Wuchen asked, puzzled. You may call me Old Zhang. You must be the new arrival, Wuchen. The elder inquired. Yes, I am Wuchen. Just arrived today, he replied, nodding and inviting the man into the courtyard. The steward, Kai, instructed me to bring you to the peach orchard tomorrow morning to weed and tend to the loaches. Here is your technique and the tools for cutting grass. Please take care of them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Familiarize yourself with the celestial realm, and I shall attend to the weeding now. Remember to rise early tomorrow, Old Zhang advised before departing from Wuchen's courtyard. Watching Old Zhang leave, Wuchen turned his gaze to the technique and tools in his hands. This is a heavenly-grade, celestial artifact, he exclaimed incredulously as he picked up the sickle brought by Old Zhang. Back in the mortal realm, his most formidable weapon, the Zixiao sword, had yet to attain true celestial status. Even if the Zixiao sword were to achieve that, it would merely be a terrestrial-grade artifact. Yet here on Ice Phoenix Island, even a humble grass-cutting tool was of heavenly caliber. Such astonishing reality was beyond comprehension. Wuchen set aside the sickle and began to examine the technique. The 4-9 mystical art? Countless profound symbols emerged in his mind. This indeed was the cultivation method of the 4-9 mystical art. Its mysteries were boundless, a stark contrast to the techniques he had practiced in the mortal realm. Mastering this art to its fullest could lead to the attainment of the early golden immortal stage. This technique was exponentially more powerful than the Qinglian transformation art he had practiced previously. Should he begin cultivating it now, or wait until he acquired the technique from his sign-in rewards? Wuchen furrowed his brow, contemplating the distinctions. He was uncertain about how long it would take an immortal to transcend a realm. His cultivation, amounting to over 120,000 years, had been accumulated in the lower realm. Nevertheless, he decided to expend it all, for possessing cultivation would grant him confidence. Although he had heard that this place was quite secure, one could never predict the occurrence of unforeseen events. Wuchen ultimately resolved to devote all his accumulated cultivation to the 4-9 mystical arts. Earth Immortal, mid-stage. Earth Immortal, late stage. Earth Immortal, pinnacle. Celestial Immortal, early stage. True Immortal, pinnacle of the profound immortal. Just a slight margin remained, a mere fraction. After cultivating for over 1,000,000 years, he still had not ascended to the golden immortal stage. Upon opening his eyes, a profound sense of regret washed over him. The 4-9 mystical arts elucidated that the first 9 steps led to Earth Immortal, the second to Celestial Immortal, the third to True Immortal, and the fourth to Profound Immortal. To master the 4-9 mystical arts to perfection could also facilitate a breakthrough to the early Golden Immortal stage. Currently, he found himself stymied at the level of Profound Immortal. Once he achieved the Golden Immortal stage, further transcendence would necessitate the subsequent techniques. For now, it was prudent to bide his time. With the divine concealment technique at his disposal, only a Daluo Golden Immortal could penetrate the depths of his cultivation. Although Wuchen felt a tinge of regret, he did not dwell on it for long. He had heard that beyond the Daluo Golden Immortal, there existed the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and he needed to develop his strength for several more years. The Ice Luan Island, with its vast resources, was unlikely to pose any danger. He merely needed to navigate the forthcoming decades with stability. Once his cultivation increased and he acquired formidable treasures, he would feel a greater sense of security. He considered himself rather feeble at present. The night passed in silence. Wuchen, come with me to the peach blossom garden to tend to the grass. The voice of Old Zhang echoed from outside. Coming, Wuchen responded, subsequently stepping out equipped with a celestial immortal grade artifact. Let's be on our way, Old Zhang said, leading the way upon seeing Wuchen emerge. At this moment, Wuchen had already reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage and could easily discern Old Zhang's cultivation level. true immortal, late stage. This level of cultivation might appear formidable if possessed by a younger immortal. However, he also noted that old Zhang was nearing 100,000 years in age, approaching the twilight of his life. Perhaps old Zhang, perceiving Wuchen as a newcomer to the immortal realm with modest cultivation, deliberately slowed his pace. Upon entering the peach blossom garden, Wuchen was awestruck by the sight of the abundant peaches. The garden was suffused with celestial energy, and inhaling its essence felt akin to soaring to immortality. Old Zhang, have you brought a newcomer today? Is this the tribulation immortal? The steward of the peach blossom garden inquired upon seeing the two. Wuchen, this is Steward Zhang, who oversees the 33 peach trees. Old Zhang introduced him. Pleasure to meet you, Steward Zhang. Wuchen clasped his fists in greeting. Indeed, put in your best effort. Although feeding the loaches can be arduous, you will receive 20 celestial pills every year, which is quite favorable, Steward Zhang said, patting Wuchen on the shoulder, indicating that they could proceed inside. Upon their entrance, old Zhang introduced Wuchen to the Pantao Garden. This garden, though not expansive, holds considerable significance on Wuchen Island. The Pantao blossoms for 3,000 years, bears fruit for 3,000 years, and matures over another 3,000. A mere whiff of its fragrance can grant mortals a lifespan of 10,000 years, while a true immortal consuming one can enhance their cultivation level. Each time the peaches ripen, the Wuchen Empress sends her attendants to harvest them for sharing with her fellow disciples. Wuchen beheld the Pantao trees within the garden. Though they were still in bloom, armed with celestial-grade tools, the two swiftly cleared a patch of weeds. Let us proceed. I shall take you to feed the loaches. Old Zhang remarked upon seeing they had gathered sufficient grass. He then guided Wuchen to the Longyuan where dragons were nurtured. Despite its modest 2 acres, this Longyuan contained thousands of suitable land masses, forming a complete microcosm. As old Zhang spoke, he prepared to feed the dragons with the weeds from the Pantao garden, which were akin to elixirs in the lower realms. Little Yi, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. 2 hours in the heavens equals 2 months below. To plump the dragons in the Longyuan, one must feed them in small quantities frequently. The remaining weeds should be offered every 2 hours to complete today's task. Remember to scatter the weeds evenly. Do not clump them together and toss them. Old Zhang meticulously instructed Wuchen on the nuances of dragon feeding. Listening intently, Wuchen resolved to temporarily remain here to nurture the dragons. This place, a domain of the great Luo Golden Immortal, repels ordinary demons and monsters who dare not approach. Once old Zhang departed, Wuchen recalled he had yet to sign in for the day. System, I wish to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Master, for triggering a triple critical hit, earning 30,000 years of cultivation. Observing the outcome, Wuchen felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly cast it aside. His cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the Xian Immortal Realm, just shy of reaching the Golden Immortal level. With the 1,000 years of cultivation bestowed by the system, coupled with the 30,000 years from the sign-in, you should be able to break through to Golden Immortal status. System, cultivate for 40,000 years using the 4-9 Xiangong. Wuchen concentrated, envisioning his intent within his mind. As his words resonated, his cultivation steadily increased, ultimately culminating in a breakthrough to the Golden Immortal tier. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura erupted near the Longyuan. Wuchen, sensing the shift, hastily concealed his own aura, momentarily neglecting the sensation of his newfound Golden Immortal status. Old Zhang, puzzled, cast a bewildered glance toward Wuchen's modest dwelling, a look of confusion gracing his features. The aura of a Golden Immortal? Alas, my age is catching up. Even my perceptions seem to falter, old Zhang lamented, shaking his head in resignation. His innate talent was woefully inadequate, limited to merely 3 tribulations. Fortunately, due to some celestial affinities in the lower realm, one is able to ascend to the celestial realm. However, even after cultivating for several 100,000 years in the celestial realm, one has only attained the late stage of true immortal. The nearby celestial beings exhibited expressions of curiosity. In the blink of an eye, their interest waned. On the Wuchen Immortal Island, celestials abound, and true immortals are as common as dogs. Even golden immortals are not a rarity on this island. After concealing his golden immortal aura, Wuchen stepped out of his dwelling. Upon observing the surroundings for any anomalies, he began to examine the transformations associated with being a golden immortal. Wuchen felt as though he had transcended the three realms, liberated from the cycle of life and death, and had acquired eternal existence. Before reaching the golden immortal stage, celestials, true immortals, and mystic immortals shared the same lifespan as the heavens. However, they are also subject to the 5 declines of heaven and humanity. Each time, the heavens weaken. It poses a fatal threat to true immortals, celestials, and mystic immortals alike. Yet, upon achieving the golden immortal status, one is no longer bound by the lifespan of the heavens. Golden immortal cultivators have long since transcended the constraints of heaven and earth, truly embodying the principle that when the heavens decline, they do not decline. When the heavens perish, they do not perish. Even amidst chaos, one can attain immortality. With a light step, Wuchen slowly approached the dragon abyss. This seemingly modest expanse of merely 2 acres conceals endless mysteries. Wuchen extended his divine sense, traversing through layers of distant spaces. Close at hand, yet far away, he ultimately succeeded in reaching the small world within the dragon abyss. Above this small world, countless stars twinkled. Wuchen understood that this was a grand formation laid out by the celestial realm using the stars. These stars intertwined and connected, forming a vast array. This array resembled a celestial net, tightly binding the entire small world, preventing any easy escape. The dragons within, even after cultivating to the true immortal or celestial levels, had no chance of escaping. Looking further below, one could see thousands of continents suitable for habitation. Moreover, among these numerous continents, many concealed spaces existed. Most of the powerful dragon clan members were hidden within these concealed spaces. Wuchen knew this was due to the dragon's fear. The celestial realm periodically cast nets, and each time, a multitude of dragons would vanish without a trace, instilling great dread among them. It was said that heavenly dragon meat was exquisite, while earthly donkey meat was commonplace. Having indulged in plenty of donkey meat, Wuchen had yet to taste dragon meat. A slight smile graced his lips. He too wished to savor the flavor of heavenly dragon meat. After ensuring that no one was watching, he quietly cast a spell to grasp a great dragon of the Earth Immortal realm. The dragon struggled in terror, yet could not withstand Wuchen's prowess. However, the grand formation in the celestial realm caused Wuchen to furrow his brow. Although he possessed the capability to forcibly extract the dragon, doing so would undoubtedly damage the array. Moreover, the dragons within the dragon abyss would seize the opportunity to escape. Indeed, the essence of creation. As Wuchen contemplated the essence of creation, which could seize the very fabric of the universe, he surmised that it could also extricate the dragon without disrupting the formation. Thus, he summoned the essence of creation residing within him. He channeled his magical energy into the formation and successfully extracted the dragon. Subsequently, he stealthily returned to his small courtyard with the dragon in tow. Since the denizens of the celestial realm referred to these dragons as loaches, he mused to himself that he might as well treat it as such and roast it. In a flurry of activity, Wuchen prepared the dragon meat, employing his magical prowess to resize the dragon to a length of 1 meter. He then produced the Zixiao immortal sword and skewered the dragon. As the flames of the sun ignited, they gradually roasted the dragon to a golden hue. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, and he could hardly contain himself as he took a bite. The dragon meat was perfectly charred on the outside, yet succulent within, an exquisite delicacy that prompted his enthusiastic praise. He had savored both heavenly dragon meat and earthly donkey meat, thus completing his culinary explorations. In the days that followed, Wuchen accompanied Old Zhang to cut grass for the dragon, and each night he secretly captured a dragon to roast. It wasn't until a month later that Old Zhang noticed something amiss. "Why has the loach been so unenthusiastic about food lately?" he inquired, casting a handful of grass aside in astonishment. "Huh? I'm unaware of that." Wuchen feigned ignorance. Perhaps the excessive consumption of roasted dragon meat had made the dragons wary, causing them to shun even the celestial herbs imbued with heavenly energy. "I shall consult Steward Kai." "You wait here," Old Zhang remarked before departing. Before long, Steward Kai ambled over. He first inspected the formation within the dragon abyss, and upon confirming its integrity, he extended his consciousness into the depths. The moment his awareness penetrated the dragon abyss, his expression soured significantly. 2-century-old dragon kings are missing. He spat through clenched teeth. In the celestial realm, 3 years equated to a millennium in the dragon abyss, allowing the dragon race to thrive. A century in the celestial realm corresponded to over 30,000 years in the dragon abyss, yielding ancient dragon kings. The value of these century-old dragon kings far surpassed that of mere juveniles. Wuchen, upon hearing this, could only feign innocence. He observed the multitude of dragons beneath the abyss and thought that consuming a few more would likely go unnoticed. With several hundred century-old dragon kings well hidden, he had previously remained oblivious to them. Having devoured two, he never anticipated being discovered. Chapter 56. Steward Kai captures a dragon. After a lengthy tirade, Steward Kai gradually regained his composure. It is customary for cultivators to vent their frustrations through expletives rather than bottling them up, lest they succumb to inner demons. Once calm, Steward Kai noticed Wuchen appeared frightened and clarified that he had never suspected him of stealing the two dragon kings. The formation above the dragon abyss bore no signs of tampering, and although those dragon kings had not undergone tribulation to refine their bodies, they remained formidable nonetheless. However, they are of the dragon clan. Even without experiencing the tribulations of heaven to refine their bodies, they far surpass Wuchen, a mere first tribulation immortal. Even if Wuchen masters the myriad celestial formations, he remains no match for those ancient dragon kings. Everything about Wuchen, since his ascent from the immortal bridge, has been meticulously recorded in the Shantian treasure mirror, an innate spiritual treasure that renders even the great Luo Jingxian powerless before it. Yet, he did not anticipate that Wuchen possessed a system as an auxiliary tool. The younger generation has learned a valuable lesson. Wuchen thought to himself with a sigh of relief, bowing respectfully. His body is gradually being transformed by the book of creation, and his cultivation speed has surged to several dozens of times its original pace, allowing him to barely compete with some ordinary geniuses. Until his cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the immortal realm, he has resolved to continue living a life of quietude, for he harbors a fondness for a simple existence. He has no desire to become the protagonist of the novels he read before his transmigration, where one is either embroiled in battles or perpetually on the brink of conflict, facing increasingly formidable foes. Manager Kai waved his hand dismissively. You, young lad, appear quite obedient, but alas, your talents are woefully inadequate, even inferior to old Zhang. Very well. Since the dragons of the Dragon Abyss have been startled, you are unfit to serve them. Old Zhang, you shall tend to this Dragon Abyss, and let him attend to another. Thank you, Manager, Wuchen replied with a fist salute. There are 12 Dragon Abysses in this vicinity, each intended to be overseen by an individual. Yet, currently, only 8 are tending to the duties of feeding the dragons. The remaining 6, Wuchen has never encountered. According to old Zhang, the others are in seclusion, having delegated their responsibilities to him along with their share of cultivation resources. In the immortal realm, it is quite common for one to retreat in seclusion for thousands of years. While those tasked with nurturing the dragon abyss may possess lower cultivation, it is still normal for them to engage in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years, although tending to the dragons daily affords them considerable leisure time. Intermittent cultivation pales in comparison to immersive, uninterrupted retreat. After Manager Kai departed, old Zhang approached Wuchen. Young Yi, you have been in the immortal realm for over a month. Do you not intend to enter seclusion for several years? Let me tell you, the first 10 years after an immortal enters the immortal realm are crucial. Seizing this opportunity could lead to tremendous advancement in one's cultivation. I shall endure some hardships to assist you in completing your tasks. The rewards for these tasks will serve as my compensation. Look, you need not expend any effort. Yet I can accomplish these tasks for you. What a splendid arrangement. Wuchen felt a stirring in his heart. Old Zhang's proposal was indeed enticing. It seems the others were persuaded by old Zhang to enter seclusion. He alone undertakes the responsibilities meant for several individuals, with his cultivation being enhanced solely through medicinal means. It is a pity for those who are in seclusion, for their innate talents far exceed that of old Zhang, yet their cultivation does not compare. However, he realized that with the system he possessed, there was no need for secluded cultivation. Engaging in daily tasks left him with ample leisure time. He could explore the island or delve deeper into the matters of the immortal realm. Thus, he shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, Zhang Lao. But I currently have no desire to enter seclusion." Zhang Lao's eyes widened in astonishment. You foolish boy, how can you be so short-sighted? This is a rare opportunity. Wuchen smiled gently. I am aware of my own path. I find my current method of cultivation quite satisfactory. Seeing Wuchen unmoved, Zhang Lao sighed in resignation. Very well, you are steadfast in your convictions. After Zhang Lao departed, Wuchen suddenly considered that in the immortal realm, A day equates to a year in the mortal world. If he were to linger in the mortal realm for several millennia, he might emerge invincible. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the voice of the system, Master, after the system upgrade. Daily rewards are calculated based on the time of the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Wuchen dismissed the notion of descending to the mortal realm. In the subsequent days, Wuchen became accustomed to the routine of feeding the dragon. One day, as he approached Long Yuan to feed the dragon, he noticed manager Kai arriving at his courtyard with 3 others in tow. This Long Yuan had returned to its former tranquility only after 3 months of care from Zhang Lao. Wuchen, now responsible for Long Yuan, greeted them. Manager Kai, may I inquire about these individuals? He observed that the leading figure radiated a golden aura of immortality, suggesting he had long reached the golden immortal stage. The other 2 also exuded a faint golden glow, indicating they had recently attained the same level. Having spent considerable time in the immortal realm, this was Wuchen's first encounter with golden immortals. Young Yi, these 3 are the right-hand men of the 3rd master, Tiger Yi, Cloud Yi, and Treasure Yi. Tiger Yi, Cloud Yi, Treasure Yi. Wuchen clasped his hands in respect. The 3rd master wishes to host a banquet for the 7th master, requiring 300-year-old dragon kings and 2,010-year-old dragons. Shao Kai, prepare accordingly, Tiger Yi instructed, waving his hand at Manager Kai. Understood, Tiger Yi. I will attend to it immediately, Manager Kai replied, summoning a splendid palace that manifested in his palm. He then scattered a fine powder within the palace. Wuchen noted that the powder resembled elixir remnants, albeit less pure. This is the residue of elixirs, perfect for attracting those ancient dragon kings, Manager Kai explained, noticing Wuchen's gaze. A radiant golden light then emerged within Long Yuan, and shortly thereafter, a palace appeared through the void. Moments later, the entire Long Yuan erupted into a frenzy. After millennia, the ancient ruins had finally lifted the restrictions on Bone Age. I shall become an immortal. I shall enter the immortal realm. Many ancient dragon kings within Long Yuan, upon witnessing the flickering golden light, could no longer contain their excitement. It is recorded among the dragon clan that the ancient ruins connect to the immortal realm, laden with countless opportunities. To escape this realm, one can only hope for a glimmer of opportunity when the ancient ruins manifest. Although these ruins appear every few decades, most are subject to age restrictions, rendering many unable to gain entry. Unbeknownst to them, this palace indeed connects to the celestial realm and harbors countless fortuities. The elder dragon kings, oblivious to the fate that awaits them, hastily swim toward the palace. Wuchen, filled with astonishment, could hardly fathom that the steward Kai would resort to such tactics to capture the ancient dragons. It felt to him that only a moment had passed, yet several days had slipped by beneath Long Yuan. Noticing this, steward Kai employed his incantations to elevate the palace, subsequently expelling the excess captives. Once all was accomplished, he placed the dragons within a bag and handed it to Lord Hu. Everything you requested is prepared, my lord. Tribulation. As spring fades into autumn, year after year passes. In the blink of an eye, Wuchen has resided in the celestial realm for 3 years. During this time, 2 more celestial beings have been sent to harvest grass for the dragon clan. After a month under the tutelage of Old Zhang, both chose to enter seclusion for cultivation, leaving all tasks to Old Zhang alone. Wuchen remained indifferent to this, as it did not disrupt his own existence. Over these 3 years, the Book of Creation has thoroughly integrated into his corporeal form, transforming his once ordinary physique into a transcendent celestial body. His constitution now surpasses any in the celestial realm, rendering him invincible among peers. Concurrently, he has amassed over 20 million years of cultivation. Moreover, he secures an inherent spiritual treasure each year without fail. Throughout these 3 years, he has diligently signed in daily, never missing a single day. While the majority of rewards from his sign-ins have merely enhanced his cultivation, on special occasions or after particular sign-in milestones, he has encountered unexpected delights. Notably, the Book of Creation upon his initial sign-in, the profound 8-9 arcane skill acquired during the new year, and the extermination array received after 1,000 consecutive sign-ins. Additionally, he has collected over 30 pieces of Great Luo artifacts and Tai celestial treasures. Among these Great Luo artifacts, only those of Great Luo Golden Immortal caliber can wield their full might. Even a single piece would incite envy among Great Luo Golden Immortals. System. Allocate all my cultivation to the 8-9 arcane skill. Yi Wuchen communicated within his mind. Understood, Master, the system replied. As the system's voice echoed, the celestial essence enveloping Yi Wuchen began to deepen and coalesce. The surrounding space seemed to strain under this burgeoning power, warping ever so slightly. Following the infusion of immense cultivation into the 8-9 arcane skill, it commenced an extraordinary transformation. Each character within the technique appeared to come alive, shimmering with enigmatic golden light as they incessantly reconfigured and rearranged. Yi Wuchen felt as if his body was undergoing a primordial metamorphosis. Every acupoint within him transformed into a complete microcosm. At that moment, his cultivation surged, breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, thus ascending to the status of a quasi-saint. Instantly, a sacred aura threatened to emanate from him uncontrollably. Yet, Yi Wuchen was well prepared, having cast a barrier to conceal the divine resonance. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal, revered as the master of the Ice Phoenix Empress, Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan, belonged to this exalted realm. Yi Wuchen murmured softly. Having spent 3 years in the celestial realm, he had gained insight into its hierarchy. In this realm, where saints were absent, the quasi-saint stood as the pinnacle of combat power. As long as he did not provoke a saint, he would remain exceedingly safe in the celestial domain. In the outer heavens, the 18-year discourse of Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan had concluded. His 36 direct disciples and 800 registered disciples reaped considerable rewards. Empress Ice Phoenix, the ancestral master has words for you. A young acolyte halted the Ice Phoenix Empress. Senior brother, what has the master commanded? The Ice Phoenix Empress inquired respectfully upon seeing the interruption. Though the acolyte was not a disciple of Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan, he had been a steadfast companion to the revered master. Meanwhile, many fellow disciples turned their gaze toward the Ice Phoenix Empress, eager to discover the master's intentions. The ancestral master has divined the heavenly path and learned that your disciple shall ascend to the celestial realm in 3 days. This is a gift from the ancestral master to your disciple, the acolyte announced, presenting a splendid garment, the 7-colored flowing celestial skirt, to the Ice Phoenix Empress. Receiving the 7-colored flowing celestial skirt, the Ice Phoenix Empress was filled with astonishment and gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Please convey my thanks to the master, she replied reverently. The other disciples cast envious glances, for one could only imagine the significance of a gift bestowed by the revered master. The 7-colored flowing celestial skirt, an innate spiritual treasure, contained primordial purple energy capable of withstanding assaults from all but the most formidable of opponents, the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was evident that the master held the Ice Phoenix Empress's new disciple in high regard. Dear fellow disciples, I plan to host a master apprentice banquet in a few days, and I hope you all can attend, the Ice Phoenix Empress announced to the assembly. Certainly, I shall be there without fail. How can I miss the banquet of Sister Ice Phoenix? They rejoiced, congratulating her on acquiring a remarkable apprentice. The gravity of Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan's congratulatory gift was not lost on them, as only a handful among the 3rd generation of disciples ever received such honors. Establishing good relations proved beneficial for them all, as their own futures remained uncertain. In the Taisu Palace, Su Qianqian gazed at the apocalyptic thunder tribulation, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Reflecting on the cataclysm a millennium ago, she recalled the devastating losses suffered by Taisu Palace. Many of her fellow disciples and her master perished in that catastrophic event. Since then, she had dedicated herself to cultivation and upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage, her unique physique awakened, allowing her to advance at an extraordinary pace. In the brief span of a millennium, she has entered the tribulation phase. Not only that, but her heavenly tribulation is the legendary and most formidable 9-fold heavenly tribulation. Su Qianqian inhaled deeply and plunged into the tempest of lightning tribulations. As the bolts of tribulation struck down one after another, her unique constitution absorbed the heavenly wrath. It was not until the full 81 strikes had fallen that the ominous clouds in the sky began to recede. Junior sister Su, having completed the 9-fold heavenly tribulation, when you plan to enter the celestial realm? Asked Master Tianji, stepping forward. 1,000 years had passed, yet Master Tianji's visage remained unchanged, though strands of white had begun to pepper his hair. His cultivation had also seen significant advancement, now having reached the 1st level of the Great Ascension stage. Master, I intend to enter the celestial realm in 3 days, Su Qianqian replied. She felt a calling from the celestial realm. Indeed, once one ascends to immortality, it is only fitting to venture into the celestial realm. Otherwise, prolonged dwelling in a mortal world may lead to contamination by its trivialities. Master Tianji nodded in agreement. Master, during the next 3 days, I will impart my insights from a millennium of cultivation to the disciples within the sect. Excellent, excellent. The disciples will surely achieve breakthroughs by listening to your celestial wisdom. In the following 3 days, all disciples of the sect gathered to absorb Su Qianqian as profound insights. Among the crowd, 2 elders of the nascent soul stage gazed at Su Qianqian with envious eyes. Brother Mo Fan, you must be on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage, Long Outyin remarked, directing his gaze toward Mo Fan, who stood beside him. Mo Fan, possessing a congenital Dao body, should have reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage a century ago. He was merely half a step away from the transformation stage. Soon, just a couple of years more, Mo Fan replied. Recalling the calamity of yesteryears, a shiver ran through the crowd. During that cataclysm, countless disciples and elders of the Taishu Palace perished, including their revered master, Jiang Moyu. Since then, Su Qianqian had taken on the weighty responsibility of guiding them. For Mo Fan and Long Outyin, Su Qianqian was not merely their senior sister, but a figure akin to a master, leading them steadfastly along the path of cultivation. Chapter 58. Reunion with Old Friends. After carefully folding the celestial garment bestowed by her master, Bing Wan hastened back to Bing Wan Island. She was born amidst the primordial chaos, a being of innate essence, and from her inception, she was akin to a golden immortal. By a fortuitous chance, she became the disciple of Qi Shao Zhan Xie Tianzuan, and now she had lost count of the years that had passed. She only recalled having endured the cycle of the 5 declines of humanity 2,000 times, witnessing the cataclysmic events of annihilation twice over. Her master had once said that each occurrence of the 5 declines represented a singular cosmic cycle. According to the reckoning of epochs, she had traversed through 2,000 cycles. Upon returning to Bing Wan Island, the Lady Bing Wan promptly instructed her subordinates to notify the disciples and prepare for the grand festivities of her master acceptance banquet. This banquet, of course, was not merely a humble affair. It required the presence of her fellow disciples as well as numerous friends. As a great Luo golden immortal, the grandeur of such an occasion could not be lacking. On that day, Yi Wuchen was tending to the grass at Long Yuan, as usual, when he suddenly sensed a lively commotion emanating from the direction of the Ascension Bridge. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, this was the first time he encountered such a lively spectacle. The inhabitants of this realm, the immortals, often sequestered themselves in meditation. For instance, among the 12 dragon abysses, of the 10 immortals, 8 were engrossed in their seclusion. Were it not for Yi Wuchen's unique disposition that did not require him to retreat for cultivation, old Zhang would undoubtedly have taken on his responsibilities. Finally, an opportunity for entertainment presented itself, right at his doorstep, and he certainly could not let it pass by. Yi Wuchen quickened his pace and soon found an advantageous spot near the immortal Ascension Bridge. Simultaneously, he recognized a familiar face, the venerable elder with ram's horn-like beard, the guardian of the bridge. Old senior, is your post not over there? Yi Wuchen inquired, patting the elder on the shoulder and gesturing towards the bridge. The elder, upon seeing Yi Wuchen, immediately recognized him. After all, Yi Wuchen's aptitude was notoriously the lowest among all on Luan Island, without exception. The elder scrutinized Yi Wuchen and noted that his cultivation level remained unchanged since he first entered the celestial realm, which prompted a furrow of concern on his brow. You have been in the celestial realm for 3 years. Why has your cultivation not seen any advancement? The elder questioned, puzzled. Are you not aware of my aptitude? Elevating one's cultivation is not as simple as it seems, Yi Wuchen replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the opinions of others. Indeed, with your talent, it is quite lamentable. The elder could only shake his head in resignation. By the way, old senior, you haven't mentioned what is happening here, Yi Wuchen asked once more. At this, the elder raised his hand to point towards the immortal Ascension Bridge and urged Yi Wuchen to look in that direction. Softly speaking, behold the individual standing before the bridge. As he spoke, the elder bowed respectfully to the figure. Following the elder's indication, Yi Wuchen indeed spotted a distinguished middle-aged man. Oh, I see him. But who exactly is he? Yi Wuchen inquired with curiosity, gesturing towards the figure. However, at that moment, the elder's expression turned to one of alarm. Oh dear, absolutely not. He seized Yi Wuchen's outstretched hand, pulling it back with great urgency, his face a mask of fear. That individual is a great Luo golden immortal, the chief disciple of Lady Isolwan. We must not show him any disrespect. After uttering these words, the elder remained visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To point at a great Luo golden immortal was tantamount to courting disaster. Even if the immortal himself were indifferent, word of their impropriety could lead to dire consequences. Wuchen, witnessing this, offered a slight apology to the elder. Though he had not encountered Lady Isolwan or her disciples in his 3 years on the island, he had certainly heard their names. A great Luo golden immortal surely indicated that a significant figure would emerge from the Immortal Ascension Bridge today. Wuchen contemplated inwardly. They did not have to wait long, as the Immortal Ascension Bridge began to shimmer with radiant hues of 7 colors. Upon witnessing this, the assembled celestial beings held their breath, awaiting the arrival of the mortal from the lower realm. Time seemed to stand still in this moment, with the tension palpable among all present. At last, amidst the profound silence, a youthful figure gradually emerged from the Ascension Bridge. This individual moved with a graceful lightness, their form captivating. It was Su Qianqian. Wuchen, who had been observing the spectacle, was struck with astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering Su Qianqian again in such a brief span of time. A flood of memories surged within him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Wuchen momentarily forgot that although 3 years had passed in the celestial realm, 1,000 years had elapsed in the mortal world. As Su Qianqian stepped into the celestial realm, she was greeted by a multitude of immortals, causing her to feel a twinge of trepidation. Suddenly, a radiant beam of celestial light emanated from the Shantian treasure mirror, illuminating Su Qianqian. As the celestial light enveloped her, it transformed into a resplendent spectrum of colors. The Ice Phoenix Empress, standing beside the Shantian treasure mirror, was taken aback by this sight. This was a primordial spiritual treasure capable of discerning the essence of all things. Even a great Luo golden immortal could not escape its scrutiny. It was no wonder her master had bestowed a primordial spiritual treasure. It was apparent that her disciple's innate talent was extraordinarily formidable. Lei Yuan, bring your junior sister to see me, the Ice Phoenix Empress communicated to her eldest disciple. Upon hearing this, true monarch Lei Yuan promptly escorted Su Qianqian to the palace of the Ice Phoenix Empress. As the two departed, the surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation. An elderly man with ram's horn-like hair, observing Wuchen's unusual demeanor, inquired with keen interest, "Young Yi, do you know her? She resembles a friend of mine, but it cannot be her," Wuchen replied, shaking his head as he regained his composure. It was evident that Su Qianqian was held in high regard. Even the esteemed true monarch Lei Yuan had personally come to fetch her, a privilege not bestowed upon many. Moreover, Su Qianqian's unique constitution was such that even the Shantian treasure mirror could not discern her true nature. Should he forge a connection with her, he might find himself entangled in numerous complications. It would be wiser to feign ignorance, allowing him to remain at ease upon the island. However, his consciousness inadvertently followed the direction of Su Qianqian's departure. He observed as the Ice Phoenix Empress led Su Qianqian into a grand palace. Within, a woman adorned in resplendent royal attire sat upon a throne. This woman radiated the aura of a peak great Luo golden immortal, and Wuchen surmised that she must be the Ice Phoenix Empress. "Master, I have brought my junior sister," Lei Yuan respectfully announced to the Ice Phoenix Empress. "Very well," she acknowledged with a nod, turning her gaze towards Su Qianqian. "I am the sovereign of Ice Phoenix Island. Do you wish to take me as your mentor?" The Ice Phoenix Empress inquired of Su Qianqian. At this moment, Su Qianqian remained bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. She understood only that she had no power of choice. "I pay my respects to my esteemed master." Su Qianqian could only speak respectfully. Chapter 59. Relaxing beneath the enlightenment tree. Upon witnessing Su Qianqian being accepted as a disciple by Lady Isolwan, Wuchen felt a surge of joy for her. Lady Isolwan's cultivation was unparalleled, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Had it not been for the difficulty of comprehending the primordial Tao fruit, she might have already ascended to the realm of quasi-saint. However, he also harbored curiosity about Su Qianqian's physique. During their time in the lower realm, he could only vaguely sense her extraordinary potential. Now, it was evident that her constitution was far stronger than he had imagined. As his divine consciousness swept across her form, He noticed a radiant kaleidoscope of colors emanating from her, concealing her true self. This resplendent aura was so profound that even the innate spiritual treasure, the Shantian treasure mirror, could not penetrate it. Yet, as a primordial golden immortal, he effortlessly pierced through the colorful veil to glimpse the core of her constitution. Surrounding Su Qianqian was a multitude of primordial purple chi. The primordial immortal body. Wuchen could not help but exclaim. This type of physique was recorded in the Book of Creation. At the dawn of the universe, the pure and turbid energies separated. Pure energy ascended to form the heavens, while turbid energy descended to form the earth. The primordial purple chi, therefore, presided over all pure energy. To possess the primordial immortal body is to bear the responsibility of leading the celestial beings. It seemed that Su Qianqian would soon ascend to a position of leadership among the immortals of the celestial realm. After contemplating for a moment, Wuchen realized that this was part of the strategy devised by the evil-slaying heavenly sovereign Qi Shao. Withdrawing his divine consciousness, Wuchen returned to the small courtyard beside Long Yuan. He had yet to complete his sign-in for the day. System, sign in, he thought. Ding, Master has successfully signed in for the 1086th time, receiving a 100-fold critical hit. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Enlightenment Tree. At these words, Wuchen's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The Enlightenment Tree, a spiritual root of immense value in the world, would greatly benefit the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal. If this entity were to appear in the world, it would undoubtedly incite a war among the celestial beings. Wuchen understood that this item was too conspicuous, so he hurriedly set up layers of restrictions in the courtyard. He then transformed the Enlightenment Tree into an ordinary tree, planting it within the courtyard. Satisfied with his handiwork, Wuchen gazed at the Enlightenment Tree. With his cultivation level, the restrictions he placed would only be discernible to a quasi-saint who visited the location in person. The next day, after feeding the loaches, Wuchen procured a Grandmaster's chair and placed it beneath the Enlightenment Tree. He reclined comfortably in the chair, gently closing his eyes, relishing the cool shade and tranquility, embodying the essence of leisure. With a sprinkle of grass at noon and another in the evening at Long Yuan, he could enjoy a leisurely day. Meanwhile, old Zhang, after a morning of labor, was about to take a short break. As he passed by Wuchen's courtyard, he caught sight of the figure relaxing beneath the tree and paused his steps, slowly making his way towards Wuchen. Wuchen had been in the celestial realm for 3 years, and old Zhang had come to know him quite well. He was aware that Wuchen, due to his inadequate talents, had succumbed to a sense of despair. However, he never anticipated that Wuchen would be so indifferent to his stagnant cultivation. Young Yi, what did you plant this tree? Old Zhang inquired curiously. This courtyard did not have this tree before. Ah, I moved it from that mountain yesterday, Wuchen casually replied, gesturing towards the nearby celestial mountain. You've been busy for quite a while now. Perhaps you should take a break. Old Zhang shook his head. I still have plenty of work to do. Unlike you, I cannot afford to be idle. And with that, he turned to leave. Wuchen smiled and shook his head, saying nothing further. A nap beneath the tree of enlightenment was far more beneficial than consuming celestial pills. A tremendous opportunity lay before him. But since he could not seize it, he could only lament his lack of celestial fate. Sighing, Wuchen gazed at the empty surroundings, realizing he was all alone, with no one to even brew tea for him. Then I shall take this moment to refine the Zixiao sword and the human emperor's banner, he mused, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, old Zhang's figure gradually faded into the distance until it was no longer visible. Wuchen withdrew his gaze and slowly unsheathed the Zixiao sword from his waist. The Zixiao sword, having never undergone the tribulation of lightning, possessed a rather feeble sword spirit. In this high-dimensional realm, it struggled to take on a human form. However, for Wuchen, the strength of the sword spirit, whether it be Z, a true celestial, a profound celestial, a golden celestial, or a supreme golden celestial, mattered little. Within this small courtyard, he had set up prohibitions, allowing outsiders to perceive only that he was enjoying the shade. He then began to channel his magical power, reforging the Zixiao sword. Before long, Z reappeared, now with the strength of a golden celestial. Senior brother, Z exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Wuchen again. Although she sensed a tremendous change in her own power, she remained unconcerned. After offering her some words of reassurance, Wuchen proceeded to channel his magic to refine the human emperor's banner. As seconds ticked by, The formidable magical power of the primordial golden celestial continuously washed over the human emperor's banner. After Yi Wuchan's refinement, the banner radiated a dazzling brilliance. With the elevation of the human emperor's banner's rank, the celestial soldiers, initially only of scattered celestial strength, had multiplied in power, now possessing the strength of heavenly immortals. In the lower realms, Yi Wuchan had to rely on a system to command the celestial soldiers using the human emperor's banner. Now, as a primordial great immortal, he no longer needed to depend on the system and could effortlessly utilize the human emperor's banner for command. Not only that, he could now summon even more powerful heavenly generals and even celestial kings. With a thought, Yi Wuchan's consciousness instantly entered the internal space of the human emperor's banner. In this place, he swiftly located the 5 esteemed elders of the Void Palace, along with Jiang Moyu. Gazing upon these familiar faces, Yi Wuchen was filled with profound emotions. He elevated their names to the position of heavenly kings. In that instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped them, and the auras of these 6 individuals surged, ultimately achieving the rank of heavenly kings. Each of these 6 had attained the formidable power of a Tai golden immortal. With the 6 heavenly kings, alongside over 30,000 celestial soldiers, unless confronted by a great Luo golden immortal, they could sweep aside all opposition. "Thank you, my lord." The 6 heavenly kings knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. They had never anticipated that, even after death, they would ascend to the level of Tai golden immortals. Such cultivation is indeed a rarity, even within the celestial realm. Yi Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, urging them not to be so courteous, as he might assign them tasks in the future. He merely conferred the title of heavenly kings upon them, while the remaining celestial soldiers would be honored later. Following their contributions, he withdrew from the emperor's flag space and reclined once more in the grand armchair. In the days that followed, Yi Wuchen diligently contemplated the Tao beneath the enlightenment tree, tirelessly cultivating his skills. Meanwhile, the spirit of the Zixiao sword, Zi, remained by his side, serving him tea and water. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Wuchen's cultivation steadily progressed. Chapter 60, The Master-Disciple Banquet. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, an auspicious day for marriages, travel, haircuts, bed setting, and rituals. On this day, the Ice Phoenix Island was abuzz with excitement. The disciples and numerous old friends of the Ice Phoenix goddess gathered at the Ice Phoenix Palace. Suqianqian, adorned in a resplendent multicolored celestial gown, stood at the center of the great hall, completing the master-disciple banquet under the gaze of the assembly. Following this, the Ice Phoenix goddess began to introduce the principal guests attending the banquet. "This is your esteemed master uncle, and that is your 3rd master uncle. This lady is the Holy Mother of Lishan, and that gentleman is the elder of the Sea family," she introduced one by one. Meanwhile, the esteemed guests presented gifts, ranging from exquisite Tai celestial artifacts to mid-grade Great Luo magical tools. The abundance of gifts left Su Qianqian the envy of many. As the banquet commenced within the hall, attendees began to receive red envelopes. "Senior brother, someone has arrived," Zi remarked suddenly while Yi Wuchen was enjoying tea beneath the enlightenment tree. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen looked up to see Steward Kai approaching with a celestial maiden. The maiden carried a red basket, exuding an extraordinary grace. With a glance, he discerned her cultivation level, an avatar of the 9th tier golden immortal. Such a celestial maiden undoubtedly held a prestigious position on the island. Indeed, Steward Kai introduced Yi Wuchen. "This is the celestial maiden Yun Yao from the Ice Phoenix Palace." Within the courtyard, Yi Wuchen's restrictions concealed Zi from their view. Having met the celestial maiden, Yi Wuchen rose from his reclined position and clasped his hands in greeting. "A calamity-level immortal? Such talent can indeed achieve immortality?" Celestial maiden Yun Yao exclaimed in astonishment upon encountering Yi Wuchen. She had resided on Ice Phoenix Island for several epochs, witnessing countless prodigies endowed with the qualifications of 9 tribulation immortals. However, encounters with those possessing merely the qualifications of 1 tribulation immortals were exceedingly rare. "Fortune smiles upon me," Yi Wuchen remarked nonchalantly. His outward cultivation level seemed akin to that of a newly initiated immortal. It was quite uncommon for outsiders to visit such a secluded locale. "Indeed, your fortune is remarkable. Today, the Ice Phoenix Empress takes on disciples, and all the immortals on the island are blessed. Your fortune has doubled." The fairy produced 2 red envelopes from her basket, presenting them to Yi Wuchen. He was momentarily taken aback, never imagining he would receive red envelopes in the immortal realm. Accepting the envelopes with both hands, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fairy." "Thank you, Ice Phoenix Empress." After their departure, old Zhang suddenly emerged. "Hey, little Yi, your luck is truly exceptional. After just 3 years on the immortal island, you've encountered the Empress taking on disciples." Old Zhang gazed at Yi Wuchen with envy. Yi Wuchen disregarded old Zhang, promptly stowing away the red envelopes. Inside, there was merely a Thunder Tribulation immortal pill, capable of enhancing an immortal's physique. The effects of such a pill were most pronounced for those with inferior qualifications. For Yi Wuchen's transcendent physique, however, the elixir held no value. Yet for old Zhang, it could prove to be immensely beneficial. "This is a Thunder Tribulation immortal pill. If you consume 2 of them, your cultivation talent could increase several-fold," old Zhang urged. "Observing je kachens indiferente." I say, old Zhang, even if my cultivation talent were to amplify several-fold, could it ever rival yours? Yi Wuchen invited. Old Zhang, taken aback, contemplated Yi Wuchen's lamentable cultivation talent, at a loss for words. "You cultivate for longevity, yet with my talent, no matter how diligently I train, I could never ascend to golden immortal status." Yi Wuchen sighed, spreading his hands in resignation. He continued to recline and relish the cool shade, waiting for the midday sign-in. Based on his experiences over the years, signing in at noon yielded a higher likelihood of critical hits and unique items. System sign-in. Ding. Master S 1108th sign-in successful, achieving a 5-fold critical hit. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 50,000 years of cultivation. Yi Wuchen glanced at the rewards from the sign-in, unconcerned, contemplating that perhaps at the 1111th sign-in, he might strike a grand prize. Old Zhang stood at a distance, his gaze fixed upon Yi Wuchen, who lay beneath the tree in a state of relaxed contentment, his thoughts swirling. He reminisced about the ambitions he harbored before stepping onto the celestial bridge, believing himself to be a child of destiny. Yet, upon truly entering the immortal realm, reality struck him harshly. He realized he was but an ordinary member among countless immortals. He had sought guidance from a senior in a sect, hoping for support. To his dismay, that senior turned out to be a duplicitous individual, exploiting him under the guise of filial piety towards the ancestors. Poor old Zhang endured this exploitation for centuries, only to awaken to the truth later and subsequently sought out a steward to transfer him to this neglected Longyuan. By a stroke of serendipity, old Zhang heard whispers of a celestial elixir capable of enhancing the innate talents of cultivators. For someone like him, residing in the celestial realm, yet possessing what could only be described as abysmal gifts, this was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope. Thus, in pursuit of a Thunder Tribulation elixir, he dedicated nearly a millennium to fulfilling tasks for several reclusive immortals. Until today, he believed the effort worthwhile. Yet, the very elixir he cherished had been acquired by Yi Wuchen, who had only been in the realm for 3 years, twice. This revelation left him questioning whether his arduous endeavors had been in vain. "Yi, my boy," old Zhang entered Yi Wuchen's courtyard, his voice tinged with melancholy. "What troubles you?" Yi Wuchen inquired, perplexed by the sudden shift in old Zhang's demeanor. Previously, old Zhang had been unwaveringly optimistic, tirelessly striving for resources to aid his cultivation. Now, however, he exuded an air of despondency. "I have a question for you," old Zhang said gravely. "Speak your mind," Yi Wuchen encouraged. "Are you not afraid of the arrival of the 5 declines of heaven, which may whisk you away if you do not endeavor to elevate your cultivation?" What of it? Even should I toil in my training, if the 5 declines descend, what chance do I have to evade it? I would rather savor the remaining days I have," Yi Wuchen replied. His words struck old Zhang like a thunderbolt. Indeed, no amount of effort could alter his fate. After a protracted silence, he murmured, "Perhaps there remains a sliver of hope?" Yi Wuchen straightened, fixing his gaze earnestly on old Zhang. "Old Zhang, for those of us with such limited gifts, it is better to embrace a life of ease rather than struggle in vain." Upon hearing this, old Zhang pondered deeply. Now, merely in the late stages of true immortalhood, the prospect of reaching golden immortal status seemed bleak. He had already faced the 5 declines once and could not endure a second encounter. The timing of the 5 declines was unpredictable, often striking suddenly and sweeping through myriad realms over the course of centuries. Even if today he stood at the pinnacle of the celestial path, tomorrow could herald the arrival of his doom. "Yi, I am weary. May I rest in your courtyard for a while?" old Zhang asked, Shouldn't you be diligently cultivating or completing tasks? Yi Wuchen inquired with curiosity. Chapter 61. Old Zhang's enlightenment. Upon hearing Yi Wuchen's question, Old Zhang exhaled deeply. You are right. Given my aptitude, striving for cultivation is ultimately futile. It would be wiser to cherish the days that remain. With this declaration, a wave of relief washed over him, and his countenance began to regain a youthful vibrance. I shall attend to some matters and return later for tea, he said. As for the Thunder Tribulation elixir, it holds no value for me now. Consider it a gift. With that, Old Zhang handed over a ceremonial envelope from the Ice Phoenix Empress to Yi Wuchen. After Yi accepted the envelope, Old Zhang made his way to another courtyard, belonging to a figure who styled himself as the Celestial Virtue Master, a being of 5 tribulations who had entered the Celestial Realm a year and a half prior. After completing the first month, he entrusted the task to Old Zhang and entered a state of light seclusion. To his astonishment, within just over a year in the Celestial Realm, he acquired the Thunder Tribulation Elixir, a miraculous potion capable of transforming one's innate talents. Just as Tianda was preparing to enter deeper meditation and refine the elixir, he had scarcely ingested it when he heard Old Zhang calling him from outside. Frowning slightly, Tianda felt a twinge of annoyance, but nonetheless opened the door. What brings you here in such haste, Old Zhang? If it were not of grave importance. Do you not know the transgression of interrupting someone's seclusion? Tianda remarked, visibly impatient. Old Zhang, however, remained calm and collected. Shout Detsi. I have come to inform you that starting tomorrow, you shall tend to the dragon abyss in front of your courtyard yourself. Tianda's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Did you not say you would assist me? Old Zhang smiled faintly. I am weary and can no longer assist you. As a late-stage, true immortal, he surely would not tire from tending to a few dragon abyss creatures. Yet, he chose not to elaborate further, offering a vague excuse instead. Tiens de expression shifted. Old Zhang, do not act petulantly. How can you simply change your mind? Old Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with earnest gravity. I am merely here to notify you. Should the dragon inhabitants of the abyss grow thin and be expelled from Wuchen Island, do not blame me. You have only recently arrived in this celestial realm, and perhaps you are still unaware of the world beyond Wuchen Island. With your current cultivation, if you lose the protection of the island, your fortune may lead you to be captured and forced to mine celestial or, which at least, could save your life. Should luck not favor you, it is not impossible to be seized and refined into elixirs. Having delivered his warning, Old Zhang turned without hesitation and departed. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of another courtyard. He believed that Xiao Detsi was a clever individual who knew how to make the right choices. Before long, Old Zhang stood before another courtyard door. When it opened, a middle-aged man emerged. This man was Lu Wanfeng, the owner of the courtyard. Lu had arrived in the Celestial Realm 2 years prior, and had quickly adapted to life within it. Without unnecessary preamble, Old Zhang recounted the same conversation he had just had with Tianda. Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Lu did not display much discomfort. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, All right, Old Zhang, I understand this matter. Rest assured, I will take care of the task. After delegating the responsibilities back to the group, Old Zhang returned to Yi Wuchen's courtyard. Well, Old Zhang, you truly have let go, Yi Wuchen remarked as he lay in the courtyard, having observed Old Zhang's actions throughout. Old Zhang approached Yi Wuchen, conjuring a grandmaster chair with his mystical powers and reclining beside him. He waved his sleeve gently, manifesting another chair, and then settled into it, adjusting his posture to lie comfortably as well. It must be said that lying beneath this lush, towering tree, feeling the gentle breeze caress his cheeks and listening to the rustling of the leaves, is indeed an unparalleled delight. Old Zhang gently closed his eyes, swiftly calming himself. Over the years, he had been perpetually busy, never having experienced leisure as he did today. Reflecting on this, Old Zhang could not help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light descended from the enlightenment tree, enveloping Old Zhang. He felt a warmth envelop his body. Immediately, it was as if he entered a wondrous realm, with various profound and esoteric truths of Taoism flashing through his mind. The celestial shackles that had troubled him for so long seemed to be unlocking one by one. After an indeterminate amount of time, Old Zhang slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he realized that his cultivation had unknowingly reached the pinnacle of true immortal. Have I truly broken through? Old Zhang murmured, his voice filled with astonishment. For so many years, he had yearned to elevate his cultivation, but had never succeeded. Little did he expect that merely resting here today would result in such an unexpected ascension. After countless elixirs over the years, he had only managed to reach the late stage of true immortal. Upon witnessing this, Wuchen could not help but exclaim, "Old Zhang, it seems that letting go of your obsessions has greatly benefited you." Old Zhang smiled broadly, his eyes brimming with joy. While they rested, the myriad incarnations of Fairy Yun Yao sent blessings to the other immortals on the island before returning to the Ice Phoenix Palace. "Your Highness, the fortunes of the immortals on the island have all been distributed," the true form of Fairy Yun Yao said to the Ice Phoenix Empress. At that moment, the banquet was in full swing, and the Ice Phoenix Empress was resting with Su Qianqian nearby. Upon hearing Yun Yao's words, the Ice Phoenix Empress nodded slightly. "Sister Yun Yao, are there any interesting places on the island? I would like to explore the island another day," Su Qianqian inquired softly. She had been in the immortal realm for half a month, yet had not ventured beyond the Ice Phoenix Palace. Su Qianqian was quite curious about the island, and also wished to know if Yi Wuchen was present. Yi Wuchen had saved her life a millennium ago. A drop of kindness deserved a fountain of gratitude, especially when it came to a life-saving grace. She knew that Yi Wuchen had entered the immortal realm from the Ascension Bridge of the Taishu Palace 1,000 years prior. According to the time in the immortal realm, only 3 years had passed. She speculated that Yi Wuchen might still be on the island. Su Qianqian chose not to mention Yi Wuchen, not wanting to disrupt his life. Back at the Sword Concealment Peak, he had rarely associated with his fellow disciples, often remaining inconspicuous. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao glanced at the Ice Phoenix Empress, and seeing her remain silent, she turned her attention back to Su Qianqian. "Young lady, there are several celestial springs and a few treasure peaks on the island. All quite fascinating," Yun Yao replied. "Master, I wish to explore the island tomorrow and experience the scenery within," Su Qianqian said, looking towards the Ice Phoenix Empress. "Very well. Yun Yao, you shall accompany Qian in leisurely strolls upon the island each day," the Ice Lawn Empress assented. "Thank you, Master." Su Qianqian responded with a hint of joy. Chapter 62. Su Qianqian's Visit. The following day, the celestial maiden Yun Yao guided Su Qianqian across the Ice Lawn Island, traversing the clouds to behold the enchanting wonders of the Immortal Isle. Though this island spanned merely 3,000 miles, it was imbued with boundless mysteries. Within its confines, celestial mountains rose majestically, numbering over 1,000. These mountains varied in height and form. Some towered into the clouds, while others danced gracefully like ethereal maidens, captivating the eye. Of paramount importance was the fact that each mountain was presided over by a profound immortal. Nearly 10,000 celestial peaks interconnected to form 9 celestial veins. Each vein was guarded by a Tai golden immortal. These 9 veins harmonized with one another, collectively constituting a formidable array. Once activated, this formation could unleash cataclysmic powers, making it exceedingly difficult for even a primordial golden immortal to breach its defenses. It was precisely through this formation that Ice Luan Island had endured countless tribulations and remained unscathed. Su Qianqian listened attentively to Yun Yao's words, occasionally nodding in agreement. However, her purpose for venturing out today was to seek Yi Wuchen, rendering her less enthused about the island's wonders. Noticing Su Qianqian's demeanor, Yun Yao expressed curiosity. "Miss Su, do you harbor concerns?" "Yun Yao, I wish to wander alone for a while and return to the Ice Lawn Palace by nightfall. Is that permissible?" Su Qianqian Wayith. "Very well. I shall return to escort you back shortly." Yun Yao considered and nodded in agreement, reassured by the island's safety. After bidding farewell to Yun Yao, Su Qianqian unhesitatingly made her way to the ascension platform. The elder with goat horns, upon seeing Su Qianqian, was taken aback. The day she entered the celestial realm had been marked by an extraordinary spectacle. With the Ice Lawn Empress's foremost disciple personally coming to welcome her, a sight he had never witnessed before. After all, that was a great Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, Su Qianqian now stood as a cherished disciple of the Ice Luan Empress, holding an esteemed position on the island. "Greetings, Miss 19, the elder addressed her with reverence. The Ice Luan Empress had previously taken in 18 disciples, placing Su Qianqian as the 19th, hence her title. There is no need for excessive formality. Su Qianqian raised her hand, wishing to address him as senior, but hesitated, aware that her predecessors were disciples of the celestial sovereign. Even among her peers, They were second-generation disciples of the celestial sovereign. Aside from her master, none on the island could bear the weight of her calling them senior. "What brings you here, young lady?" The elder inquired respectfully. "I've heard that those who enter the celestial realm are guided by you. I seek information about an individual," Su Qian stated directly. "Indeed, young lady. Whom do you wish to inquire about?" The elder responded truthfully. "Have you ever encountered Wuchen?" Su Qian asked with urgency. "The one with the least talent among the immortals?" The elder with the goat-horned beard was taken aback and exclaimed, "The one with the least talent?" Upon hearing this, Su Qian couldn't help but reflect on her past encounters with Wuchen. When she first met him in Windling City, she presumed his talent was lacking, attributing his entrance into the celestial sect merely to good fortune. However, deep down, she always sensed that Wuchen was far from ordinary. Her instincts had never led her astray. It wasn't until she inadvertently stumbled into the myriad ghost formation and effortlessly dispatched several ghostly beings at the nascent soul stage with the peachwood sword gifted by Wuchen, even slaying a formidable ghost wielding the soul banner, nearly at the transformation stage, that she confirmed her suspicions of his terrifying prowess. Later, she learned from the sect master that Wuchen had entered the celestial realm via the ascension bridge of the Taisu Palace. Indeed, 3 years ago, Wuchen emerged from the ascension bridge, and his ascension was merely the simplest of the 9 heavens tribulations. The elder with the goat-horned beard asserted. Su Qian nodded thoughtfully, finding this description quite reminiscent of her perception of Wuchen. Upon discovering Wuchen's whereabouts, Su Qian swiftly appeared outside his humble abode. Within the courtyard, Wuchen and old Zhang were leisurely reclined beneath the enlightenment tree, while Zi busied herself with tea and refreshments. Old Zhang, unable to see, assumed Wuchen was using his magical powers to prepare the tea. "Senior brother, isn't that the person you saved before?" Zi inquired curiously upon spotting Su Qian outside the courtyard. Hearing this, Wuchen opened his eyes, turning to see a familiar figure. "Sistersu?" he said with intrigue. "Yishidi, it's been a while." Su Qian stepped into the courtyard, speaking somewhat awkwardly. "Little Yi, you have a guest, so I shall take my leave," old Zhang said, noticing the stunning celestial maiden and displaying his discernment by departing. Although he knew that the Ice Phoenix Empress had taken on a disciple named Su Qian, he was unaware that the person before him was indeed her. "Congratulations, sister, on becoming a disciple of the Ice Phoenix Empress." Wuchen clasped his fists in greeting. "Thank you," Su Qian replied, her gaze scanning the courtyard. It appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features aside from the large tree. Furthermore, she could easily discern that Wuchen's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Earthly Immortal realm without employing any divine powers. "Sister, please have some tea." "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Wuchen asked. "I have some doubts from my time in the lower realm and wish to seek your insight." "Su Qian Pandiv, please, speak freely," Wuchen encouraged. "Was it you who rescued me from the myriad ghost formation and brought me back to Taisu Palace?" "Su Qian Ingwayev. The one who saved you was Zi, Wuchen replied, and at that moment, Zi revealed her form before Su Qian. "Sister Su, it was I who eliminated all the ghosts within the myriad ghost formation," Zi proclaimed upon revealing herself, surprised by Zi's sudden appearance. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. Though her time in the celestial realm had been brief, she possessed an array of extraordinary abilities. With her unique constitution, even celestial beings beneath the golden immortal realm cannot conceal themselves before her. Yet, the figure clad in purple stands beside her, invisible to her eyes, indicating that this purple-clad individual possesses strength surpassing that of the golden immortal. A golden immortal serving tea to Wuchen. Just how formidable is his power? "Thank you both for saving my life. I possess 2 supreme Tao treasures. I hope you will not find them lacking," Su Qian stated, producing 2 mid-grade supreme Tao treasures. One is named the Demon Suppression Tower, capable of subduing myriad demons, while the other is the Infinite Celestial Ruler, which measures the dimensions of heaven and earth. Wuchen accepted the 2 treasures and then plucked 3 leaves from the enlightenment tree. "Thank you, senior sister. These leaves are refreshing and can clear the mind. If you ever feel fatigue from your cultivation, you can steep them in water," Wuchen remarked, handing the 3 leaves to Su Qian with a hint of reluctance. Although the enlightenment tree appeared lush, it bore few effective leaves. "Thank you, junior brother," Su Qian replied, gingerly accepting the 3 leaves. "Oh dear, Su girl has gifted you 2 supreme Tao treasures," and you return the favor with mere leaves? Chapter 63. A meager offering of 1 or 2 Dao artifacts. Fairy Yun Yao could hardly fathom that Su Qianqian would venture to a place like Long Yuan. Furthermore, the person Su Qianqian sought was none other than Yi Wuchen, who possessed the poorest cultivation talent. When she encountered Yi Wuchen the previous day, Fairy Yun Yao had not intentionally sought information about him. However, upon noticing that the steward Kai seemed to believe she held a particular interest in Yi Wuchen, he willingly recounted the various deeds of Yi Wuchen. According to Steward Kai, Yi Wuchen was remarkably optimistic and cheerful, always eager to assist others, truly a person with a warm heart. Unfortunately, he lacked ambition, drifting aimlessly through life, exhibiting a demeanor of merely existing without any upward aspirations. It could be said that Yi Wuchen's absence would neither be missed nor noted on Ice Luan Island. Yet, this so-called waste had prompted Su Qianqian to bestow upon him 2 supreme Dao artifacts, inciting immense ire in Fairy Yun Yao. Her fury intensified upon realizing that Yi Wuchen's return gift consisted solely of a few leaves. Sister Yun, they saved my life. And these 2 supreme Dao artifacts are my way of expressing my gratitude, Su Qianqian clarified. Upon hearing this, Fairy Yun Yao's anger subsided slightly. My dear, if you wish to express your gratitude for their life-saving aid, you may report to the Empress. I believe she will assist you. Furthermore, he is merely an Earth Immortal. Even if he possesses supreme Dao artifacts, he cannot wield them. Should malicious individuals become aware of this, it could even bring about deadly repercussions. Fairy Yun Yao's words subtly urged Su Qianqian to reclaim the 2 supreme Dao artifacts. As for Yi Wuchen's intentions, they held no significance in her eyes. Su Qianqian furrowed her brow. To outsiders, Yi Wuchen appeared as an Earth Immortal. Beside him stood a maid of celestial stature, whose presence was commanding. She observed that although Zi was clearly positioned before the enchanting Yun Yao, the latter appeared oblivious to her existence. This only deepened the aura of mystery surrounding Yi Wuchen in her eyes. Sister Yun Yao, there is no need for further discussion. I shall report this matter to our master. Su Qianqian statif. Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards Yi Wuchen. Brother Yi, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, she conveyed respectfully. Do not jest, sister. Your visit brings me immense joy, Yi Wuchen replied with a smile. Sister Yun Yao, let us take our leave, Su Qianqian suggested, gently taking Yun Yao's hand to depart. Her concern was not for Yi Wuchen's potential distress. Despite Yun Yao's formidable prowess, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against the enigmatic Yi Wuchen. Before departing, Yun Yao shot Yi Wuchen a glare brimming with unspoken threats. Brother, that Yun Yao is quite audacious, daring to glare at you. Why not let me teach her a lesson? Zi pouted, her voice laced with indignation. You cannot best her. Now, let us not dwell on it. She should not trouble us again in the future. Yi Wuchen gently reassured as he affectionately ruffled Zi's hair. He was not a vengeful spirit. After all, a mere glare would not provoke him to wrath. His curiosity was piqued by the innate spiritual treasure adorning Su Qianqian, yet he could not directly request her to remove it. Besides, he was not a woman, and the garment held no appeal for him, regardless of its celestial origins. Subsequently, he reclined once more on the grand chair and summoned 2 celestial kings from the Emperor's banner. Old Jiang, these 2 Luo artifacts were presented by your former disciple. Su Qianqian, choose one, Yi Wuchen declared, as the demon suppression tower and the celestial measuring rod floated before Jiang Muyu. For him, these Luo artifacts were of little use, and he preferred to bestow them upon the celestial kings. The distinction in power between a Tai golden immortal possessing a Luo artifact and one without was akin to 2 disparate realms. Jiang Muyu examined the 2 artifacts with great care. The demon suppression tower, with its 9 levels, shimmered with a faint blue light, capable of suppressing any being beneath the Luo golden immortal rank, significantly enhancing its efficacy against demonkind. The celestial measuring rod, appearing as a dark iron staff, exuded an air of ancient gravitas. After a prolonged inspection, Jiang Muyu gradually extended his hand to accept the demon suppression tower. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. He knelt respectfully. Yi Wuchen waved his hand dismissively. Use it well. He then turned his attention to the other celestial king, Wang Tianshi, who was formerly a high elder of the Tai Su Palace and now the mightiest among the 6 celestial kings. Old Wang, I entrust the celestial measuring rod to you. Yi Yuchen Protogaimet. Thank you for your generous gift. Wang Tianshi accepted the rod with deep reverence, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The celestial measuring device may appear unremarkable, yet it is indeed a formidable artifact of the Deluo, possessing powers far beyond those of ordinary treasures. In the Ice Phoenix Palace, Su Qianqian approached the Ice Phoenix Goddess with utmost seriousness. "Disciple pays her respects to Master," she said while bowing deeply. "What has transpired? Why such a grand display of reverence?" The Ice Phoenix Goddess, observing the situation, quickly assisted Su Qianqian to rise. "Master, today I encountered my savior from the mortal realm, and without your consent, I offered 2 Luo artifacts as a token of gratitude for the life-saving deed," Su Qianqian confessed earnestly. "What? You gifted 2 Luo artifacts?" The Ice Phoenix Goddess was taken aback by her words. "These are Luo artifacts. Even I would feel the sting of parting with just one. How could my newly accepted disciple so recklessly give away 2? Yin Yao, what is the meaning of this? Were you not there to stop her?" The Ice Phoenix Goddess demanded, her voice laced with fury. The overwhelming pressure of a golden immortal enveloped the entire Ice Phoenix Palace. Facing the wrath of the Ice Phoenix Goddess, Fairy Yin Yao's legs buckled, causing her to kneel. "It is my fault for not keeping a better watch over the girl," Fairy Yin Yao admitted, fully aware that shirking responsibility would lead to dire consequences. The Ice Phoenix Goddess scoffed, sending Fairy Yin Yao tumbling backward as if severed from her strings. "Qianqian, those Deluo artifacts were bestowed upon you by your uncles and aunts. You must cherish them. We can find another way to express our gratitude for your life-saving favor," the Ice Phoenix Goddess whispered, contemplating the matter. "Master, I understand the value of the Deluo artifacts, yet it is only through such gestures that I can truly convey my sincerity," Su Qianqian replied resolutely. Upon hearing Su Qianqian's words, the Ice Phoenix Goddess sighed in resignation. "Very well, since you have made up your mind, I shall not obstruct you further. After all, the Deluo artifacts remain at Ice Phoenix Island, and I can retrieve them at any time." However, it seems Su Qianqian anticipated her thoughts. "Master, you wouldn't secretly seek them back from him, would you?" The Ice Phoenix Goddess was momentarily stunned. "How could you think such a thing? You know well who I am. A mere 1 or 2 Deluo artifacts is nothing to me," she replied with a wry smile. Chapter 64. More debts acquired with a heavy heart. Su Qianqian returned to her training chamber to practice the celestial techniques imparted by the Ice Phoenix Goddess. Yet, as she sat cross-legged on the mat, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, making it impossible for her to focus. Although Su Qianqian and the Ice Phoenix Goddess shared a master-disciple relationship, the emotional bond between them was rather tenuous. She could distinctly sense that her acceptance into the fold was merely in accordance with her ancestors' directive. Certainly, her unique constitution may have played a part in this matter. In resignation, she sighed softly and retrieved the 3 leaves gifted to her by Brother Yi. What's so special about these leaves? Su Qianqian pondered, staring intently at the leaves in her hand, murmuring to herself. Memories of her time spent with Brother Yi flooded her heart, evoking a warm wave of nostalgia. "I still recall the time when I was merely at the Golden Core stage, when Junior Brother Yi gifted me a peachwood sword. He solemnly informed me that this sword possessed unique efficacy against malevolent spirits. Indeed, even the most formidable of vengeful ghosts at the nascent soul stage could be effortlessly vanquished by the sword he bestowed upon me. Today, Wuchen has presented me with 3 leaves, claiming that after a weary session of cultivation, infusing them in water for consumption would yield remarkable results." With this thought in mind, Su Qianqian hesitated no longer and promptly boiled a pot of celestial spring water. Once the water reached a fervent boil, she swiftly lifted the lid and placed a leaf within. Moments later, a delicate and ethereal fragrance began to waft through the air, enveloping the entire training chamber and refreshing the spirit. Eagerly, Su Qianqian leaned in, inhaling deeply, feeling the enchanting aroma penetrate her very being. She then grasped her teacup and took a small sip. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation surged within her. The tea was initially tinged with a hint of bitterness, but it swiftly transformed into a sweetness that tantalized her palate, leaving her yearning for more. After finishing the tea, a profound clarity washed over her, and her previously tumultuous thoughts settled into tranquility. With her eyes closed, she seemed to transcend into an enigmatic state, while simultaneously, her cultivation level steadily ascended. Mid-celestial fairy. Late celestial fairy. It was only after her cultivation broke through to the initial true immortal stage that Su Qianqian gradually opened her eyes. What manner of leaves are these? They have enabled such consecutive breakthroughs in my cultivation. Though she had anticipated some effect, the potency of these leaves still astonished her. Merely drinking a cup of tea could propel one into a state of enlightenment, even approaching the path of realization. Such a miraculous substance exists in this world. Wuchen offered 3 leaves capable of inducing enlightenment. No wonder he appeared somewhat pained at the cost. Perhaps the 2 Grand Luo artifacts I gifted him pale in comparison to these 3 leaves. Su Qianqian chuckled ruefully, shaking her head. Not only had she failed to repay her life-saving debt, but she now owed him even more. It seemed she would find it difficult to ever repay Yi Wuchen's kindness in this lifetime. Lady Bingluan was disinclined to witness Su Qianqian's extravagant ways any longer. She casually gifted away 2 Grand Luo artifacts, an act that even a Hunyuan golden immortal might hesitate to undertake. After a moment of reflection, she managed to compose herself. "Hurry up and come here," Lady Bingluan commanded coldly to Yun Yao. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao scrambled forth, kneeling before Lady Bingluan. "What on earth transpired? Speak plainly," Lady Bingluan inquired. Kneeling before her, Yun Yao recounted everything she had witnessed, leaving no detail unspoken. Lady Bingluan listened intently to Yun Yao's account, refraining from interruption. Once Yun Yao concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room as Lady Bingluan seemed to ponder deeply. Subsequently, she swiftly gestured with her hands, employing a technique of divination to delve into the origins of Yi Wuchen. However, to the astonishment of the Ice Phoenix Empress, no matter how diligently she endeavored to decipher, the past and present of Yi Wuchen remained shrouded in a veil of obscurity, making the truth utterly elusive. The Ice Phoenix Empress furrowed her brow, her heart filled with incredulity. It was utterly unfathomable that a grand figure such as herself, a Deluo golden immortal, could not uncover the lineage of even a mere Earth immortal. Unwilling to concede defeat, she once again activated the mystic heaven treasure mirror. Upon its surface, Yi Wuchen's form was enveloped in resplendent, multicolored radiance, obstructing further scrutiny. Could this be the same vibrant aura that surrounded that girl, Su Qianqian? The Ice Phoenix Empress's eyes widened in shock as she uttered in disbelief. She could not fathom why the colorful aura belonging to Su Qianqian would manifest upon Yi Wuchen. Was it possible that their destinies were intertwined? A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Su Qianqian was a disciple foretold by her esteemed mentor, who held her in high regard. If anything were to befall Su Qianqian, it would surely disappoint her mentor. No, I must personally investigate this Yi Wuchen. The Ice Phoenix Empress promptly departed from the Ice Phoenix Palace and materialized in Yi Wuchen's modest courtyard. There, she beheld him leisurely reclining in a grand armchair, occasionally using his magic to refill his cup of tea. Just as Yun Yao had described, he indeed possessed only the cultivation of a nascent Earth immortal. After observing him for a while, she concluded that aside from his handsome appearance, he held no extraordinary qualities. Yet, in the realm of immortals, beauty was abundant, and he was far from unique. Moreover, her disciple, Su Qianqian, was not one to be judged superficially. The sudden arrival of the Ice Phoenix Empress took Yi Wuchen by surprise. Since she had not revealed her presence, he feigned ignorance, pretending she did not exist. Before long, old Zhang, having completed his own tasks, returned to find Yi Wuchen for tea and conversation. Having lived for millions of years in the immortal realm, old Zhang had experienced the tribulations of the heavenly human decline and possessed vast knowledge of many secrets within the celestial domain. With old Zhang as his companion, Yi Wuchen's days were far more pleasant than before. They sat across from each other, the fragrant aroma of tea wafting between them. Yi Wuchen, pretending to be curious, inquired of old Zhang, having traversed the immortal realm for millions of years, "Have you ever encountered the Ice Phoenix Empress?" Upon hearing this, old Zhang's previously calm demeanor turned ashen, even though only the two of them were present. Discussing a Deluo golden immortal so openly was tantamount to courting disaster. With palpable tension, old Zhang lowered his voice and cautioned, "Young Yi, do not speak frivolously." After uttering this, he nervously bowed around, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please forgive us. Please forgive us." Witnessing old Zhang's palpable fear, Yi Wuchen found it rather unamusing. "Very well, I shall not tease you any longer." The Ice Phoenix Goddess stood behind Yi Wuchen, her anger ignited by his audacity to jest at her expense. Chapter 65, A Life-Saving Grace, Owed in Full. The Ice Phoenix Goddess transformed herself into the likeness of Su Qianqian. Ye Shidi. Su Qianqian's cool voice resonated behind Yi Wuchen. "Old Zhang, Upon opening his eyes, beheld Su Qianqian standing behind Yi Wuchen and was immediately taken aback. Xiao Yi, the fairy has come to seek you again. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Old Zhang rose to depart. Yi Wuchen, hearing this, turned to look at the ice phoenix goddess, now resembling Su Qianqian. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil, akin to a herd of wild horses galloping through his thoughts. What was the ice phoenix goddess up to, transforming into Su Qianqian? He had merely made a passing remark, and she could barely contain herself. However, if she wished to play, he would indulge her for a while. Old Zhang, do not leave just yet. Yi Wuchen promptly grasped Old Zhang's arm. Allow me to introduce you. This is Su Qianqian, the newly accepted disciple of the ice phoenix goddess. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. The new disciple of the ice phoenix goddess certainly commanded a grand presence. On the day of her initiation, auspicious signs filled the skies, and numerous great Luo golden immortals graced the occasion. In addition, countless Tai golden immortals sent gifts, which piled up into mountains. I have had the honor of meeting Miss Su. Old Zhang bowed deeply to Su Qianqian, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The Su Qianqian, transformed by the ice phoenix goddess, merely responded with a casual hum. Individuals like Old Zhang typically lacked even the privilege of encountering her. Senior sister, what is with your demeanor towards my dear friend? Yi Wuchen remarqued, visibly displeased. Seeing Yi Wuchen's reaction, Old Zhang quickly clutched at his sleeve. She is a great Luo golden immortal, a direct disciple of the ice phoenix goddess. Is it not rather normal for her to maintain a cold demeanor? Old Zhang had never contemplated that a direct disciple of the ice phoenix goddess would treat him with warmth. Yi Wuchen's words made him anxious. What if he were to provoke Su Qianqian? Xiao Yi, I truly have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Old Zhang wriggled free from Yi Wuchen's grasp and vanished in an instant. Yi Wuchen shrugged at Old Zhang's departure. Old Zhang was not him. Should he offend the ice phoenix goddess, he feared he would meet a tragic end. Senior sister, why did you frighten my friend away? Yi Wuchen, fine English. Upon hearing his reproach, the ice phoenix goddess bit her silver teeth in annoyance. It is all the fault of this senior sister. Do not hold it against me, shitty. She feigned a sulky tone. Yi Wuchen stifled a laugh inwardly, bemused by how deeply the ice phoenix goddess had immersed herself in this charade. Very well. If you gift me 2 more great Luo artifacts, I shall overlook my displeasure, Yi Wuchen declared magnanimously. What? The ice phoenix goddess's eyes widened in fury, her voice rising. This Yi Wuchen was indeed insufferably shameless. Having already swindled 2 great Luo artifacts from her disciple, he was still not satisfied. The ice phoenix empress harbored a fleeting thought of striking him dead with a single blow. Yet before exacting such wrath, she needed to retrieve those 2 supreme artifacts. She had already scoured the small courtyard both inside and out, employing her spiritual awareness countless times, yet the coveted artifacts remained elusive. Observing the empress's frayed composure, Yi Wuchen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Su Qianqian was remarkably beautiful. Even in fury, she exuded an irresistible charm. However, he was acutely aware that her anger was teetering on the brink of explosion. Sister, I was merely jesting. You can't possibly take it seriously, can you? Yi Wuchen's lips curled into a slight grin. The Ice Phoenix Empress was poised to unleash her wrath upon him, intending to dismember him and extract the whereabouts of the 2 artifacts through severe interrogation. Yet upon hearing Yi Wuchen's words, her fury diminished somewhat. After all, it was just a joke. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at Yi Wuchen and said, Junior brother, my master forbids me from gifting you the supreme artifacts. Would you be so kind as to return them to your sister? The island boasts a plethora of celestial treasures. You may choose whatever your heart desires. The Ice Phoenix Empress lowered her voice earnestly. Anything I desire? Yi Wuchen's mouth curled into a hook of intrigue. Indeed, anything you wish, the Ice Phoenix Empress replied, struggling to contain her rising ire at his lewd grin. Once he relinquished the 2 supreme artifacts, she would surely cast him into the depths of hell. Since her inception, none had dared to act so brazenly before her. Sister, are you aware of a saying among mortals? Ye kachans deeps, drudvit upjarts, revealing a mischievous smile as he spoke softly. Oh, what is it? The Ice Phoenix Empress raised her beautiful eyes, momentarily caught off guard by his insinuation. The debt of saving a life should be repaid with one's body, Yi Wuchen declared, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Upon hearing this, the Empress's alluring visage darkened with displeasure. Whether it was his audacity in harboring thoughts toward her or his audacious attempt to involve her disciples, such transgressions were utterly intolerable. Just as she was about to act, Wuchen interjected, "Sister, I was only joking. You can't take it to heart, can you? Ha ha." Seeing the Ice Phoenix Empress's countenance fluctuate like the changing winds, he could no longer suppress his laughter. However, when he looked towards her, a chilling aura enveloped him. Wuchen's heart sank as he sensed the gravity of the situation. In an attempt to ease the tension, he awkwardly cleared his throat. At that moment, he noticed a figure swiftly approaching. A glance revealed that it was none other than Su Qianqian in her true form. An amusing thought struck him. Why not let Su Qianqian masquerade as the Ice Phoenix Empress? He immediately transmitted a message to her, instructing her to take on the Empress's guise. Su Qianqian, taken aback by Wuchen's sudden communication, felt a sense of perplexity. Upon reconsideration, she ultimately decided to follow Wuchen's advice. In the blink of an eye, Su Qianqian's appearance transformed to resemble that of the Ice Phoenix goddess, down to the minutest detail of her attire. However, due to Su Qianqian's relatively modest cultivation level and her lack of proficiency in transformation techniques, a discerning eye would readily spot numerous flaws in her disguise. My dear senior sister, you cannot fathom the generosity of the Ice Phoenix goddess. For her, 2 mere Grand Luo artifacts are but a trifling matter, hardly worthy of her concern. If only the Ice Phoenix goddess knew of my life-saving grace towards her cherished disciple, she might bestow upon me 2 additional Grand Luo artifacts. Upon witnessing Su Qianqian's transformation into the Ice Phoenix goddess as she approached the courtyard, Wuchen called out loudly to the impostor. The Ice Phoenix goddess was nearly incensed by Wuchen's words. Why had she ever been so magnanimous? How could she be unaware of such a thing? Those were Grand Luo artifacts, not mere trifles. Even her own collection was scant. Had he not seen her fellow disciples? Parting with the Grand Luo artifact felt akin to carving a piece of flesh from one's own body. As Su Qianqian stepped outside Wuchen's courtyard, she overheard his exaggerated remarks. She lifted her gaze to the courtyard, where she beheld a man and a woman. The man was none other than Wuchen, and their eyes met. The woman had her back to her, leaving Su Qianqian only the silhouette to contemplate. This celestial figure seems remarkably familiar. I wonder if we have crossed paths before? In the midst of her musings, Wuchen playfully winked at Su Qianqian, accompanied by a gentle smile. The version of Su Qianqian transformed into the Ice Phoenix goddess immediately turned around upon hearing his words. Upon realizing that someone dared to impersonate her, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. However, she quickly recognized that this was merely her disciple, Su Qianqian, in disguise. Hadn't Qianqian just achieved celestial cultivation? How could she possibly leap across such a vast chasm of realms in an instant? The Ice Phoenix goddess regarded Su Qianqian's transformation with astonishment. I am Bing Wan, the direct disciple of the revered Qishao Zhanxie, the Ice Phoenix goddess, now embodied by Su Qianqian, stated with a frigid tone. As she spoke, Su Qianqian caught sight of the Ice Phoenix goddess' perfect imitation of her own form, a flawless rendition capable of deceiving even the keenest observer, unlike her own appearance. Riddled with flaws, uncertain of the intentions of the one impersonating her, Su Qianqian sensed that their motives were undoubtedly impure. Reflecting on Wuchen's earlier loud remarks, she formulated a plan. This impersonator must certainly seek to deceive Wuchen into relinquishing his Grand Luo artifacts. So it is the esteemed Ice Phoenix goddess gracing us with her presence. I am remiss for not extending a proper welcome. Wuchen feigned surprise, ushering Su Qianqian into the courtyard. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the Ice Phoenix Empress, who had transformed into Su Qianqian. Sister, why did you not inform me earlier that your master was coming? It would have allowed me to prepare. Wuchen murmured to the Ice Phoenix Empress. Sister, you just mentioned to me that you intend to bestow upon me 2 more Deluo artifacts. Is that truly the case? Wuchen inquired of Su Qianqian. Do not speak nonsense. It was not I who said that. The Ice Phoenix Empress, in her guise as Su Qianqian, quickly refuted. She could discern that if this continued, Su Qianqian would likely indeed bestow the 2 Deluo artifacts upon Wuchen, that rascal. Wuchen scratched his head and earnestly remarked, Sister, do not be stingy. How could the generous Ice Phoenix Empress go back on her word? With that, he cast a knowing glance at the Ice Phoenix Empress, disguised as Su Qianqian. The true Ice Phoenix Empress was seething with rage, clearly perturbed by the boy's intentional meddling. Observing this, Su Qianqian stifled a laugh and acquiesced, since you were so eager, I shall grant you 2 more Deluo artifacts today." As her words fell, 2 Deluo artifacts materialized in her hands. Yi Wuchen's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Enough. The Ice Phoenix Empress could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Su Qianqian truly produce the 2 Deluo artifacts. She bellowed, halting Su Qianqian from presenting the artifacts to Yi Wuchen. Simultaneously, the Ice Phoenix Empress returned to her original form, her fury ignited by Yi Wuchen's previous actions. Now, Su Qianqian's gestures had completely breached her composure. One could only wonder how much of a potion Yi Wuchen had administered to Su Qianqian, allowing her to so freely distribute Deluo artifacts. In an instant, a wave of Deluo Golden Immortal's pressure descended upon Ice Phoenix Island, causing the temperature to plummet significantly, with numerous areas beginning to freeze. Even the immortals who were in seclusion on the island stirred from their meditative states. The terrifying pressure bore down on Su Qianqian, shattering her transformation and restoring her true form. "Su Qianqian, I instructed you to focus on your cultivation at home. What are you doing here?" The now revealed Ice Phoenix Empress glowered with fury, her brows furrowed as she sternly admonished Su Qianqian. As her words faded, the pressure of the Deluo Golden Immortal bore down upon Su Qianqian. The Ice Phoenix Empress understood that mere admonition would be futile with her obstinate disciple. Only through force could she compel her to yield. As for Yi Wuchen, he was entirely disregarded at this moment, considered by her as nothing more than an insignificant ant. She could deal with him later, once Su Qianqian had bowed her head, under the immense pressure from the Ice Phoenix Empress. Su Qianqian felt as if the entire world had descended upon her shoulders. The weight was unbearable, nearly robbing her of breath. She strained with all her might to resist. Yet the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. Just as it appeared that Su Qianqian was on the verge of collapsing, her body swayed precariously. A warm force surged forth from the depths of her heart, swiftly spreading throughout her entire being. This force resembled the gentle caress of the sun and wind, gently lifting the burdens of the world that pressed upon her shoulders. With the sudden alleviation of pressure, Su Qianqian finally found a moment to breathe. She cast her gaze toward Yi Wuchen, and indeed, she saw him nodding gently in acknowledgement. Witnessing this scene, Su Qianqian felt an immense sense of reassurance. With Yi Wuchen as her anchor, her inner resolve solidified, dispelling the previous feelings of fear and helplessness. Her determined gaze turned toward the Ice Phoenix Goddess. "Master, why have you taken on my form?" Su Qianqian inquired, biting her silver teeth. "I am your master, and it is my duty to remove all obstacles from your path of cultivation." The Ice Phoenix Goddess retorted with a cold laugh. Observing Su Qianqian daring to meet her gaze despite the pressure she exerted, she intensified her aura. Yet, despite the Ice Phoenix Goddess unleashing all her might, Su Qianqian's gaze remained unwavering and resolute. "Master, since I entered the immortal realm, I have been grateful for your guidance. However, I have my own thoughts." Su Qianqian attempted to explain. Before she could finish, the Ice Phoenix Goddess interrupted her angrily. "Enough. You are merely bewitched by that boy. How can you fail to cherish the supreme artifact? Do you comprehend the immense value of this supreme artifact? If a masterless supreme artifact were to emerge in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous turmoil throughout the immortal realm. At that time, various forces would spill rivers of blood in the struggle for the artifact. Even the great Luo Golden Immortals could fall as a consequence." Upon hearing this, disappointment filled Su Qianqian's eyes. "Master, if that is the case, I shall have no choice but to sever our master-disciple relationship," she declared, shaking her head. At these words, the Ice Phoenix Goddess was taken aback, staring at Su Qianqian in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Su Qianqian would choose to forsake her status as a disciple for the sake of Yi Wuchen. "Are you truly willing to abandon your path to immortality for this boy?" The Ice Phoenix Goddess inquired solemnly, retracting her oppressive aura. Chapter 67. Departure of Master and Disciple. Just as the tension between Su Qianqian and her master reached its peak, a voice filled with confusion suddenly interjected. "Excuse me, but could I interrupt? Which of you is actually my senior sister?" The voice belonged to Yi Wuchen, who feigned bewilderment as he looked between the two. Yi Wuchen harbored feelings for Su Qianqian, but wished to avoid entangling himself too deeply. Su Qianqian, possessing the primordial immortal body, was destined to lead the myriad immortals of the realm. Yet, the question lingered. When would the time come for her to assume this leadership? It would only be when the immortal realm faced unprecedented calamity. One could imagine that her life would be fraught with tribulations, far from ordinary. In simple terms, Su Qianqian would forever be entangled in various troubles. She was either resolving a crisis or en route to do so. Conversely, Yi Wuchen merely yearned for a tranquil pastoral existence. He was reluctant to become embroiled in endless disputes, for once he stepped into such quagmire, it would be akin to sinking into a mire from which escape would be nearly impossible, with an unending series of troubles following in rapid succession. Much like those fated children of destiny, who either find themselves in conflict or on the path to confrontation. Little do they realize that those poised to become saints prefer to remain aloof from worldly affairs. When the heavens and earth are in turmoil, the major powers strictly regulate their disciples to prevent them from being inadvertently caught in the cataclysmic events. There was once a cosmic calamity in the celestial realm, during which a saint of unparalleled cultivation was dragged into the tribulation by his disciples and met an unfortunate demise. Since Qi Shao wished to utilize Su Qianqian as a pawn in his schemes, he too could allow her to harness Qi Zhao's formidable power to ascend to the exalted position of the heavenly emperor. Upon hearing Yi Wuchen's words, the grave atmosphere was instantly dispelled by Su Qianqian's voice as she spoke first. Junior brother Yi, I am your senior sister. We were merely jesting earlier with Master, engaging in playful banter. Seeing Su Qianqian join in on the jest, the Icelan Empress felt an uncomfortable sensation welling up within her. Yi Wuchen had nearly breached her defenses with his earlier jests. Did they truly mistake her for a frail cat in her silence? However, the thought of Su Qianqian severing their master-disciple relationship caused her to sigh inwardly, feeling quite helpless. After all, Su Qianqian was the one chosen by her master, endowed with a congenital spiritual treasure and entrusted to her for guidance. Indeed, I too was merely jesting, the Icelan Empress replied through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen was scratching his head, wearing an expression of genuine simplicity. Oh, I see. I apologize for any offense caused, Your Majesty, he said, raising his head to look at the Icelan Empress with a sincere gaze. Witnessing Yi Wuchen's demeanor, the Icelan Empress struggled to suppress her inner rage. Should she take action against him, it was likely that Su Qianqian would turn against her on the spot. Enough, Qianqian, come with me back to the palace to cultivate, the Icelan Empress declared, abruptly taking Su Qianqian away, eager to be rid of Yi Wuchen's presence. Yi Wuchen watched the two depart without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the small courtyard nearby erupted in commotion. The celestial beings who had been cultivating in seclusion were interrupted by the overwhelming pressure of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. And only after its disappearance did they dare to emerge from their chambers. Before long, Old Zhang arrived at Yi Wuchen's small courtyard. He lifted his teacup and took a hearty gulp to ease his tense nerves. Young Yi, did you feel the pressure of the Great Luo Golden Immortal just now? Old Zhang inquired, his voice trembling. I did. Yi Wuchen nodded nonchalantly. How could he not feel it when the Icelan Empress had been right before him? However, the pressure of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was utterly inconsequential in his eyes. Old Zhang smacked his lips, pondering that on Icelan Island, only the Icelan Empress and one esteemed elder possessed the cultivation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. He was uncertain who had just displayed their wrath. Yevon Chakdet, indifferent to the identity of the irate figure, for such formidable beings' anger bore no relevance to them. Old Zhang scoffed. How can you say it's irrelevant? Look at those reclusive immortals who have emerged. He continued, I will return their tasks shortly. Then, I shall enjoy my remaining days like you. I hope you won't find this old man bothersome. I'll be off to find him now. Meanwhile, upon returning to the palace, the Icelan Empress fumed as she took her seat, while Su Qianqian, sensing her mood, dutifully poured tea to appease her. Master, please don't be angry. It was merely 2 Great Luo artifacts. What is the big deal? Su Qianqian spoke softly. The Icelan Empress seemed to recall something, letting out a cold huff. You actually had no hesitation in offering 2 Great Luo artifacts again. Did you genuinely intend to continue bestowing gifts upon him? The Empress's displeasure was evident. Faced with her inquiry, Su Qianqian could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from an answer. However, the astute Icelan Empress instantly discerned Su Qianqian's intentions. With her brows furrowed and eyes wide, she declared, absolutely not. Should you dare to present yet another Great Luo artifact to that lad, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall reduce him to ashes and scatter his soul. As she spoke, the Empress's gaze bore into Su Qianqian, as if she sought to penetrate her very being. Su Qianqian felt a tightening in her heart upon hearing these words, yet she quickly regained her composure. She understood that her master was one to act on her words, and true murderous intent had now taken root. Nevertheless, considering Yi Wucheng's unfathomable cultivation, Su Qianqian did not feel excessive concern. Rather, her worry shifted to the Icelan Empress. Although Yi Wucheng was magnanimous and seldom acted, should he ever harbor malicious intent, he would surely annihilate her entire lineage. It was likely that Icelan Island itself would face utter destruction. Thus, she steadied herself and met the Empress's gaze directly. Master, do you believe I am unaware of the preciousness of great Luo artifacts? Su Qianqian countered, caught off guard by Su Qianqian's question. The Icelan Empress found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, although her disciple had only been in the immortal realm for a little over 10 days, she had already realized that Su Qianqian possessed a unique constitution and extraordinary talent, rare among mortals. How could such a remarkably astute woman be ignorant of the rarity and value of great Luo artifacts? For a moment, the Icelan Empress could not find suitable words to refute Su Qianqian. It seemed she would need to consult her own master. The Empress sighed inwardly, contemplating this matter. However, to prevent Su Qianqian from making any foolish decisions, she resolved to keep her in the palace. Remain here and cultivate. I must step out for a while. The Icelan Empress said solemnly to Su Qianqian. Yes, master, Su Qianqian responded with a respectful gesture. Chapter 68. The departure of Yi Wuchen as night descended. Old Zhang bid farewell to Yi Wuchen and returned to his humble abode. After Old Zhang's departure, Yi Wuchen reclined beneath the enlightenment tree, closing his eyes to contemplate the future. An unprecedented calamity was poised to engulf the celestial realm, yet he could not ascertain its commencement. It could be a year hence, or perhaps a millennium away. In any case, the great catastrophe was imminent. The emergence of the primordial immortal body signified that this would be an unparalleled tribulation. The mere thought tightened Yi Wuchen's heart. The magnitude of the impending calamity might even pose a threat to the sages themselves. Yi Wuchen silently admonished himself to avoid entanglement in any karmic affairs until he transcended the realm of sages. However, due to matters concerning Su Qianqian, he had already drawn the attention of the Icelan Empress. At this moment, he had become a thorn in her side. Although her power did not pose a direct threat to him, she was under the protection of a celestial lord. Should she take action, it would undoubtedly invite the hostility of the celestial lord. If his true strength were to be revealed, he might even find himself beset by several celestial lords. Once embroiled in conflict, he would be ensnared in an endless cycle of strife. Retrieving his thoughts, Yi Wuchen gazed around the familiar courtyard, awash with nostalgia. Having lived here for 3 years, he had long grown accustomed to this way of life. Although he could carve out a space for himself on Icelan Island, the presence of Su Qianqian would inevitably draw him into the impending tribulation. How could he hope to remain unscathed in such circumstances? Despite possessing a system and a transformative celestial body rivaling the primordial immortal body, he had only just attained the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Until he reached invincibility, he needed to remain vigilant. This calamity could very well witness the fall of sages. He, having only just stepped into the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, stood no chance against the overwhelming tide. After careful deliberation, Yi Wuchen resolved to leave Icelan Island, distancing himself from this place fraught with impending turmoil. Slowly rising to his feet, he cast a final glance at every blade of grass and every tree in the courtyard. Z, I am preparing to depart from here. He softly addressed the girl beside him. Wherever my senior brother goes, I shall follow, Z replied, her large eyes sparkling with certainty. Good, gather your belongings. We shall leave shortly, Yi Wuchen said, affectionately ruffling Z's hair. All right, senior brother, Z responded eagerly, hurriedly collecting their essentials. With a wave of his hand before the enlightenment tree, it transformed into a streak of light and nestled into his palm. He understood that once he departed, he might never return. Taking a deep breath, he turned and strode toward the edge of the island. Though the island was protected by a magical formation, it could not impede his passage. Yi Wuchen's figure flickered and he vanished from Icelan Island. Old Zhang, observing the great tree outside Yi Wuchen's courtyard disappearing, let a long sigh. The transformations he had undergone during this period could only be described as revolutionary. His cultivation, which had stagnated for hundreds of thousands of years, ascended a level after Yi Wuchen's guidance. More significantly, The celestial pills he had consumed over the past few million years were entirely dissolved. Moreover, he even sensed an enhancement in his innate talent for cultivation. Though aged, he was not oblivious to the profound changes within himself. Old Zhang knew that all of this was due to Wuchen. The following day, Old Zhang proceeded to the peach orchard to tend to the weeds, as usual. Now, he only needed to nourish the Long Yuan in front of his courtyard, no longer required to assist other immortals. Nonetheless, he still tended to 2 portions, intending to help Wuchen nourish the Long Yuan in front of his courtyard. After completing this, Old Zhang ventured to a nearby mountain, where he found a celestial tree resembling the one originally in front of Wuchen's small courtyard. Using his magical power, he transplanted this celestial tree into Wuchen's courtyard. As was his custom, though Wuchen had departed, Old Zhang fulfilled his duties without fail. Old Zhang, did you not vow to cease aiding others with tasks? Queried the gloomy Tian de Jinren as he cast a disapproving glance at Old Zhang. Previously, Old Zhang had implored him to relinquish tasks, yet merely 2 years later, he had turned his back, not only interrupting Tian de's refinement of the Thunder Tribulation Pill, but also returning the tasks to him. Consequently, Tian de harbored significant disdain for Old Zhang. What, are you dissatisfied? Old Zhang replied with a cold snort, directing his gaze at Tian de Jinren. Humph, with your talent. Without celestial pills, your cultivation shall never advance, Tian de Jinren mocked. Old Zhang, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. There is no need for your concern regarding my matters. Tian de was left speechless, unable to counter Old Zhang, and could only glare at him with malice. In the outer heavens, Aisluan entered the Qishao Palace with great trepidation. This palace roamed in the outer heavens, striving to distance itself from the mortal realm and its karmic ties. There, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, with crimson hair cascading loosely over his shoulders, held a carving knife, engraving a magical array onto a jade slip. This red-haired elder was none other than the formidable Qishao, Zhanxie Tianzuan. Upon noticing Aisluan's arrival, he paused his work. Aisluan, why are you here instead of instructing your disciples at home? The Tianzuan inquired, respectfully reporting to Master. I fear I am inadequate and may not adequately teach my newly accepted disciples. Aisluan replied, bowing. Oh, what do you mean by that? Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan raised his gaze slightly, looking at Aisluan. Not daring to conceal anything, Aisluan recounted all that she knew in detail. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan's previously seamless movements came to an abrupt halt, resulting in the exquisite jade slip being marred. The mere mention of a name, Wuchen, elicited a soft murmur from his lips. Simultaneously, the Tianzuan's thoughts stirred, and he employed a divination technique in an attempt to uncover Wuchen's origins. Yet, as previously stated by Bing Wan, no matter how diligently the Tianzuan endeavored to deduce the truth, a resplendent aura of 7-colored radiance enveloped Wuchen, thwarting his calculations. How peculiar! The Tianzuan's voice brimmed with astonishment. Even those fated beings endowed with the primordial celestial body could be deciphered by me. Yet, I am utterly unable to discern anything about Wuchen. Bing Wan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. How could such a humble earth immortal elude the grasp of even a Hunyuan golden immortal? Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan furrowed his brow, his gaze growing profound. My carefully laid plans cannot be so easily disrupted. He stowed away the damaged jade slip, clasping his hands behind his back. Cautiously, Lady Bingwan inquired, Master, what shall we do now? The Tianzuan fell silent for a moment before responding. I shall accompany you to Bingwan Island to witness this Wuchen for myself. Chapter 69, Windy Town. Shortly after leaving Bingwan Island, Wuchen sensed that a Hunyuan golden immortal was attempting to pry into his affairs. This he had anticipated. For the moment Lady Bingwan approached him, he had already woven a thread of fate with Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan. Wuchen recognized that the one seeking to scrutinize him was indeed the Tianzuan. He was uncertain of the extent of Qishao Zhanxie Tianzuan's strength. Yet he understood that once he stood before the Tianzuan, even without engaging in combat, he would inevitably be drawn into the next cosmic calamity. The Tianzuan had actively chosen to manifest the primordial celestial body and intervene. His intent was merely to amass boundless merit during the forthcoming calamity to attain the status of a saint through merit. Wuchen remained unperturbed by this. After all, he possessed a system which rendered it highly probable that he would achieve sainthood before the calamity's arrival. Currently, aside from idly passing the time, he was contemplating the path that lay ahead. At the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, there were essentially three methods to attain sainthood. One such method was akin to Qi Shao Zhanxie Tianzuan's approach, accumulating immeasurable merit to secure the title of saint through merit. This method necessitated intervention in causality, bearing a significant risk of perishing amidst the supreme calamity. The second method involved severing the three corpses. The so-called three corpses consist of the benevolent corpse, the malevolent corpse, and the most critical, the self-corpse. By obliterating the three corpses, one could amalgamate them with innate spiritual treasures, and when the time was ripe, reintegrate the three corpses into oneself. This process would pave the way to potentially ascending to the realm of saints. As for the third method, it entailed proving one's path through sheer force. It must be noted that while this is the simplest approach, it is also the most arduous. The simplicity of the matter lies in the fact that one merely needs to cultivate their magical prowess to surpass that of the saints. However, in reality, attaining such power at the level of a Hunyuan golden immortal is akin to scaling the heavens. After leaving Ice Luan Island, Yi Wuchen traversed countless dimensions before ultimately settling in a quaint town. This town, known to immortals as Windy Town, was situated adjacent to Yunmeng's sect and was relatively suitable for his retirement. Yi Wuchen spent several celestial pills to purchase a small courtyard in the town. These celestial pills were rewards he received for feeding loaches on Ice Luan Island. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, he signed in as usual. System, let me check in, Yi Wuchen communicated within his mind. Ding. Master has successfully checked in for the 1111th time, receiving a 100-fold critical hit. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Tao-level technique Supreme Emotionless Record. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen's heart surged with joy. The probability of special rewards from such a distinctive sign-in was indeed high, and he had unexpectedly obtained a Tao-level technique. However, as he examined the technique, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Supreme Emotionless Record. To cultivate this technique, one must sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires and attain purity of the 6 roots. With the highest cultivation reaching the Tao realm, Yi Wuchen shook his head at the summary of the technique. Severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires? How could that be possible? He had no intention of becoming a soulless being. What significance would there be in achieving the Tao if he lost his humanity? Yet, discarding such a Tao-level technique seemed a tremendous waste. Just as Yi Wuchen was filled with indignation, the Ice Luan goddess arrived at his former courtyard accompanied by the Qi Shao Zhanxie heavenly sovereign. Master, Yi Wuchen resides in this courtyard, the Ice Luan goddess respectfully stated. The two gazed at the small courtyard, yet it was now devoid of any presence. Where is he? The Ice Luan goddess furrowed her brow. Realizing that Yi Wuchen was absent, she deployed her divine sense to search throughout Ice Luan Island, but still found no trace of him. Qi Shao Zhanxie, heavenly sovereign, regarded the inconspicuous courtyard with profound eyes. No need to search further. He has left, the sovereign stated in a grim tone. Although the restrictions within the courtyard had been lifted, traces still remained. Moreover, he sensed a hint of the Tao's essence within the courtyard, an aura only possessed by innate spiritual roots. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the celestial tree within the courtyard. However, this celestial tree was an ordinary specimen transplanted from a nearby mountain by Old Zhang. Strange. How can there be an aura of innate spiritual roots in this tree's vicinity? The sovereign pondered aloud. Master, how could Yi Wuchen, merely an earth immortal, leave Ice Luan Island? The Ice Luan goddess inquired, perplexed. An earth immortal? If he truly were just an earth immortal, that would be much simpler. Take me to meet your newly accepted disciple. The sovereign's expression darkened, and a heavy snort escaped his nostrils. Yes, Master, she replied. The Ice Phoenix goddess promptly responded, her voice crisp and respectful. As she spoke, she gently waved her sleeve, and in the blink of an eye, she and the celestial sovereign vanished from their original location, appearing before Su Qianqian. Indeed, a promising talent. The celestial sovereign remarked approvingly upon his first sight of Su Qianqian, engrossed in her cultivation. Su Qianqian looked up at the sound of his voice, startled to see her master alongside a stranger. Master! Su Qianqian hurriedly rose and bowed in greeting to the Ice Phoenix goddess. Ah, Qianqian, this is your ancestral master, the celestial sovereign of Qi Shao, who vanquishes evil. The Ice Phoenix goddess introduced, smiling and gesturing towards the celestial sovereign. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. It was well known that the celestial sovereign of Qishao was no ordinary figure. He was a primordial golden immortal and a quasi-saint. Such a deity rarely revealed himself, and to see him here was astonishing. Benhermint, Suryanyan involuntarily rejalit Wuchen. Although Wuchen's power surpassed that of the ice phoenix goddess, the person before her was the renowned and fearsome celestial sovereign of Qishao. She couldn't help but wonder how Wuchen was faring at that moment. Despite her deep concern for him, Su Qianqian managed to quell her inner turmoil, striving to present herself with composure. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and performed a graceful bow to the celestial sovereign. Speaking respectfully, disciple Su Qianqian pays her respects to her ancestral master. There is no need for such formalities, the celestial sovereign replied with a warm smile. Simultaneously, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Su Qianqian. Extending his hand, the celestial sovereign grasped the air, and a leaf appeared in his palm. It was indeed a leaf from the enlightenment tree, which Wuchen had gifted to Su Qianqian. How extraordinary! It is truly a leaf from the enlightenment tree. The celestial sovereign gazed at the leaf in disbelief. This was a primal spiritual root from the heavens and earth, far more precious than a grand celestial artifact. More importantly, the enlightenment tree was a rare treasure that could not be sought after. This is a leaf from the enlightenment tree, Qianqian. Where did you obtain it? The ice phoenix goddess, recognizing the leaf at a glance, recalled Su Qianqian's remarkable cultivation advancement within a short period, attributing it to her consumption of this primal spiritual root. Observing Su Qianqian's current cultivation at the mid-stage of the mysterious immortal realm, it was evident she had consumed a second leaf from the enlightenment tree. Su Qianqian, hearing this, smiled dismissively. Her master believed she had been deceived after trading 2 grand celestial artifacts for 3 leaves and wished to reclaim the artifacts. Now, upon witnessing the exceptional nature of the leaf, she sensed an inclination for reconciliation. In this world, matters are rarely as straightforward as they seem. Master, it is merely an ordinary leaf, hardly worthy of such astonishment, Su Qianqian remarked lightly, as though the leaf was nothing more than a common piece of foliage. Observing the surprise on Ice Phoenix's countenance, she surmised that Wuchen had likely departed. With this realization, her worries for Wuchen's safety began to dissipate. The thought brought an even greater sense of ease and joy to Su Qianqian, allowing her previously taut nerves to finally relax. Qianqian, I am to blame. I should not have doubted you. However, the Deluo artifact is of utmost significance, and I acted out of concern for your well-being, Ice Phoenix explained. Master, your words are too grave. I understand, Su Qianqian replied with a hint of detachment. Upon witnessing Su Qianqian's indifferent demeanor, Ice Phoenix sighed inwardly. She recognized that their relationship was now beyond repair. Furthermore, with a quasi-saint friend at her side, her assistance could hardly compare to that of Wuchen. Seeing the rift between the two women, the evil-slaying celestial sovereign realized that controlling Su Qianqian would be a challenge, given her connection to a quasi-saint. Yet, he was not inclined to relinquish his pursuit. That unseen quasi-saint was undoubtedly no match for him. Otherwise, why would they choose to remain hidden? Stepping forward, the evil-slaying celestial sovereign addressed Ice Phoenix. Ice, how can you not trust your disciple? Qianqian? Master, I acknowledge my error. I shall no longer doubt Qianqian. Ice Phoenix quickly responded upon hearing his words. Qianqian, indeed, the leaves of the enlightenment tree are exceedingly rare treasures in the realm. Even more precious than the Deluo artifact, the sovereign stated as he returned the leaf to Su Qianqian. Although the leaves of the enlightenment tree held some significance for quasi-saints, their utility was limited unless the tree itself could capture their attention. Your master means well. Had she not held high hopes for you, she would not have been so stringent. I presume your bond with Wuchen is quite profound. After all, only those closest to one would part with such an invaluable item. The sovereign admonished Ice Phoenix before attempting to bridge the gap between the two. In response to the sovereign's inquiry, Su Qianqian lowered her head slightly. To answer master, my acquaintance with senior brother Yi is rather limited. In the lower realms, he saved my life, which is why I intended to gift him a Deluo artifact in gratitude. I never anticipated that he would bestow such a precious item upon me. As for your concern, master, I express my gratitude in advance. Seeing the sovereign's amiable demeanor, Su Qianqian dared not contradict him. At worst, she could maintain a facade of harmony as a disciple. In Windy Town, Wuchen found himself engulfed in tedium. At Ice Phoenix Island, he had at least enjoyed the daily company of the Dragon Tribe in Dragon Abyss, sparing him from utter boredom. Now, having just arrived, He found himself utterly alone, without a single soul to converse with. As he pondered what to occupy his time, a sudden waft of fragrance caught his attention. He followed the direction of the enticing aroma and discovered it wafting from the adjacent yard. There, he beheld a disheveled young man, skillfully preparing ingredients over a mystical flame. This young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, his physique robust and muscular. A closer look at the ingredients revealed not only ordinary beasts, but also the exquisite delicacies of dragons and phoenixes. As Wuchen gazed upon the delectable dish nearing completion, tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his mouth. One significant reason he refrained from cultivating the supreme forgetting emotion record was his unwillingness to forsake his culinary desires. This longing for gastronomic pleasure is undeniably one of the myriad emotions. A lack of enthusiasm for food indicates a troubled mindset. Should he choose to cultivate the supreme forgetting emotion record, he would inevitably have to forego such cravings. Swallowing hard, Wuchen rose and made his way toward the neighboring yard. It must be said that the young man's culinary skills were truly remarkable. While he himself would merely grill the dragon meat, growing weary of it after mere months, the enticing aroma emanating from his neighbor's kitchen was utterly irresistible. Approaching the gate, he gently knocked and inquired, "Good sir, the dish you are preparing appears most delectable. Might you be willing to share a portion with a humble brother?" The young man inside, upon hearing the voice, lifted his head and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Wuchen. His name was Lin Zhengxiang, who had ascended to the celestial realm 3,000 years prior. Originally, Lin Zhengxiang had aspired to join the Yunmeng sect, but alas, his inadequate aptitude thwarted his ambitions. Disheartened, he had resolved to leave this place in search of new opportunities. However, as fate would have it, one day while preparing a meal by the roadside, he encountered an inner disciple from the Yunmeng sect. This disciple, renowned for his discerning palate even before entering the celestial realm, was instantly captivated by Lin Zhengxiang's culinary creations. Consequently, the disciple decided to have Lin Zhengxiang remain in the small town near the Yunmeng sect, insisting that he prepare a sumptuous feast every lunar month on the 1st and 15th days, eagerly awaiting the disciple's visits. As the time for the first day of the month approached, Lin Zhengxiang felt compelled to prepare an ample array of dishes for the inner disciple's anticipated indulgence. "Ah, my young friend, you possess an admirable taste. Yet regrettably, this meal is intended solely for the disciples of the Yunmeng sect." Lin Zhengxiang declined outright. Wuchen, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment. "Brother, what if I were to exchange an elixir with you?" Upon finishing his sentence, he produced a celestial pill from his hand. Having spent 3 years on Ice Phoenix Island, he had amassed 60 celestial pills. After using a few to purchase a residence in Wind Town, the remainder remained untouched. As for the items acquired through the system's sign-in rewards, they were far too extravagant for someone at the initial stage of true immortal like his current acquaintance. Lin Zhengxiang, upon witnessing the celestial elixir in Wuchen's hand, felt its pure essence, causing his breath to quicken. The quality of this elixir far exceeded that which had been provided to him by the inner disciples of the Yunmeng sect. "I would like to exchange it. But what if the disciples of Yunmeng's sect come forth tomorrow?" Lin Zhengxiang resolutely averted his gaze from the elixir and declined once more. Chapter 71. The Opening of the Culinary House. Wuchen, noticing the man's gaze, sensed an opportunity. This is not difficult. You simply need to prepare another portion for him," Wuchen casually remarked. However, Lin Zhengxiang's expression grew troubled. "To be candid, acquiring these ingredients is no simple task. It took me a full half-month to gather this little bit. If you could bring the ingredients yourself, I would be more than happy to assist," Lin Zhengxiang replied, his eyes filled with expectation and a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Wuchen nodded in agreement. "That is manageable. Is 1 dragon and 1 phoenix sufficient?" he said softly. As soon as the words left his lips, his eyes pierced through layers of space, revealing a concealed celestial-level old Dragon King. With a mere thought, Wuchen captured the Dragon King in his grasp. Subsequently, employing the same method, he secured a phoenix from the celestial realm. To Lin Zhengxiang, the dragon and phoenix appeared as if they were drawn from Wuchen's storage space. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhengxiang was elated. He could once again amass resources for cultivation. "That is more than enough. Please take these prepared dishes first. I will make another batch," Lin Zhengxiang exclaimed with excitement. He then accepted the celestial elixir from Wuchen, grasping the dragon with one hand and the phoenix with the other, while requesting Wuchen to take the completed dishes away first. After Wuchen packed the ingredients, he looked up at the man. "By the way, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. If you were to open a culinary house, I am certain the business would flourish. Yi Wuchen remarked with genuine interest. He then gazed at the other, awaiting a response. Initially taken aback by this compliment, the man soon chuckled wryly and shook his head, explaining, "My friend, you jest. The celestial realm is not like the mortal world." After hearing Lin Zhengxiang's explanation, Yi Wuchen understood. While the dragon and phoenix beasts were indeed rich in vitality and could aid in cultivation, their utility was considerably diminished for those yet to ascend to immortality. For mortals, they were invaluable. However, for immortals, consuming a singular celestial elixir would far surpass the benefits of consuming countless dragon and phoenix flesh. Immortals, while occasionally indulging in the exquisite taste of such meats, were rarely willing to expend cultivation resources merely to satisfy their appetites. Moreover, acquiring ingredients in the celestial realm was no straightforward endeavor. Those powerful and resourceful immortals typically maintained their own celestial chefs. Yi Wuchen, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. "My foolish brother, I excel in raising dragons. If I were to cultivate additional culinary ingredients, we could establish a restaurant. You could take on a role of head chef while I supply the provisions. Wouldn't that be splendid?" In this quaint town of Wind, Yi Wuchen found himself devoid of purpose, and the sight of Lin Zhengxiang sparked the idea of opening an eatery. Profit was secondary. The primary concern was to have something to engage in, thus alleviating his boredom. Moreover, with such a culinary maestro at hand, his gastronomic desires would always be satisfied. "Is that feasible?" Lin Zhengxiang inquired with skepticism. "No worries. Your agreement is sufficient. I shall return to indulge myself, and when you have finished your tasks, we can discuss further in my courtyard," Yi Wuchen replied before taking his leave. After many years in the celestial realm, Yi Wuchen experienced the delight of such exquisite cuisine for the first time. Upon returning to his courtyard, he eagerly began to savor the dishes. Each bite was imbued with extraordinary flavors, prompting him to marvel at Lin Zhengxiang's culinary prowess. As night fell and Lin Zhengxiang completed his chores, he turned his gaze towards Yi Wuchen's abode. In the lower realm, he had been but a solitary cultivator. Before achieving the golden core stage, he fortuitously acquired the culinary legacy of a divine chef within the tomb of an immortal. This legacy enabled him to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth through the art of cooking, thus allowing him to gain a fragment of celestial fate and ascend to immortality. However, upon arriving in the celestial realm, he found that cooking ordinary ingredients yielded little enlightenment. Only by preparing the flesh of celestial beasts could he glean deeper truths. Should Yi Wuchen provide ample ingredients, Lin Zhengxiang would gladly offer his services for free. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhengxiang ultimately resolved to visit Yi Wuchen's courtyard. Both harbored their own intentions, but soon the arrangement for the restaurant was settled. Yi Wuchen would supply the ingredients while Lin Zhengxiang managed the kitchen. Should they profit from elixirs and spirit herbs, they would split the earnings evenly. However, the terms for any losses remained unspoken. In the ancient battlefield ruins, it is said that during the last calamity, the witch and demon clans waged a cataclysmic war that shook the heavens and left the world on the brink of collapse. These ruins are remnants of that epic conflict. As time passed, the once barren battlefield gradually transformed into a realm steeped in mystery, harboring countless secrets and formidable artifacts. On this day, Bing Wan brought Su Qianqian to the entrance of this enigmatic domain. By this time, Su Qianqian had consumed the third leaf from the enlightenment tree, experiencing a meteoric rise in cultivation, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Now, she stood on the cusp of entering the golden immortal stage, and given her extraordinary talent, it would not take her several hundred years to achieve this milestone. With her innate understanding, she is destined to successfully comprehend the path to becoming a true golden immortal. However, Su Qianqian is acutely aware that the journey of cultivation resembles rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Eager to soon stand independently, she yearns to elevate her cultivation swiftly. "Qianqian, with your talent, it will take merely a few hundred years for you to achieve the status of a golden immortal. Why take such risks?" Lady Bingwan once again urged her. In her perspective, a few hundred years pass in the blink of an eye. A single retreat for her spans millennia. Su Qianqian gazed resolutely at Lady Bingwan, stating, "Master, I do not wish to squander these few hundred years. I desire to grow stronger at a faster pace." Lady Bingwan, with a resigned sigh, conceded and sent Su Qianqian into the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, Su Qianqian was immediately enveloped by a profound ancient aura. A light mist pervaded the surroundings, rendering her vision somewhat unclear. This ancient battlefield relic has long drifted beyond the heavens. During this time, the temporal and spatial stability within the secret realm is exceedingly precarious. Many immortals, upon realizing the futility of breaking through to golden immortal status, choose to enter in search of opportunities. During that great calamity, countless innate spiritual treasures of the Wu and Yao clans were shattered. Should she acquire fragments of these innate treasures, perhaps they could be refined into supreme golden immortal artifacts. Or within the battlefield relic, she might grasp the unparalleled secret arts of the Wu and Yao clans. Cautiously, Su Qianqian advanced, occasionally hearing eerie howls echoing around her. Chapter 72, Dreamy Banquet Hall. Ding! Anomalies detected in the ancient battlefield relic. The system issues a task. Please assist the remnant soul of the ancient demon clan's Emperor Jun in transcending to reincarnation. Task Reward. The Great Formation of the Heavenly Stars. The 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Formation. Upon receiving this sudden revelation, Yi Wuchen felt a tightening in his chest, his brow furrowing. He had possessed the system for several years and had grown quite familiar with its workings. Over the years, the system had consistently referred to him as its master. Reflecting on the past, there had been 2 occasions when the system addressed him as its host. The first instance was on the very day he acquired the system, when it first assigned him a task. At that time, the system informed him that it could grant him a mere 10,000 years of cultivation each day. Yet, unexpectedly, on that very day, it issued a task and referred to him as its host. He had inquired about this with the system, but seemed uncertain. The second time he was called host was when he entered the immortal realm and signed in for the first time, receiving the Book of Creation. However, since that acquisition altered his constitution into something unique amidst heaven and earth, he did not delve deeper. This time, however, he was determined not to be manipulated by the system, despite the alluring reward. The great formation of the heavenly stars was not the same as that of the Taisu Palace. It was, in fact, the most formidable formation within the ancient heavenly court. In ancient times, the demon race clashed with the shaman race, engaging in a titanic struggle through the celestial formation of the Zhou Tian star array and the 12 heavens divine array of the Wu tribe. Ultimately, these 2 formidable races suffered mutual devastation, paving the way for the rise of humanity. System? Yi Wuchen inquired within his mind. Master, I am here, the system responded. Upon hearing the system address him as master once again, Yi Wuchen realized that the entity, which regarded him as its host, had departed once more. What would happen if I declined this task? Yi Wuchen pondered aloud. Master, this task is not time-limited. If you choose not to accept it, you may simply disregard it. The system's gentle voice reassured him. Will it truly have no repercussions? Yi Wuchen pressed further. Should that be the case, he would prefer to forego the rewards of this task rather than venture into the so-called ruins of the ancient battlefield. Nevertheless, an unsettling intuition whispered to him that neglecting this task could precipitate dire consequences. Master, it truly will not have any effects, the system affirmed. Very well, then proceed with my daily check-in, Yi Wuchen declared, relinquishing his doubts. Ding. Successful check-in for Master, the 1112th time, with a 10-fold critical hit. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the Dream Cuisine Pavilion. As the system's notification sounded, Yi Wuchen's eyes sparkled with delight upon reviewing the check-in rewards. To his astonishment, it was a complete culinary establishment, perfectly addressing his immediate needs. In the realm of immortals, while one could conjure a house with magical prowess, such structures, born of spells, were merely illusions in the eyes of the celestial beings. Even the abodes created by the primordial golden immortal could not escape their illusory nature. After all, illusions remain mere illusions. No matter how convincing they may appear to outsiders, they cannot alter their inherent falsehood. Initially, he had planned to summon celestial soldiers to construct a culinary establishment. But now, that task had been simplified. Yi Wuchen located a vacant plot in Wuchen town and positioned the Dream Cuisine Pavilion within it. The celestial realm was abundant in open spaces. The moment the pavilion settled, it drew the curious gazes of nearby immortals, who eagerly approached Yi Wuchen to inquire about it. Upon entering the pavilion, Yi Wuchen discovered an array of tables, chairs, and utensils, with a kitchen replete with diverse equipment. Brother Yi, is this truly our culinary establishment? Lin Zhengxiang marveled at the Dream Cuisine Pavilion, his heart swelling with excitement. He had not anticipated that Yi Wuchen would prepare the establishment so swiftly. Indeed, This is our culinary pavilion. Let us tidy it up well. We shall open for business tomorrow. Yi Wuchen nodded decisively. Absolutely. As long as Brother Yi provides the ingredients, I shall not disappoint, Lin Zhengxiang replied with a smile. After entrusting the Dream Cuisine Pavilion to Lin Zhengxiang, Yi Wuchen returned to his courtyard. His gaze traversed countless realms, fixating upon the ancient battlefield ruins beyond the heavens, a site where the last great battle between the shaman and demon races had unfolded. In that place, the illustrious Di Jun of the Demon Clan and the Eastern Emperor Tai, alongside the 12 ancestral shamans of the Witch Clan, met their demise. To this day, that realm remains shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Even with his formidable cultivation, it is challenging to discern the scenes within. Although he had resolved not to venture there, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Never mind, he thought, whatever the matter, it can wait until after the new year. Yi Wuchen shook his head, casting aside the thoughts that plagued his mind. The following day, Lin Zhengxiang arrived early at the Qiming restaurant, diligently preparing the ingredients provided by Yi Wuchen. However, despite the restaurant being open for some time, the entrance remained desolate and quiet. Lin Zhengxiang felt a pang of disappointment, yet Yi Wuchen merely smiled calmly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Today is New Year's Eve. Prepare yourself. If no guests arrive, then it shall just be the two of us celebrating the new year, Yi Wuchen gently remarked. New Year's Eve? Celebrating the new year? Lin Zhengxiang's brow furrowed upon hearing these words. It had been a long time since he had encountered such terms, rendering them strangely unfamiliar. Even during his time in the mortal realm, after ascending to the Golden Core stage, he had not heard these expressions again. Moreover, now that he had attained immortality, the festivities felt even more distant. Surely you have not forgotten the Spring Festival, the most cherished celebration among mortals in the lower realm? Yi Wuchen invited. Lin Zhengxiang, at this, shook his head, then nodded. The path of cultivation had long severed his ties to mortal emotions. It had been 3 millennia since he arrived in the celestial realm, while millions of years had passed in the lower realm. Even though his family and friends were also cultivators, they had long since become mere memories. Sighing, Lin Zhengxiang contemplated for a long while, unable to recall how many years it had been since he last celebrated New Year's Eve. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a voice jolted him back to reality. Shaolin, a resounding call echoed from outside. Lin Zhengxiang quickly lifted his head, looking towards the source of the voice. There, not far away, stood a man in his 30s, shouting with exuberance. This individual, slightly portly, bore a jovial smile upon his round face. He hastily approached, and soon arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Upon catching sight of the Qiming restaurant, his eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with a mix of surprise and delight. Shaolin, you truly have done well. You've opened such an impressive establishment. The man unabashedly expressed his joy, laughing heartily. Before he finished speaking, he eagerly stepped inside, bursting through the restaurant doors. As he entered, an intoxicating aroma enveloped him instantly. He could not help but take a deep breath, his face reflecting sheer ecstasy. Oh, how delightful. It's been over half a month since I last ate, and I am absolutely famished. Chapter 73, New Year's Eve. Yi Wuchen glanced up, observing the newcomer, who was short and plump, resembling a round ball of flesh. Standing at a height of about 5 feet 6 inches, he appeared to weigh nearly 260 pounds. Yi Wuchen was perplexed by the unexpected girth of the individual before him, who, despite his size, exhibited remarkable agility. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this man had reached the initial stage of golden immortal cultivation. More importantly, a faint aura of merit enveloped him, a rarity among the celestial beings he had encountered, most of whom lacked such virtue. To possess merit, one must first harbor a compassionate heart, otherwise, one risks being ensnared by grievances. It appeared that this rotund figure was indeed a benevolent immortal. Before settling in the windy town, Yi Wuchen had scanned the Yunmeng sect with his divine sense. Within the sect, there were no more than 300 immortals, one at the Tai golden immortal level. Over 20 golden immortals, and the remainder comprised Xian immortals and true immortals. Though the plump man seemed untrustworthy, attaining golden immortal status was no small feat. Zi, standing beside Yi Wuchen, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the hefty man. In Windy Town, Yi Wuchen showcased his initial golden immortal cultivation, allowing Zi to abandon the need for stealth as she had on Isolwan Island. Thus, she confidently revealed her form as a sword spirit to the assembled crowd. Lin Zhengxiang, upon seeing the plump man, broke into a grin. The immortal jested. "This eatery is not mine, but this gentleman is its true proprietor," he remarked. gesturing towards Wuchen. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback by the statement, then turned his gaze towards Wuchen and Z. As he scrutinized them closely, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He realized that both individuals possessed golden, immortal levels of cultivation. His surprise deepened upon noticing the graceful Z, who was not a mere mortal, but a manifestation of a sword spirit in human form. "Greetings, I am Chung Tang of the Yimeng sect. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The plump man bowed respectfully to Wuchen. Ame Wuchen, Mereli a Wandering Cultivator, Wuchen replied. Wandering cultivator? Chung Tang pondered for a moment before quickly dismissing the thought. "Ye boss, you truly possess discernment. Though young Lin's talent for cultivation is average, his culinary skills are unparalleled." Chung Tang commended. "I too was drawn to his culinary prowess, which is why I opened this eatery. It seems fate has brought us together. Young Lin and I are planning to prepare a New Year's Eve feast. Would you care to join us?" Wuchen extended the invitation. "A New Year's Eve feast? Tomorrow is the first day of a new year," Chung Tang exclaimed, suddenly realizing the significance. He was an atypical immortal, deeply enamored with the earthly essence of life, prompting him to periodically leave the Yunmeng sect, whether to descend to the mortal realm or to wander the celestial realms. His passion for exquisite cuisine stemmed from its embodiment of the human experience. Indeed, today is the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, known as New Year's Eve among mortals. Wuchen nodded in affirmation. "Very well. As you prepare the feast, I shall present a gourd filled with celestial brew, perfectly complementing our revelry." With that, Chung Tang produced a gourd brimming with wine. "Hurry, Xiaolin. Prepare swiftly. Today is New Year's Eve, and we must dine early." Wuchen directed Lin Zhengxiang. He then took the gourd, gave it a gentle shake, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. "This divine elixir is surely extraordinary," Wuchen remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it is my cherished collection," Chung Tang replied, his face beaming with pride. Lin Zhengxiang skillfully showcased his culinary talents, and soon, a table laden with exquisite dishes was set. Chung Tang eagerly uncorked the gourd, filling each cup with the celestial brew. As the nectar flowed down their throats, a warm current surged through their bodies, the ethereal essence nearly spilling over. After the third round of drinks, Wuchen gazed at the quiet street, a touch of melancholy washing over him. "It seems to lack the festive spirit of the new year," he sighed. "Indeed, in my memories, the new year was always a lively affair," Lin Zhengxiang concurred. "Lively? In the mortal realm, every household would set off firecrackers. How could it not be vibrant?" Chung Tang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Why don't we set off firecrackers ourselves?" Lin Zhengxiang gazed eagerly at the two. "Yes, let us celebrate with firecrackers in the town." Zheng Tang Apfim. Without hesitation, the three invoked their celestial powers. In an instant, the air was filled with the crackling sounds of firecrackers, resounding throughout the entire windy town. As the firecrackers exploded, the once quiet town seemed to awaken. Doors and windows swung open, and several celestial beings emerged, peering out of curiosity. At that moment, magnificent fireworks suddenly illuminated the sky, conjured by Wuchen's magic. The vibrant colors lit up the night, intertwining with the sounds of the firecrackers. Lin Zhengxiang joyfully danced, pulling Chung Tang into a merry spin by the street. Observing the jubilant scene before him, Wuchen felt his earlier melancholy gradually dissipate. In the ancient battlefield, Su Qianqian heard the echo of clashing swords amidst the fog. The sound seemed to transcend time, carrying an aura of unrelenting combat. Driven by curiosity, she found herself drawn toward the source of the noise. As she approached, the surrounding mist began to dissipate rapidly. Finally, when the last wisp of fog vanished, Su Qianqian was met with a blinding light. Suspended in the sky were 10 suns, radiating flames of searing brilliance. Even Su Qianqian, possessing the pinnacle of Xianxian cultivation, found the oppressive heat nearly unbearable. Under the glare of the 10 suns, the earth cracked and dried, rivers and lakes lay barren. Countless beings struggled in the terrifying heat wave, ultimately succumbing to their fate. The flora withered and charred, mountains crumbled, and the entire world descended into a calamitous state akin to the apocalypse. Suddenly, a towering figure entered Su Qianqian's line of sight. It was the great shaman Ho Yi. Upon seeing him, Su Qianqian exclaimed. In his hands, Ho Yi held a bow, its string taut, and the arrowhead gleamed with a chilling light. He aimed at the sun in the sky and abruptly released the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow transformed into a flash of lightning, whistling toward the sun, accompanied by earth-shattering booms. One of the suns was struck and exploded violently. Before long, of the 10 suns in the sky, only one remained. Then the scene before Su Qianqian shifted once more. The shaman who had shot down 9 suns was surrounded by countless formidable demons. After a fierce struggle, the great shaman He ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and perished. In Chapter 74, the river diagram and the Luo book, Su Qianqian felt as though she had traversed through history, witnessing the rise and fall of the battle between the shamans and demons, with the demise of the 12 ancestral shamans. In the fall of the demon lords Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, the great war finally came to an end. From then on, both the shaman and demon clans began to weaken, while the human race flourished. As Su Qianqian sensed the overwhelming momentum in the world, even the saints found themselves powerless. She could hardly believe that the fortunes of the human race had ascended to such heights that they could give birth to the primordial celestial body. Just as she was immersed in the shock of the shaman-demon war, a sigh echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Su Qianqian recalled her master, the Ice Phoenix Empress, who had once spoken to her of the 10 great celestial bodies. After entering the celestial realm, she had inquired of her master. But even the Ice Phoenix Empress could only speculate that her constitution was one of the most powerful among the celestial bodies. This primordial celestial body, ranked first, is the most formidable constitution in the celestial realm. Who is this trickster? Su Qianqian furrowed her brow and called out sternly to the void. As her words fell, a shadow gradually materialized from the emptiness. The figure was tall, adorned in a golden imperial robe. I am Dijuan, the apparition intoned in a voice that resonated with ancient gravitas. Dijuan, the sovereign of the ancient heavenly court. Su Qianqian gasped in astonishment. Merely a remnant of bygone glory. Dijuan replied with a hint of regret. For the human race, Dijuan harbored feelings of envy and resentment. In ancient times, the demon race was the mightiest, only to be outmaneuvered by the will of heaven. The war between the shamans and demons resulted in the near annihilation of the demon strongholds, leaving them to languish and decline. The human race, having done nothing, reaped the spoils and now surpassed the former might of the demons. Yet, he seemed to foresee the inevitable decline of the human race, which brought a measure of balance to his heart. Junior Su Qianqian, I have encountered you, esteemed elder. Was the scene of the shaman-demon war a manifestation of your essence? Su Qianqian inquired with cupped fists. Indeed, what are your thoughts on what you have witnessed? Dijuan asked. The shaman and demon clans were both the mightiest races of antiquity. Yet, after a single war, the shamans vanished into obscurity, and the demons could only cling to other races to survive. Su Qianqian pondered deeply. How does the human race of today compare to the demon race of yore? Dijuan inquired once more. The contemporary human race is indeed far more formidable than the ancient demon race. Su Qianqian replied without hesitation. Inda. The present human race can be considered the mightiest among the myriad of races. Dijuan chuckled. However, he then shifted his tone. Yet, as fortune rises, so too does it fall. The human race is not destined for many more prosperous days. Who knows which race will next ascend to dominion over the realms? The divine race? The demonic race? Or perhaps the ghostly race? Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian felt a tumultuous wave of fear surge within her. From Dijuan's words, it was evident that the human race was on the brink of a great calamity. Having just witnessed the cataclysm of the witch-demon conflict, Su Qianqian found it difficult to accept. Such a level of warfare had obliterated countless dimensions. Even saints could hardly escape the fate of demise. According to Dijuan, was the human race not facing an impending extinction? Senior Dijuan, what purpose do you have in bringing me here? Su Qianqian gazed at Dijuan and asked, I merely wish for you to remain and witness the rise and fall of the human race. Dijuan's gaze was intense as he fixed it upon Su Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian sought an exit. Yet, she discovered that the surroundings were filled with starry rivers, offering no path of escape. Do not search any further. This place is the great array of the heavenly stars. Though it may be incomplete, it is not a realm from which you can depart. Unless, of course, you possess the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal or have mastery over the great array of the heavenly stars. In Feng Town, the system chimed on New Year's Day. In the early morning, Yi Wuchen murmured in the courtyard. Ding, Master has successfully signed in for the 1114th time, receiving a 100-fold critical strike. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the treasure of the demon race, the river diagram, and Luo book. The system's voice echoed in Yi Wuchen's ears. River Diagram and Luo Book, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, a companion treasure of the ancient heavenly Emperor Dijun. It not only can predict celestial mysteries, but also serves as the axis of the great array of the heavenly stars. This is actually the axis of the great array of the heavenly stars. The system's New Year's gift left Yi Wuchen somewhat astonished. He had heard of this treasure before, during the Great War between the witches and demons. The ancient heavenly Emperor Dijun had relied on the great array of the heavenly stars to contend with the witch clan. However, at a critical moment, the River Diagram and Luo Book were stolen by the Kunpeng Demon Master. Distracted, the ancient heavenly Emperor Dijun ultimately fell victim to the self-detonation of a primordial witch. Yi Wuchen had no intention of venturing to the ancient battlefield ruins, yet the system had bestowed upon him the axis of the great array of the heavenly stars. Did the system presume I would go to the ancient battlefield ruins? Or did it fear I would not go, thereby enhancing the reward? But I've already claimed the reward, and even if I do not go, what can it do to me? Yi Wuchen pondered. The rewards provided by this system were decidedly targeted. The great array of the heavenly stars is capable of sealing saints. With the River Diagram and Luo Book in his possession, he could single-handedly lay down a formation capable of ensnaring even a saint. Forget it. I shall first observe the tasks of the system. Yi Wuchen shook his head. The River Diagram and the Luo Book are indeed exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Even with the system, this is the foremost of his endeavors. Task: to transcend the remnants of the ancient heavenly sovereign, Emperor Jun. In ancient times, although Emperor Jun perished in the war between the witches and the demons, his remnants did not entirely dissipate, instead lingering in the depths of the ancient battlefield ruins. As time flowed, the remnants of Emperor Jun became aware of the great changes in the world. Witnessing the demon race transform from the mightiest of species to mere vassals of various clans. Unwilling to accept this fate, he ultimately became a wisp of obsession, wandering within the ruins, unable to transcend. Yi Wuchen gazed at the task issued by the system, his brow slightly furrowed. Transcending the remnants of Emperor Jun seems to be a daunting task. It is not as simple as it appears. After all, Emperor Jun was the ancient heavenly emperor. Even as a mere remnant, his power is not something an ordinary immortal could contend with. Moreover, the ancient battlefield ruins are fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable disaster. System, I believe I shall bide my time. Perhaps after a few hundred years, when I have attained sainthood, I shall undertake this task. Yi Wuchen sighed helplessly. Though he had yet to determine the path to sainthood, he was certain that in 300 to 500 years, regardless of the path he chose, he could achieve it. Shaking his head, Yi Wuchen turned his gaze towards the River Diagram and the Luo Book. This supreme, innate treasure can serve not only as the focal point of the grand array of the celestial bodies, but also to deduce the myriad of things. In the days that followed, Yi Wuchen secluded himself, dedicating his efforts to comprehending the mysteries of the River Diagram and the Luo Book. Chapter 75. The grand array of the celestial bodies is broken. The ruins of the ancient battlefield, the River Diagram and the Luo Book, the remnants of Emperor Jun abruptly halted, murmuring unintelligibly. After countless eons, that familiar aura surged into his perception once more, instantly awakening long-sealed memories. This innate spiritual treasure was birthed alongside him in the chaos, his closest companion. They traversed through countless ages, witnessing the transformations of the primordial world. With its power, Emperor Jun established the ancient heavenly court that commanded respect from all directions. However, fate is often rife with cruel twists. In the devastating war between the witches and the demons, everything was destroyed in an instant. The River Diagram and the Luo Book were stolen by the treacherous Kunpeng, leading to the demon race losing their most formidable support, resulting in mutual destruction. Every recollection of this event fills Emperor Jun's heart with regret and unwillingness. At this moment, that faint yet distinct aura reached him, causing his remnants to tremble with excitement. If he could reclaim the River Diagram and the Luo Book, he would surely rend Kunpeng into 1,000 pieces, avenging his past humiliation. The figure of Emperor Jun transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the outskirts of the ancient battlefield ruins. Yet, just as he was about to cross the boundary, an invisible wall ensnared him, imprisoning him firmly in place. He was unwilling to accept defeat, attempting again and again, exhausting every conceivable method, yet that force remained utterly unyielding. as if it were a cosmic law decreeing his inability to leave this place. In desperation, Emperor Jun disregarded his own frailty and fervently called upon the river map and Luo book. His voice was imbued with urgency and yearning, for that was his final glimmer of hope. However, even as he expended the last vestiges of his strength, the river map and Luo book did not respond. Memories surged in his mind like a relentless tide, the splendor and glory of establishing the celestial court, the anguish and bitterness following the defeat in the war of the witches and demons, all vividly replaying before his eyes. Meanwhile, trapped within the great formation of the astral circles, Su Qianqian acutely sensed the shift in the array. What was happening? She pondered in silence. Yet she understood that, regardless of the unfolding events, this was the opportune moment for escape. Without hesitation, Su Qianqian invoked secret arts, channeling her full strength against the restraints of the formation. As Emperor Jun's lingering soul weakened from overexertion, the great formation of the astral circles dimmed, providing her the chance to successfully break free. At this moment, Emperor Jun's residual spirit had grown exceedingly frail. Maintaining his form became a formidable challenge, let alone preventing Su Qianqian's escape. Ha! The destiny of the Chosen One is indeed extraordinary. Even I find it difficult to confine. His laughter was tinged with both resignation and bitterness. Once, he could not evade the machinations of fate. Now, he found himself incapable of restraining even a mere child of destiny. On another front, Wuchen, holding the river map and Luo book, endeavored to refine it. Yet, he sensed that the river map and Luo book seemed to possess a will of their own, yearning to break free from his grasp. Wuchen confined the surrounding space to prevent this primordial treasure from escaping. Do not move, he commanded softly. The river map and Luo book appeared to comprehend his words. After a slight tremor, it fell silent. System, how does the river map and Luo book possess self-awareness? Wuchen inquired in his mind. Master, the river map and Luo book has sensed its original master calling for it, the system replied. Its original master, Emperor Jun? Wuchen's brow furrowed upon hearing this. This river map and Luo book was an exceptional primordial treasure. If it resisted acknowledging him as its master, thoroughly refining it into his own artifact would be exceedingly difficult. Am I truly destined to venture into the ruins of the ancient battlefield? Wuchen musit alod. He understood that the system would go to great lengths to ensure he fulfilled his tasks. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved against visiting the ancient battlefield ruins. Firmly deciding that until he achieved sanctification, he would not seek out Emperor Jun, he abandoned the notion of adventure and began to contemplate his path to enlightenment. After extensive and profound deliberation, he ultimately chose to validate his path through strength. To validate the path through strength is the most domineering, yet the most challenging route to sanctification. Its essence lies in breaking free from the constraints of heavenly laws with one's own power, forcibly forging a path that belongs solely to oneself. Although this journey is fraught with peril, it offers unparalleled advantages that other paths to enlightenment cannot match. The validation through strength requires no reliance on innate spiritual treasures, merits, or the acknowledgement of celestial laws. It solely hinges on the individual's might to transcend limitations. Furthermore, those who pursue this path possess a foundation as profound as chaos itself, with every gesture imbued with the power of annihilation. Among the myriad paths of enlightenment, the prowess of combat stands unrivaled. Once successful, Wuchen will transcend the cycles of causality dictated by the primordial heavenly order, no longer subject to the whims of fate or the constraints of destiny, and may even rewrite the very rules of the universe. The severance of the three corpses and the attainment of sanctity through merits necessitate external assistance to sever attachments. In contrast, those who validate through strength forcibly shatter the limits and defy heavenly regulations. Wuchen, endowed with a celestial body and bolstered by a system, requires merely a few more decades of perseverance to achieve corporeal sanctity. Although he may not rival true saints, he can remain invincible beneath their shadow. Simultaneously, within the ancient battlefield ruins, a crimson figure emerges. The visitor is none other than the Crimson Sky Exorcist, the revered celestial. What transpires here? How could the great celestial array have been breached? The brow of the exorcist furrows in concern. He had instructed Bing Luan to bring Su Qianqian to the ancient battlefield ruins solely to lure Wuchen. Yet unexpectedly, the great celestial array of Emperor Jun failed to ensnare Su Qianqian. Who dares approach? Emperor June's voice is laced with icy disdain upon seeing the celestial. Crimson sky. The celestial responds. With a cold snort, Emperor June inquires, "What brings you here? Do you intend to take advantage of my weakness?" The exorcist notices the significant frailty of Emperor June's remnant soul, furrowing his brow in concern. He had been monitoring the situation, yet failed to perceive any grand battle occurring. Could it indeed be, as he suspected, the work of the enigmatic Wuchen? If so, the power of Wuchen must be terrifying to have effortlessly dismantled the great celestial array. This thought deepens the gravity of the exorcist's expression. Shaking his head, the Crimson Sky exorcist questions, "Why have you become so feeble? Has someone attacked you?" With a scoff, Emperor June offers no reply. The exorcist's gaze sharpens as he deduces the cause. The river map and the Luo book? Have they emerged into the world? He is acutely aware of the formidable power of the river map and the Luo book if he could claim them for himself. He might surpass the venerable Xianxing ancestor and be the first to tread the path of sanctification. In that instant, a surge of greed ignites within him. As he privately schemes to extract information about the river map and the Luo book from Emperor June, Chapter 76, Fragments of the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the ancient battlefield ruins, after successfully escaping the confines of the great celestial array, Su Qianqian does not hasten to leave. She senses a voice within the ruins calling out to her. Should she choose to depart at this moment, she might very well regret it for the rest of her life. As Su Qianqian ventured deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly bizarre. A thick, black mist enveloped the sky, while ominous rumblings occasionally resonated from the ground. Stepping cautiously, Su Qianqian heightened her senses, remaining vigilant to every sound around her. Suddenly, she detected the sounds of a fierce battle ahead. Intrigued, she quickened her pace. Upon approaching, the scene before her left her astounded. In the distant valley, two shadowy figures were locked in a fierce confrontation. One was a woman clad in a flowing black robe, her beauty striking yet her gaze emanating a chilling murderous intent. The violent aura she exuded suggested she belonged to the demon clan. The other was a man, also dressed in black, possessing handsome features and an ethereal demeanor. Yet he radiated an unsettling presence. Realizing the ghostly energy surrounding him, Su Qianqian understood he was a ghost immortal. Beneath their clash hovered a fragment of rusted bronze, ancient and imbued with the weight of history. The Eastern Emperor Bell. Su Qianqian exclaimed instinctively, bewildered by her own recognition of this legendary treasure. The Eastern Emperor Bell, an unparalleled artifact from ancient times, wielded the formidable power to suppress the heavens. Though merely a fragment, it was sufficient to attract countless immortals. Su Qianqian felt that the voice calling to her emanated from this very fragment. Just then, the piece of the Eastern Emperor Bell flew directly into her hand. This sudden turn of events instantly alerted both the ghost immortal and the demoness, who ceased their conflict and turned their gaze towards Su Qianqian. Their eyes, now filled with hostility, bore down upon her. "Who are you? Be sensible and relinquish what you hold, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," the ghost immortal warned her. Taking a deep breath, Su Qianqian suppressed her rising anxiety. She recognized that neither of these individuals were to be trifled with. Their cultivation was on par with her own. To obtain the fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell, she would undoubtedly have to endure a fierce battle. "This object is fated to be mine. I cannot comply," Su Qianqian declared resolutely. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of both adversaries darkened momentarily. "In that case, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," the demoness cried, launching the first attack. Her black longsword surged with demonic energy, hurtling towards Su Qianqian. Just as she prepared to employ her agility to evade the incoming assault, the fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell emitted a gentle white light, shattering the approaching demonic energy. The unexpected development left everyone present in stunned silence. The fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell had actively defended its bearer. How is this possible? The Eastern Emperor Bell is the innate spiritual treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai. How could it recognize a human as its master? This cannot be. The demoness murmured in disbelief. The demonic maiden, named Songming, is regarded as the saintess of the demon clan. The demon lord, Jidu, divined the existence of ancient battlefield relics, foreseeing the emergence of a treasured artifact, and thus summoned her to embark on a quest for its retrieval. After arduous efforts, Songming finally located a shard of the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, before she could secure it, her endeavor was interrupted by the holy son of the Ghost Clan, Jiuyu. Consequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Just as their confrontation raged on without a clear victor, the shard of the Eastern Emperor Bell flew into the embrace of another, recognizing her as its master. Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the shard allegiance, but quickly regained her composure. Grasping the shard tightly, her eyes sparkled with delight. Jiuyu narrowed his eyes, acknowledging that the shard had chosen her. Yet he declared that it would ultimately belong to him today. With that, he formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy that manifested into ominous claws reaching towards Su Qianqian. As the claws approached, a chilling aura enveloped her. Once again, the shard of the Eastern Emperor Bell erupted in fierce flames, incinerating the ghostly claws to ash. The Golden Crow, sacred fire. How is this possible? This is merely a fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Why does it possess the Golden Crow, sacred fire? Jiuyu exclaimed in disbelief. During the War of Witches and Demons, the Eastern Emperor Bell was shattered into 9 pieces. The Queen of the Underworld, Hutu, possesses one such piece. However, to his knowledge, the shard in Hutu's possession does not contain the Golden Crow, sacred fire. Dijun looked upon the arrogant demeanor of the Qishao, Zhanxia, heavenly sovereign, with disdain, reflecting on how an inconspicuous little demon from his past had transformed into a primordial golden immortal. Dijun let out a cold scoff. Dijun, where are the Hichu and Luoshu now? If you can inform me of their whereabouts, I shall ensure the demise of the Kunpeng demon master. The Qishao Zhanxia heavenly sovereign seemed unfazed by this, instead directly inquiring about the location of the Hichu and Luoshu. You wish to know where the Hichu and Luoshu are? First, you must eliminate the Kunpeng demon master, and then I shall divulge the information to you, Dijun replied. Upon hearing this, the Qishao Zhanxia heavenly sovereign's expression darkened. Though the Kunpeng demon master may not possess formidable strength, he excelled at evasion. Unless one attained sainthood, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish him. Alternatively, one might deduce the Kunpeng demon master's whereabouts using the Hichu and Luoshu, thereby gaining an opportunity to eliminate him. Dijun remained unmoved, asserting that anyone could speak empty words. If you truly possess sincerity, you must first demonstrate tangible action. Enraged, the Qishao Zhanxia heavenly sovereign was about to erupt when the distant sounds of a fierce battle drew his attention. This presence belonged to the Eastern Emperor Bell, accompanied by the Golden Crow, sacred fire. The remnants of Dijun's soul sensed that familiar aura, compelling him to investigate. In the aftermath of the Longhan catastrophe, he had co-founded the Heavenly Court with the Eastern Emperor Tai. Under their leadership, the demon clan's power flourished, gradually becoming the dominant force across the vast wilderness. However, as the saying goes, prosperity begets decline. With the formidable rise of the demon race, it appears that the mysterious laws of heaven sensed a threat and began to covertly conspire against them. Seizing the opportunity while he and Donghuang Tai were in seclusion, the laws instigated a war between the Wu and the Yao clans. As the conflict escalated, all races became embroiled in the turmoil. The 12 ancestors of Wu launched an assault on the heavenly court, while he and Donghuang Tai utilized the He-Tu and Luo-Shu to safeguard the celestial realm. However, at a critical juncture, the Kunpeng demon master audaciously stole the He-Tu and Luo-Shu. In the end, to protect the future of the demon race, he and Donghuang Tai resolved to perish together with the 12 ancestors of Wu. The Donghuang Bell was also shattered into 9 pieces during that cataclysmic battle, its whereabouts becoming unknown. Thus concluded the War of Wu and Yao, leaving the primordial lands in disarray. The myriad races dwindled, and the human race began to ascend. Chapter 77. The Flesh Becomes Sacred. Yi Wuchen intended to follow the path of proving the Tao through strength, yet his lifestyle remained largely unchanged. Each day, he awoke naturally and brought various rare treasures to the Qiming restaurant, allowing the culinary master Lin Zhengxiang to prepare them. After completing these tasks, he would return to his courtyard to rest beneath the tree of enlightenment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he would again appear at the Qiming restaurant. If there were guests at the restaurant, he would share the elixirs and spiritual herbs he had earned. If there were no guests, he would indulge in the dishes prepared by Lin Zhengxiang. Time swiftly passed, and over 3 years had elapsed, yet the business of the Qiming restaurant saw little change. Aside from the frequent patron Cheng Tang, the establishment might go half a month without a single visitor. No wonder Lin Zhengxiang remarked that running a restaurant in the celestial realm was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen's cultivation steadily advanced. One day, he elevated his cultivation to the 8th or 9th level of the Xiangong. With this surge in power, his body underwent extraordinary transformations. Have I attained the sacred flesh? Yi Wuchen marveled, sensing that his body had seemingly transcended its limits. Initially, he had believed it would take over a decade to achieve such a state. To his astonishment, after merely 3 years, his physical form could rival that of Saint. He had seriously underestimated the divine nature of his celestial body. A physique comparable to the foremost celestial body in the realm was indeed extraordinary. Yi Wuchen gazed down at his form, feeling the potent energy capable of forging chaos within him. If bestowed with the divine acts of creation, he could carve out a small world within the void of chaos. His once fair skin now radiated a faint golden glow. Yi Wuchen even sensed that his blood had transformed into a sacred golden hue. He raised his left hand, and as he gently clenched his fist, the fabric of space trembled. The flesh had indeed become sacred. Just as Yi Wuchen reveled in his newfound power, the will of heaven detected his aura. A sense of impending danger surged from the depths of his heart. Was heaven preparing to unleash a tribulation? Yi Wuchen turned his gaze toward the celestial expanse, seemingly scrutinizing the laws of heaven. At the moment of his ascension, the tribulation sent down by heaven had merely been the weakest of the 9 heavenly tribulations. Yet now, he has attained a corporeal sanctity, and the heavens seem to be enraged. His creation celestial body is not weaker than the foremost celestial body of the celestial realm, the Hongmeng celestial body. Yi Wuchen's figure shifted, appearing deep within the chaos of the outer heavens. In the depths of the chaos, the gale howled, and golden light swirled around him like glazed glass. The once tranquil void suddenly split open, revealing 9 chasms, each reverberating with thunder that made the stars tremble. This was not the 9-9 thunder tribulation, nor was it the primordial cataclysm. Yi Wuchen's pupils constricted sharply. This was the heavenly opening thunder tribulation. As he sensed the terrifying aura, cold sweat broke out in his heart. From his understanding, the heavenly opening thunder tribulation was the most formidable of all tribulations. During the tribulation, one must endure the invasion of chaotic energy and a rejection of the laws of heaven and earth. Before Yi Wuchen could respond, purple lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. The first bolt of thunder was none other than the purple sky, divine thunder from the dawn of creation. A pillar of lightning as thick as a mountain crashing into Yi Wuchen's chest. The protective golden light surrounding him shattered with a tremendous explosion. Yi Wuchen s'était get it, Bakirt. A trickle of golden blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, while chaotic energy surged around him like a vortex. Caught off guard, I failed to evade. Yi Wuchen wiped the golden blood from his mouth, activating the 8-9 profound art to its utmost limit. The shattered golden light recoalesced, manifesting a 3-meter-tall golden body behind him. 3,000 thunder dragons emerged from the void, forming a chaotic, killing formation that encircled him. The second wave of the thunder tribulation followed closely. Each thunder dragon bore a chain inscribed with runes, the ends of which culminated in the eyes of the primordial thunder. Yi Wuchen's golden body radiated dazzling light, the primal power of his creation, celestial body, surging within the manifestation. Break! Yi Wuchen's golden body deliver punch. The force enveloped in creation, celestial energy. The thunder dragons wailed as they disintegrated, yet the dispersing lightning suddenly coalesced into the phantom of an ancient thunder pool. From this pool rose a giant clad in the armor of the Thunder Emperor, wielding a square-headed halberd, striking down with force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing shattered the chaos for miles around. Yi Wuchen's arms were left bloodied and mangled, yet where the golden blood fell, azure lotuses blossomed. These lotuses, tainted with creation energy, evolved into innate spiritual treasures. The transformed azure lotuses were engulfed by the surrounding chaotic energy, awaiting a destined individual. Meanwhile, the giant cloaked in the Thunder Emperor's armor was shattered by a single punch from Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen was greatly astonished. Each subsequent wave of the thunder tribulation was more ferocious than the last. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, creation celestial energy continuously surging forth to mend his injuries. At that moment, the third wave of the thunder tribulation began to brew, as countless ancient runes materialized in the sky. These runes intertwined to form a towering golden pyramid of thunder symbols, slowly descending upon Yi Wuchen. Taking a deep breath, Yi Wuchen fused the powers of the 8-9 profound art and his creation celestial body to their peak state. He formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. while the 3-meter golden body manifestation suddenly expanded to a height of 10,000 meters. The manifestation raised its hands to support the descending thunder symbol pyramid. For a moment, the two forces remained locked in a stalemate. Yi Wuchen gritted his teeth and persevered, only to discover that the chaotic energy surrounding him sought to assimilate him into the very chaos itself. Moreover, the various celestial laws he had cultivated intertwined and ensnared him. Indeed, the heavenly thunder tribulation was formidable. Yet, he remained undaunted. He was no longer the weakest cultivator in the lower realm. At this moment, he possessed the strongest physique in the celestial realm, embodying unparalleled talent. Not merely a sage, but surpassing one. Break, Yevank Belovit, unleashing the full power of his transformative celestial body. The laws that bound him were instantly torn asunder, while the chaotic energy surrounding him was repelled for millions of miles. His towering Dharma form finally sent the pyramid of thunder symbols back into the void, causing it to dissipate. At that moment, it seemed the tribulation had exhausted its strength, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed. Yi Wuchen sighed in relief. Though battered and bruised, he had successfully navigated through this unprecedented heavenly tribulation. He knew he had attained the status of a saint in physical form. Upon returning to the small town, it was just at dawn. The eastern sky was beginning to blush with the first light of day, as a radiant red sun slowly ascended from the distant horizon. Its glow gradually bathed the earth, adorning the entire windy town with a splendid crimson veil. Yi Wuchen first instructed Zi to bring extra celestial delicacies to the dreamy cuisine today. Once the arrangements were made, he reclined in the Grand Master chair beneath the enlightenment tree. He gazed at the sun breaking the dawn, relishing the sensation of the rising day. Having spent 3 years in Windy Town, he had never observed the morning with such earnestness until today. Though it was the same Windy Town, it appeared even more beautiful in Yi Wuchen's eyes today. The growth in his strength had profoundly transformed his heart. Previously, though he was a primordial golden immortal, his power was still rivaled by many. Yet now, as a saint in physical form, he stood invincible beneath the saints. Chapter 78, An Invitation to Hell. Lin Jingxiang received the celestial delicacies from Zi at the dreamy cuisine, somewhat surprised. Usually, the ingredients were personally delivered by Yi Wuchen, the great proprietor. It was the first time Zi had brought the ingredients alone. Zi, today's ingredients are so abundant. Is Boss Lin pleased? Lin Jingxiang inquired curiously. Yes. Today Brother Yi is very happy and said he wanted to add a dish to celebrate. Zi replied cheerfully. For her brother's happiness meant her own. All right, just watch me, Lin Jingxiang responded, equally elated. Over the past few years, he had been able to use various celestial delicacies for his cooking daily, deepening his understanding of the culinary arts. 3 years ago, Lin Jingxiang was merely at the early stage of the true immortal realm. Now, he had already stepped into the mid-stage of true immortality. The process of cooking daily was akin to enlightenment, allowing his cultivation to progress rapidly. He could discern that Yi Wuchen regarded him as a partner. However, in truth, it was merely Yi Wuchen's insatiable appetite that prompted the establishment of this restaurant, rather than a desire to retain him as a personal chef. This establishment, apart from the connoisseur Cheng Tang, attracted only a handful of patrons throughout the year. Lin Jingxiang held immense gratitude towards Yi Wuchen, for one must understand that transcending the culinary realm poses far greater challenges than navigating the myriad paths of existence. Upon witnessing the departure of Zi, Lin Jingxiang commenced preparing the ingredients. Many of these ingredients possessed levels of cultivation surpassing his own. In a direct confrontation, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, they were all confined, rendering them powerless against his whims. With practiced precision, Lin Jingxiang grasped the kitchen knife, and in a flicker of blade light, the ingredients were transformed into suitable shapes. As noon approached, and with no guests in sight, he began to prepare dinner. He first introduced a celestial herb, radiating a cool azure glow, into the pot, instantly infusing it with a refreshing spiritual aura. Methodically, he added the remaining ingredients, each one eliciting a unique wave of spiritual energy, harmoniously blending without interference. As the cooking progressed, the kitchen became enveloped in an enticing aroma. Lin Jingxiang was wholly absorbed, skillfully executing his culinary artistry with impeccable timing and precise seasoning. At last, exquisite dishes emerged, artfully arranged, their presentation akin to masterpieces, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy. Just then, Cheng Tang entered the Qiming restaurant with 2 companions. Upon catching a whiff of the extraordinary fragrance, Chung Tang's eyes sparkled with delight. He eagerly ventured into the kitchen, unable to resist sampling a piece. As he savored the dish, he exclaimed, "Zhengxiang, my dear brother, your culinary skills are surely on the verge of reaching the divine realm." Lin Zhengxiang, taken aback by Chung Tang's unexpected visit, pondered why he had come today, as it was not the customary time for his arrival. Nevertheless, he responded with a smile, "I owe this achievement to Brother Ye's provision of exceptional ingredients." Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen arrived, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Before stepping into the restaurant, he spotted Chung Tang and his companions. "Brother Chung," he greeted. "Boss Yi," he continued as he entered the establishment, glancing at the two individuals accompanying Chung Tang, raising an eyebrow slightly. For the past 3 years, Chung Tang had consistently frequented the Qiming restaurant on specific days, without fail. Yet, he had never brought along his fellow disciples, suggesting that something unusual had transpired. "These two are my senior brothers, Zhao Lin and Su He," Chung Tang promptly introduced. "Honored to meet you, esteemed immortals. If it pleases you, please join me in tasting the specialties of my Qiming restaurant." Yi Wuchen invited everyone to take a seat. Once the immortals were seated, Chung Tang spoke up, "Brother Yi, are you aware that malevolent spirits have become rampant in the mortal realm, with countless vengeful souls trapped in the depths of hell?" He recounted the dire circumstances plaguing the world. Upon hearing Chung Tang's words, Yi Wuchen's expression grew serious, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Before entering the celestial realm, he too had dealt with some malevolent spirits. The formidable power of malevolent spirits is secondary. The primary concern is that beings from the 6 realms, upon their demise, transform into ghosts and descend into hell. Once their grievances accumulate sufficiently, they can metamorphose into vengeful spirits, perpetuating a relentless cycle. According to Chung Tang, the mortal realm has become akin to a hellish purgatory. Vengeful spirits breach the gates of the ghost realm and wreak havoc upon the world, leaving devastation in their wake. Countless towns have been reduced to ruins, with the populace displaced and families shattered. These formidable spirits, both numerous and powerful, are beyond the capacity of mortal cultivators to contend with. To eradicate the calamity of hell, one must journey into its depths to confront the source. The celestial realm has dispatched numerous immortals to suppress the chaos in hell, yet most have vanished without a trace. Zhao Bing clenched his fists, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. The suffering of mankind is rampant, and innumerable souls in hell endure torment. We as immortals must rescue the masses from this abyss. Su He and Chung Tang nodded in agreement. "Brother Yi, your cultivation has also reached the golden immortal stage. Why not accompany us to hell and liberate the tormented souls?" Zhao Bing turned his gaze towards Yi Wuchen. "Alas, my cultivation is still rudimentary. I have only recently broken through to golden immortal, and my foundation is not yet solidified." Yi Wuchen promptly shook his head. It is uncommon for one to be compelled to descend into hell upon their first meeting. He held no fear of ordinary ghostly immortals. Yet he was acutely aware that within hell resided the Earth Mother, the ancestral deity Hutu. For the sake of cosmic balance, Hutu relinquished her identity as an ancestral witch, embodying the 6 realms and establishing the rules of reincarnation, allowing souls to traverse the cycle of life and death based on their earthly deeds, whether to be reborn as humans or to enter one of the other 5 realms. This cycle ensured the continuity of life and the stabilization of the order of existence. Even within hell, a sage would not stand a chance against Hutu. He, merely a mortal who had attained sanctity, was far from being a true sage. Perhaps the recent upheaval in the ghost realm was incited by a sage's hand. This turbulent water is not one I am equipped to navigate at this moment. What a pity. Chung Tang observed Yi Wuchen's refusal and shook his head with a wry smile. Every additional person adds strength. The group fell into a moment of silence, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Zhao Lin, Su He, and Chung Tang felt regret over Yi Wuchen's rejection but refrained from pressuring him. Chung Tang sighed in resignation, stating, "Since Brother Yi harbors concerns, we shall not insist. However, the calamity afflicting the mortal realm cannot be delayed any longer." Zhao Lin rose, his gaze unwavering as he proclaimed, "As immortals, we bear the sacred duty of safeguarding all lives. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, we shall forge ahead." So he nodded slightly, determination radiating from his eyes. "Indeed, even if it is only the 3 of us, we shall exert our utmost efforts to rescue those suffering souls." Lin Zhengxiang, listening from the sidelines, felt a profound admiration swell within him. Though he was merely a humble cook, he possessed a profound understanding of the sufferings of the world. Observing the noble demeanor of several celestial beings, he felt a deep sense of emotion welling within him. Esteemed immortals, although my cultivation is modest and I may not be of great assistance, should you require my help, please do not hesitate to ask, Lin Zhengxiang spoke earnestly. Dear brother Zhengxiang, we appreciate your heartfelt intentions. Rest assured, focus on your culinary delights here at the Dreamy Cuisine. And once we have traversed the depths of hell to liberate the tormented souls, we shall savor your exquisite dishes, Cheng Tang replied with a smile, patting Lin Zhengxiang on the shoulder. Chapter 79, Entering the Ancient Battlefield Remains. After bidding farewell to the three, Yi Wuchen did not return to his courtyard as he usually would. He was acutely aware that, at present, malevolent spirits were rampant, wreaking havoc without restraint. The human race was flourishing, reaching unprecedented heights, which incited trepidation among the myriad of races, fearing that humanity might indeed become the unparalleled sovereign of existence. Consequently, various factions set aside their grievances and united in an effort to suppress the human race's momentum. Among these coalitions, the ghostly, demonic, and divine clans stood as the most formidable forces. The Ghost Clan, centered around the underworld, relentlessly expanded its territory within the realm of shadows. Bolstered by the protection of Lady Hutu, the Demon Clan, represented by the venerable ancestor of the River of Souls and his Azura kin, thrived in the Sea of Blood. Though the Divine Clan was few in number, its members were ancient and their power should not be underestimated. Yi Wuchen, fearing for his life, wished to remain uninvolved in this calamity. Presently, the major powers of the celestial realm were descending to save the world and accrue abundant merits. The three golden immortals dispatched by the Yunmeng sect were merely scouting the path. Once they established a foothold, the sect would continuously send more immortals into hell to guide countless vengeful spirits. Yi Wuchen's gaze transcended the boundaries of the celestial and mortal realms. Following the figures of Cheng Tang and the others, he witnessed them entering the mortal realm, liberating that domain from malevolent spirits before stepping through the gates of the ghost realm into hell. Slowly, Yi Wuchen withdrew his gaze, refraining from following them into the abyss. He understood that this was each of their respective paths of cultivation. Should they endure until the day he attained sainthood, perhaps he would have the opportunity to save them at a critical moment. With a contemplative demeanor, Yi Wuchen made his way back to his modest courtyard. Beep. Anomaly detected in the underworld. System issuing a task. Please proceed to the underworld to rescue Lady Hutu and stabilize the cycle of reincarnation. Task reward, Heart of Pangu. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Yi Wuchen's mind once more. He mused, furrowing his brow. The system had issued another task, even though he had yet to complete the previous one. Why was the system so trusting? Did it not fear he would disregard this task, as he had the last? However, upon reviewing the nature of the newly assigned mission, he fell into deep contemplation once again. The once revered Hutu, the embodiment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, has been ensnared by the heavenly Tao, plunging the underworld into chaos. Those beings fated to traverse the cycle of reincarnation now find themselves bereft of the path to rebirth, forced to wander the mortal realm as vengeful spirits, wreaking havoc upon humanity. The heart of the Panga deity is indeed a splendid reward, yet the arduous nature of the task renders it seemingly insurmountable. The machinations of the heavenly Tao are beyond my current capabilities. Yi Wuchen gazed upon the bountiful rewards presented by the system, shaking his head in resignation. The tasks issued by this system have grown increasingly absurd. Nevertheless, having attained a corporeal sanctity, perhaps I might accomplish the previous task assigned by the system. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yi Wuchen set forth toward the ancient battlefield's ruins. Once he resolved the remnants of Emperor Jun's soul, the He Tu and Luo Shu should acknowledge him as their master. As he pondered this, his figure materialized within the ancient battlefield's ruins. Upon witnessing the remnants of this site, Yi Wuchen was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura of slaughter. Countless years have passed since the Great War, yet the atmosphere of carnage still lingers. This palpable essence of bloodshed allowed Yi Wuchen to envision the ferocity of the battles that once transpired here. Moments later, Yi Wuchen's spiritual awareness expanded, capturing the entirety of the ruins within his perception. In scanning the surroundings, he discerned a familiar figure, Su Qianqian. What brings her here? Yi Wuchen murmured to himself. Following the direction of his spiritual awareness, he observed Su Qianqian standing behind a red-haired elder, clutching a fragment of bronze and solemnly regarding the assembled crowd. The elder, with a grave expression, faced three formidable figures, the two sides seemingly locked in a standoff. Yi Wuchen's awareness swiftly swept over the trio, instantaneously revealing their identities. These three figures were external incarnations belonging to the Ghost Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Divine Clan, respectively. Like a beacon in the darkness, Yi Wuchen's essence attracted their attention. The individuals began to extend their own spiritual awareness towards him. Among the powerful present, only the red-haired elder had previously encountered Yi Wuchen. Unfortunately, the veil of the divine concealment cloaked Yi Wuchen's true cultivation level from their sight. While they could not discern his realm, they felt the profound essence of his spiritual awareness, comparable to that of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Yi Wuchen, exclaimed the evil-slaying heavenly sovereign, Qi Xiao, upon spotting Yi Wuchen's presence, his surprise palpable. He had intended to use Su Qianqian to lure Yi Wuchen out, hoping to prevent interference in his schemes. However, he had not anticipated the timely emergence of He Tu and Luo Shu, which significantly diminished the power of Emperor Jun's residual soul, allowing Su Qianqian to escape with ease. Just as he contemplated seeking out Emperor Jun to inquire about He Tu and Luo Shu, Su Qianqian produced a fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell. This piece was the most critical among the 9 fragments of the Eastern Emperor Bell, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure rivaling the might of He Tu and Luo Shu. Even though it has been shattered now, it remains superior to many exquisite, innate treasures, should one be able to refine it and gather the 9 fragments. At the very least, half of its former might could be restored. Qi Xiao, the slayer of evil, was on the verge of acquiring this fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Yet the young scion of the Demon Clan and the young progeny of the Ghost Clan both had quasi-saint guardians not weaker than himself. If only 2 quasi-saint avatars were present, he would have felt no fear. However, the sudden emergence of a quasi-saint avatar from the Divine Clan brought the situation to a standstill. Upon realizing his exposure, Yi Wuchen ceased to conceal himself and appeared before the assembly. What a lively gathering, he remarked with a light chuckle. Had he not been revealed, he might have continued to remain hidden. Who dares approach? Bellowed the avatar of Demon Sovereign Ji Du at this proclamation. All eyes turned towards Yi Wuchen. The Demon Clan, the Ghost Clan, and the Divine Clan. Should you depart now, I might spare you, Yi Wuchen declared with an air of dominance, without providing a direct answer. His words struck like thunder, plunging the entire scene into a profound silence. Everyone present was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that this unexpected figure would dare to utter such bold proclamations? They had existed since before the heavens were forged. An arrogant whelp, unaware of the vastness of the world, dares to be so audacious, sneered the Ghost Clan's Yomi demon sovereign, his countenance dark as water. Indeed, when we were renowned across the realm, you were likely still nursing, remarked a certain powerful figure of the Divine Clan, his expression rife with disdain. Chapter 80, A Blow for a Blow. Upon seeing Yi Wuchen's appearance, Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled. She had not anticipated seeing him again so soon. Could it be that he sensed my peril and came to rescue me? She pondered silently. She held little faith in her ancestor, Qi Xiao, the slayer of evil. If he had the confidence to defeat these 3 adversaries, he would not have been stalemated for 3 years. Moreover, the way he gazed at the fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell filled Su Qianqian's heart with trepidation. His unabashed scrutiny made her quite uncomfortable. With Yi Wuchen's arrival, her safety was now assured. Facing the derision of the crowd, Yi Wuchen maintained a serene demeanor, a faint smile lingering on his lips. If all 3 were to come in their true forms, he might have to exert considerable effort. However, as they were mere avatars, they were insignificant in his eyes. Since you choose not to leave, then remain, Yi Wuchen scoffed. He then struck out with a palm towards the Ghost Clan's formidable warrior. In an instant, a golden palm manifested, enveloping the avatar of Yomi, Demon Sovereign. Trifling skills. The Yomi Demon Sovereign scoffed upon seeing this. As a peaked quasi-saint, he was not to be underestimated. Yomi Ghost Claw, he shouted, unleashing his ultimate technique. With a resounding clash, the golden palm collided with the black Ghost Claw. The black phantom claw shattered instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, the specter of the netherworld was drenched in cold sweat. astonished that his ultimate technique was rendered utterly ineffective before the might of that golden palm. Undeterred, the golden palm continued its advance towards the specter of the netherworld. With a resounding crash, the golden palm struck the specter, resulting in a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, the specter had been reduced to ashes. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Although it was merely an avatar of the specter, it still possessed a substantial fraction of the original's power. The avatar of the demon sovereign, Jidu, stiffened, an expression of wariness flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the sudden arrival of this individual would wield such formidable strength. "Who are you?" The avatar of the demon sovereign inquired, feigning calmness, for he had never heard of such a figure since the dawn of chaos. Wuchen did not respond. Instead, he unleashed another punch towards the avatar of the demon sovereign. The golden fist reappeared, arriving before Jidu in the blink of an eye. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the avatar of the demon sovereign was obliterated in an instant. Qi Xiao, the exterminator of evil, gazed at Wuchen, his heart filled with dread. He had initially believed that Wuchen, by keeping a low profile, could not possess great strength. Otherwise, he would not have avoided confrontation. However, he was astounded to discover that when Wuchen finally revealed his power, it was enough to shake the heavens and make the spirits weep. The avatars of the specter of the netherworld and the demon sovereign had both been crushed by a single blow. After defeating the two avatars, Wuchen turned his attention to the avatar of the divine clan. This avatar was significantly stronger than the previous two. Otherwise, Qi Xiao would not have been rendered helpless. The divine clan avatar, sensing Wuchen's gaze, displayed no fear. I did not expect a being of such caliber to emerge from the human race. A fleshly embodiment of sanctity, the avatar of the divine clan proclaimed. He feigned composure, as if he had discerned all of Wuchen's capabilities and held the upper hand. Wuchen chuckled lightly. I had thought the divine clan possessed something unique. It seems you are merely a collection of extraordinary life forms. Through the avatar, Wuchen's gaze pierced deeper, seemingly perceiving its true essence. This avatar was entirely composed of fiery entities, embodying both substance and spirit. You should be aware that since time immemorial, all things rise to prominence only to decline, and the human race is no exception, the divine clan avatar asserted. At the avatar's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Wuchen's eyes. Decline? Perhaps the human race will falter in the future, but certainly not at this moment. Wuchen retorted with a cold laugh. No sooner had the words left his lips than his aura surged dramatically as he raised his right hand. The divine clan avatar's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a facade of calmness, bellowing, "If that is the case, then let me witness the capabilities of this sanctified being of the human race." With that, the divine clan avatar was engulfed in flames, swiftly morphing into a colossal fire serpent, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Wuchen. Wuchen maintained a serene expression, neither flinching nor retreating. As he clenched his right fist, a radiant golden light coalesced upon his fist before he unleashed a powerful strike. The golden fist collided with the fiery serpent, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. A formidable wave of energy surged forth, distorting the surrounding space. Despite the fierce impact, the fiery serpent twisted and contorted. It continued to struggle valiantly. Observing this, the avatar of the divine race revealed a glint of ruthlessness in its eyes, opening its massive jaws to swallow Wuchen whole. With this action, the flames surrounding the serpent intensified, and its form continued to swell. Su Qianqian watched the breathtaking battle unfold, her heart filled with trepidation. She gripped her fists tightly, her palms already drenched with perspiration. The evil-cutting heavenly sovereign, Qi Xiao, appeared equally astonished. He had never anticipated that this divine avatar would possess such overwhelming power. Even he would need to exert his full strength to contend with it. This was merely an avatar, yet it exuded such might. One could only wonder how formidable its true form must be. Wuchen sensed himself being consumed by the fiery serpent, yet his heart remained unusually tranquil. The innate divine fire sought to refine him, but his physical form was comparable to that of Sage. Intriguing, but this is where it ends. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wuchen's eyes as he let out a disdainful snort. With that, a burst of golden radiance enveloped him, and the fiery serpent was torn asunder. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the fiery serpent was obliterated, scattering into countless fragments of flame. Yi Wuchen emerged slowly from the blaze, unscathed. His gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the dispersing flames, his brow furrowing. Indeed, the techniques of the divine race were shrouded in mystery, capable of evading his grasp. While the serpent had swallowed him, the divine avatar had seized the opportunity to escape. Having dealt with the divine avatar, Yi Wuchen turned to face Su Qianqian and Qi Xiao, the evil-cutting heavenly sovereign. "Was it you who sought me through the art of divination?" Yi Wuchen inquired, his demeanor as cold as water. At this question, Qi Xiao was taken aback, instinctively retreating half a step. "I presume someone was plotting against my disciple, Su Qianqian, and thus conducted a divination. Unaware it was you," he stammered, trembling slightly. Yi Wuchen's strength was terrifying. Even a casual punch from him was nearly impossible to withstand, even for Qi Xiao, who was present in his true form. Unlike the three previous avatars, which, if vanquished, would merely suffer a slight depletion of energy and recover in no time. However, should he himself be defeated, it would be a matter of life and death. Chapter 81. The Legacy of Dongwang Tai. Yi Wuchen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon Qi Xiao. Su Qianqian had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the profound immortal realm, her foot already poised to step into the golden immortal realm. It was evident that her arrival at this ancient battlefield relic was orchestrated by Qi Xiao himself. This journey is fraught with peril. Even the quasi-saints of the Ghost Clan, Demon Clan, and Divine Clan do not dare to enter with their true forms. However, the celestial slicing evil lord, Qi Xiao, boldly ventures in, suggesting an intimate knowledge of this locale. If anyone harbors intentions to scheme against her, it is unlikely that anyone but you would dare to do so. Yi Wuchen scoffed at the celestial slicing evil lord. "You jest, for Qianqian is my beloved disciple. I cherish her dearly and would never conspire against her." The celestial slicing evil lord replied, suppressing the fear within and feigning composure. Seeing the oppressive atmosphere, Su Qianqian stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Yi, I am unscathed." She understood that her ancestral master might not harbor benevolent intentions. Yet, since her arrival in the immortal realm, she has been under the care of the Ice Phoenix Empress and has officially become her disciple. The fact that the celestial slicing evil lord is her ancestral master is unalterable. If she were to act against her merely based on a suspicion of ill intent, how would she differ from the wicked? Yi Wuchen cast a glance at Su Qianqian, furrowing his brow slightly, but refraining from further comment. He recognized her integrity. She would never engage in treachery against her own master. "Very well, I shall let this pass for now. Should I discover you plotting against her again, I will not hesitate to slay you," he warned, directing his gaze toward the celestial slicing evil lord. The celestial slicing evil lord breathed a sigh of relief, quickly casting a grateful look toward Su Qianqian. "I would never, absolutely never," he declared with a righteous demeanor. "Then why do you not take your leave?" Yi Wuchen commanded. At his words, the celestial slicing evil lord hastily departed. Once matters here were resolved, Yi Wuchen's gaze fell upon the fragment of the Eastern Emperor bell in Su Qianqian's hand. Regrettably, the bell had shattered into 9 pieces. Had it been whole, it might have piqued his interest. As it stood, the fragmented bell was of little value to him. Who would have thought the Eastern Emperor bell would recognize Sister Su as its master? Yi Wuchen remarked with a smile at Su Qianqian. "Since my arrival here, I have constantly heard a voice calling to me. It turns out to be the Eastern Emperor bell," Su Qianqian replied. "May I see the fragment of the Eastern Emperor bell you hold?" Yi Wuchen inquired. "Of course," Su Qianqian responded, attempting to hand a fragment to Yi Wuchen. However, the Eastern Emperor bell resisted fiercely, unwilling to leave her grasp. Observing this, Yi Wuchen extended his hand to accept the fragment. The piece struggled desperately, trying to escape, yet it stirred not a ripple in Yi Wuchen's hold. As Yi Wuchen gripped the fragment with a measure of force, it instantly deformed. At that moment, a remnant soul emerged from the fragment of the Eastern Emperor bell. "Who are you, young one?" The soul of the Eastern Emperor bell intoned with authority. "Are you the Eastern Emperor Tai?" Yi Wuchen inquired, taken aback and filled with curiosity. He had indeed heard of the illustrious name of Eastern Emperor Tai, who, alongside Emperor Jun, governed the heavenly court, presiding over myriad deities, safeguarding the universe, and upholding order. The remnant soul of Eastern Emperor Tai appeared to sense the extraordinary nature of Yi Wuchen, and his tone softened somewhat. "I am indeed Eastern Emperor Tai. What brings you here?" The remnant soul of Eastern Emperor Tai gazed at Yi Wuchen, his eyes glimmering with a hint of vigilance. Unfazed, Yi Wuchen met his gaze and proclaimed, Su Qianqian is my dear friend, and I wish to understand your intentions towards her. The remnant soul of Eastern Emperor Tai fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Yi Wuchen, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Subsequently, he slowly shifted his gaze to Su Qianqian, and his expression grew intricate. The era of the demon race has come to a close, while the human race rises. I merely seek to secure a sliver of hope for the demon race. Eastern Emperor Tai finally spoke, his tone imbued with resignation. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen's heart stirred, and he pressed further. Oh, what do you mean by that? Eastern Emperor Tai gazed into the distance, lost in reminiscence. In the days of yore, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans jointly governed all existence. Their might was unparalleled. However, after the cataclysm of Long Han, everything transformed. The dragon race was reduced to prey, slaughtered at will. The phoenix race, though fortunate to survive, clung to a fragile existence. As for the Qilin race, they were nearly exterminated, leaving only a scant few bloodlines. Now, with the calamity of the witch and demon long past, the witch race has all but vanished. The once mighty demon race can now only survive by relying on other races. Eastern Emperor Tai sighed deeply, his words heavy with sorrow. Yi Wuchen and Su Qianqian felt his despair resonate within them. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuchen inquired, "Did you choose senior sister Su because of her primordial immortal body?" The remnant soul of Eastern Emperor Tai nodded. Indeed, she possesses a unique destiny. In the future, she may lead the celestial beings and perhaps provide refuge for the demon race. As his words faded, he turned his gaze towards Su Qianqian, eager to discern her response. Yi Wuchen acknowledged this with a nod and then looked at Su Qianqian. This matter was of no concern to him, nor did he care whether Su Qianqian would acquiesce. His visit to this ancient battlefield was solely to guide the remnant soul of Emperor Jun, and rescuing Su Qianqian was merely serendipitous. Seeing the gaze of both men upon her, Su Qianqian pondered momentarily before lifting her head, her expression resolute. "Respected Eastern Emperor, I can agree to protect the demon race. But the demon race must adhere to the laws of the celestial realm and refrain from reckless behavior." A look of relief washed over Eastern Emperor Tai's remnant soul. "Naturally, I shall entrust the legacy of the demon race entirely to you." With that, his soul transformed into countless specks of starlight, gradually merging into Su Qianqian's body. He harbored no fears of her breaking her word. After all, with a primordial immortal body and a heart of righteousness, she could not possibly be the type to act capriciously. A smile graced Yi Wuchen's lips. This decision indeed reflected Su Qianqian's character. He could scarcely fathom that the remnant soul of Eastern Emperor Tai would forsake the chance of reincarnation for the fate of the demon race. Just as the remnant soul of Eastern Emperor Tai integrated into Su Qianqian's being, she suddenly felt a surge of immense power coursing through her. She closed her eyes, beginning to guide this force to merge with her essence. Moments later, a brilliant radiance enveloped Su Qianqian, causing the surrounding space to exhibit a slight distortion. A unique aura, characteristic of a golden immortal, gradually emanated from her body. As the light began to dissipate, Su Qianqian had truly transformed into a genuine golden immortal. Slowly, she opened her eyes, sensing that she had gained a preliminary understanding of the inheritance from the demon clan. Within the demon race, there exist numerous secret arts that the human race can also utilize. Chapter 82, Exorcising Dejuan. In the eerie palace of the underworld, the ghost sovereign of the netherworld seethed with wrath as ghostly energy surged around him. His avatar had been shattered by an unknown young human with a single punch, a humiliation he found intolerable. "If I do not avenge this, I, the ghost sovereign, shall not be worthy of the title," he roared in fury, slamming his hand onto the table. The violent, ghostly power erupted forth, causing the entire underworld to tremble violently. Countless malevolent spirits were instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness under the onslaught of this terrifying force. Suppressing his inner fury, the ghost sovereign swiftly summoned numerous powerful beings from the ghost clan. As these formidable figures gathered in the grand hall, they felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the sovereign, rendering them speechless with dread. With a cold and piercing gaze, the ghost sovereign surveyed the crowd, commencing discussions on how to enact a frenzied retaliation against the human race. In the endless sea of blood, the demon sovereign, Jidu, was enveloped in dense demonic energy, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. His avatar, too, had been obliterated by Yi Wuchen's fist, inflicting significant damage upon his essence. When did such a formidable figure emerge from the human race? How was I completely unaware? He gritted his teeth, fully aware that he was no match for Yi Wuchen at present. However, the bitterness and scheming in his heart compelled him to seek vengeance. There was no need for him to act personally. He had previously orchestrated the Dragon Han catastrophe from shadows. The strength of the three clans back then was immensely powerful, rivaling Yi Wuchen. Yet now, they've been reduced to dust, lost in the annals of history. Jidu understood that Yi Wuchen's emergence posed a significant threat to the demon race. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he began to secretly devise plans, preparing to unite with other forces to combat the human race, aiming to stifle this potential threat in its cradle. At the unaging Divine Mountain, a prominent figure of the Divine clan hurriedly returned to their territory, his countenance dark and grim. Although his avatar had narrowly escaped, he had failed to retrieve the Eastern Emperor Bell. This individual possesses terrifying strength, having achieved sanctity in physical form, growing to such an extent, he muttered, his eyes filled with apprehension. Other powerful beings of the divine race gathered around him, expressing concern and inquiring about the circumstances. Upon hearing his account, they fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere so heavy it felt suffocating. An elder of the divine race furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. It seems the rise of humanity is now an unstoppable force. We must reassess our stance towards them. However, the mighty figure shook his head slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, though humanity is strong, prosperity inevitably leads to decline. With the current celestial order in disarray, I suspect their downfall is imminent. The powerful beings of the Ghost Clan, Demon Clan, and Divine Race were secretly plotting, and a significant crisis targeting humanity was quietly approaching. Sister Su, since you are well now, I shall take my leave, Yi Wuchen said calmly upon witnessing Su Qianqian successfully accept the legacy of Dong Huang Tai. Brother Yi, you may still call me Qianqian. My cultivation now pales in comparison to yours. I cannot dare to regard myself as your elder sister, Su Qianqian replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Very well, as you wish, Yi Wuchen responded nonchalantly, turning to depart. Brother Yi, where are you going? Su Qianqian asked eagerly from behind him. To seek the remnants of Emperor Jun, he replied, his back still turned. The remnants of Emperor Jun? I know where they are. Su Qianqian exclaimed promptly. Hearing her words, Yi Wuchen paused, slowly turning around with a hint of skepticism in his gaze as he looked at her. You know where the remnants of Emperor Jun are? He inquired curiously. He had just swept the ancient battlefield ruins with his divine sense and found no trace of Emperor Jun's remnants. To his surprise, Su Qianqian seemed to possess this knowledge. To be honest, when I first entered here, I was ensnared by the predecessor Emperor Jun. Su Qianqian recounted her experience in detail. Yi Wuchen listened quietly, occasionally nodding with surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Su Qianqian's experiences were so rich. Not only had she encountered Emperor Jun, but she had also stumbled upon fragments of the Donghuang Bell. When he heard that Emperor Jun suddenly wished to depart, his expression became quite peculiar. When he acquired the river map and Luo book, he felt Emperor Jun's call. It was unexpected that he had indirectly rescued Su Qianqian. Following the direction Su Qianqian indicated, Yi Wuchen moved swiftly. Before long, he located the hiding place of Emperor Jun's remnants. There, the remnants were trapped within a barrier exuding a ghostly light. The flickering light within the barrier seemed to narrate the vicissitudes of time. As Yi Wuchen approached slowly, an ancient aura enveloped him. The remnants of Emperor Jun seemed to sense someone nearing and gradually opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Yi Wuchen. Then, he noticed Su Qianqian behind him. Who are you? The remnants of Emperor Jun spoke in a feeble voice. Once a soul fragment, he had expended considerable energy in calling forth the river map and Luo book, and had been vexed by the actions of Qi Shao Zhan Xie Tianzuan. I am Yi Wuchen, here to absolve you. Yi Wuchen shrugged casually. Absolve me? Ha ha ha. I exist eternally, unyielding through the ages. The remnants of Emperor Jun's soul seemed to resonate with the absurdity of the cosmos. Even the self-detonation of the ancestral witches could not obliterate his essence. Only a sage could come forth to deliver him from this existence. For those of the witch clan who neglect their primordial spirits, self-destruction signifies true demise. The laughter of Emperor Jun's lingering spirit echoed through this desolate realm, laced with mockery and disdain. You, young braggart, possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe you can liberate me? Emperor Jun remarked with a hint of derision in his voice. His gaze was steeped in contempt for Wuchen. Throughout his extensive memories, he had encountered countless individuals who overestimated their capabilities. This was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to attempt his salvation. You have lingered here for countless eons. Why cling to this existence? Journey to the realm of reincarnation. Rebirth is your true destiny. Wuchen spoke softly. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun could not help but furrow his brows. Reincarnation? Do you, ignorant child, comprehend that the embodiment of the 6 paths of reincarnation is none other than Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches? During the cataclysmic battle between witches and demons, I personally vanquished countless kin of hers. If I were to rashly step into that realm of reincarnation, who could fathom the horrifying fate that awaits me?